Game of the World Tree Chapter 749 to Chapter 792. After accepting the exploration mission from the goddess, the players landed on the ground. Then, to increase efficiency, let's split up. Everyone can communicate and share information in the team channel. We'll gather at sunset. Limu looked at the sun hanging high in the sky and said. The gamers nodded in agreement. It was morning, and there was still half a day before sunset. It was enough time for them to gather information. Also, don't be too playful. Focus on the mission first. Limu added. As he spoke, he glanced at Xianxia, who was looking left and right, rubbing his hands expectantly as his eyes darted around. Don't look. I'm talking about you, Dima. Xianxia was speechless. Brother Mu, am I so untrustworthy? Xianxia looked at Limu bitterly. I want to trust you, but you have too many records. If you want to have fun, finish the mission first. Limu shook his head. Then, he looked at everyone's equipment and reminded them, everyone, change your clothes. Also, everyone, change your clothes. Our equipment is too eye-catching. Okay, let's start. After Limu finished speaking, the players began to move and changed into ordinary clothes. They often dealt with NPCs, so they had all kinds of clothes, such as traditional elven robes, human aristocratic clothing, and mercenary equipment. After changing their clothes, everyone split up and left. Limu changed into a set of mercenary equipment. After splitting up with the players, he didn't step into the city gate. Instead, he observed the main road outside the city for a while. The city was bustling, and there was a lot of traffic at the city gate. He could see all kinds of magic beast carriages going in and out. There were all kinds of NPC races, but most of them were humans, followed by half-elves. There were very few purebred elves. Most of the NPCs wore traditional elven robes, and the elves and half-elves' robes were much more gorgeous. In addition to the magic beast carriages, some of them rode on mounts. There were tall horses and all kinds of magic beasts. Limu even saw unicorns. The elves and half-elves' mounts were obviously better than the other NPCs. This made Limu realize that the elves and half-elves had a high status in this world. It wasn't just from the NPCs' clothing and mounts. It could be seen from the attitude of the other races' NPCs toward them. Every time an elf passed by, the other races would stop and salute. He observed for a while and thought for a while. Then, he took off his mercenary equipment and changed into the traditional elven robes. It was the deluxe version that he got from old priest Samir. Then, Limu took out a dark silver wand, which was engraved with exquisite patterns, and began to chant. As he chanted, the staff emitted a bright light. A silver light condensed in front of him and finally turned into a handsome unicorn. Magical beast mount summon, this was the magic of the magic staff. The effect was to summon a magical beast mount that was created by magic. It could be maintained for 6 hours and had a cooldown time of 1 hour. This magic staff was a divine weapon that Limu got from the Broken Kingdom. It took him a lot of effort to repair it. Riding on the magical unicorn, Limu tidied up his clothes. Then, he swaggered onto the main road and joined the crowd, rushing toward the city gate. After the NPCs around him noticed him, Limu was acutely aware that their attitude had changed. The humans and other races stopped and saluted him. Even the half-elves lowered their heads to show respect. Especially when they passed by the city gate, the 2 human soldiers at the gate were dozing off, but when they saw Limu and the unicorn he was riding, they instantly became alert. They hurriedly stood up and even faintly bowed their heads and waists. It was like driving a top-notch Maybach S into an ordinary residential area. Limu could not help but think to himself. At the same time, he sent his discovery to the team channel, telling everyone that there would be a surprise after they put on the beautiful elven gown and mount the unicorn. However, naturally, Limu was ridiculed by many people. Brother Mu, do you think everyone can summon a mount like you? Damn you, stinky boss. Limu was speechless. Looking away from the chat interface, Limu entered the city gate. The city gate was very tall. It was at least 20 meters tall and made of gray boulders. After passing through the gate, he finally arrived in the city. His vision suddenly opened up. Limu saw a bustling street. There were rows of buildings on both sides. The main road paved with white slabs was filled with people. The style of the buildings had the characteristics of the elves, but it lacked the elegance of the traditional elves. Instead, it had the splendor of human city buildings. The main building materials were wood and stone. The main color was gray and brown intertwined. The roofs had traditional elven spires and domes. There were also decorations such as double pillars and arcades outside the buildings. The buildings facing the street generally looked more orderly and solemn. The greenery of the city also followed the elven style. It was done very well. Looking around, there was always greenery between the buildings. The trees on both sides of the road were also lush. There were also fountains and gardens on the streets. What a beautiful city, Li Mu could not help but praise. To be honest, this city was much more beautiful than the human cities in the Maple Moon territory. Only the elven cities in the elven forest could be compared to this. Of course, there were still differences between the styles of the two. The exotic atmosphere brought by this difference made Li Mu, who liked sightseeing, quite fond of it. He took screenshots along the way and also turned on the video recording. He was ready to make a video after the mission. Along the way, he also observed the residents in the city. The residents were still mainly humans, followed by half-elves. The proportion of professionals was very high. Although it could not be compared to the elven forest, it was probably more than 30%. Of course, most of them were half-elves. In comparison, the number of elves was very small. But every time an elf passed by, they would be treated with respect by others, including Li Mu. Along the way, there were people constantly bowing to him. Not to mention, in this kind of game that focused on virtual reality, even if he knew it was a game, it was still quite satisfying. After enjoying the respect of the NPCs for a while, Li Mu randomly found a passerby and inquired about the location of the nearby tavern. Tavern? Elf. Lord Elf, which tavern do you want to go to? I can lead the way. This human resident spoke in fluent elven language enthusiastically. Li Mu nodded slightly and said, the tavern with the most people and the best underground news. Underground news? The other person was stunned. Then he thought and said, Lord Elf, if you want to inquire about some information, you might as well go to the Demon Hunter Guild. Oh, you should be here to participate in the Guardian Knight selection, right? There are still 3 days before the Mother Goddess's trial. If you want to inquire about the trial ruins, the Demon Hunter Guild is the most suitable place. Guardian Knight selection? Demon Hunter Guild? Mother Goddess trial, and ruins, Li Mu's heart skipped a beat. He quickly grasped the key words from the resident's mouth. Where is the Demon Hunter Guild? He asked without batting an eyelid. The passerby pointed into the distance. Follow this road and turn right when you reach the end. The largest building you see is the headquarters of the Demon Hunter Guild. Thank you. Li Mu nodded slightly and threw a gold pound to the passerby. Then he rode the magic transformed unicorn in the direction he pointed. The passerby subconsciously took the gold pound and looked at it repeatedly. He was pleasantly surprised. Gold coins? Thank you, Lord Elf. After circling around a block, Li Mu arrived at the Demon Hunter Guild that the person had pointed out. It was a 7-story building. It was like a landmark in the city. The whole building was leaning towards the elven style. It was built with gray-white boulders, and there was a wooden board decorated with exquisite patterns hanging on it. On it was neatly written in the elven language, Demon Hunter Guild. In front of the guild, professionals came and went. Many of them were half-elves and powerful human professionals. Other than that, there were also the occasional elven. There was a stone tablet in front of the door with a sentence engraved on it, with my flesh and soul, I forge the longsword of the Mother Goddess and protect the peace of Minder. Below this sentence was the reason for the establishment of the Demon Hunter Guild. Li Mu took a look and found that it was an organization built by professionals, similar to the mercenary guild in the world of Seekers. However, their mission was different from the mercenaries in the world of Seekers. Their main mission was to help the Mother Goddess's church fight against those believers of evil gods. Believers of evil gods. Are they referring to those murlocs? Li Mu was deep in thought. He thought for a moment and dispersed the summoned unicorn incarnation under the surprised gaze of the attendant at the door. He then walked forward and pushed the door open to enter. After entering the building, Li Mu came to a grand hall. Although it was called a hall, it looked more like a combination of a tavern and an office hall. He could see the bar counter and the wine court, as well as the counter for issuing missions. There were many professionals in the hall. Most of them were at the silver rank and a few were at the black iron rank. With Li Mu's strength, he was considered above average here. Elves, half-elves, humans, and various other races were here. Most of them were wearing combat equipment. On the contrary, Li Mu's gorgeous elven robe looked a little different. Seeing Li Mu come in, the voices in the hall obviously became softer. Li Mu keenly noticed that many people cast curious gazes at him. But after seeing his elven appearance, their gazes quickly carried a hint of respect and slowly withdrew. Only a few elves were still looking at him with inquisitive eyes. Li Mu noticed that most of them had black hair and black eyes. Looks like they are the lost Dark Shadow tribe, he thought in his heart. At this time, Li Mu was glad that he chose black hair and black eyes when creating his character. After choosing a seat and sitting down, a professional quickly came to greet him. It was a black-haired Dark Shadow elf. Yo! Your Excellency! You don't look familiar. Are you also here to participate in the Guardian Knight selection? He said enthusiastically. As he said that, he turned to the human attendant in the hall and said, 2 glasses of Mindel wine, thank you. Li Mu nodded without batting an eyelid. The elf's expression was happy, that's great. Do you have any teammates? If not, I would like to recommend myself. My name is Robert, I'm a silver warrior. Li Mu shook his head lightly, sorry, I already have teammates. Alright, that's a pity. The elf was a little disappointed. As he said that, he sighed. It's really hard to find a teammate of the same race. I've been looking for many days. Hearing the elf's words, Li Mu's heart skipped a beat. Why must I find a teammate of the same race? The elf was a little surprised, don't you know? As the guardian race of Her Holiness the Mother Goddess, if we team up, it'll be easier for us to gain recognition in the ruins and gain the favor of Her Holiness the Mother Goddess. From there, we'll gain great power and become a gold professional. We'll be chosen as the guardian knight of Her Holiness the Mother Goddess. As he said that, he sighed, the magic power of the world has been falling. It's getting harder and harder to become a high professional. However, the attacks of the believers of the evil god of the sea are getting fiercer and fiercer. If we don't have the blessing of Her Holiness the Mother Goddess and become guardian knights, it'll be difficult for us to resist. Her Holiness the Mother Goddess, this was the second time Li Mu heard the elf call her that. However, he was very sure that it was definitely not referring to the goddess Eve who was traveling with him. Could it be the tree of life that the goddess mentioned? At this moment, the elf's next words made Li Mu frown slightly. He saw the elf pick up the wine brought by the waiter and drink it in one gulp. Then, he looked at the flow of people coming and going outside the window and sighed unknowingly, it's been 1,000 years since our tribe came here. When I was young, I heard stories of the past from my grandfather. In the blink of an eye, I'm not young anymore. If the ancestors knew that we've finally revived Her Holiness the Mother Goddess, they'd probably be very pleased. It's said that the church received an oracle from Her Holiness the Mother Goddess some time ago. Her Holiness the Mother Goddess is only one step away from restoring her strength. When that time comes, no matter what the evil god of the sea is, they'll be wiped out one by Her Holiness the Mother Goddess. The elf said excitedly. Hearing his words, Li Mu was a little silent. The goddess of recovery? No, they definitely didn't revive the goddess. Connecting what the elf said, combining all his own knowledge, the various background introductions in this mission, and some of the information that the goddess had said these days, Li Mu had some guesses in his heart. Perhaps, the elf was referring to the giant tree that the goddess called the Tree of Life. They treated it as the World Tree. Not only that, the Tree of Life seemed to have its own consciousness, and it was very likely that it had stolen the faith that belonged to the goddess. But Li Mu was still somewhat doubtful. Even if 1,000 years had passed, the Dark Shadow tribe should still have a demigod oracle. Could it be that the demigod oracle couldn't distinguish between the truth and the lies? The elf didn't notice the change in Li Mu's expression. He sighed secretly, and there was a trace of sadness in his words. It's a pity that Sir Eris, who sacrificed everything to revive the mother goddess, won't be able to see that day. Sir Eris, Li Mu's eyes moved slightly. After Aurora's return, he crammed the history of the elves. And the name Eris was not unfamiliar to him. He was one of the 8 demigod oracles under the goddess, the guardian of the Dark Shadow tribe, and was respectfully called the Shadow of the Dark Night. And at this time, there was a sudden commotion not far away. Li Mu looked over and saw a few elves and half-elves quarreling. The one in the center was an elf from the Dark Shadow tribe. His expression was gloomy, and the half-elves around him looked angry. Noticing Li Mu's gaze, Lobel turned his head and looked over. He glanced at the quarreling professionals, sneered, and snorted. "It's that bastard warden again, hasn't he had enough?" "Bastard?" Li Mu was slightly surprised. "It's that gloomy face who is quarreling with others. He once had a younger brother who participated in the Guardian Knight selection and was chosen as a Guardian Knight by the Mother Goddess. Everyone knows that after becoming a Guardian Knight, everyone will receive a strengthened will from the Mother Goddess, and have a firm belief and powerful strength. This is a very glorious thing, but that bastard warden thinks that the Mother Goddess controlled his brother's thoughts and turned his brother into a puppet without self. What a joke. The Mother Goddess has been fighting against the evil sea god for us, and he dares to question the Mother Goddess's greatness. He questions those Guardian Knights who died in battle. If he wasn't a Dark Shadow elf, he would have been expelled," Lobel said angrily. Hearing Robert's words, Li Mu could not help but glance at the shadow elves who were arguing with others in the distance. Robert continued to grumble. "In my opinion, the church should ground non-believers like him in advance. Otherwise, they'll be bewitched by those blasphemers sooner or later and become detestable blasphemers." "Blasphemers?" Li Mu frowned. "You don't know about blasphemers?" This time, it was Robert's turn to be surprised. Li Mu shook his head. "I grew up in the countryside. This is my first time in such a big city." "I see." Robert was enlightened. Then, he said enthusiastically, "Then you should take a good look around New Rivendell. This is the largest city in the continent, and also a true holy city." New Rivendell, Li Mu finally knew the name of this city. The 7 major elven cities of the Elven Forest corresponded to the 7 major elven tribes, and the Shadow tribe's main city was Rivendell. Without a doubt, this was a city built by the elves to commemorate the past. Robert continued to explain. "The blasphemers are the tribesmen who betrayed Her Holiness 800 years ago when Her Holiness Mother was revived. It is said that they went into hiding after that divisive war and have been looking for an opportunity to sabotage Her Holiness Mother's recovery. Your Excellency, if you discover those blasphemers, you must report to the church immediately. They are very provocative and love to rope in outsiders like you, spreading blasphemous and apocalyptic rumors to you." As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something. Robert slapped his head and said, "Right. Your Excellency, we've been chatting, but I still don't know your name." Li Mu nodded and said, "Li Mu, I'm Li Mu." "Li Mu, a good name." The two chatted for a while. Li Mu inquired about some information regarding the blasphemers, but these matters seemed to be taboo. Even after a few sentences, Robert shook his head vaguely and stopped talking about it. However, Li Mu still managed to dig out some information. The blasphemers were a force that was secretly fighting against the Mother Church. They were made up of elves, half-elves, and a few other races. It was said that their leaders were some of the high-ranking clerics who had betrayed the Mother Church. At that time, the Mother Church had yet to change its name. It was known as the Nature Church. The blasphemers who betrayed the Church refused to admit that the revived world tree was Her Holiness the Mother Goddess. They propagated that it was an evil existence that had been awakened and would lead everyone to destruction. Robert, speaking of this matter, sneered at the blasphemers. Ever since the revival of the Mother Goddess, the Guardian Knights had appeared in large numbers under the grace of the Mother Goddess. The pressure on the Church to fight against the evil gods' believers had been greatly reduced. If not for the Mother Goddess, the war between land and sea would have ended long ago. Of course, Li Mu also understood what the Guardian Knight selection was. There was an ancient relic on the Mindel continent that opened every 3 years. Unlike the outside world where magic was getting thinner and thinner, the relic had a high concentration of magic. The elemental energy was active, and all kinds of rare magic plants grew there. There were also many extinct species in the outside world. Every time the relic opened, the church would organize people to explore and collect all kinds of useful materials for the war against the evil god of the sea. After the revival of the Mother Goddess gave this kind of exploration a layer of sacred aura. All the believers who entered the relic would be tested by the true god. Those who passed would be able to obtain great power and become a gold-ranked guardian knight. The two of them chatted casually until there was a commotion outside the guild. Li Mu turned his head and saw a few elves and half-elves in priest robes, surrounded by a few powerful silver-armored warriors, entering the hall. They looked around and exchanged a few words with the waitress at the bar before leaving in a hurry. Li Mu noticed that the priest's robes were highly similar to the ones in the elven forest. However, the tree symbol that originally belonged to the goddess had changed. It was the same symbol he saw in the village before. Hey, that was the guardian knight just now. Seeing Li Mu's gaze, Robert said. Then, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Even the priests were alarmed. Did another blasphemer appear? Li Mu heard and subconsciously glanced at the team chat interface. The first thought in his mind was that it couldn't be caused by one of his teammates, right? However, looking at the harmonious chat channel, he dismissed this guess. If they were really in trouble, everyone would have asked for help in the chat channel. At this moment, Robert suddenly stood up. I'll go ask what happened. His face was full of curiosity, and his kindness seemed to be even more exuberant than Li Mu's. I'll go too. Li Mu's heart skipped a beat as he followed. Wei, what happened just now? Robert stood in front of the bar and asked the human waitress who was in charge of the reception. The waitress stopped what she was doing, looked at him, and respectfully said, Sir Robert, a blasphemer just broke into the forbidden area and killed many guardian knights. It alarmed the central command of the church, and they are now hunting him down. Blasphemer? Who is that? How could he be so strong? Robert's expression turned serious. It's a very good-looking elf. The waitress said. Good-looking? Robert was slightly surprised. Yes. The waitress nodded. As she spoke, she took out a scroll and unfurled it. Look, they gave me a magic portrait. I was just about to hang it up. The two of them looked at the portrait. When he saw the magic image on the scroll, Robert's eyes flashed with surprise. While Li Mu's mouth was slightly agape. Silver hair. Purple eyes. Li Mu was speechless. Isn't this the goddess? The goddess is actually wanted. What did the goddess do after they left? Didn't they say they were going to keep a low profile? Why did the goddess start fighting first? After a while, Li Mu found that other players' messages appeared in the team chat channel. Hey. What happened? Why did the goddess become a wanted criminal? Optimist, I saw it too. Good guy, the whole city is hunting her down. Demacia, ha 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 ha. What a joke. The believers are hunting down their own true god. These shadow elves are really talented. What's going on? Calabash, it seems that the goddess just killed a few hundred guardian knights at the Tree of Life. They are all high-level professionals. I'm invincible, 666 Salty Meow, the goddess is still the best. She's still so strong even when her strength is suppressed. Demacia, hey, that's a true god. Even if it's an avatar, there's still a ceiling to their combat power. I'm curious how they fought. According to the goddess' benevolent personality, it shouldn't be. The chat channel instantly became lively. Li Mu glanced at the conversation messages that kept flashing by. After thinking for a while, he typed, how's the investigation going? Salty Meow, not bad. I found the library here and found some useful information. I'm recording it now. Cyber, I found a tavern and chatted with an old elf about a lot of things. There are a lot of things. I'll tell you more when we meet. Demacia, ahem. I think I found some cultists and heard some interesting things from them. Li Mu, cultists? He sent a question mark emoticon. They call themselves blasphemers. Demacia replied. Li Mu, blasphemers? Where did you find them? Salty Meow quickly interjected. In the sewers. Demacia replied. All the players, as expected of you. Li Mu, are you guys still together? Demacia said, they're no longer here. Suddenly, the knights of the church went to the sewers to investigate, and they all ran away. I was almost caught, but I got one of their tokens. Li Mu, he had to admit defeat. Although Demacia was quite bad at the lottery, he was really lucky when it came to missions. If he guessed correctly, the breakthrough of this mission might be the so-called cultists. At this thought, Li Mu looked at the sky outside the window and typed, "It's getting late. Let's gather and share the information we found. Then, we'll organize the information we found. I saw that Demacia's position on the minimap is right in the middle of everyone. Everyone will gather with him. No problem." The players replied one after another. However, Demacia suddenly became excited. Don't come over. Let's change positions. I think Cyber isn't far. Let's gather with him. Li Mu, where are you? He typed. I'm not there. I'm just strolling around the city, Demacia replied. Li Mu, he seemed to see Demacia's embarrassed expression and evasive gaze. He glanced at Demacia's position on the mini-map, as well as the map coordinates shown by his movement, before turning to look at Robert beside him. Mr. Robert, let me ask you something. Walk north from this street, turn left at the third intersection, and stop at the next intersection. What's on the right? Robert was slightly taken aback. He frowned and thought for a moment. Then, he looked at Li Mu with a strange gaze. Then, he chuckled, patted Li Mu on the shoulder, and said meaningfully, "Don't worry." He said meaningfully, "Your Excellency Li Mu, you're not married yet, right?" Li Mu, why do you say that? He asked. Hey, would you still ask me about that kind of place if you're married? The church's blessings on marriage are quite sacred. Robert winked. But soon, his expression turned serious. Your Excellency Li Mu, although this is our first time meeting, I feel that it's a pleasure to chat with you. I want to remind you that even if the church is more open about these things now, as noble elves, we should try not to go to such places, Li Mu. He felt that he had roughly guessed where Demacia went. The sun gradually set in the west, and the golden runes on it gradually dimmed. The azure sky was gradually dyed with a layer of intoxicating red. When night gradually fell, Li Mu arrived at the gathering place of the players. It was an exquisite tavern, and it was also the place where Cyber was investigating. He was already familiar with the owner of the tavern and specially booked a private room for the 10 players to sit down after entering. Everyone looked eager to try, and it was obvious that they had gained something. Li Mu sat in the innermost seat. He glanced at Demacia, who entered the room with a cheeky smile, and pointed at his face. Dima, you didn't wipe off the lipstick mark on your face. Demacia's face froze. Then, he immediately rolled up his sleeves and wiped his face. The surrounding players looked up and looked at him strangely. However, after Demacia wiped his face, there was nothing on his sleeves. Demacia, F***CK. Brother Mu, you tricked me. Li Mu laughed. I was just bluffing. I didn't expect you to really go to the red light district. As he said that, he shook his head. I really don't know if I should complain that there's such a place here, or if I should complain about your desires. Sigh. I was just curious. I can't really commit a crime, so I just strolled around. Demacia said embarrassedly. Salty Meow and Feng Wu pursed their lips and looked at him with disdain. Demacia, he sighed and began to draw circles on the table. Li Mu laughed and shook his head. Then, his expression turned serious. Alright, let's not talk nonsense. Let's talk about what we've seen and heard. When the gamers heard that, they became serious. Li Mu straightened his expression and said, then. I'll go first. After that, he recounted what he had seen and heard today. The players fell into deep thought when they heard this. So. I'm guessing that the Tree of Life is very likely the Dark Shadow tribe's method of reviving the goddess. However, something went wrong and the revival failed. In the end, the Tree of Life seized the faith of the goddess. The ultimate goal of our mission is very likely to help the goddess regain her faith. Li Mu expressed his judgment. As he spoke, he looked at the players. These are my thoughts. I wonder if anyone has any other information? His gaze swept across his teammates. When Limu saw Damasia's bewildered expression, his heart skipped a beat. Damasia, did you get any information from your conversation with those blasphemers? Damasia nodded, and his expression gradually became solemn. Brother Mu. I also asked those blasphemers about the Tree of Life. The guesses you mentioned seemed to match up with what they said the same thing. In addition, I learned about the origin of the Tree of Life from them. They said that it was a branch of the world tree that the Dark Elves brought to this world 1,000 years ago. Their original purpose was to revive the goddess and cultivate the world tree. However, they failed in the end. They didn't succeed in reviving the goddess. Instead, they awakened a monster. The blasphemers said that all living beings on this continent have been bewitched by the Tree of Life. They said that the monster disguised as Mother Goddess is actually an evil ancient being. It used the power of the ritual to occupy the body of the Tree of Life, and its goal is to devour everyone's faith and soul. The selection of the Guardian Knights is also its scheme. Its goal is to capture all the talented extraordinaries and seize their life potential and soul, Damasia said. Evil ancient being? Is it referring to Leviathan? Could it be that the Tree of Life is controlled by the demon god Leviathan that the goddess mentioned? I'm invincible, he couldn't help but say. It's very likely. Damasia nodded. After hearing Damasia's words, the players either had a sudden realization or were deep in thought. However, Limu noticed that Salty Meow frowned slightly. He had a thought. Meow meow, do you have anything to say? Salty Meow shook his head, but after thinking about it, he nodded. Everyone looked at him curiously. Little Salty Meow hesitated for a moment. But, when I was asking for directions, I found out that there was a library in this city. In the end, I went to the historical records section of the library to look for some information. Library, Tao-Chi's eyes lit up, and he looked curious. I wanted to ask, Meow Giant, how did you enter the library? I also found the library, but the guards at the entrance didn't let me in. I observed for a while on the way and found a half-elf who could enter the library. I gave him 3 magic crystals, and he brought me in. Salty Meow scratched his head in embarrassment. The players were speechless. Magic crystals, the corner of Cyber's mouth twitched. Ever since he had the Megalosaurus as a companion, his contribution points had never steadily exceeded 10,000 points. When he heard Salty Meow's words, his eyes widened. On the market, a cut piece of a standard unit of magical crystal was worth at least 10,000 contribution points, with those with higher purity being even more expensive. As for the magical crystals in Salty Meow's hands, it was obvious that they were of the highest purity. 3 pieces would probably be worth more than 100,000 contribution points. For a moment, everyone looked at Salty Meow strangely. Perhaps only Salted Meow, who didn't lack money, would be able to give away such an exorbitant magic material as a quest item. Despicable. Despicable rich people. Damasia muttered. You're not bad either. The Amway trading firm has already set up shop in the Kingdom of Airs. I've heard that the profit of a single moonlight is over £1 million. That's not even including the contribution points it brings. The Calabash grumbled. Sigh. The trading company is owned by our guild. I only have 50% of the shares. Moreover, the gold pounds is only the gross profit, not the cost, Damasia sighed softly. All the players, listen. Is this something a human would say? Despicable capitalists, only 50% of the shares. TSK, Old Versailles. The players cast looks of disdain at Damasia. Looking at Damasia's irritating expression, Limu sighed and looked at Salty Meow. So. Meow meow, what did you find in the library? Salty Meow continued. I found some information about the blasphemers, as well as some stories about the shadow elves who settled down in this world. There's also information about the Tree of Life. However, in the historical information I found, the Tree of Life was completely regarded as the goddess of resurrection. This is completely contrary to the information Damasia received. There's also a description of the blasphemers. In the historical records, they were described as the traitors of the true God, the culprit behind the fall of the shadow of the night, Eris. Now it seems that most of the information I found in the library may have been embellished. But even so, I don't think all of it is fake. It's very likely that some of it is true and some of it is false. Or perhaps the author used the spring and autumn annals. So, even if it's contrary to the information Xianxia received, I think it has a certain reference value. After hearing Salty Meow's words, the players nodded secretly. Then, Meow Meow, tell us the most important information you obtained. Limu said. Okay. Salty Meow nodded. As she spoke, she switched to the game system and brought up the word notes she had made. As she read them, she said, first of all, this tree of life, which is regarded as the mother goddess by the believers, grew 850 years ago. It was finally awakened after the shadow of the night, Eris, consumed his own life potential and gathered the faith of the entire elven race. However, at the end of the ceremony, some of the elves who participated in the awakening ceremony betrayed the church and attacked their companions. Including a legendary elf who was considered by Eris to be the most likely to succeed him and step into the demigod rank, a legendary elf? Limu was surprised. Yes, in the records, his name is Carrots. He was described as a demon who was lured into depravity by the evil god and was also the leader of the blasphemers. At the same time, it was also his betrayal that caused Eris to be seriously injured and eventually fall while exploring the ruins, Salty Meow said. What the F***ck? Carrots? Xianxia suddenly widened his eyes. For a moment, everyone cast their gazes on him. Salty Meow raised her eyebrows. You heard about it too? Xianxia swallowed his saliva. The blasphemers I saw in the sewers told me that their leader was Lord Carrots. It's been more than 800 years and he's still alive? The optimist was slightly dazed. It's normal. Elves have a very long lifespan, and he's a legendary elf. His lifespan should be longer than ordinary elves. I heard from the frost elves that legendary elves can live up to 3,000 years. Cyber said in a deep voice. The person involved. No matter how you look at it, he's going to be an important NPC for this mission, Cyber could not help but sigh. Salty Meow also nodded. Yes, we know that the Tree of Life is fake, so, this legendary elf named Carrots might be the key to the mission. That's right. The blasphemers also mentioned the shadow of the night, Eris. Their words were very respectful to this demigod, so there might be other secrets, Xianxia also agreed. Besides, Salty Meow paused and said, I don't agree with Xianxia's statement that this tree of life is controlled by the demon god Leviathan. Because in all the information I've read, all the wars between land and sea are tragic and cruel. If that tree of life is controlled by Leviathan, then why would he let his believers fight? On the contrary, when I was investigating the information, I found something interesting. With that said, Salty Meow looked at Limu. Brother Moo, you said that the selection of guardian knights is held in a ruin, right? Limu was stunned for a moment before he nodded. That's right. That's what I heard. Salty Meow continued, I also read ancient books. I also found various ancient books related to the ruins. Most of them praised the benevolence of the Mother Goddess, providing a place for believers to increase their strength. However, in a corner, I found an ancient notebook that had been hidden. Linley sighed. The author of that notebook was an elven priest. It was recorded over 900 years ago. At that time, the Tree of Life had yet to appear. In the notebook, he recorded the details of the discovery of the ruins by the earliest elves who came to this plane. That ruin didn't exist after the Tree of Life appeared. Instead, it was discovered when the elves first came to this world. Limu's expression turned solemn. If that's the case, then civilization has existed in this world for a long time? Salty Meow nodded. Yes, and in the description of the notebook, that elf mentioned a sentence that the shadow of the night, Eris, said after discovering the ruins. He said that there was a powerful sealing power in the ruins, so I was wondering if there was something sealed in the ruins. Could the existence controlling the Tree of Life have originated from the ruins? In the notebook, the discovery of the ruins caused a sensation among the higher-ups of the elves. The elf who recorded it said that even the shadow of the night, Eris, couldn't recognize the origins of the ruins. He only judged them to be very ancient. In the notebook, the ruins were filled with magic and resources, far surpassing other regions. The author of the notebook even wrote, "This is the richest place I've ever seen or heard of. Even the most prosperous region in the elven forest under the protection of Her Holiness the Mother Goddess can't compare to this place." However, the higher-ups of the church didn't publicize this matter. This was because the elves who came to this world hadn't settled down yet. In order to prevent other races, especially the marine races, from coveting it, they treated the ruins as a secret of the church. Wait. Did you say other races? Didn't the humans of this world come to this world with the elves? Xianxia was slightly stunned. Salty Meow shook his head. No, they live in this plane to begin with. The elves are the outsiders. Then they didn't have any other beliefs before? Xianxia asked again. No, I've also looked into this. There's information about this in the library. According to the records, the other land creatures of this world were all ignorant before the arrival of the elves. They only had power but no order. It was the elves who brought civilization and faith, and this seems to be the reason why the shadow elves chose this plane of existence. Salty Meow shook his head and said. After saying that, he added. In addition, some religious books also recorded the disputes among the higher-ups of the church. Some elves, in order to prevent other races from betraying them like in the world of seekers, thought that they should be imprisoned in a barrier to prevent them from growing stronger. More radical ones thought that they should be eliminated. TSK. Eliminated? The Shadow Tribe was much more reckless than the other elven tribes. But in the end, it was left unsettled, right? Xianxia clicked his tongue. Yes. Salty Meow nodded. The Shadow Tribe saw their homeland being destroyed with their own eyes. As the most combative race among the elves, and having participated in the war 1,000 years ago, they hated the other races the most, but after some debate, they ultimately decided to leave the other races behind and nurture them as vassals. They spread the faith of the goddess and used them as the source of faith for the revival of the gods. Because there were too few elves, the faith they provided was not enough to nurture the world tree and awaken the true god. But it was precisely because of this that the elves eventually developed a huge force in this world. After the invasion of marine species, they successfully resisted them. Right, in the historical records I found, the elves also tried to spread their faith among the marine creatures. But it didn't take long before some unforeseen events occurred in this world and it was completely shut down. Then, the faith of the demon god began to spread in the ocean, saying that. Salty Meow looked at everyone. Speaking of which, everyone. Do you know how many creatures in this world believe in the Church of the Mother Goddess? How many? Everyone cast curious gazes. Salty Meow made a 2 gesture. 2 million? Limu raised an eyebrow. However, Salty Meow slowly shook his head. No, it's 20 million. 20 million? Everyone's eyes widened, and they gasped lightly. This number was really a bit exaggerated. However, when they thought of the villages and cities scattered all over the continent during their short flight, they felt that it was only natural. They looked at each other. Who knows how many believers the goddess has now? Even if we include the believers in the Orlos demiplane and the Maple Moon Free Territory, it shouldn't exceed 9 million. The one who was most familiar with the church's affairs said. Heavens! If we take over this plane, won't the goddess take off directly? The optimist sighed. Then we have to subdue it first. Xianxia shook his head. The optimist frowned. This shouldn't be difficult, right? Can't Li Kuei defeat Li Gui? Xianxia spread his hands. Who knows? It's really hard to say. The goddess was wanted just now. The creatures in this world have been brainwashed quite a bit. I think the goddess seems to have some scruples. Let's just follow the plot obediently. The players discussed animatedly. After listening to Salty Meow, Limu was a little curious. Meow meow, how much information did you read in such a short time? So many. I didn't count, but at least a few thousand books. Salty Meow said. The players were speechless. Damn, how did you do it? It's only been half a day. Even if you have reading comprehension, isn't it too exaggerated? Do you know multiple shadow clone technique? Demacia clicked his tongue. Of course, I used magic crystals to hire people to help me find information. I only looked at the key information. The concentration of magic in this world is very low, and magic crystals are very popular. Salty Meow said matter-of-factly. Demacia was speechless. After hearing Salty Meow's words, the players fell silent. Perhaps, this was a big shot. Just as everyone was secretly lamenting that they didn't understand the world of the rich, Limu noticed that Boxed Lunch, who had been silent all this time, frowned slightly. His heart skipped a beat. Boxed Lunch, do you have anything to say? Boxed Lunch hesitated for a moment and nodded slightly. He glanced at Salty Meow and said in a deep voice, "There's only one thing I can't figure out. The system mission told us that the strength of the Tree of Life is only that of a demigod, but in 800 years, with 20 million believers, can't a true god be created?" Boxed Lunchbox's words made the players fall into deep thought. They were also very curious about this question. According to the setting of Elven Nation, the goddess had only been revived in recent years. Then, during the period before the goddess's revival, couldn't the 20 million believers recreate a god of life and nature in 800 years, even if it wasn't the god of life and nature? Couldn't other gods do the trick? Did they have to hang themselves on the world tree if they already controlled faith? Couldn't they subtly change the direction of their faith? Maybe, it's a conflict of faith? Because the elves who are priests live longer, it's difficult to change their faith? Or because the goddess hasn't really fallen, a new true god hasn't been born? The calabash gasped. Who knows? I don't think this is something we should consider. We don't know about true gods, and everyone on the internet is just guessing. Speaking of which, I think the information we've obtained should be enough, right? Can we submit the mission now? Demacia said. The mission the players accepted was to inquire about all kinds of information. The more specific goal was to inquire about the history of this world. According to the information they had obtained, theoretically speaking, the requirements were already met. However, after some thought, Limu looked at Demacia again. Demacia, you said you got the token of the blasphemers. What's going on? Hey, they found out that I'm a non-believer, so they want to pull me into the organization. As long as I bring this token to the tavern they designated, I'll be able to find their informant. Demacia said. After that, he had an idea. Brother Moo, you mean, we should look for this blasphemers organization again, find them, and obtain more information before submitting the mission? Limu nodded slightly. He did have such a plan. However, hearing the conversation between the two, Fengwu frowned. Is there a need to go through so much trouble? Huh? The players looked at her. I mean, is there a need to go through so much trouble? Isn't it obvious that the blasphemers know that the Tree of Life isn't the goddess? Maybe they even worship a statue of the goddess. In that case, can't we just give the token to the goddess and let the goddess descend directly? Hearing Fengwu's words, the players looked at each other. Limu slapped his head. Tisk, you're right. How can it be more efficient for us to find the blasphemers than for the goddess to descend herself? It's getting late. Let's quickly submit the mission and meet up with the goddess. Meeting up? Brother Moo, do you know where the goddess is? Cyber asked curiously. I don't know, but I'll definitely know after I submit the mission. Limu replied. With Limu's suggestion, the gamers quickly reached a consensus. They opened up the mission system and selected to submit the mission in the game interface. After everyone had submitted their quests, the system's soft chime rang in everyone's ears. Everyone received the system notification that their quests had been completed. The generous reward was instantly given to him. However, looking at the tempting contribution points reward, most of the players, other than the optimists, had mixed feelings. There was no other reason. Whenever they thought of the fact that Salty Meow had given out more than double the amount of contribution points, they couldn't help but sigh at the difference between people. At the same time, a new mission appeared in their vision. There were two missions. The first was to meet up with the goddess. The second was to hand over the blasphemer's token to the goddess. The goddess's mission is still simple. If this was a mission given by Alice, we would have to report our findings to her from the beginning to the end before we could receive the reward. Demacia sighed. The other players nodded in agreement. In fact, the reason why Li Mu had gathered everyone was because he was used to the missions given by the NPCs. He was prepared to summarize the information and report it to the goddess. Of course, the players would never know that as the coolie that Eve had pulled over, she could see their every move as long as she was willing. When the players had finished their investigation, Eve already knew about their various findings. Furthermore, because Eve was able to directly investigate each and every one of their experiences, she might know even more. Communication between players was always accompanied by the loss of information, and no one could transmit all their discoveries without any damage. But Eve could receive the information that they had found without missing anything. She could also use her powerful calculation ability to compare and summarize. Looking at the updated coordinates on the small map, Li Mu was invigorated. The goddess's coordinates have appeared. Then, let's go and meet up with the goddess now. The players nodded their heads in agreement. The group paid the bill at the bar and rushed over according to the coordinates on the map. The goddess's coordinates were not very far away. After walking for about 10 minutes, the players found the goddess's figure by the river that crossed New Rivendell. The sun had set in the west, and night had fallen. However, the city was still brightly lit. The night breeze was blowing on both sides of the river. The greenery was good, and many citizens were strolling. Eve stood by the river and quietly looked in the direction of the Tree of Life in the distance. No one passed by within 100 meters of her. Every time someone approached, they would consciously turn around and leave as if they had received some kind of hint. At the same time, they did not feel the slightest bit out of place. The players saw Eve immediately. It could not be helped. Night had fallen, but the goddess was still surrounded by gentle holy light. It was very eye-catching. Of course, the goddess might have used some kind of concealment divine spell because the players noticed that the passers-by did not notice the goddess's figure at all. "My lady goddess, we have completed the mission and returned." Li Mu came behind Eve and replied respectfully. Hearing his words, Eve slowly turned around. "Not bad." There was a hint of approval in his voice. "I already know the cause and effect of the matter. Give me the token." She stretched out her hand slightly. Demacia showed a flattering smile. He happily took out a leaf-shaped badge from his pocket and presented it with both hands. "My lady goddess, I have marked the location of the tavern that those those elves told me. Shall we go now?" he asked with anticipation. Eve shook her head gently. "No need." As she spoke, she put away the token and closed her eyes. The next second, the token emitted a gentle halo. It was very beautiful in the night. Eve slowly opened her eyes. Her purple eyes were calm. "Let's go directly to the main character." Go directly to the main character? The players were all stunned. About 50 kilometers southeast of New Rivendell, in a small town traversed by a stream. As night fell, the townspeople returned home one after another. Lights were lit in the town. It was quiet on the bluestone paved road. Suddenly, a figure with a hood and a cloak appeared under the moonlight. He hurried past and walked to the east of the town. He did not stop until he came to a manor. This was a manor on a small hill overlooking the entire town. It was a little dilapidated. The figure came to the door and gently knocked a few times. "Who is it?" An old voice came from the house. "It's me, Deo," the cloaked figure said. The door was opened from the inside with a creak. An old elf holding an oil lamp looked at the newcomer with cloudy eyes. The newcomer took off his hood. Black hair, black eyes, and pointed ears. This was a shadow elf. "Sir Deo, you're back." A hint of joy flashed in the old elf's eyes. "Yes, something happened in New Rivendell, so I came back early. Let's talk as we walk," the shadow elf said as he entered the house. The old elf looked outside vigilantly and slowly closed the door. There was no light in the house. "Sir Deo, what happened in the city? Did the church start to search again?" the old elf asked. The shadow elf Deo followed the old elf inside and said as they walked. "Yes and no. Today, a strange strong person broke into the forbidden area and killed hundreds of guardian knights. Now the whole city is under martial law, Mother Goddess above." "Hundreds of guardian knights?" The old elf was shocked. Yes, so I came back in a hurry to report this to Master Carrots. Deo said. Who is it? Guardian Knights are at least gold rank, right? And, since it's in the forbidden area, that evil giant tree can even raise their strength to the peak of gold rank, right? The old elf frowned and asked. This is what I wanted to report to Master Carrots. It said that it's an elf with silver hair. It's very likely that he's the legendary Moonlight royalty. Unfortunately, the church is tracking us. I didn't have time to get the portrait, let alone find him. Deo sighed. The two of them walked and talked, and finally came to a secret passage that led underground. They walked in one after the other. The secret passage spiraled down and finally extended into an underground passage. The passage was very long and extended into the distance. Magic lamps were lit on the walls. The two of them continued to talk as they walked in the passage. Moonlight royalty, a light flashed in the old elf's cloudy eyes. They're still alive? If I remember correctly, the Moonlight elves who came to this plane were already sacrificed in that turmoil. Hey, I'm also curious about this, so I came to report to Master Carrots. Deo said. After that, he continued. Also, I met an interesting non-believer today. Red-haired, a rare member of the Flaming Tribe. I can feel his hostility towards the evil tree. Perhaps he can become our partner. I've already given him the token for communication in our city. That's great. We have fewer and fewer comrades now. It's time to replenish new blood. The old elf said happily. The two of them continued to move forward in the empty underground. About 2 minutes later, they arrived in front of a stone door. I'll go and report. Please wait here for a moment. The old elf said. Deo nodded. After that, the old elf pushed the door open and entered, leaving Deo behind. After 2 minutes, he reopened the stone door from the inside. Lord Deo, Master Carrots is waiting for you in the prayer room. Please go in. Hearing the old elf's words, Deo was delighted and hurried in. The place behind the stone door was very large, like a small square. Many hooded figures could be seen busying themselves. Under the guidance of the old elf, Deo quickly stopped in front of a stone room. Master Carrots, Lord Deo is here. He said respectfully. Come in. A majestic voice came from the stone room. Deo held his breath and walked in. The stone room was not big, only about 10 square meters. In the center of the room, there was an altar, and a beautiful statue was enshrined on the altar. It was a statue of a goddess with silver hair and purple eyes. It was extremely beautiful. In front of the statue, there was a shadow elf in a black robe who looked like a human male in his 30s or 40s. He was praying with his eyes closed. His appearance was handsome and majestic. A hideous scar ran across his right eye, making him look a little more fierce. However, the pious and quiet expression when he prayed in front of the statue made him feel a different kind of tenderness. Seeing this figure, Deo's posture immediately became respectful. Everything about him slowly appeared in his mind. Carrot's shadow, he was the leader of the Blasphemers' Alliance, the spiritual leader of everyone. He was the youngest elf to break through to the legendary rank in the history of the Shadow Tribe. In the Millennium War, he once fought against 5 legendary powerhouses alone. He was praised by the former patriarch of the Shadow Tribe as the genius with the greatest potential in the entire tribe in 10,000 years. At the same time, he was also the disciple that the Shadow of the Night, Lord Eris, valued the most and was personally taught as his successor. Carrots, who was praying in front of the statue, slowly opened his eyes when he heard Deo enter the room. Mother Goddess. May you guide me to the true light, Deo heard Carrots murmur softly. His voice was hoarse and low, but at the same time, it carried a firm will. Then, the legendary elf slowly got up and turned around under Deo's nervous gaze. Lord Carrots, Deo hurriedly bowed respectfully. No need to be so formal. Carrots gently waved his hand. Then, he smiled gently and said in a deep voice, Deo, I heard from Old Cole that something unexpected happened in the city? Deo's expression turned solemn. That's right, Lord Carrots. As he spoke, he repeated what he had just said to the old elf in more detail. A silver-haired elf? Moonlight tribe? And powerful? Are you sure? Carrots frowned slightly. Yes, when I left, the entire city was chasing after me. There's no doubt about it. Deo replied. Impossible. Carrots slowly shook his head. As he spoke, he strode out of the prayer room, and Deo hurriedly followed. When they came to the underground hall outside the prayer room, Carrot's gaze paused on the busy members of the organization and said, "When my teacher and I led our people to this world, there were only 5 members of the Moonlight tribe who came with our Dark Shadow tribe. 2 of them died before we set foot on the continent, and the remaining 3 died in the hands of the evil tree in the battle 850 years ago. The 5 of them did not leave behind any descendants in this world." Hearing Carrot's words, Deo was slightly taken aback, then subconsciously asked, "Then, Lord Carrots, could it be a mixed-blood half-elf? You know, some humans have silver hair, and, if it's a first-generation mixed blood, sometimes it doesn't look too different from a pure-blood elf. That's even more impossible." Carrots shook his head. To be able to deal with hundreds of guardian knights, the other party's strength must have broken through to the legendary rank. Do you think that anyone in this world can break through to the legendary rank? Deo was slightly taken aback. Then, he fell into silence. Lord Carrots was right. In this world, no one had ever broken through to the legendary level. If it was more than 800 years ago, it might have been possible. According to the ancient records, when the martyrs first came to this world, the concentration of magic in this world was still relatively abundant. Even His Holiness Eris himself said that the energy level of this world was very high, enough to breed a demigod. At that time, Lord Carrots was the existence that the entire race looked forward to the most. Everyone believed that as long as he was given time, he would step into the demigod rank sooner or later. But ever since the church awakened that evil giant tree more than 800 years ago, everything had changed. Apart from that mysterious ruin, the mana density of the entire world was decreasing. Let alone legendary, even breaking through to gold was becoming increasingly difficult. Now, even the entire organization's high-end combat power was lacking because of this. It could be said that Carrots was the only one supporting the organization. On the contrary, the power of the evil tree was getting stronger and stronger, to the point that it could directly transform a gifted professional into a gold-ranked guardian knight. But the city is so chaotic, it can't be fake, right? Could it be a lie specially made up by the church? Deo said with a frown. It's not a lie. Although the church has been controlled by the evil tree, they wouldn't make up such outrageous news. Carrots shook his head and said. Then what do you mean? Hearing his words, Deo became more and more at a loss. Carrots' gaze suddenly became deep and serene. What I mean is, it's absolutely impossible for a compatriot of the Moonlight royalty to exist in this world. Unless, the other party is from the outside world. The outside world? Deo's eyes widened. There was some doubt in his gaze. But didn't you say that this world was completely sealed when the evil tree awakened? Even you can't open a path to the outside world. Carrots sighed slightly. Yes, I did say that. Not only that, after this world was completely sealed, I'm afraid that even Teacher's power can't open a path to the outside world. Back then, Teacher chose this Mindle plane because he discovered that the sealing power contained in this plane could conceal our tracks. But no one thought that the sealing power of this world was stronger than we thought. But if the other party is really from the outside world, doesn't that mean that there's already a path to the outside world somewhere in this world? Deo asked again. That's one possibility. Carrots nodded. Then, his gaze flickered. Another possibility is that the other party was sent in by the evil god of the sea. The evil god of the sea. Deo's expression gradually became serious. The enemy of the Blasphemers' alliance was not only the evil giant tree that controlled the church, but also the evil god of the abyss that the sea creatures believed in. No one knew how the evil god of the abyss that preached among the sea creatures discovered this world, but ever since his power penetrated this world, everything changed. The war in the Mindle world seemed to be a war between the land creatures led by the elves and the sea creatures that believed in evil gods, but in fact, Deo knew that it was a war between the evil giant tree that controlled the church and the evil god of the abyss that controlled the sea. The elves and many other races were just tools for their struggle. everyone below the level of a true god was an ant. Deo had heard Carrots say this more than once. Now, a certain balance could still be maintained, and the elves and other races could still survive. But Deo knew that when the two mythical beings emerged victorious, it would probably be the time when the entire shadow race and its affiliated races would face a true disaster. This was the apocalyptic theory that the Blasphemers' Alliance talked about. Sent in by the evil god of the sea. Could it be that there are elves who will fall and become believers of evil gods? Deo said with difficulty. What's impossible? Carrots sneered. Then, he sighed faintly. If the church can be bewitched and controlled by the evil tree, I wouldn't be surprised if there are elves who fall and become believers of the evil god of the abyss. Hearing Carrots' words, Deo's expression became more solemn. Looking at his conflicted look, Carrots smiled again and said, "Of course, there's no way that we can let someone from the outside world come in. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that it's a moonlight elf who has reached the legendary realm. Perhaps she's an old friend of mine. If that's the case, we might have another powerful ally and even find another way to the outside world." Almost impossible, Deo thought in his heart. Although he was only over 300 years old, he had read all kinds of books recorded by the organization. He knew that after the War of the Gods 1,000 years ago, the entire elven race was cursed, and only the elves who came to this world could escape this calamity. The outside world. The elves in the outside world might be worse off than the elves in the Mindel Plain. The situation that Lord Carrots mentioned was too hopeless. But no matter what, since such a mysterious powerhouse has appeared, then we should make contact. Carrots' expression became solemn as he spoke again. Even if, the hope is very slim. His gaze was firm. Deo listened and nodded solemnly. I understand. I'll arrange for people to secretly search for the other party's whereabouts. Do it as soon as possible. Make contact with the other party before I enter the ruins. Carrots urged. Enter the ruins? Deo's eyes widened. He looked at Carrots with hesitation. Lord, are you really going to take that step? We can't delay any longer. The power of the evil tree is getting stronger and stronger. Carrots shook his head. His expression became more solemn. Only a myth can fight against a myth. I have to become a demigod to be able to fight against him. If his identity is really as my teacher and I guessed, perhaps after entering the ruins, we can find the opportunity to take back the mother goddess's body and even control this world. If I can succeed, not to mention the evil tree, even the evil sea god will no longer be a threat. As he spoke, he looked at Deo again and smiled. Of course, if I fail, I'll have to trouble you to lead the organization and continue to lurk. Deo, I have high hopes for you. If that day really comes, please allow me to apologize, Lord Keynes. Deo's gaze was full of worry. Hey, don't look at me like that, as if I'll definitely fail. Who am I? I'm recognized by several highnesses as the strongest genius of the Dark Shadow tribe in 10,000 years. Carrots sneered at Deo's conflicted look. Alright, go arrange for people to investigate. Inform me immediately if there's any news. He said. I understand. Deo bowed respectfully. However, at this moment, the entire underground space suddenly trembled slightly and violently. Soon, the old elf's figure appeared at the entrance of the passage. There were some bloodstains on his body and his expression was urgent. Lord Carrots. Our position has been exposed. The Guardian Knights have already surrounded the manor above ground. Exposed? Deo was slightly startled, then his eyes widened. How can this be? I've clearly concealed my whereabouts. There shouldn't be anyone following me. No, it's not your problem, Lord Deo. It's our other member who has been captured. I'm afraid his soul was devoured by the evil tree, thus exposing our position. The old elf shook his head. How many of them are there? Carrots asked calmly. A god's chosen, at least 30 guardian knights, and an entire army of demon hunters belonging to the church. The total number of people is probably more than 500. The old elf said. God's chosen. Carrots' gaze turned serious. God's chosen could borrow the power of the gods. If there was anyone in this world who could fight against him, it would be the gods chosen of the evil tree. Cole, inform everyone to evacuate immediately. We'll leave through the backup passage. Deo, remember to bring the statue of Her Holiness the Mother Goddess. Carrots ordered without hesitation. Following his command, the members of the blasphemers immediately took action. Deo prayed a few words to the statue of the god, then decisively carried it on his back. The entire underground stronghold had more than 300 members, and under Carrot's lead, they walked towards a secret passage. The secret passage meandered, leading to a forest on the surface. The members of the Blasphemers' Alliance concealed themselves, and quietly retreated under Carrot's lead. At this moment, on the hillside of the distant town, the manor was already submerged in flames. The night was very bright. However, before the members of the Blasphemers' Alliance could breathe a sigh of relief, there was a rustling sound in the grass around the forest, and a group of fully armed warriors appeared. There were elves, half-elves, humans, and other races. Under the lead of more than 10 guardian knights in silver armor, they surrounded the group. "Betrayer Carrots, we meet again." One of the tall guardian knights stood out, expressionless. There was a faint halo on his body, which was the sign of the gods chosen. A knight chosen, Carrot's eyes turned serious. "A mere god's chosen of a false god wants to keep me here?" He sneered. The Knight of God, on the other hand, said with a straight face, "I've never thought of keeping you here. We just need to keep as many of you blasphemers as possible." Carrot's expression turned gloomy. This was what he was most worried about. As an existence at the peak of the legendary realm, he was not afraid of these poor creatures who had been brainwashed by the evil tree and forcibly increased their strength. However, he was not afraid, but the members of the organization behind him were not. The control of the church was getting stronger, and the members of the Blasphemers' Alliance were getting fewer and fewer. Now, every member was precious to the Blasphemers' Alliance. Every encirclement was a heavy blow to the organization, and it would take a long time for them to recover. "I'll hold them back. Everyone, split up and break out," Carrot said in a deep voice. With that, he roared, and his body flashed with silver light as he rushed toward the guardian knights. The knight chosen looked serious as if he was facing a great enemy. The two sides immediately engaged in battle. The members of the Blasphemers' Alliance drew their weapons and broke out in all directions. The battle had completely erupted. Deo rushed to the front with the statue on his back. As a rare gold professional in the organization, he raised his longsword and rushed toward the guardian knights with his companions. "Stop him. He's carrying the false god statue on his back. That's the greatest blasphemy to the Mother Goddess." The Knight Chosen ordered the others as he led a dozen guardian knights to besiege Carrots. Following his order, 4 or 5 guardian knights instantly rushed towards Deo. For a moment, the pressure on Deo increased greatly. It didn't take long for wounds to appear all over his body. The guardian knights swarmed forward. Deo forced a few of them away with his sword. However, in the next second, he suddenly felt a pain in his chest and could not help but stagger. Even the statue on his back fell to the ground. On the right, a guardian knight put away the elven longsword in his hand. Deo lowered his head and saw that there was a hideous wound on his body. Blood was constantly gushing out. He felt that the power in his body had begun to fade rapidly. The guardian knights rushed forward again. Deo barely managed to block the sword and was already out of strength. "It's over." Looking at the longsword coming at him, such a thought flashed through Deo's mind. However, just as the sword was about to pierce him, Deo heard a loud shout. "Demacia!" Immediately after, a red-haired elf with a holy golden light all over his body rushed forward. He was dressed in gorgeous equipment and looked like a humanoid magic beast. He waved his greatsword and knocked several guardian knights away. Seeing the other party's appearance, he was slightly dazed. That was the Inferno elf he met in New Rivendell. In the next moment, several figures appeared on the battlefield. They were all blooming with golden light and had a powerful aura. That was the light of the chosen. 10 golden figures appeared on the battlefield, like 10 golden suns in the darkness. That holy light and powerful power made them the focus of the battlefield from the moment they appeared. Even Carrots, who was sweeping away the guardian knights, was distracted for a moment. God's favored, feeling the familiar power, he widened his eyes. The legendary elf who never lost her composure even in the most critical moment, lost it for the first time at this moment. 10 golden silhouettes rushed into the battlefield as if there was no one there. The siege of the guardian knights and demon hunters was suddenly torn apart. Those members of the blasphemers who were in danger under their attack were rescued one after another. Who is it? How dare you stop the church's cleanup work? The God's favorite of the Mother Church shouted. But as soon as he shouted, he froze on the spot. He found that he had lost control of his body. He looked down and saw that vines had wrapped around his body at some point in time. They had a strange power and were restraining his power. Not only that, he felt that the power of God's favorite in his body was rapidly being absorbed by the other party, and his consciousness was quickly blurring. In the last second of his consciousness, he saw the plants that began to grow wildly all over the forest, and the countless golden photons that were flying in the forest. Gradually, he lost consciousness. Carrots had already stopped attacking. Looking at everything that happened on the battlefield, his heart was full of shock. Light. That was countless flying light. It was like falling snowflakes, but more dreamy than snowflakes. They constantly fluttered and spun on the battlefield. Wherever they passed, flowers bloomed and trees bloomed. And when they poured into the bodies of the injured members, they were shocked to find that their injuries were quickly disappearing. Soon, even the scars could not be seen. Not only that, everyone was pleasantly surprised to find that with the influx of photons, the magic power in their body was constantly increasing. Their strength was also increasing visibly, and even their spirit was renewed, as if it had been transformed. What is this? Looking at the golden photons flying freely around him, the blasphemer's eyes were a little blank. The battle was over. As far as the eye could see, the guardian knights and demon hunters who besieged them had been entangled by vines. They had lost consciousness. Only the slight rise and fall of their breathing proved that they were still alive. Divine power of life, this is the true divine power of life. Carrots said excitedly as she looked at the radiance dancing in the sky. As if he had thought of something, he hurriedly searched for the statue of the Mother Goddess on the battlefield. When he saw the member of the organization who was holding the glowing statue with a stunned and bewildered expression, his excitement quickly turned into surprise. Amidst the surprise, there was also some disbelief. The statue was glowing. The statue that he had brought from the world of seekers to the Mindel Plain 1,000 years ago was glowing. Clang! The weapon in Carrot's hand fell to the ground. He trembled slightly and looked at the statue with shock and excitement. This is, his voice became incoherent. Then, the blasphemer saw 10 elves suddenly appear on the battlefield and stand on both sides. They knelt on one knee, and their bodies were covered in holy radiance. Then, the wild plants in the forest suddenly bent slightly and lowered their branches in the same direction. It looked as if they were worshipping. Seeing this scene, Carrot's expression became even more excited. Vaguely, he had thought of something in his heart. However, that thought was too dreamy, so dreamy that it was unreal. It was so dreamy that he was afraid that the scene in front of him was just an illusion. Miracle, this is a miracle. Looking at the scene of all things worshipping, the old elf Cole said excitedly. The next moment, a soft and ethereal hymn slowly sounded. Behind the elven god's chosen one who was kneeling on one knee, the plants stretched out on their own accord and opened up a path paved with light. A beautiful figure shrouded in holy light slowly walked and appeared in the blasphemer's vision. It was an elf with silver hair and purple eyes wearing a silver skirt armor. Her gaze was gentle and had a strange power that could calm people's hearts. Seeing her appearance, Carrots finally lost his composure completely. His vision was slightly blurred, and the image in his vision slowly overlapped with a certain figure in his distant memory. It was a figure that he had seen with his own eyes in the era when true gods walked on the ground. It was an existence that he had followed his teacher and served at close range when he was still in the world of seekers. The blasphemers were also stunned. As devout believers who prayed to the statue of Mother Goddess every day, they were very familiar with the figure that appeared in front of them. The great world tree, mother of all gods, ruler of life and nature, protector of elves, Her Holiness Xianxia. Carrots trembled slightly and then knelt on one knee. His voice was trembling and excited. Mother Goddess. Her Holiness Mother Goddess, is it you who has returned? He trembled as he said the title that floated in everyone's heart. Then, accompanied by the clanging of weapons on the ground, the blasphemers knelt down one after another. Looking at the elves and half-elves who were kneeling in front of her, Eve sighed softly. "Rise, children. I'm here to take everyone home." The bright yellow flames crackled on the firewood. The blasphemers who had successfully evacuated sat around the bonfire and were very quiet. Their gazes fell uniformly on the two figures beside the lake in the distance, and their expressions were still filled with excitement. Of course, if there were not a few elves with gorgeous equipment beside the bonfire whispering to each other and even striking up a conversation with the blasphemers, the scene would be even more solemn. Beside the lake, Carrots looked somewhat cautiously at the existence in front of him, and he still felt that it was somewhat unreal. At this moment, this legendary elf who was more than 1,300 years old looked like a nervous child. The sudden appearance of the elven gods chosen and the sudden arrival of Her Holiness Mother Goddess, although he had been fantasizing about the return of Mother Goddess for countless days and nights, he did not expect that it would finally unfold in front of him in such a manner. Surprise, of course. Doubts, there were also many. However, one thing was certain, and that was that the one standing in front of him was indeed the genuine Her Holiness Mother Goddess. There was no mistake about her divine power, her aura, that familiar smile, and even her gentle attitude towards believers could not be wrong. Of course, he knew that it was only Mother Goddess's incarnation that had come here. But since the incarnation had appeared, it could only mean one thing. That was, Mother Goddess had awakened. Which race had successfully awakened Mother Goddess? Was the world of seekers already safe? Carrot's heart was filled with curiosity. Noticing his perturbed gaze, Eve smiled slightly, as if she had seen through his thoughts. "I've secretly awakened 5 years ago, and the world of seekers is no longer in danger. This time, I came to this world on purpose, but also by chance." With that said, she became slightly solemn and warmly said, "Carrots, tell me everything you know about this world." Hearing Eve's words, Carrots bowed respectfully. "As you command, Her Holiness the Great Mother Goddess." The bright moonlight shone down, casting a silver glow on the sparkling surface of the lake. The evening wind by the lake was blowing gently, and it was very cool. The leaves of the forest by the shore rustled in the wind, and together with the chirping of the insects in the grass, they formed a symphony of summer. Specks of light danced in the darkness, and they were fireflies one after another. Eve gently stretched out her hand, and the fireflies obediently landed on her fingertips, then slowly danced and circled around her. She retracted her gaze from the lake and recalled the information that Carrots had just told her. Combining the information obtained from Carrots and Eve's own speculations, Eve gradually integrated the experience of the Minder world over the past 1,000 years. Just as the players had guessed, there was indeed another existence behind the evil gods controlling them. It was not Leviathan, but an ancient existence sealed in this world. Back to 1,000 years ago. After the 1,000-year War of the Gods, Shadow of the Night Heiress discovered this world with a strange sealing power that could conceal one's aura. He led the Shadow tribe and some elves of other tribes here. They brought a branch of the World Tree with them, intending to cultivate the World Tree here and revive Mother Goddess. After arriving in this world, they quickly discovered an ancient ruin that contained a shocking amount of mana and various resources. Then, the upper echelons of the church decided to use the resources in the ruin to revive Mother Goddess. However, no one would have thought that the ruin was not an ordinary ruin, but a seal. In fact, the entire world of Mindel was a place dedicated to sealing the ruins, or more accurately, sealing the ancient existence within the ruins. When using the ruin to revive the World Tree, the elves attracted the attention of the sealed existence. The other party used the elves' actions to gradually infect the branches of the World Tree, and then controlled some of the upper echelons of the church. And when the World Tree was finally revived, he finally controlled the entire church. Only Carrots and some of the upper echelons of the church who were conscious managed to escape under the delay of Shadow of the Night Heiress. That's right, Heiress was not harmed by Carrots, but was framed by the sealed existence. However, even Carrots couldn't say for sure whether Shadow of the Night Heiress was still alive or dead. This was because all the information about this demigod of the Dark Shadow race was released by the controlled church itself. The sealed existence completely controlled the Druidic order. Then, he changed the name to the Church of Mother Goddess, changed the church's holy emblem, and destroyed all the statues of the goddess, erasing the image of the goddess. At the same time, the demon god Leviathan's tentacles also extended into this world. Abyss myths began to develop believers in this world. As for the ancient existence in the ruin, after controlling the Tree of Life, he quickly relied on the uniqueness of the Tree of Life to come into contact with the origin of this world. Then, as if some sealing mechanism of the world had been triggered, the entire Minder world was completely closed off. Later on, the mysterious ancient existence used the Tree of Life to steal faith and devour souls. At the same time, it relied on the origin of the world to continuously absorb the power of the world. As a result, the concentration of magic in the entire world kept decreasing. Obviously, he was accumulating strength in preparation to break the seal. On the other hand, after Leviathan developed believers, he kept sending out armies and even used the Faith Network to descend demons to fight against him. He was also scheming something in this world, or rather, there was something in this world that he desired. 800 years had passed, and the concentration of magic in this world kept decreasing. The battle between the sealed existence and Leviathan was still undecided. But the new image of the world tree was more and more deeply rooted in people's hearts. Feeling the increasing power of the sealed existence, as well as the increasingly difficult belief of his compatriots, Carrots decided to take advantage of the opening of the ruin this time to enter the ruin and use the magic and laws there to become a demigod. Then, he would do his best to take back the Tree of Life. And at this time, Eve was pulled in by Leviathan. Thinking of this, Eve could roughly guess why Leviathan wanted to seal her in this world. She could not say that it was a seal. The seal of this world was not done by him at all. He just happened to be able to project his power into this world through his believers. And his purpose was probably to use her hand to kill the sealed existence behind the Tree of Life. After all, her identity was a true god of elves. No matter from which angle she looked at it, when she knew what had happened in this world, the most likely choice was to seize the body of the world tree and awaken the mother goddess. Of course, this process was likely to be accompanied by sacrifices, because the two priesthoods of life and nature were in her hands. If she were a true god of elves, this would inevitably be accompanied by choices. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Perhaps, this was Leviathan's plan to pull her into this world. However, after knowing the uniqueness of the mysterious ruin, Eve had some expectations in her heart. She had a premonition that the opportunity for her to become a great divine power was coming. Through the communication with Carrots, in addition to the various information obtained by the players, and Eve's personal perception of the power of this world, she already had a clearer understanding of this world. The energy level and magic concentration of a subsidiary half-plane could not possibly exceed that of the main plane, so the relic was definitely not a half-plane attached to the Mindel world, but a part of this world. If Eve's judgment was correct, the mysterious relic was probably the core of this world. The seal of the entire world was also carried out around the relic. Before understanding the foundation of this world, Eve was still uncertain. But when Carrots told Eve everything she knew, she finally confirmed something. In the inheritance of the world tree, there was mention of a sealed plane similar to the Mindel world. It was said that this sealed plane originated from the hands of the ancient gods. It gathered the power of the entire world to seal some powerful mythical beings. The more complete the laws of the world were, the higher the energy level of the world, and the stronger the seal. On the contrary, the simpler the laws of the world, the weaker the magic and energy level, and the weaker the seal. And to control this sealed plane, one had to enter the core of the seal, which was the ancient relic. The being that was sealed was located there, and the origin of the entire Mindel world was very likely to be there as well. If Eve could find the core of the seal in the relic and take control of the entire seal before the being that was sealed escaped, she would have a chance to control this plane world, and if she controlled this plane world, Eve would have a chance to use the powerful seal left behind by the ancient gods to create a chance for herself to become more powerful. This was a very rare opportunity. The energy waves produced when a true god was promoted to a great divine power were very strong and would cause great pressure on the plane. In the entire universe, it was more eye-catching than a light in the darkness. For an ordinary plane world, no matter how complete the laws of the world were, no matter how high the original energy level was, it could not be compared to the seekers of the origin plane that could accommodate powerful or even great divine powers. In other words, if she was promoted to become more powerful in an ordinary plane world, the entire world might not be able to withstand the turbulence caused by Eve's promotion, the worst result would be a collapse. Even if it was better, it would still be severely damaged. Not to mention the exposure of her identity during the promotion. However, this sealed world was different. In Eve's judgment, the existence that gathered the power of the entire world to seal was very likely to be a powerful true god. Furthermore, judging from the age, there was an 80 to 90% chance that it was an ancient god. To be able to seal such an existence and rely on the power of the seal itself, it could also protect the origin of the entire world when Eve ascended to a powerful level. At the same time, it could also help conceal the fluctuations of Eve's ascension. Of course, all of this required Eve to be able to control the seal of this world. During this process, Eve didn't only have to face the mysterious existence in the seal, but also Leviathan, who was secretly observing this world. He probably put himself in this world because he thought that with his own strength, he would not be able to compete with the sealed existence. However, Leviathan had misjudged one thing. That was Eve's true identity. The world tree, the sealed existence, could rely on a branch of the world tree to cut into the tree of life to come into contact with the origin of this world, absorbing the power of this world and constantly weakening the seal. Then, when the real world tree came into contact with the origin of this world, what would happen? The answer was something to look forward to. It could be said that Eve only needed an opportunity to release the seal's power to suppress the reversal gate and project her body into the ruins. Thinking of this, Eve turned her head and looked at the legendary elf warrior who was standing respectfully behind her. "Carrots. Your Holiness, please speak," the elf warrior said with a fanatical expression. "I need you to enter the ruins and call out my true name," Eve said. Carrot's expression became serious. He didn't ask for the reason, but simply bowed his head. "As you command, Your Holiness, the Great Mother Goddess." The passage to the ruins would open in 3 days, and the entrance was located below the Tree of Life. The other party had already remembered Eve's aura. If Eve went directly, the other party would probably decisively close the passage. But Carrots was different. Even if the other party also remembered his aura and knew that he had met with him, his guard would not be too strong. He was just a believer and would not be taken seriously at all. According to Carrots, every time the ruins opened, members of the blasphemers would enter with hidden identities. It was just that very few of them came back. They could enter the ruins, but what happened after entering was not up to them. But this was enough. In this case, according to Carrots' plan, he had a chance to sneak in. And at that time, Eve could use the Faith Network to locate him and use the reversal gate to open the passage. Although the power of this true god artifact was suppressed now, it could still ignore space restrictions at a distance of 100 kilometers. Of course, Carrots alone might not be safe enough. With this thought, Eve looked at the players who were chatting with the members of the blasphemers in the distance. Just as she was communicating with Carrots, these players were also mingling with the elves and half-elves. Now, they had become the main characters of the crowd and were enthusiastically introducing the world of Seekers to them. Especially Demacia and Chewbacca. Eve listened to a few sentences. They were talking about the 100,000 troops going out to flatten the human Maple Leaf territory and occupy Maple Leaf City. On the other side, Cyber was talking to a few elves about the return of the Frost Elves and described the coastal city of Milovia as if it was a paradise. The elves and half-elves of the Blasphemers' Alliance listened carefully with strong yearning in their eyes and exclaimed from time to time. The members of the Blasphemers were called blasphemers, but they were all devout believers who firmly believed that the Tree of Life was fake and still retained their faith in Eve. When Eve connected to the statue they worshipped, she naturally opened their faith network and accepted their faith. Now, they also had their own light of faith in Eve's God's kingdom. And naturally, Eve also gave them the ability of the game system. At this moment, in the game system, their favorability toward the players was slowly increasing. In other words, these players seemed to be introducing the world of Seekers, but in fact, they were all licking the new NPCs. There were many ways to lick. Sometimes, it was not just to please others and make them feel respect and worship you. This was also a different kind of licking. This was the best way to deal with believers they had met for the first time. If Carrots was not waiting behind her and her aura was too strong, they would have swarmed up to lick this legendary warrior. After all, a legendary plus fanatic was a proper purple NPC in Eve's game system. Of course, if it were carrots, the players would probably be really glancing at the chosen ones who. We're getting more and more excited, Eve said to Carrots, take them with you. Bring them along and let them enter the relic with you. After hearing her words, Carrots' expression was a little surprised. But soon, he bowed his head respectfully again. Yes, your divine decree. While Eve gave the order to Carrots, a new system mission appeared in front of every player. F***CK. The mission is here. They suddenly jumped up from the ground. 3 days passed quickly. The members of the blasphemers were arranged by Carrots to hide in the new stronghold, and he followed Eve to the new Rivendell with the other players. The city was more lively than a few days ago. There were lanterns and streamers everywhere to celebrate the celebration. There were more guards patrolling the streets, and there were even many guardian knights. The residents of the city lined up in a parade and paraded through the streets. Eve roughly observed that the festival they celebrated was Easter. More than 800 years ago today was the day Mother Goddess was revived. It's so sad. Everyone doesn't know who they are celebrating for. Looking at the parade, Carrots lamented with a complicated gaze. However, when he noticed Eve's calm gaze, he quickly relaxed his mind. The group did not stay in the city for too long. They passed through the main city and came to the area closest to the Tree of Life. At this moment, looking at the Tree of Life on the hillside, they could see a large number of church guards and guardian knights patrolling under the Tree of Life. On the hillside, there were many figures. They were professionals from various races. They were all candidates to participate in the Guardian Knight selection. As long as you have the power above the upper level of Black Iron, you can receive the badge to enter the ruins. Carrots explained to the players. Let's go and sign up. They won't stop us. After that, he led 10 players to the registration area for the selection. They had changed their appearances. It was a magic cast by Eve herself. Other than the existence that controlled the Tree of Life, no one could see through it. Remember, after entering the ruins, we must gather as soon as possible. Our disguise can't escape the eyes of the evil god. She won't stop us from entering the ruins, but once we enter, I'm afraid we will encounter a strong enemy. Don't immediately call the name of Mother Goddess after entering the ruins. Wait until we descend to the ground, leave the central area controlled by the evil tree and find a safe place. Otherwise, we may be forcefully sent out of the ruins before we succeed in calling. Carrots warned. Hearing his words, the players also put away their excited expressions and became solemn. The registration went smoothly. Everyone, including Carrots, received the badge to enter the ruins and joined the group of applicants under the guidance of the church priest. Eve stayed in the distance and also concealed her breath. While looking at the Tree of Life on the hillside, she was distracted by the player's vision. Through the perception of the players, he could detect traces of divine power in the badge. It was not only a token but also a monitoring tool to locate the applicants. As time passed, more and more professionals gathered on the hillside. As far as the eye could see, there were already more than 1,000 people. The sun surrounded by golden runes had risen to the highest point in the sky and formed a line with the Tree of Life on the ground. Accompanied by the melodious sound of the bell, the Tree of Life on the hillside suddenly bloomed with a faint light. An ancient breath of vicissitude spread. On the hillside, the space began to distort, and a vortex-like space passage slowly appeared. The passage continued to expand and expand. Soon, it expanded to a radius of a few hundred meters. Under the faint halo, the scene in the passage couldn't be seen clearly. Only the lake-like space mirror could be seen. The ruins have been opened. The selection begins. Praise the great Mother Goddess. At the bottom of the passage, the chief priest of the church dressed in splendid attire said enthusiastically. Following his command, the registrants rushed into the swirling portal like a tide. Carrots and the players were also among them as they entered the vortex. Cyber rushed to the front. As a hunter player who specialized in ranger, speed was his strength. The background music of the game gradually became more passionate. With a leap, he jumped into the door of light. A familiar feeling of dizziness came, and his vision immediately turned white. The discomfort of traveling through space lasted for about a few seconds. When his vision returned to normal, Cyber found himself still on the hillside. The surroundings were still the same as before, as if nothing had happened. Even the city in the distance had not changed. However, this thought only existed for a moment. Before he could react, he suddenly flew up into the sky as if he was attracted by some mysterious force. Around him, there were also a large number of participants. Like Cyber, they also seemed to be attracted by some force and flew straight up into the sky. Their flying speed became faster and faster, and the sound of the wind could be heard. At the same time, Cyber noticed that the gravity of the world seemed to have changed. It was no longer downward, but toward the sky. This kind of feeling was very uncomfortable, as if they were free-falling head first. However, when Cyber subconsciously looked up at the sky, he was slightly startled. The sky was no longer the sky. Instead, it became a vast expanse of land. Cyber was stunned. He looked down and found that there was also land below him. He could clearly see the tree of life on the hillside and the nearby city. One above and one below, the two worlds were combined in a strange way, like a mirror image. To the world below, they were rising. As for the world of ruins above them, they were in a free fall. At this moment, the badges on the chests of all the participants gradually emitted a gentle glow. The faint glow enveloped them, and their falling speed gradually slowed down. Moving his body and adjusting the orientation of his head and feet, Cyber finally got used to the upside-down change. Under the magical effect of the badge, he was like a falling leaf, slowly falling towards the vast world of ruins below. That's right, the world of ruins. Looking at the endless land below, Cyber thought that it was no different from a brand new world. Let's call it the land for now. Looking down, the entire world was shrouded in a layer of thick fog, making it difficult to see clearly. However, he could see huge rocks that were erected, breaking through the thick fog. They circled around in circles, arranged in a pattern that implied a pattern, like a magical array that covered the entire world. Looking from the sky, these huge rocks seemed very small. However, as he continued to fall, the huge rocks became bigger in his field of vision. As they got closer, Cyber realized that each of the boulders was probably huge, and each of them was probably as big as a mountain. Gradually, as he fell, Cyber's surroundings began to be filled with a faint fog. No. That was not an ordinary fog. That was the magic fog that was formed by the active magic power. In the game system's perception, he found that the magic power density indicator was climbing rapidly. At the same time, Cyber felt that every breath he took was like eating a magic fruit that replenished his magic power. A large amount of magic power entered his body. The magic power that was used to maintain the concealment spell was quickly replenished. Not only that, Cyber felt that the magic power in his body was still increasing rapidly. It improved his physique and expanded his magic pool. This phenomenon that could only be seen after using a rare top-notch meditation technique to train day and night, at this moment, it was changing at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. If it wasn't for the fact that the level cap was only level 60, Cyber believed that he would have broken through to the upper silver rank in an instant. Looking at the changes in his status bar and his field of vision, Cyber's heart was filled with joy. However, at this moment, he suddenly heard a long cry from afar. That sound was very ethereal, as if it came from ancient times, giving off a feeling of vicissitudes. At the next moment, Cyber felt a huge shadow looming over him. He raised his head vigilantly, and instantly widened his eyes. Above his head, an illusory huge beast was slowly wandering in the fog. It was an enormous creature that looked like a whale. Its body was somewhat illusory. In front of it, Cyber was as small as an ant. Sensing the terrifying aura of the other party, he held his breath and did not dare to make any movements. However, the illusory giant whale did not seem to be interested in him, nor in the whereabouts of the others. It swam slowly in the fog and soon swam into the distance. The whale cry that sounded like it came from the world of the dead gradually faded away, and Cyber heaved a sigh of relief. But in the next moment, his gaze was quickly attracted by something new. Tens of thousands of illusory flying fishes swam past him and quickly enveloped him. The scene was spectacular. They were flying fishes that were only about 10 centimeters in size. Their appearance was no different from the fishes that lived in schools in Cyber's knowledge, but they looked as illusory as whales. Cyber thought that what he saw was an illusion, but when he reached out his hand, he was surprised to find that he could actually touch these flying fish. However, his actions frightened these illusory creatures, and they quickly swam away. As the school of fish left, Cyber got even closer to the ground. The surrounding fog was also getting thicker. Looking at the changes in his surroundings, his expression quickly changed from surprise to shock. He came to a world of the ocean. Schools of fishes were flying in the air. There were many kinds of fishes, and he could even see transparent jellyfish, as well as other strange-looking sea creatures. For a moment, Cyber even thought that he had come to the bottom of the continental shelf. However, he could breathe normally here, and he could not feel the existence of water here. There was only the magic that was so dense that it formed fog. At the same time, these sea creatures had a common characteristic. Their bodies were illusory, making people feel as if they were in a dream. However, the occasional touch proved that this was definitely not a dream. Cyber continued to descend, and the world below gradually became clearer. The fog no longer blocked his vision, and what entered Cyber's eyes was a scene that resembled an underwater world. A strange light projected a path of light in the faint fog, just like the rays of light in the ocean. Those rays of light twinkled, presenting a seven-colored halo, illuminating the strange world in front of him. Colorful coral reefs grew on the ground. The coral reefs were colorful and formed a magnificent underwater forest. Small fishes with strange appearances wandered among the gorgeous corals, swimming freely. He could also see all kinds of strange shellfish, starfish, jellyfish, and seaweed of all kinds of colors, dancing under the swaying light and shadows. So beautiful. What is this place? An underwater world? Looking at the dreamy scene in front of him, Cyber was astonished. The mana density displayed on the interface had already reached a level that made him shudder. Every breath he took made him feel as if he was wandering in an ocean of mana. Cyber's body slowly descended, and he finally landed on the ground. However, looking at the strange scenery around him, he felt that this should be called the bottom of the ocean. However, if the giant whales and schools of fish were like before, then the corals, seaweed, fish, prawns, jellyfish, were colorful and had an illusory feeling. Cyber had seen the scenery of the underwater world before. In fact, a few years ago, he went to a famous diving spot in Southeast Malaysia and experienced the beauty of the ocean forest. At that time, he was already shocked by the magnificence of the underwater world. However, the scene in front of him made Cyber feel that the beautiful scenery he had seen before was child's play. The world in front of him was layered, colorful, and ethereal. Being in such a magnificent scene, Cyber was excited, and the first thing he did was to take a few screenshots. Then, he clicked on the video recording function. At this very moment, the group chat channel of the players had blown up. F***CK. 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 Where have I come to? An underwater world? Isn't this too beautiful? Giant whale. Did you see the giant whale just now? It's so big. I'm afraid it's at least a few hundred meters long. The chat was filled with excited words. Even though they had seen many beautiful scenes this time, they were still shocked. Of course, although they were shocked, they didn't forget their mission. Let's take a screenshot first. Everyone, gather. At carrots. Limu typed in the chat channel. After connecting to the Belief Network and officially becoming an NPC Carrots had the ability to form a team with the players. Before entering the ruins, he had already joined the players' team. Cyber looked at the small map and saw that the bright spot belonging to Carrots was blinking about 5 kilometers away from him. As for the other players, they were scattered all over the place. Everyone was not too far away from each other, and with the speed of the Silver Elves, they could meet up very quickly. In order to speed up, Cyber thought about it and decided to transform into a blood elf and cast light body spell and other enhancement spells on himself. However, when he cast the spell, he discovered an even greater difference. The spell that originally required chanting became instantaneous, and the magic power that was consumed was instantly replenished as he breathed. Not only that, even though it was just an ordinary, light body spell, after casting it, Cyber was shocked to find that the elemental power around him seemed to be boiling and began to rush toward him. The spell that originally only reduced his body weight by 30% became extremely effective at this moment. Cyber felt as if he had turned into a feather, and with a light leap, he flew directly into the sky. Casting spells here would be greatly strengthened. This thought flashed through Cyber's mind. Following the mark on the small map, Cyber recorded the route while rushing toward the location of Carrots. He was the furthest away from Carrots, and when he arrived, the other players had already arrived. The area that Carrots chose had relatively fewer sea creatures, and it looked a little more deserted. At this moment, this legendary elf warrior was standing on a hill with seaweed growing on it. While looking at the huge rock in the distance, he introduced the ruins to the players around him. Dear chosen ones of Her Holiness the Mother Goddess, as you can see, the appearance of this ruins is indeed an underwater world. However, what fills this world isn't water, but active magic power. You can think of this place as an ocean of magic power. Do you see those sea creatures? Although they look illusory, they are all real. However, they aren't ordinary creatures, but creatures formed by magic power. In other words, energy life. This world of ruins is formed by magic power. Listening to Carrot's introduction, the players widened their eyes. Heavens, a world formed by magic power. If we meditate here, won't we soar to the sky? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. Carrots glanced at him and shook his head. That's not the case. As he said that, he teased a small fish that swam to his side and continued, having too much magic power isn't a good thing. When you first come here, you'll feel unprecedentedly carefree, and even the various qualities of your body will be greatly improved. However, the longer you stay here, the more magic power you'll have in your body. The magic power here is somewhat different from the magic power outside. It's more active. After filling up all the places in your body that can be filled, it will begin to assimilate your physical body. If you stay here for a long time, you'll eventually be assimilated into energy life, and after energization, you may become food for other energy life at any time. Hearing Carrot's warning, the players' hearts trembled. Carrots continued to explain, don't think that being assimilated into energy life is a good thing. Even if you're not hunted by other energy life, you won't be able to leave this world of ruins. This ruin is the home of energy life, and it's also a cage for energy life. All energy life that escapes from this world will lose their energy activity in an instant and condense into magic crystals. In other words, it's death. So, being assimilated means being completely trapped here. Carrots looked serious. But after hearing his words, not only were the players not afraid, but their eyes lit up one by one. Especially the optimist, his eyes were already transfixed as he looked at the magnificent corals and seaweed. Magic. Magic crystals? The creatures here will all turn into magic crystals when they're brought out? Calabash's eyes widened. Then, he couldn't help but gulp. Oh my god. How many contribution points is that? Hiss. If I take the initiative to energize and get someone to bring me out of the ruin, do you think I'll have a magic crystal statue of myself? How much can a human-sized magic crystal be sold for? Xianxia said with some anticipation. All the players, Carrots, now that he had become an NPC, he naturally knew what contribution points were. Of course, he also knew that these guys would be resurrected in the world of Seekers after they died. After hearing Xianxia's words, Salty Meow rolled his eyes at him. Why are you doing it yourself? Can't you think of a way to bring a whale out? Xianxia, F***CK. Sister Meow is still the best. If we can really bring out a whale, we'll be rich. His face was full of excitement, and his eyes lit up. Until Calabash poured cold water on him. Wake up, with the aura of that whale just now, even if we're in the blessed state, I'm afraid we can't defeat it. Looking at the excited players, Carrots shook his head slightly. But it was understandable. When he first came to this world, he was just as excited. Chosen ones, time is of the essence. Let's finish what we need to do first. Please get into battle mode. He reminded them. After hearing Carrot's words, the players all became serious and immediately quieted down. They cast all kinds of buff spells on themselves, then drew their weapons and got ready. Carrot's eyes flashed with a hint of admiration. Then, his expression turned serious. Everyone, give me your registration badges. The players all did as they were told. Carrot's eyes focused and he crushed all the badges. Then, under everyone's surprised gaze, a faint black mist was emitted from the crushed badges. The black mist continued to spread and tried to invade Carrot's body, but under his cold snort, it was purified into nothingness by the divine spell he had prepared. And at the moment when the mist was purified, an obscure wave spread out from carrots to the surroundings. The next moment, the players found that the swimming fish and shrimps around them all paused. Then, as if they were affected by some kind of power, they madly attacked the crowd. Not far away, all kinds of ferocious-looking fish also rushed toward them as if they had gone mad. And in a farther place, there seemed to be a few more powerful auras that began to boil and surge toward the crowd. Vaguely, they seemed to see the silhouettes of a few behemoths. What was even more frightening was that the players seemed to have heard a familiar whine. "Call the name of Mother Goddess. Now!" Carrots shouted. After that, he prayed with the players. "Praise nature, praise life, praise the great goddess Eve." With that, a golden light bloomed on their bodies, and a triumphant stone gate appeared above their heads. Their actions seemed to have stirred up a hornet's nest. At this moment, they seemed to have become the enemy of the entire world. Whether it was the fish or the seaweed, they all became active and attacked them. The sea creatures moved quickly. The players had just finished praying when they were completely surrounded. They attacked the players crazily, not caring about their lives. But at this moment, a dazzling brilliance bloomed on the triumphant stone gate. The ancient stone gate emitted a dense brilliance, and a beautiful figure walked out gently from it, silver hair, purple eyes, and a skirt armor. It was Eve. The moment she stepped into this world, the magic power of the entire world seemed to boil. The players were shocked to see that the dense fog around them began to gather quickly toward the beautiful goddess. At the same time, the goddess, who had been traveling with them and did not make the players feel the slightest sense of oppression except for her holy and beautiful appearance, began to rise from her body at this moment, becoming more and more sacred and noble. Her aura, in an instant, broke through from the gold level that the players had to look up to the level that they could not even look up to. She glanced at the sea creatures that besieged the players, and all the sea creatures trembled slightly and collapsed directly, turning into the most basic magic power. But the sea creatures further away did not give up. They began to charge toward Eve as if they had been ordered by some will. White sharks, giant octopuses, sea pythons, giant whales, all kinds of behemoths also gathered and rushed toward Eve. Crazily. Their auras were powerful, and the weakest was at the upper gold level. Most of them were legends, and there were even a few whose auras made carrots shudder. However, Eve just waved her hand gently. The dense brilliance bloomed, and a domain of intertwining gold and green spread out with her as the center. On the ground, the seaweed began to grow wildly. At the same time, it seemed to have gotten rid of some kind of will and instead became Eve's help. They protected the players and began to entangle the crazy sea creatures. This was the complete version of the divine domain of life and nature. They came to the ruins with the help of the reversal gate. At this moment, the suppression of the Mindel plane had disappeared. Eve's true God's incarnation had recovered to the peak of the low-level divine power. Not only that, but because the suppression was gone, the seal on the triumphant stone gate was also lifted and restored to its former power. It once again possessed the ability to reverse space at any time. The moment they were transferred, Eve used the true God weapon to locate the coordinates of the world of seekers and contacted her main body. At this moment, the passageway between the two planes had been opened. However, Eve could sense that there was still a power of law suppressing her and the reversal gate in her hands. The passageway connecting the two planes was not two-way like usual. It was still one-way. Only existences in the world of seekers could enter the ruins through the reversal door, but existences in the ruins could not return to the world of seekers through the reversal door. This suppressive force seemed to originate from the gigantic stone formation in front of him. Of course, another important reason was that Eve was still unable to locate the entire ruin or even the Mindel plane. Without knowing the coordinates of both parties, the reversal gate was naturally unable to unleash its full power. But it was enough. This level of passage was enough for Eve to project her power, and this complete version of the divine territory of life and nature was projected by her main body through the triumphant stone gate. Golden light shrouded the earth, and pale green photons kept dancing. The sea creatures froze on the spot. As the light swept past them, their bodies quickly condensed and turned into magic crystal sculptures. Then, the sculptures shattered and turned into a rain of magic crystals, drifting down. The rain of magic crystals and the two colors of gold and green intertwined, forming a magnificent dreamy scene. And in this brilliant light, Eve's holy and beautiful figure seemed even more majestic and sacred. The players stared blankly at the goddess who appeared in the air and were once again shocked by the goddess's gorgeous special effects. And sensing Eve's powerful power, Carrot's eyes were full of excitement. Eve's eyes were calm. She glanced at the remaining sea creatures, and the remaining sea creatures suddenly panicked. At the same time, a mixture of fear and dread emerged in the hearts of the players and Carrots. That was not their own emotion. But it was like the emotion shown by this world of ruins. That was a certain emotion revealed by the will that controlled the sea creatures to besiege everyone. At this time, a thought arose in the hearts of all the players: a certain existence that was sealed in this ruin was afraid. And the object that it was afraid of was the goddess who appeared here. Thinking of this, the players looked excited and looked at Eve with excitement in their eyes. This feeling of riding on someone's coattails to do missions was too good. The sea creatures scattered and fled. The surrounding world fell into silence. Eve's expression was still indifferent, as if she had just done something trivial. She slowly raised her head and looked at the center of the world of ruins. That was the core position of the boulder array. She could sense that there was an unfamiliar aura there, ancient and heavy, with a faint sense of ruin. Withdrawing her gaze, Eve's gaze swept over the towering boulder, the surrounding rich magic power, and the hiding, shivering sea creatures. Her heart moved slightly. She already knew what was going on in this world of ruins and had a preliminary judgment of the sealing mechanism. Not only that, looking at the surrounding scene, she even had some guesses about the identity of the sealed existence. Putting away the divine realm, Eve slowly descended to the ground. She was ready to visit the sealed object directly. And the moment she put away the divine realm, the eyes of the players who had regained control of their bodies lit up one after another, and they began to excitedly pick up the large number of magic crystals scattered on the ground. They were just short of taking out sacks to pack them, except for Limu and Salty Meow. Eve, Carrots, World of Abyss, Nirvana Wasteland. The mighty black dragon roared in the sky, fighting with several abyss myths. The entire cloud layer was boiling, as if doomsday had arrived. On the ground, the army of demons was like a tide, charging toward the blood-stained city walls that had long been discolored beyond recognition. The brilliance of magic bloomed everywhere on the battlefield, accompanied by the roar of magic crystal cannons and the sound of flying arrows. The battle in the abyss world was getting more and more intense. Suddenly, there was a high-pitched dragon roar in the sky, accompanied by a few painful groans. The thick clouds were pushed aside by a mighty force, and a few battered figures, wrapped in black fog, fled into the distance. The majestic black dragon, on the other hand, let out an excited roar and chased after him. Behind it, there were 3 other megalosaurus, 1 gold and 2 silver, and 2 figures in black cloaks and holding scythes. It was not until the black shadows completely disappeared that they slowly stopped. The leader of the supergiant black dragon circled in the air and flew back to the stronghold, spitting a strong acidic dragon breath at the demons on the ground. And a few other existences with a vast aura also landed on various parts of the city walls and joined the battle. The mythical existences launched a direct attack, and the army of demons and monsters on the ground suddenly collapsed. Shocking casualties began to spread in the Black Sea. A few heavy horns sounded slowly. That was the signal to retreat. Leaving behind endless corpses, the abyss retreated in defeat. Gradually, the battlefield regained its calm, and there was a burst of cheers from the stronghold. The black dragon snorted, circled again, and flew back, shrinking its body. As soon as it landed, it said excitedly, "Quick! Quickly prepare the great Meryl's barbecue." After saying that, the elves immediately swarmed forward, pushing a cart full of barbecue, with a fawning look on their faces. And the black dragon enjoyed it with satisfaction, spitting a mouthful of saliva into the bucket pushed by the elves. That was its meal ticket. Looking at this scene, demigod Aurora, who was standing on the city wall, had long been used to it. Similar scenes had happened over and over again in recent days. It had been several months since she re-entered the Abyss Plane. Even in the world of Seekers, almost 2 months had passed. Although the elf's defense had encountered unprecedented crises several times, with the help of the black dragon god Meryl and the death god's oracle, everyone managed to survive. And the most serious time, the Abyss launched a general attack on the stronghold, and even an evil existence with mid-level divine power appeared. However, the other party did not remain arrogant for long. A death god's scythe fell from the sky and directly smashed it into nothingness, and it fell directly, death god's scythe. That was the support from the death god Hela through the air. After that, the frequency of the abyss siege gradually slowed down, and there were no more mid-level divine power and above-abyss mythical existences. Even the number of the demon army besieging the stronghold had decreased a lot compared to the peak. The pressure on the elves was greatly reduced, and the battle became smoother. The battle experience of the chosen ones was getting richer, and the balance of the war began to tilt toward the elves. It could be said that the stronghold's biggest crisis should have passed. At this point, even if the goddess did not make a move, everyone could hold on. However, demigod Aurora did not feel excited about this situation. On the contrary, her brows furrowed deeper and deeper. As a demigod who had stayed in the abyss for thousands of years, she had a good understanding of the demons. In terms of the scale of the war of gods and demons, the damage they caused to the abyss was not enough to cause serious damage. Not only that, the reduction of the demon army was far greater than the damage they caused to the demons. From this point of view, the abyss seemed to have taken the initiative to retreat. The reason for the retreat was obvious, and that was the death god's move. Once the death god's scythe was used, any existence with a clergy lower than the death clergy would fall. Although all mythical creatures knew that Hela, who had not completely controlled the underworld, would have to pay a certain price to use this true god-level weapon, no one knew how many times she could use it. No mythical creature was willing to gamble with their lives. Under such circumstances, it could be said that the elves were already in an invincible position. However, Aurora knew very well that the abyss world would not give up on attacking the world of seekers. Then, what would they do next? Her gaze became more and more solemn, and Aurora summoned the accompanying church priest. Your Excellency Caesar, please inform the church to issue another warning to all forces, the world of seekers, the southeast downstream of the world's largest river, the Weimar River. This was the border between the Holy Mania Empire and the Kingdom of Iris. The two major human powers faced each other across the river. In the northern part of the river, in the territory of the Holy Mania Empire, in a small town built by the river, a team composed of eternal priests and judgment knights slowly stopped. The leading priest and knight walked out of the team, and the nobles of the town immediately greeted them. Sir Priest, you're finally here. The priest nodded slowly and said, Don't be anxious. Don't worry, Lord Baron. Please tell us in detail, where did you see the traces of the demon? The fat noble nodded, wiped the sweat off his forehead, and called the two peasants over. Sir Priest, it's them. They found traces of demon activity in their yard. At first, they thought it was a wild beast invading, however, when they asked the adventurers to deal with it, they found that it was a demon whose strength had reached the upper level of dark iron. Now, the demon has been locked in the yard by the adventurers. No one dares to approach it, and no one can deal with it. Hearing the noble's words, the priest and knight looked at each other with solemn expressions. We understand. Now, please take us to the place where the demon is locked up to take a look. Don't be nervous. The knights we dispatched this time are all mid-level. It's not a problem to deal with a mere dark iron demon. There's no need to worry about the dark iron demon, but I hope you can cooperate with us to investigate where these demons came from. Hearing the priest's words, the noble heaved a sigh of relief. That's good, then, he nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Sir Priest, we'll definitely cooperate. With that, he quickly led the way. Surrounded by the townspeople, the priest and knights arrived in front of a dilapidated yard. Sir Priest, the demon is inside. The noble said in fear. The priest nodded and gave the knight a wink. The knight of justice quickly took two of his companions and kicked open the locked door. The door opened, revealing the messy scene in the yard. There were bloodstains on the ground, as well as hideous scratches. However, there were no traces of the demon. Where's the demon? The priest and the judgment knight frowned slightly. They turned their heads and looked at the fat noble, only to find him and the townspeople crowding around him, all revealing strange smiles. Their mouths were pulled straight to their ears. Demon? Sir Priest, do you think we look like demons? The next moment, their skin cracked, their flesh bulged, and hideous scales appeared on their bodies. Black fog instantly engulfed the entire night squad. Screams could be heard from the fog, but they quickly disappeared. And after the fog slowly scattered, sinister demons appeared one after another. Their clothes were faintly recognizable as the townspeople, and the weapons in their hands were still dripping with dark red blood. And at their feet, the corpses of the knights and priests were already deformed, their faintly discernible faces full of fear. As for that chubby noble, his appearance had already changed. He was 4 meters tall, covered in pitch-black armor, and had a head that looked like a sheep's head. This was actually a goat-horned demon overlord that had reached gold rank. He licked the blood on the tip of his blade, madness and brutality flashing in his scarlet eyes. He grinned nastily and raised the magic blade in his hand. "You bunch of trash, hurry up and open the planar passage to welcome the mighty demon god army." Roar! The demons roared. Then, they carried the corpses of the knights and priests and walked towards the dense forest behind the town. Fog curled up in the dense forest. After passing through the fog, what came into view was a piece of land that had been cleared. On the ground, a sinister spatial crack was spreading black fog. That crack was only 7 to 8 meters long and less than 2 meters wide. On the ground below the crack, there was a huge hexagram formation. The grooves of the array were filled with dark red blood. The demons carried the corpses to the side of the array and took out their scimitars to let out the blood. The dark red blood slowly flowed into the grooves and gradually filled up the last gap. Then, the demons grinned nastily and threw the corpses into a ditch behind them. The corpses of the knights and priests rolled down and fell to the bottom of the ditch, mixing with even more corpses. Those corpses were also in a miserable state, and they seemed to be the townspeople. There was even a chubby silhouette that had half of his body eaten. That was the true noble of the town. After throwing the corpses down, the demons returned to the front of the array. The goat-horned demon overlord took out a few red mana crystals flickering with a deep radiance and put them in the slots of the array. Then, those red crystals blossomed with blood-red radiance and the blood in the array started boiling. The goat-horned demon overlord put his right hand on his chest and chanted in awe, "His Majesty the great demon god Heller, your most loyal servant begs for your strength." As soon as he finished speaking, the huge array blossomed with a dark red light, and a scarlet pillar of light soared into the sky. The beam of light enveloped the black spatial rift and then rushed into the sky until it broke through the clouds. An obscure energy fluctuation spread out, and under the cover of the red pillar of light, the 7-meter-long black crack trembled slightly before spreading out in all directions like a spider web. The crack trembled slightly and showed signs of recovering on its own. However, it seemed to be affected by the black mist and gradually became sluggish. That was the corruption of abyssal power. The earth was shaking, mana was boiling, and dark clouds gradually covered the sky. In the next moment, accompanied by a roar that seemed to come from ancient times, a ferocious giant claw reached out from the crack. The giant claw was burning with flames. Through the crack, a huge body could be vaguely seen. This was a demon monarch whose strength had reached the legend rank. He fiercely pulled, and the black spatial rift was suddenly torn open, turning into an even longer gap. Accompanied by the sound of glass shattering, a 100-meter-long spatial passage was torn open above the ground. Excited roars echoed from the other side of the passage, accompanied by the spreading black mist. Countless inferior demons rushed out of the passage like a flood and a swarm of insects. They wore simple and crude armor and raised bone sabers. They beat their chests while howling. In the next moment, a black shadow fell, and a giant foot stepped out of the crack, crushing the inferior demons who were not in a hurry to escape into meat paste. Then, the terrifying demon monarch descended in the world of seekers. He greedily breathed in the pure air of the world of seekers while laughing heartily. Along with his arrival, more and more well-equipped demons of various sizes poured out of the crack. There were great demons of different races wearing crude armor from the abyss. There were also tall demon overlords with powerful auras. They surrounded siege equipment covered in barbs and rushed out of the spatial passage. Faintly, a well-equipped and large-scale demon army slowly took shape. The demon monarch, whose strength had reached the legend rank, raised his 40-meter-long flame blade high. He looked at the rich plains in the distance, and a trace of bloodthirst flashed in his scarlet eyes. Then, he roared to the sky. Charge! Destroy! This world! Slaughter this world! Destroy this world! Slaughter this world! The excited roars of the demons also came from the army. Darkness covered the land. The invasion of the abyss into the world of seekers, it had officially begun. The Mindel Plain, the world of ruins. After Eve displayed her powerful strength, the sea creatures stopped attacking her. Not only that, but as Eve walked all the way to the core area of the Seal of the Ruins, all the sea creatures in the areas she passed by trembled and actively avoided her. She walked as leisurely as if she was strolling in a garden. Every step seemed to be a step, but in fact, she appeared several kilometers away. Carrots and the players followed behind Eve. They were enveloped by Eve's power and supported by her divine power. They could barely keep up with Eve's pace. Carrots looked at Eve's beautiful back with fanaticism in her eyes. The players looked around curiously. The excitement of entering this world for the first time had gradually faded. Now, the players were only interested in completing missions and collecting treasures. Unfortunately, after seeing the horror of the sea creatures going crazy, they really didn't dare to act alone. At the same time, they were also worried that they would fall behind after leaving the goddess team. So, although they coveted the value of the magic creatures around them, the players didn't dare to stop in the end. Of course, they slapped the seaweed and corals that they passed by along the way, as long as they had a chance to take them away. When natural disasters passed by, not even a blade of grass grew. This saying never went out of style. Eve moved forward unimpeded. It seemed that the deterrence and fear of the worlds were just an illusion. But Eve knew that it was definitely not an illusion. And this smoothness in front of her was definitely not because the other party had given up resistance. Most likely, the other party was afraid of Eve's strength and intended to gather forces to confront her in the final core area, and Eve seemed relaxed, but in fact, she was fully alert and ready to summon the reversal gate on the spot at any time to borrow the power of her main body. The boulder array in the world of ruins covered a large area. Fortunately, the place where Eve originally descended was not far from the core area. She passed through one mountain-like boulder after another and gradually approached the core of the seal. And as she walked along, the surrounding magic power, which was already terrifyingly dense, became even denser. The misty mist of magic power was gone. Instead, it was replaced by round, crystal-clear water balls that floated freely in the air. But they weren't water balls, but magic liquids that were directly liquefied by excessive magic power. On the ground, there was a sea of sparkling and translucent magic crystal balls. That was the scene formed by the magic liquids falling to the ground after they gradually solidified. The magic crystal balls were the size of marbles and gathered into a sea like quicksand. Under the light, they refracted a colorful light, which made the players' eyes stare straight. If it weren't for the plot, they really wanted to stop and take away all these treasures. In fact, many people had already begun to weigh the value of the plot reward and the magic crystals. However, before the balance in the players' hearts tilted, the sea of magic crystals on the ground suddenly trembled, revealing a huge illusory sea python. That sea python seemed to have been hiding under the magic crystals, and after sensing Eve's aura, it quickly fled in embarrassment. Feeling the terrifying aura of the sea python, the players swallowed a mouthful of saliva. At this time, they realized that this seemingly harmless sea of magic crystals was actually murderous. In the final analysis, the monsters in this world were too terrifying, and it was safer to stay by the side of the goddess. The group kept walking under Eve's lead, and it was extremely quiet. And gradually, they finally came to the core area of the boulder array. This was an open square that had been through the vicissitudes of life. The square was surrounded by a circle of circular stone pillars, each of which was hundreds of meters wide and thousands of meters tall. Simple and unadorned patterns were carved on the stone pillars, and a strange colorful light flowed on them. Seeing the colorful light, the players' gazes were dazed for a moment, and their minds buzzed softly. They were dazed for a moment, and vaguely, there seemed to be countless scenes flashing through their consciousness. It seemed to be a series of scenes from the birth of the Nether Storm Plane, and from the birth of the plane to the appearance of life. The scenes flashed by as if they had never appeared. Even the players couldn't remember what they had seen, and only a heavy sense of history inexplicably surfaced in their hearts. The power of the plane's origin. Eve recognized the source of this power. This strange colorful light was the power of the Mindel Plane's origin, and at this moment, Eve completely confirmed the mechanism of this seal in her heart. This was the space of origin of the Mindel Plane, The entire seal also used the power of the space of origin to control the entire plane and mobilize the power of laws to achieve suppression. Of course, the space of origin of a plane couldn't possibly be as vast as a world. This space had obviously been modified into a state suitable for sealing. In other words, the Mindel plane had been a plane specially used for sealing from the very beginning. The oceans and continents that evolved on it, as well as the various life forms, were instead the products of later coincidences. Even the magnificent oceanic world in the ruins was slowly formed after magic gathered near the seal and was affected by the seal. Every effect had a cause. The world that evolved from the Mindel plane was an oceanic world, and the scene formed from the ruins was also an underwater world. Then, it was very clear what kind of law the existence of the seal was related to. "Carrots, have you been here before?" Eve asked as she looked at the square enveloped by the colorful light in front of her. Carrot's gaze was already in a daze. He frowned and said, "Mother, my mother." "Mother. Goddess, I came here more than 800 years ago, but at that time, this place didn't have this 7-colored radiance yet, because the seal wasn't too damaged at that time, the power of the origin hadn't begun to dissipate." Eve said in her heart. She looked at the center of the square and saw that the colorful halo was slowly converging toward a platform in the center. On the platform, there was a stone pillar that had experienced the vicissitudes of life. The stone pillar was engraved with ancient words, giving off a sense of vicissitudes of life. The 7-colored halo converged on the stone pillar and then disappeared. In front of the stone pillar, there was a stone coffin condensed from black magic crystals. "I remember this platform, but at that time, there wasn't this stone coffin," Carrots said with a solemn gaze. There wasn't a stone coffin. Eve seemed to be deep in thought. She looked at the stone coffin on the platform, paused for a few seconds, and then turned to the stone pillar. On the stone pillar, the radiance of the power of the origin was even brighter, like a rainbow. And the aura of vicissitudes of life that she had sensed earlier started from the stone pillar in front of her. This stone pillar was the core of the entire seal. On the contrary, the stone coffin seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. But the stone coffin wasn't unrelated to it. Eve could see the colorful power of the origin constantly pouring into the stone coffin and being absorbed, nurturing. This word flashed through Eve's mind. Her gaze swept back and forth between the stone pillar and the stone coffin several times, and then turned to the words engraved on the stone pillar. Looking at the ancient lines on it, Eve recited in the Titan language that she had learned from the World Tree Inheritance. Bonus, bonus. That was an ancient name. In the Titan language, it meant the sea, or the god of the sea. As Eve recited the name, the entire space of the ruins instantly trembled. The huge magic tide continued to converging into a blurry giant face above the platform. It was a head that looked like an octopus, and it actually looked 90% similar to Leviathan's appearance. However, its aura was more ancient than Leviathan's, and also more vicissitudes of life. It looked at Eve, and there was a hint of fear in its oppressive gaze. "Get out of here!" A heavy roar sounded in the ruins. Then, without waiting for Eve to say anything, the blurry giant face turned into a gray mist and rushed into the stone coffin. The next second, the stone coffin condensed from the black magic crystal suddenly burst open. A black figure appeared in everyone's sight. Looking at the figure that rose from the stone coffin, Eve's eyes narrowed slightly, and the legendary elf Carrots looked stunned. "Teacher?" A tall figure, black hair, black eyes, and that cold and beautiful appearance. The black figure was none other than someone else. It was the guardian of the Dark Shadow tribe, the Shadow of the Night, Eris. A huge tide of energy continued to gather above the ruined square and was slowly absorbed by the black figure. A trace of ancient aura gradually rose from the body of the Shadow of the Night, Eris. The aura continued to grow stronger and stronger. Soon, it broke through the demigod level and reached the true mythical level. It continued to soar until it reached the peak of mid-level divine power level before it slowly stopped. Feeling the terrifying divine power, the players' expressions changed slightly. Almost subconsciously, they began to look for cover and quickly hid behind the boulders of the sealing circle. As veteran players of the Elven Kingdom, they had witnessed the battle between mythical gods more than once. After suffering a few losses, they had long understood that in the Elven Kingdom, everyone below the level of true god was a non-entity. If they did not want to be implicated and sent back to the World Tree, they had to find a place to hide from the aftermath of the battle at this moment. Not only that, they even had to be prepared in advance for the true god on their side to be defeated and consider their escape route. Of course, this last thought only flashed through their minds for a moment. After all, looking at the holy, beautiful, and undefeated goddess in the air, the players still quite trusted her strength in their hearts. She was the most popular NPC, the great leader of the camp. They hid behind the boulders and looked curiously and excitedly at the shadow elves who appeared in the air, as well as the goddess with an inexplicable gaze. The players knew. The plot was about to begin. Looking at the familiar figure in the world inheritance in front of her, Eve's gaze was a little surprised. Although when she saw the black coffin and vaguely sensed some familiar aura, she had some guesses in her heart. But when the demigod guardian of the shadow elves appeared in front of her, Eve's mood, which had been extremely calm since entering the ruins, still had some ripples. She and the other party looked at each other, and what came into her eyes was a pair of bottomless black eyes. Those eyes were deep, and vicissitudes of life, like an abyss. It was completely different from the memory fragments of the World Tree's inheritance about the shadow of the night, Eris. In the inheritance, it was a figure who, although cold and aloof, always looked at the World Tree with worship and trust in his eyes, but the eyes in front of her were tired, vicissitudes of life, and deep. Eve could also sense a faint trace of fear in the depths of his eyes. Obviously, although the body in front of her belonged to the shadow of the night, Eris. However, the divine soul within it was no longer a divine soul. Eve narrowed her eyes slightly. Her voice was emotionless. Should I call you demon god Leviathan or sea god Bonus? He had seen the blurry giant face clearly. It had an octopus-like appearance. It was none other than Leviathan. But at the same time, the name on the stone pillar was also clearly engraved. That wasn't the true name of the being who had cast the seal. Instead, it was the true name of the being who had been sealed to strengthen the seal. Bonus. It was an even more ancient god of the sea than Leviathan, who had obtained the priesthood of the sea. He was even older than the previous World Tree. Eve was very curious about the relationship between the two. Hearing Eve's words, Eris, the shadow of the night, shifted his gaze slightly. The next moment, his figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already directly above Eve. An illusory trident appeared in his hand. The trident flickered with dazzling brilliance and pierced toward Eve. With a loud bang, a terrifying fluctuation of divine power erupted in an instant. The dazzling light covered everything. In the blink of an eye, the turbulent energy fluctuation exploded into a mushroom cloud nearly 3,000 meters high. The violent aftermath radiated out and tore everything in its path into pieces, creating a huge energy storm. Even the boulders in the ruins trembled slightly in the huge energy storm, as if they would collapse at any time. Her Holiness the Mother Goddess. Carrot's expression changed slightly. And when the fluctuation of divine power slowly dissipated, he was slightly startled again. On the square of the ruins, Eve was unscathed and stood in place. Even the armor on her body was not damaged at all. On the contrary, Shadow of the Night, Eris, who had pierced the trident, stopped in place. Behind him, a few golden chains appeared and entangled him tightly. This was Eve's divine spell, God's Chain. Shadow of the Night, Eris, kept struggling, but he could not break free at all. A golden triumphal stone gate slowly emerged in the void, and dots of golden and green light continued to rise. The light enveloped the entire square of the ruins. As the holy light sprinkled down, Shadow of the Night, Eris, completely lost the power to resist. The divine domain of life and nature. Once the divine domain was out, Eve was confident that no myths below great divine power could escape her imprisonment. Seeing that Her Holiness the Mother Goddess was unscathed, Carrots breathed a sigh of relief. Then, it quickly turned into excitement. He thought that Her Holiness the Mother Goddess had only been awake for 4 years, and her strength was still limited. He did not expect that she had already reached such a height. However, when his gaze shifted to Shadow of the Night, Eris, who was imprisoned by Eve, especially the other party's dark eyes, that excited expression quickly turned into uncertainty. Seize the divine body, he realized something and spat out a word with difficulty. Seize the divine body, Eve's gaze lowered slightly. This was a type of divine spell. There was also a related introduction in her inheritance of the World Tree. There was a period of time when Eve even suspected that her transmigration was related to this type of divine spell. It was an ability of some myths that had lost their bodies, and it was mostly seen in ancient gods. They could keep their souls intact to a certain extent. After hiding, they waited for an opportunity to invade the bodies of other myths and revive. Of course, after the revival, other than their own souls, the race and even the priesthood might be completely changed. Her gaze swept across Shadow of the Night, Eris, who was in midair, and Eve gently raised her hand. The platinum light gathered in her hand, and a silver long sword slowly emerged. It was the sword of Damocles. Just as the triumphal stone gate had returned to normal, this true god artifact had also recovered its inherent ability. Then, without hesitation, Eve slashed at Shadow of the Night, Eris. Shadow of the Night, Eris's eyes suddenly widened, and a trace of obscure horror flashed in his eyes. He wanted to struggle, but he still could not break free. The sword light swept down and penetrated the body of Shadow of the Night, Eris. Faintly, everyone seemed to hear a muffled groan. It was definitely cut off. This time, Eve aimed at the connection between the seal and Shadow of the Night, Eris's body. As she slashed down with her sword, a grey mist rose from Eris's body. Then, the other party turned into a cloud of dense light in a panic and drilled into the stone pillar. Trying to escape into the seal? Eve's eyes flashed with ridicule. She gently waved her hand and threw the body of Shadow of the Night, Eris, to Carrots. After leaving a sentence, "He is still alive," she turned into a stream of light and drilled into the stone pillar. Carrots subconsciously took over the body of the elven demigod. When he heard the words of the mother goddess before she disappeared, he was slightly stunned at first, and then his expression became joyful. "Teacher." He excitedly helped the elven demigod up. Although it was weak, he could really sense the faint breath of life in this body. At this time, the players slowly poked their heads out from behind the boulder. They looked at the messy scene around them in shock, and their understanding of the goddess's power rose to a new height. At the same time, they also curiously looked at the figure in front of Carrots. Only Demacia looked at the stone pillar in the center of the square that was emitting dense light with regret. The lazy production team skipped the animation of the decisive battle between the goddess and the big boss again, he cursed. Limu and the other players quickly surrounded Carrots and helped him take care of the shadow elf left behind by the goddess. Although the information returned when they secretly identified her was only a group of question marks, according to the Beijing information of this plot mission, they already had some guesses about the identity of the female elf saved by the goddess. As if passing through the plane channel again, Eve came to a world of flowing lights and colors. That's right, flowing lights and colors. This was an incomparably magnificent space, and the whole space was filled with colorful lights. However, in the space, one could see chains carved with inscriptions extending into the distance. And around the chains, there was the boundary of the space. One could also see the vigorous roots extending continuously. Just like the roots of the World Tree. Of course, those were not the roots of the World Tree. Feeling the familiar aura, Eve twitched the corner of her mouth. These were the roots of the Tree of Life. And the colorful flowing lights around were none other than the original power of the Mindel world. Eve took a deep look at the colorful flowing lights that were constantly attracted by the roots, and the sealed chains that were obviously getting looser and looser under the entanglement of the roots. This was the real location of the seal. The gray fog that escaped disappeared. However, Eve was not in a hurry at all. If she was not confident in catching the existence behind the scenes when facing the Tree of Life, then coming here meant that the other party had no way out. Of course, Eve did not think that the other party would easily sit still and wait for death. The trace of soul power that escaped back to the sealed space was definitely not just out of fear. It was even very likely that there was some kind of plan. As if responding to Eve's guess, the gray fog appeared again and suddenly condensed. The face that looked like the demon god Leviathan appeared in front of Eve again. However, this time, the other party's form was even larger. The huge face had an ancient aura and was surrounded by chains. Looking at the weathered giant face and sensing the majestic spirit power, Eve understood that the mythical spirit sealed in the seal was the spirit in front of her. However, looking at the other party's appearance that looked like Leviathan, Eve was even more confused about the other party's identity. Sea god bonus? No. Although the ancient sea god was older than the World Tree, the World Tree's inheritance also had the image of the ancient sea god. In the inheritance fragments left behind by the predecessor, the ancient sea god bonus had nothing to do with the octopus head of the demon god Leviathan. At this moment, the entire space suddenly trembled. Immediately after, the chains that extended into the depths of the space actually split off and attacked Eve. Eve's expression turned solemn. She instantly understood what had happened. After she entered the space, it caused a reaction from the original seal power. The remnant sealing power had treated him as a sealed artifact. However, if the seal was intact, it would be fine. But now the seal was on the verge of collapse. At this time, if a part of the seal's power was restrained, it was self-evident what would happen to the entire seal. Eve subconsciously wanted to stabilize the seal first to prevent the entire sealed space from collapsing, so as to not give the other party an opportunity to escape. However, when she noticed the roots of the tree of life that were rapidly absorbing the plane's origin, and the obscure and mixed aura emitted by the soul, her heart moved slightly. She stopped her actions. Immediately after, the seal suddenly lost control. The entire space began to tremble, and cracks began to appear on the chains. The cracks spread quickly and soon spread to all the chains. Under the chains, the huge illusory face that was trapped looked at Eve with a hint of mockery. Then, with a soft sound, the chains on her body suddenly collapsed. A look of surprise flashed across the illusory face. Then, she looked at Eve with hatred, turned into a stream of light, and rushed toward the roots of the tree of life in the sealed space. Eve did not stop her. Under her indifferent gaze, the other party quickly entered the body of the tree of life. Then, the sealed space suddenly collapsed, in the outside world of the ruins. The players were still surrounding Carrots. At this moment, a series of cracking sounds came from the front. The players looked up and saw that the stone pillar that the goddess had just entered had cracks on it. Then, under their astonished gazes, it directly shattered. Seeing this scene, Carrots was shocked. "Oh no! The seal is broken." As soon as he finished speaking, a dark gray beam of light shot up into the sky. That beam of light shot up into the sky and actually rushed directly to the Mindel plane in the sky. The next second, the whole world trembled slightly. Under the astonished gazes of the players, the space in the square suddenly distorted, and the tree of life that was originally located on the hill of New Rivendell actually appeared in the center of the square after a series of ripples. The magic power in the entire ruined space seemed to be pulled and began to move quickly toward the tree of life that suddenly appeared in the square, forming a huge vortex that poured down. If one looked carefully, they would also find that there were also streams of colorful light that were being absorbed by the tree of life. And the tree of life that appeared in the square instantly erupted with vigorous upgrades and began to grow continuously. At the same time, traces of vicissitudes of life slowly emerged on it. Seeing the changes in front of them, the players and Carrots were stunned. Until the light flashed in front of them and Eve's figure reappeared. She raised her head and looked meaningfully at the constantly growing giant tree in front of her. On the trunk, the brown bark changed and turned into a huge face. The huge face looked at Eve, its eyes full of mockery. Eve met the other party with an inexplicable look. "Are you trying to evolve into the only world tree?" Her voice had a hint of playfulness. Until now, Eve still did not know what was sealed in the world of ruins. When she first entered the world of ruins, she saw the underwater world and thought that the other party might be an ancient sea god who had lost the priesthood of the sea but retained some other priesthoods. Especially after perceiving the vicissitudes of the ancient aura, she felt that this was the case. However, when she saw the image of the soul that was like Leviathan, she overturned this possibility. During the battle between Eve and the Shadow of the Night, Eris, who was controlled by the other party, more contradictions surprised Eve. The other party could control almost mid-level peak divine power, but could not perform the divine domain. The other party could control the power of the law, but Eve could not see through the priesthood that the other party had. In other words, the other party did not show any control of the priesthood at all. She could only vaguely perceive that the power that the other party controlled was the law of the sea. However, the priesthood of the sea was controlled by the demon god Leviathan. Where did the other party's power of the law come from, controlling the law of the sea? How could the other party fight against Leviathan, the master of the sea, for thousands of years? When she was chasing the other party, why did she perceive the mixed aura in the other party's soul? Speaking of the soul, the other party had a strong soul power, but the level of wisdom did not seem that high. After Eve approached, she found that the other party could only express simple emotions of fear and anger. Even when Eve's soul came into contact with the statue in that small town for the first time, what she perceived was an ignorant will like that of a child. What exactly was sealed in this seal? What was hidden behind that thick divine soul? Eve was very curious. However, although Eve did not figure out the other party's identity, she already knew the other party's real plan. The giant tree kept growing, and its aura kept increasing. Looking at the tree of life in front of her, Eve's mind came up with a word: promotion ceremony. Promotion ceremony. That was a unique term among the ancient gods. Among the ancient gods, its status was comparable to the apotheosis ceremony of the true gods. To be specific, the ancient gods broke through the limits of their bloodline through some kind of ceremony and became a higher existence in the race. Generally speaking, the promotion ceremony would be carried out between demigods and true gods. But sometimes, it would also appear in the ranks of true gods. And for the tree of life that grew from the branches of the world tree, the end of its evolution was the world tree. The origin of the world tree was a myth. Without a doubt, the sealed existence had schemed for 1,000 years. Its goal was not only to escape, but also to completely fuse with the tree of life and evolve into a world tree. Eve narrowed her eyes as she looked at the boiling origin energy around her. His expression was very calm, as if he was not at all afraid of the increasingly powerful fluctuations of power coming from the other party. Every ancient god's promotion ceremony had a corresponding condition. As the main body of the world tree, Eve naturally knew the conditions for the tree of life to evolve into a world tree after learning of its existence. 1. Possesses the bloodline of the world tree. Its true form is one of the tree of life, the ancient war tree, or the tree of eternity. 2. Take root in a primary material plane and come into contact with the plane's origin space, and be able to absorb origin power. 3. Obtain an energy reserve that is at least at the level of a true god, or an energy reserve that is at the same level as the god's soul. 4. Master one of the laws of nature and the laws of life, or at least 2 subsidiary laws of nature. It was obvious that since the other party had chosen to evolve, these 4 conditions had probably been met. However, Eve was not worried at all. Because for the world tree's promotion ceremony, in addition to these 4 conditions, there was another one that did not require preparation, but was the most important one to 5. The world tree did not exist. The tree of life's aura continued to rise, and its branches and leaves grew rapidly. However, when it reached the highest point, it began to tremble slightly. There seemed to be some kind of power that was preventing it from going any further. After trembling for a few seconds, the huge tree suddenly swayed, and its aura rapidly declined like a punctured balloon. The tree of life actually began to shrink rapidly. It was not until a moment later that it recovered to a state that was 3 times larger than before the promotion that it slowly stopped. Vaguely, Eve seemed to sense a trace of fear and confusion from the tree of life. Looking at the tree of life that had failed to evolve, a trace of mockery flashed across Eve's eyes. Just like dragon ancestor Yolinos, as the top ancient god in the world of seekers, the world tree's hypostasis was also unique. In the entire universe of seekers, there could only be one. With Eve in front, no matter how hard the other party tried, it would not succeed. Looking at the tree of life whose aura had fallen to the starting point, Eve smiled. Then, her eyes flashed slightly, and her entire body turned into a stream of light, once again rushing into the tree of life. The ancient god's promotion ceremony had another effect. That was to strengthen the connection between the soul and the body. Through various signs, Eve already knew that what was sealed in the seal was a soul. Previously, the other party had used the broken seal to control the tree of life and the mother god's church, and the body was still in the seal. Even if Eve destroyed the tree of life, she might not be able to destroy the other party. But it was different now. Although the promotion had failed, the other party, who had already tried to merge, would probably be unable to leave the body of the tree of life. And this would also be the opportunity for Eve to destroy the other party and completely receive the other party's inheritance. Eve's figure flashed and appeared in a foggy space. This was the tree of life's world of will. In the world of will, divine power surged. A huge illusory face was constantly crashing around. That huge face was 50% to 60% similar to Leviathan, and the other 30% to 40% looked like a ferocious tree man. soul mutation. Seeing the other party's image, another word appeared in Eve's mind. At this time, she discovered another thing. That was, the other party's soul power had not settled down from the beginning to the end. This surprised Eve a little. Because this kind of situation would only appear when some powerful wills were just born and formed consciousness. In other words, the existence sealed under the mental plane probably did not have a will that was born for long. This coincided with the ignorance and low intelligence that Eve sensed, but it was also contrary to the other party's vicissitude and ancient aura. Looking at the huge frightened face in front of her, Eve was deep in thought. Get out. The huge face's expression was fearful and angry, and the vicissitude and somewhat fearful voice sounded in the foggy space. Hearing this voice, Eve looked up and smiled slightly. It seems that you have failed. Show your original form. Perhaps I'll give you a chance to survive if I'm in a good mood. Eve's voice was still ethereal and pleasant. However, after hearing her words, the huge illusory face became even more irritable. Get out. The huge face repeated again, and the beard formed by tentacles and roots kept trembling. Seeing the other party like this, Eve shook her head gently and sighed. I gave you a chance. Since you're not willing, then goodbye. As she spoke, her expression turned solemn, and her gaze gradually became indifferent. Golden energy gathered on Eve's body and began to spread toward the foggy space. As it spread, the entire space was gradually dyed with a layer of gold. At the same time, the entire world of will trembled slightly and began to transform into specks of green, evolving into a forest. That was the manifestation of Eve's will as the world tree. At this moment, Eve decisively activated the invasion, fighting with the huge illusory face in front of her for control of the tree of life. Seeing this scene, the huge illusory face became even more terrified. She could feel the natural suppression of a higher existence. The entire world of will turned into a dense forest in an instant. In the forest, a huge tree rose from the ground, and there was a solemn temple on it. Eve, on the other hand, was wearing a holy dress. She sat on the throne in the temple and looked down at the giant illusory face in front of her. Imprison. She said softly and raised her hand slightly. As she moved, countless green vines rushed toward the huge illusory face, and soon, under the other party's terrified gaze, it was firmly imprisoned. Absorb. Eve said lightly. With a move of her will, golden light bloomed, completely enveloping the huge illusory face. The next moment, Eve felt a surge of power surging toward her consciousness. Absorb. Eve once again activated this unique ability of the world tree. However, this time, what she absorbed was not divine power, but the soul. The huge face kept struggling, but under Eve's control, it could not break free. The heterogeneous soul was absorbed by Eve, devoured, and transformed into pure soul power, strengthening Eve's soul. At the same time, a huge amount of information poured into Eve's soul, but she did not browse it. Instead, she temporarily sealed it. As time passed, the illusory aura became weaker and weaker, and the extent of its struggle became smaller and smaller. Finally, it seemed to have reached the final critical point. The entire world of will of the tree of life trembled slightly, and the huge illusory face suddenly collapsed. Dazzling light filled the entire world. The colorful light scattered everywhere, and was devoured by Eve bit by bit. After the light gradually dissipated, a golden figure appeared in front of Eve. Looking at the figure, Eve was slightly stunned. It was a divine artifact emitting a faint light. It had a long dark golden handle and a sharp spearhead. On both sides of the spearhead, there were two other spearheads that were slightly shorter. The three spearheads were shaped like the word mountain and were engraved with exquisite patterns. However, there were traces of black spots on it, making it look even more strange. It was a trident. Eve's eyes were full of astonishment. This trident appeared after the huge illusory face collapsed. In other words, this was the main body of the sealed soul power. This was really out of Eve's expectations. She never thought that under the huge illusory face was a divine artifact. What was sealed in the mental world was not an ancient god with great divine power, but a true divine artifact that had given birth to a soul. Since it had given birth to a soul, then in a sense, it was equivalent to an ancient god. However, at this moment, Eve had completely devoured the soul that had been born, and the other party had returned to its most primitive form. Yes, Eve, everything is clear now. Why was the other party's image not fixed? Why was the other party able to control divine power that was close to the peak of mid-level, but unable to use divine territory? Why was the other party able to control the power of laws, but Eve could not see through the other party's priesthood? The answer was somewhat surprising, because the other party was not a complete ancient god's soul, but a true divine artifact that had given birth to intelligence. The other party used a true divine artifact as its core, and after absorbing various powers, it produced a body of consciousness. Looking at the dark golden trident in front of her, and associating it with the original image that resembled a leviathan, Eve had some guesses about the other party's identity. Starlight flickered in Eve's mind, and faint waves of divine power swept across the trident that was entangled by branches and vines. Immediately after, the other party's information appeared in the form of a system dialog box in Eve's vision: true divine artifact, Poseidon's trident, contaminated, creator, Poseidon bonus, divine artifact effect, dominates the sea, obtains the ability to control the sea, and becomes the master of all sea creatures. Passive effect, permanently bound to the holder of the sea priesthood. Only the holder of the sea priesthood can fully unleash its power. Solidified law, waves, storms, sea creatures. When I wield it, the sea will become my servant. Storms and tsunamis will be under my command. Continents will sink, heaven and earth will crumble, and the entire world will tremble. Bonus, the Poseidon's trident. Eve's thoughts moved slightly. This was a powerful divine artifact recorded in the world tree's legacy, and it was extremely famous. For a moment, Eve was enlightened. No wonder it can transform into the appearance of Leviathan. Leviathan now controls the priesthood of the sea god, and as the sea god's weapon, it will naturally be affected. Leviathan probably isn't after the power of faith in the middle plane, but this. However, because of the existence of the seal, and because the trident has given birth to its own soul, Leviathan has been unable to obtain it. The reason it was able to resist Leviathan's forces in the middle plane for over 1,000 years, apart from the seal, is probably because the trident's own power exerted a strong suppression on Leviathan's power. It has given birth to the power of a soul, and wants to become a true life form, a true ancient god. Solidified law is the law power of a true divine artifact. Waves, storms, and sea creatures are all subordinate to the sea priesthood, and the sea priesthood is related to the nature priesthood. That's why it fulfills the fourth condition to become a world tree. That's why. After discovering the shadow elves in the middle plane, it had the idea of occupying the tree of life, replacing it, and then becoming a world tree. Leviathan probably knew about this as well, which is why he threw me into this plane. His original intention was probably to use me to make the trident a true world tree. Becoming a world tree means that the seal is completely broken, and the trident's soul power will definitely be separated from the original divine artifact. The Poseidon's trident will become ordinary again, and the soul born from the trident will become a new world tree. At that time, Leviathan will not hesitate to take action, and take back the trident that can no longer interfere with his power. He might even be able to strike down the world tree that has just become a true legend, and steal the priesthoods of nature and life. However, everything is over now. Leviathan's idea was very good. If Eve was really just a true god who became an elf, then she would very likely act as Leviathan had planned. Unfortunately, his initial plan was wrong. Introducing the real world tree into the middle world was, in a sense, giving Eve a huge gift. With a smile, Eve waved her hand lightly, and a green vine sent the sea god's trident into her hands. This true god weapon was even heavier than the sword of Damocles. The moment she held it in her hands, Eve seemed to hear the whistling of the sea breeze and countless reverent voices. Feeling the strong power in the trident, she nodded secretly. If she could completely unleash the power of this true god weapon, then her power would be greatly enhanced in the plane world with the vast sea. This included the vast sea world of seekers. Light flashed in her hands, and the trident slowly disappeared. It was sent into Eve's god's kingdom. There were conditions to completely control the trident. The sea god's trident was the exclusive artifact of the sea god. Without the priesthood of the sea, Eve held it in her hands was only a true god weapon that could change the weather of the sea and control part of the sea creatures. However, since she came to this world and knew about Leviathan's plan, Eve had a bold idea in her mind. Since Leviathan wanted to use her to benefit from the fight between the snipe and the clam, then, he would play along with the plan. As for the contamination in the trident, Eve planned to wait until the end of the War of Gods and Devils before looking for the god of dwarfs and forging. Anyway, as long as she did not develop self-awareness, the contamination of the sea god's trident was not a big deal to her. Next, she would control the Tree of Life and the remaining seals in this world to prepare for the promotion of a great divine power. Looking at the foggy wool space of the Tree of Life, Eve was the only one left. She gently opened her arms, and her entire soul resonated with the Tree of Life. In the next second, the power of the soul exploded, and Eve began to merge with the Tree of Life. She wanted to take over the Tree of Life and turn it into her own incarnation. Golden light began to erupt from the Tree of Life. Gradually, the Tree of Life that had withered due to the failure of the advancement was filled with vitality again. A moment later, Eve's vision changed. She left the foggy world and arrived in the Mindel Plain. His field of vision continued to rise until it finally turned into a field of vision that was extremely similar to his own. That was the Tree of Life's vision. However, in Eve's perception, her vision was divided into two parts. While the two parts were independent of each other, they were also connected to each other. One was the view from the hillside, overlooking the magnificent city below the hillside. The first vision was from the high school surrounded by fog, overlooking the huge relic array formation below. This was the Tree of Life's vision. The former was the Mindel Plain. The latter was a world of ruins. When the Tree of Life had just advanced, it had taken root in the origin world of the Mindel Plain, becoming the link between the plane and the origin world. That was why such a strange phenomenon had occurred. It can be seen in Mindel. It could also be seen in the world of ruins. Eve did not break the bond. This was because it was beneficial for her to use the power of the seal in the Mindel Plain to advance. Although the seal that sealed Neptune's trident had been broken, the Mindel Plain did not only have one layer. The world of ruins was another seal. Outside the Mindel Plain, there was another seal that concealed the aura of the entire plane world. These two seals were the real help for Eve to quietly advance to a great divine power. Eve could sense that when she advanced to a great divine power, these two seals that had held up for an unknown period of time would inevitably be broken. The entire Mindel Plain, whose true energy level was not as high as the world of seekers, would also very likely be on the verge of collapse. But that was enough. As long as she concealed the fluctuations of her divine power at the most powerful moment when she advanced to a great divine power, and left her mark in the origin world in time during the process, Eve would become the master of the Mindel Plain. And when she became the master of the Mindel Plain, Eve was confident that she could reduce the damage to the Mindel Plain when she advanced. At that time, Leviathan would also be attracted by the fluctuations of energy, and it would be time to settle the score with her. The radiance gradually disappeared from the Tree of Life. Gradually, Eve finally gained control of this clone that originated from the World Tree. And the moment she gained control of the Tree of Life, she finally connected with the network of faith that the original Tree of Life had stolen. That was the faith of the entire Mindel continent. However, in Eve's perception, at this very moment, the power of faith of the Tree of Life was in chaos. She sensed it slightly and realized what had happened. The target of the Mother Church's faith was the fake World Tree. The moment the fake World Tree was destroyed by Eve, the believers would naturally sense it. However, the speed at which Eve regained control of faith was too fast. Before the believers could realize what had happened, the network of faith had returned to normal. So, the entire faith did not collapse, but merely fell into chaos. But it was foreseeable that the entire upper echelon of the Mother Church had fallen into chaos. This was because when the Tree of Life fell, her control over the believers' thoughts had also disappeared. At the same time, Eve could also sense that the network of faith in the Mindel Plain had some kind of rejection reaction with her original network of faith, and could not achieve a good integration. This caused a great loss of the power of faith that Eve had obtained from the Mindel Plain. After thinking for a moment, Eve knew why. This was the after effect of the Neptune's trident stealing faith. The other party had secretly changed the true direction of the faith, and now Eve had replaced it. In this process, the target of the faith was in chaos. If an example had to be given, it would be like the account that should have been inherited by Eve had been hacked, and now Eve had used the same method as the hacker to retrieve it. However, although she had retrieved it, the password and binding information of the account had been changed, and could not be interconnected with the previous account. This was also very easy to solve. change back to the password was the solution. Eve could sense that when she became more powerful, her life form would undergo a metamorphosis. At that time, she had to completely unify the faith. In this way, Eve could maximize the benefits in the process of advancement. With this thought, her consciousness returned to the world of ruins, and once again summoned her true God incarnation. In a flash of light, Eve appeared in front of Carrots and the players. Mother Goddess! You succeeded? Seeing the holy figure that appeared in front of him, the legendary elf Carrots was excited. Eve smiled and did not say anything. Carrots' expression was joyful, and he had already realized something. Eve walked past him and came to the sleeping shadow of the night, Eris. Seeing Eve's action, Carrots' heart skipped a beat. He thought of something, and his expression instantly became excited. He opened his eyes wide, and his gaze was full of expectation and hope. And Eve gently reached out her hand and placed it on Eris' forehead. The brilliance of divine power gathered in her hand and kept pouring into Eris' body. Much of it was the divine power of life that Eve had just absorbed from the divine power of the Neptune's trident and the power of the soul. With Eve's action, the aura of the shadow of the night, Eris, gradually became strong from weak. The light slowly enveloped him. And Eve gently closed her eyes, and once again separated a part of the power of the soul and entered the body of the shadow of the night, Eris. Her vision changed, and Eve came to a magnificent world. This was a lush forest, verdant and green, with ancient trees towering to the sky. If one observed carefully, they would find that this was actually the woodland in the core area of the elf forest. This was not any other place, but the space of consciousness of the shadow of the night, Eris. Eve's figure changed, and she returned to her holy and beautiful appearance in the temple of the kingdom of God, and came to the forest. Following a certain aura, she stepped forward and walked toward the depths of the forest. And Eve's purpose of coming here was to find Eris' lost soul. She could sense that the reason why Eris was sleeping was not that his soul was injured, but that his soul was sealed in the space of consciousness, and he had lost control of his body. As for whether it was sealed by Eris himself or by the Poseidon's trident, she would only know when she met him. However, Eve was more inclined to believe that Eris himself sealed it. Taking a step forward, Eve walked like the wind. Gradually, a towering castle appeared in front of her. Eve's heart moved slightly. This castle was the manifestation of the power of the seal. She smiled slightly, came to the front of the castle, and pushed the door open. The castle was decorated elegantly, in a typical elven style. Eve walked up the stairs of the castle, and came to the top floor. On the top floor of the attic, a black-haired, black-eyed elven girl was sitting in front of the window, quietly looking at the scenery outside. Her appearance was exactly the same as the shadow of the night, Eris, but she was not the age of a 17 or 18-year-old human girl like Eris, but more like a 6 or 7-year-old little girl. Eve took a step forward lightly, and came to the front of the other party. The girl was not affected by Eve's appearance in the slightest. Instead, she continued to look out of the window silently. Eve followed her gaze and saw a towering giant tree rising from the ground in the forest outside the window. That huge tree covered the sky, but its leaves were all withered. Eve's heart moved slightly. It was none other than the World Tree. As the saying went, the consciousness world was the manifestation of the subconscious of intelligent creatures. Eve sighed softly and said softly, "What are you looking at?" The girl did not turn her head. Her gaze was fixed on the towering giant tree outside the window. Her face was expressionless, and her voice was calm. "I'm looking at the great Mother Goddess. I'm waiting for her return." The elven girl's eyes were empty and still, like a stone statue. Hearing her words, Eve fell into silence. A few seconds later, she sighed. "Everything is over. Eris, leave this place and return to reality." The elven girl did not react. Only after a moment did she slowly shake her head. "No, I can't leave this place. If I leave this place, she will obtain my body. I can't let her succeed. That will bring disaster to the tribe and affect the recovery of Her Holiness the Mother Goddess." Eve's heart moved slightly. She knew what the other party was talking about. What the other party was talking about was the Neptune's trident that had gained self-awareness. At this moment, Eve had also investigated Eris's condition. Eris had sealed himself in this consciousness castle, and this consciousness castle had achieved a symbiotic relationship with his body through a certain method. If she died, the castle would be destroyed, and her body would self-destruct. And if she did not perish, her body could not be completely seized, and the existence that wanted to achieve recovery in her body would not succeed. Without a doubt, Eris had probably completed this seal during the process of being attacked by the Neptune's trident and attempting to occupy her body. Of course, by sealing the consciousness, he had also sealed himself. The young version of Eris in front of Eve was merely an amalgamation of the sealed subconscious. Eve sighed softly and looked at the world tree outside the window. The brilliance flowed in her eyes, and a faint radiance was emitted. And the next moment, the world tree outside the window actually began to sprout and unfold leaves rapidly, blooming and upgrading vigorously. The elf girl in front of the window trembled. Seeing this scene outside the window, there was a fluctuation in her gaze for the first time. She slowly turned her head, and her expression was still dull. But her gaze stopped on Eve. Meeting her gaze, Eve's face had a faint smile. Eris. I'm back. With that, Eve stretched out her hand and stroked the elf girl's forehead. The next moment, light bloomed in her hands, and pure soul power and a large amount of information were poured into the elf girl's mind by Eve. That was not only the power to awaken the other party. At the same time, there was also all kinds of information that Eve had sorted out since her awakening. The elf girl trembled slightly, and her gaze gradually became clear. Her eyes regained focus, and her bright eyes quickly focused on Eve's gentle smile. Then, 2 lines of tears slowly streaked across her cheeks. Her Holiness the Mother Goddess, you have returned, her voice trembled slightly. Yes. Eve nodded gently. Let's go, she said softly. In the next second, the entire world of consciousness trembled, and countless cracks appeared on the castle. With a cracking sound, the majestic castle suddenly collapsed. Light swallowed everything. Eve opened her eyes and returned to the world of ruins. And the sleeping demigod Eris's aura instantly became clear. He trembled slightly and slowly opened his eyes. Teacher. Carrots, who was at the side, looked excited, and her eyes were sparkling. Eris's gaze was still a little dazed. He glanced at the legendary elf, and his gaze gradually became clear. Carrots, he said softly. And then, as if realizing something, Eris hurriedly struggled to stand up. He looked at Eve, who was smiling at the side, and his clear eyes were quickly filled with tears. His voice gradually became trembling. Her Holiness the Mother Goddess, you're really back. Eve nodded gently. His face was full of smiles. I'm back. Then, Eve's expression became solemn. Eris, Carrots, and the Chosen Ones, I have a mission for you. Mindle Plain, New Rivendell. The headquarters of the Mother Church was in a state of chaos. The priests looked at the symbol of the Mother Church that was full of cracks on the altar of worship in horror. Their gazes were a little blank. From time to time, there were people carrying corpses out of the temple. If one looked carefully, these dead people turned out to be the chief priests and senior knights of justice in the church. In the temple, there were cries of grief. Everyone was in a state of panic. It seemed that a terrible disaster had happened. Outside the temple, facing the direction of the world tree, countless devout believers had already knelt down. Hulier leaned on the stone pillar of the temple and looked at the world tree that had suddenly withered in the distance. His lips had already turned white. His gaze was a little blank. Until now, he still could not figure out why the world tree that had suddenly grown explosively would wither so quickly in the blink of an eye. Not only that, many of the high-ranking chief priests and senior knights of justice in the church had died in an instant without any warning. Although some people did not die, they seemed to have suffered some kind of shock to their souls and fell into a deep sleep. In the blink of an eye, only Hulier, the new chief priest who had just joined the group of chief priests, was left awake in the entire church. What was even more frightening was that the symbol that symbolized the Mother Church in the temple had cracked. Hulier was very clear about what these signs meant. Thinking of a certain possibility, Hulier's face became paler and paler. His whole body could not help but tremble. At this moment, he felt empty in his heart, as if he had lost something. However, just as his face was filled with despair, The world tree that had withered suddenly began to regain its vitality, green brilliance bloomed from the giant tree in the distance. Culier's eyes widened. Somehow, he felt that the empty place in his chest was filled with a purer and more blazing power. Faintly, Cullier felt that something in his soul seemed to have been broken. His thoughts became more agile and clearer. At this moment, some lost memories slowly emerged in his mind. Those were the memories of when he had just been promoted to chief priest. At that time, the chief priest of the church had personally received him and cast the blessing divine spell of the Mother Church for him. However, this divine spell, which was originally a blessing in his impression, after recovering his memory, Cullier was shocked to find that it seemed to be a divine spell that controlled the mind. However, he had forgotten this part of his memory after the blessing. Now that he had recovered this part of his memory, his face became even paler, and he fell to the ground. At this moment, cold sweat broke out all over Cullier's body. He had actually been controlled by someone before. Mother Goddess above, what happened? Cullier murmured blankly. The world tree regained its vitality. The kneeling believers all raised their heads and looked at the world tree in the distance in shock. Their astonishment quickly turned into ecstasy when they sensed the familiar power. Mother's power has been restored. Praise the Mother. The Mother Goddess did not abandon us. They wept with emotion. Looking at the pious believers praying and feeling the radiance of faith that reappeared in his heart, Cullier didn't look happy. On the contrary, he became more and more confused. As a chief priest with keen senses, he clearly sensed that the radiance of faith seemed to have undergone some changes. One after another, more high-ranking clergymen slowly regained consciousness. Soon, they revealed a confused expression similar to Cullier's. I seem to have been controlled before. Mother Goddess above. What just happened? It's the chief priest. The chief priest actually controlled our thoughts. Where's the chief priest? He's already dead. The church didn't calm down because of the recovery of the world tree and the awakening of the surviving high-ranking clergymen. On the contrary, the chaos seemed to be getting more and more intense. Panic and confusion began to spread among the believers, and soon, it spread to even more people, until a powerful aura appeared in the sky above the temple. Accompanied by a silver light, a female elf with black hair and black eyes slowly emerged. Seeing her, some of the older elves and the higher-ups of the church, including Cullier, widened their eyes. Lord Eris. This is Lord Eris. Lord Eris is still alive? Eris's gaze swept across the church, and his divine power surged. The holy radiance spread, and a gentle power brushed the hearts of every believer, dispelling their panic. Then, a cold and majestic voice sounded in the sky above the temple. Silence, surviving chief priests, quickly come to the central temple to see me, outside the city, in a hidden manner. The blasphemers looked at the withered tree of life, and their expressions were equally excited. It's withered. The evil tree is withered. It must be Lord Carrots and the others who succeeded. But soon, when the tree of life bloomed with vitality again, the cheers gradually died down. The blasphemers looked at the tree of life that seemed to be more luxuriant, and their hearts were at a loss. It's not defeated. It's not defeated, could it be? Lord Carrots and the blessed have failed? Disappointment spread in the organization until the old elf Cole looked in the direction of the tree of life in bewilderment. Partners, do you feel that the evil tree seems to have changed? Hearing his words, the blasphemers all looked at the tree of life. Soon, there was a hint of surprise in their gazes. It seems to have changed. Mother Goddess above. I feel the power of Mother Goddess. Could it be? Their expressions gradually became more and more excited. Until the manor's door was pushed open, and a group of familiar figures appeared in the blasphemer's vision. It was the legendary elf Carrots and 10 players. Lord Carrots. Lord Chosen One. You're back. The blasphemers crowded forward. Carrots nodded, then looked at the players and said in a deep voice, Partners. The darkness has passed, and dawn is coming. Teacher has awakened and is rebuilding faith at the church headquarters. Her Holiness Mother Goddess has given an oracle. We will assist His Holiness Eris, the shadow of the night, in spreading the glory of Her Holiness Mother Goddess in the Minder Plane. World of Abyss, Nirvana Wasteland. After defeating the demon army that attacked the stronghold again, Aurora returned to the temple. Although the balance of the battle in the World of Abyss was tilting more and more toward the elves, her expression was not relaxed at all. After reading the letter from the Seeker's world, Aurora's gaze focused slightly. The letter conveyed the news of the invasion of the Abyss army in the territories controlled by other forces in the Seeker's world. The invasion of the Abyss into the Seeker's world had already begun. Now, various forces were sending troops to encircle and annihilate it. Some of the true gods had even descended into the Blessed Ones. However, there was no more news about the battle situation. With a sigh, Aurora prepared to do a routine prayer. However, just as she walked into her prayer room, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. She looked up and saw a familiar figure sitting on the chair in the prayer room. It was Eve. Her Holiness the Goddess. You're back. Aurora looked excited and knelt on one knee. Looking at the fanatical frost elf demigod in front of her, Eve smiled gently. Then, she said softly, Aurora, the Abyss has begun to invade the world of Seekers. Withdraw the combat strength of the Nirvana wilderness and prepare to return to help. Aurora's heart skipped a beat as she nodded respectfully. Yes, your oracle. Eve exhaled softly and continued, that's right. In addition, for the next 6 months, I will fall into a deep sleep. Aurora, you have to protect the elven forest with Meryl. If you encounter any difficulties that you can't handle, even if you ask the Underworld Oracle for help, Her Holiness Hela will provide support. Hearing Eve's words, Aurora trembled slightly. She seemed to have realized something and suddenly raised her head to look at Eve excitedly. Her Holiness the Goddess, could it be that you? Eve smiled slightly and nodded slightly, but she did not say anything else. However, Aurora already had an answer in her heart. She drew a symbol of the scepter of life on her chest and said fervently and excitedly, Her Holiness the Goddess, Aurora, will definitely not let you down. Aurora, will wait for you to wake up and return to the peak of the world of Seekers. Eve smiled faintly, then her body emitted a gentle light and slowly dissipated. Aurora lowered her head respectfully again, her expression full of sincerity. Her Holiness the Goddess, may your glory illuminate the world. She said softly. After handing over the matters of the elven forest, Eve's figure appeared in the holy city of death in the underground world, at Khazar. She teleported and appeared in the holy city's temple of death. She came to the statue of Death Hela and slightly revealed her divine power. The light on the statue flowed, and the deep brilliance drowned the entire hall. Hela's figure appeared in front of Eve. She was half lying on the white bone throne with a surprised expression. Her Holiness Eve, I didn't expect you to come to the holy city of death to meet me. Eve smiled slightly. I heard from His Holiness Fenrir that after the Abyss began to invade, you left a demigod avatar here. Hela nodded gently and sighed. I have to thank you for providing the blood breeds godhood. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me to condense a demigod avatar in the world of Seekers. As she spoke, she looked at Eve again. Her Holiness Eve, have you found the location for your advancement? Eve nodded and said with a smile. That's right. I found a plane suitable for my advancement. During the advancement process, if there's a need, please help protect my believers in the world of Seekers. Hela's gaze was a little surprised. You're about to advance? You don't need my protection? Eve nodded. The plane I'm in is a little special. Under normal circumstances, the power of a true god can't completely descend. Hela's heart stirred slightly as she pondered. She nodded gently and said, I understand. How long will it take for your advancement? Half a year. In my perception, it should be at least half a year. Eve replied. Half a year, Hela pondered for a moment and said, I understand. I understand. Her Holiness Eve, I wish you success. I await the good news of your return. After bidding farewell to Hela, Eve once again used the reversal gate to return to the Mindel Plane. After gaining control of the Tree of Life, she also gained partial control of the sealing power of the Mindel Plane. Although it was only a portion, it was enough for her to determine the coordinates of Mindel and travel between the two worlds. Standing on the Tree of Life, Eve looked down at the city below the hill with a gratified expression. She could sense that Eris and the players, who had accepted the mission, had already begun to take action. Since there was a deviation in the power of faith in the Mindel plane, then, let them assist her in correcting the faith. With Eris around and subduing the upper echelons of the Mother Goddess Church, the turmoil of faith in the entire Mindel plane would quickly subside. This place would become another huge source of faith for Eve. The faith in the Mindel plane began to get on the right track, and the affairs of the Elven Forest had been settled. Even the game maintenance of Elven Nation, Eve specially left some missions and plans for Fennel, including the communication between the world of Seekers and the Mindel plane. After doing all this, it was time for her to advance to a great divine power. However, unlike the previous advancements, this time, Eve could sense that she would be in deep sleep for a period of time, probably about half a year. When she woke up again, it would be the time for her to advance to a great divine power. At the same time, it would also be the time for her life level to transform. If Eve's guess was correct, then she would also leave the elementary state of the world tree. Turning her gaze slightly, Eve looked at the tree of life. She gently placed her hand on the tree trunk and silently chanted, "Reverse." With that, an obscure energy wave floated on the tree of life, and traces of space-distorting power spread continuously. The next moment, the tree of life and Eve's original body quietly changed coordinates. The real-world tree that had separated from the world of Seekers appeared in the Mindel plane, replacing the tree of life. During this process, no one noticed because Eve had changed the appearance of her original body according to the image of the tree of life in advance. Roots spread out, and Eve inserted her own roots into the space of the Mindel plane's origin, stopping the waves caused by the tree of life's departure from the origin. At this moment, Eve felt that she had become the master of the Mindel plane. Taking a deep breath, Eve dispersed her incarnation and returned to her original body. She looked down at the entire world from above and transferred the last bit of divine power from her divine kingdom to her original body. At that moment, her divine power broke through the 100,000 mark. Begin the advancement, Eve silently said in her heart. The next moment, a strong sense of sleepiness came over her. She fell into a deep sleep amidst the rising divine power. The bustling wharf was packed with people. Ships of all sizes were anchored in the river bay, their flags fluttering in the wind. From time to time, new sailboats could be seen sailing from afar, entering the port, and slowly docking. Most of the sailboats came from the lower reaches of the river. Every time a ship docked, a large number of passengers would push and clamor as they boarded the dock. Most of them carried luggage and were uneasy. They were all refugees. On the shore, the city guards had already taken up residence at the dock to maintain order. Suddenly, a sailboat with a red flag slowly sailed over from afar. The golden scepter symbol on the red flag was particularly eye-catching. As this sailboat sailed over, the surrounding sailboats moved to the sides to make way for it. Seeing this scene, a refugee on an imperial sailboat couldn't help but look over and ask the crew, "What family is that? Which family's ship is that? Why are all the ships giving way to it?" The crew member glanced at the red flag on the sailboat, then looked at the iris flower symbol on the ship, and said, "Hey, Captain Lee," he chuckled and said, "Friend, is this your first time in Maple Moon Free Territory? A red flag and a golden scepter. That's the sailboat directly under the executive officer." Hearing this, the refugee came to a realization. The executive officer, is that Lady Sophia? That's right, it's Lady Sophia, the crew said respectfully. As he spoke, he pointed at the iris on the ship and added, "Do you see that iris flower? If I'm not wrong, this sailboat should be working with the Amway Chamber of Commerce. Because that's the symbol of the Amway Chamber of Commerce." Amway Chamber of Commerce? The refugee was stunned for a moment, then he was surprised. Is that the rumored large chamber of commerce whose headquarters is located in the Elven Forest and is at loggerheads with the Sauron Chamber of Commerce in the underground market of the Kingdom of Airs? Yes, don't underestimate their Chamber of Commerce. The Elven mercenaries of their Chamber of Commerce are quite powerful. The crew sighed. The refugee nodded in agreement. I've heard of the Elven mercenaries of the Amway Chamber of Commerce. It's said that they're quite active on the battlefield in the south. As long as you buy the Goddess of Life statue they sell, you can summon them. At the mention of the battlefield in the south, the refugee's expression gradually became dejected. Even the crew members who were chatting with him looked worried. The battlefield in the south. I heard that the southern border has been completely lost. Hearing the crew member's words, the refugee sighed. It's not just the southern border. It said that the demons have already established a stable dimensional channel. More and more demons are invading, and there are even terrifying demigod demon monarchs. Hiss. Demigod devil monarch? Hearing the conversation between the two of them, the other refugees gasped softly. Yes. I fled from the south. It is said that several legendary professions have fallen in his hands. The refugee who spoke with lingering fear on his face. Hearing his words, the people around him all looked worried. There were also many people who looked relieved and heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, we withdrew in time. It's only been a few months, and the southern border has already fallen. If we had waited any longer, I'm afraid the entire southern part of the empire would have been occupied by the demons. When the topic of the war in the south was brought up, many people showed fear on their faces. Demons. That's really a group of terrifying existences. I saw them tear the humans they captured into pieces with my own eyes. Tearing them to pieces is already considered good. It said that many of the people they captured became rations. Have you seen the land contaminated by the power of the abyss? It's too terrifying. Wherever the demons passed, the earth turned black. Even the rivers turned black and gray. I saw someone drink a mouthful of water and his entire body festered. Hiss. That's too terrifying, that's why it's called the end of the world. The demons are invading, this is the end of the world. I heard that the demons' goal is to destroy the entire world. The eternal overlord above. When will these days come to an end? Doesn't the church care? The church has already sent out the judgment knights, but it said that the judgment knights and the empire's army were all defeated by the demons. Even the pope is furious. Now, the empire is gathering all the forces to resist together. A bunch of good-for-nothings. I knew that the church had fallen long ago. The priests and bishops only know how to collude with the nobles and exploit the commoners. Who knows how many good-for-nothings are mixed in with the judgment knights? It would be strange if they could win the war. The eternal church is no longer the church that protects believers. A refugee said angrily. The surrounding people's expressions changed. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm just stating the facts. As far as I know, if it weren't for the fact that the bishops and nobles at the southern border concealed the fact that the small town was occupied by the demons wouldn't have been able to gain a foothold in the Seekers so quickly. This matter. It said that it spread throughout the empire. The refugee said. After saying that, he glanced at the pier in front of him and looked at the prosperous city on the pier with a longing expression. Maple Moon Free Territory is still the best. It said that. Lady Sophia stripped all the nobles of their titles, and the entire territory became more and more prosperous under the guidance of the Life Church. I've already decided. When I get ashore, I'll go to the Church of Life to pray and become an official believer of life. Hearing his words, the other refugees couldn't help but look at the city on the shore, their faces full of hope. This was Zaloran, the capital of Maple Moon Free Territory, and the first place for refugees to escape after the demon invasion. Unlike the southern part of the empire, which was in an abyss of suffering, this city, which was said to have been ravaged by war a year ago, now looked so peaceful and safe. Let's get ashore. Once we get ashore, we'll be safe. I heard that Zaloran is short of manpower now. As long as we can find a temporary job here, we'll be able to survive, a refugee sighed. But, what if the demons attack here? This place isn't too far from the south, right? The demons are so fast. I plan to wait until we reach the northern territory before getting off the ship. A refugee said worriedly. However, after hearing his words, most of the refugees snorted. Attack Maple Moon? What? Won't they? The worried refugee was somewhat puzzled. The refugee who planned to convert to the life goddess shook his head and smiled. Friend, you're worrying too much. Now that the demons have invaded, I'm afraid that there's no place in the entire world of Seekers safer than Maple Moon Free Territory and Elven Forest. Why? The worried refugee asked. Of course it's because this is the sphere of influence of the Life Church. With the great life goddess personally guarding it, the demons definitely won't dare to come, especially Elven Forest. Unfortunately, only elves and half-elves can settle in Elven Forest. For us, the best choice is Maple Moon Free Territory, a refugee said. Hearing his words, many people nodded in agreement. With the outbreak of the God-Demon War, the demons invaded the world of Seekers, and a large number of refugees fled from the southern part of the Empire to Maple Moon Free Territory. The biggest reason for this was that Maple Moon Free Territory was supported by the Life Goddess. Although the flow of information was not smooth for most people, as the name of the Life Goddess spread, many of her deeds were already known in the Empire. For example, she was now the only true god walking on the ground in the entire world of Seekers. For example, she hated the power of evil and had destroyed the evil gods with terrifying strength many times. Moreover, even without mentioning the power of the Life Goddess, the famous elven mercenaries who were loyal to the Life Goddess had long been famous throughout the continent, not to mention anything else. Just now on the battlefield at the southern border, they could be seen fighting demons from time to time. Just as the refugees were talking, someone suddenly frowned and said, "I heard a rumor recently." Speaking of which, I heard a rumor some time ago. I don't know if it's true or not. What rumor? The others asked curiously. That person hesitated for a moment and said, "Rumor has it that Her Holiness the Life Goddess was sealed by the demon gods in a battle." Hearing his words, the others burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Her Holiness the Life Goddess was sealed? How is that possible? Friend, where did you hear this ridiculous news? The person who spoke hesitated for a moment and scratched his head. I don't know if it's true or not. I heard it from the underground world. The underground world? The others were very surprised. The person who spoke nodded and explained, yes. My hometown is South Castle. There's a passage to the underground world there. I heard the news from the caravan of the Alliance of Dark States. Now, many people there are saying this. Nonsense. I heard that the Alliance of Dark States once had a war with the Elven Forest. This news must be fake. Not to mention, Her Holiness the Life Goddess is living well in the Elven Forest. How could she fight with the demon gods of the abyss? Someone shook his head. Then I don't know. The person who spoke spread his hands. Then, he frowned and said, but, the Life Goddess is so powerful and hates evil so much. Why hasn't she made a move when the demons are about to invade the hinterland of the fertile plains? That's normal. After all, the Southern Territory doesn't believe in the Life Goddess. Someone said. But the Maple Leaf Territory didn't believe in the Life Goddess before. The person who spoke sighed. Hearing his words, the people around looked at each other and fell into deep thought. Many refugees showed surprised and doubtful expressions. Only a few refugees who had converted to the Life Church were still dissatisfied. Rumors. These are all rumors. Her Holiness the Life Goddess is benevolent and powerful. What you said is blasphemy. I'm just stating the facts. Hey, you're obviously using rumors to cause panic. The two sides argued. Soon, the argument evolved into an argument, and then a scuffle. On the deck, it was chaos. The chaotic scene attracted the attention of the passengers on the surrounding ships. Many people whistled and watched the show. Even the sailboat with a red flag, which was avoided by many ships, had many crew members looking over curiously. On the deck of the sailboat, an armored knight looked at the chaotic sailboat and frowned slightly. He shook his head, shifted his gaze, and looked forward. The ship had slowly sailed into the port, and someone on the shore had come to receive it. Until the hull shook slightly, the pedal was lowered, and the anchor was in the water. The sailors used ropes to completely fix the ship. Sir Fane, we're here. The crew member said respectfully. The knight was none other than Fane, who jumped from an ordinary hunter to an intermediate knight during the Liberation War of the Maple Moon Territory. After the demons invaded the world of Seekers and the war broke out in the south of the Holy Mania Empire, he was sent to the south of the empire to investigate the situation. This time, he was returning with the refugees on the ship of the Maple Moon Territory branch of the Amway Chamber of Commerce to report. He nodded to the crew, jumped lightly onto the dock, and then boarded a carriage that had been parked by the dock. To Wells Castle. After a year of recuperation, Zaloran City had regained its prosperity again. After passing through the renovated straight streets in the city, the carriage stopped in front of a solemn castle. This was the castle of the Wells family, and it was also the residence of the current governor of the Maple Moon Free Territory, Xianxia. After getting off the carriage and entering the castle, Fane finally came to the office of the governor of the Maple Moon Free Territory, Miss Sophia, under the guidance of the castle deacon. "Lady Sophia, Sir Fane is here," the guard at the door reported. Sophia was sitting behind her desk, dealing with government affairs. The tenderness between her eyebrows had long faded. Compared to a year ago, she looked more mature. Hearing the report, she rubbed her temples and put down the quill. Then, she looked at Fane at the door and smiled. "Please come in, Sir Fane." Fane came in front of Sophia and bowed respectfully. Sophia looked at him from top to bottom and went straight to the point. "Sir Fane, how's the war in the south of the Holy Mania Empire?" Fane's expression was solemn, and his gaze was a little dignified. He sighed and said, "Lady Sophia, the situation is getting worse." "Lady Sophia, it's serious. The situation there is getting worse. If I have to use a word to describe it, I can only use erosion to describe it." Hearing his words, Sophia was slightly solemn. She sat up straight and asked, "The Eternal Church hasn't taken action yet." "Has the Eternal Church not taken action?" "They have. The Eternal Church and the Empire have sent out their main forces, but there are too many demons." Fane sighed. With that said, he glanced at the map behind Sophia and said in a deep voice, "According to the situation I've observed, I'm afraid that in less than 2 months, the demons will attack our Maple Moon Free Territory." "So fast?" Sophia looked surprised. Fane nodded. "Lady Sophia, the demons are moving faster and stronger than we imagined. Our territory is still very weak. If the demons attack, I'm afraid we won't be able to contend against them. We have to inform the Elven Forest and ask for help from our elven companions." When Sophia heard this, she fell into deep thought. After a moment, she slowly nodded. "I'll report this matter to the church for consideration." With that said, she glanced at Fane and found that he wanted to say something but hesitated. Sophia's heart skipped a beat. "Sir Fane, do you have anything else to say?" Fane hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Lady Sophia, when I was in the south, I heard some rumors about Her Holiness the Goddess, and it's getting more and more intense." "What rumors?" Sophia raised her head and looked at Fane with a slightly scrutinizing gaze. As the blessed of Goddess Eve, she had always been quite sensitive to news about the goddess, and Fane's hesitant expression gave her a bad premonition. Fane hesitated for a moment and raised his head. "Lady Sophia, there are many rumors in the south that Her Holiness the Goddess actually went to the abyss when the gods and demons war started, and she was ambushed by the evil gods of the abyss and sealed." After hearing Fane's words, Sophia's expression changed slightly, and she snorted coldly. "Ridiculous." Fane hurriedly lowered his head again. After a few seconds of silence, he heard Sophia's voice again. "Fane, these rumors. Where did you hear them from?" Fane replied respectfully, "Many places. There are such rumors in many places in the south, but, after I traced them, I found that the source seems to be from the underground world." "The underground world?" Sophia raised her eyebrows. Seeing Sophia's thoughtful expression, Fane hesitated for a moment and carefully asked, "Lady Sophia, there are many rumors going around." "Lady Sophia, there are rumors in many places that the reason why Her Majesty the Goddess hasn't descended to eliminate the evil until the demons invaded Seagus world is because something happened to Her Majesty the Goddess." Is this true?" Sophia glanced at him and saw that Fane's eyes were full of worry, and besides worry, there was also some confusion. The girl sighed softly in her heart and said, "Fane, don't be ridiculous. Fane, don't let your imagination run wild. These are all rumors." After saying that, she glanced at the unpresented document in the knight's hand, rubbed her temples, and said, "Leave the report on your report. Leave your investigation report. I'm a little tired." Fane nodded, presented the report rolled up on parchment with both hands, and bowed to take his leave. After the knight left, Sophia sighed and opened the document. The handwriting in the report was not nice, at least from the perspective of a former noble of the empire. it could only be said to be barely recognizable. But this was already quite rare for a knight who was born a hunter. In fact, if Fane had not been an apprentice in August City for a while, he would not have been able to recognize so many words. However, although the handwriting was not good, the content of the report was well organized. This was also the reason why Sophia sent Finn to the south. She had already discovered this young knight's talent when he was working in Zaloran. As Sophia browsed through the report, her brows furrowed even tighter. Her fingers tightened around the parchment. At least 1,000,000 demons have been teleported, her gaze was somewhat solemn. Fane's documents had detailed information about the war in the south. Among them, what made Sophia's heart sink the most was the shocking numbers. Not only were there more and more demons as time passed, but there were also powerful demon monarchs that emerged one after another as territories fell. In just a few months, the Holy Mania Empire had lost at least 7 legends and more than 500 advanced professionals. The number of troops that had been wiped out by the demons was probably more than 200,000. If this exaggerated number had been a few years ago, it would have been the entire military force of the empire. In recent years, the world of Seeker's magic power had recovered, and there had been a spurt in the number of professionals, so it had not completely collapsed, but even so, from between the lines of Fane's records, Sophia could see how critical the situation was. The Eternal Church had issued orders many times to expand the number of Knights of Judgment. There had even been several miracles in the eternal holy city of Mania, and several seraphs had descended. However, even so, the Empire had not been able to stop the demons' attacks. Looking at the various descriptions on the parchment and the tragic situation after the demons' invasion, Sophia's expression became more and more serious. Perhaps they'll attack Maple Moon Free Territory in 2 months, staring at the fallen locations, the girl muttered. 2 months was Fane's speculation based on the current situation. However, after Sophia finished reading the documents and looked at the map behind her, her brows deeply furrowed. The Maple Moon Free Territory reached the battlefield downstream through the Weimar River. If the demon army continued to attack the fertile plains according to their current offensive, it would indeed take 2 months to reach the Maple Moon Free Territory. However, if they changed their attack method and went straight up the river, it would be different. For some reason, looking at the map, Sophia had an ominous premonition, especially after hearing about the rumors in the south from Fane. Something happened to Her Holiness the Goddess. This kind of thing was only spread among pagans and shallow believers. But the reason given in the rumor made even Sophia, who was a God's chosen one, feel bewildered when she read it. When the rebellion broke out in the Maple Leaf Territory, the evil god appeared. From the beginning to the end, in just 2 months, Her Holiness the Goddess took action and directly destroyed the evil god, sprinkling glory all over the Maple Leaf Territory. But now, the demons were descending at an even faster speed in the south of the empire. After the invasion of the world of Seekers, the higher-ups of the Life Church had not made any moves. Sophia clearly knew that the sooner the abyss was curbed, the easier it would be to drive the demons out of the world of Seekers. And the longer it dragged on, the more difficult the war would be. The abyss was enormous, and the world of Seekers was just a main material plane. If the abyss launched a full-scale invasion, it would be difficult for the various forces in the world of Seekers to resist without the power of a true god. Therefore, from the beginning of this war, the key to victory or defeat was with Her Holiness the Goddess. However, since the beginning of the war, the Holy Mania Empire and the Kingdom of Iris in the south, which was also affected, had sent envoys to the Life Church many times to ask for help. However, the higher-ups of the church only sent some chosen ones to participate in the battle and did not send any news of the goddess descending. Not to mention the rumors, even Sophia could vaguely sense that there might be some problems that she did not know about. As a chosen of Her Holiness Eve, Sophia's faith was very firm. But it was precisely because of her firm faith that her expression became even more solemn after hearing the rumors. Stroking the blessed necklace that Lady Zero had given her, Sophia could clearly feel the gentle power of Her Holiness the Goddess. This power meant that the faith of Her Holiness the Goddess still existed. But in that case, why had Her Holiness the Goddess not descended yet? This was indeed a puzzling question, even if she was a chosen of Her Holiness the Goddess. During this period, even when Sophia prayed to Her Holiness the Goddess, she received very little response. And even if there was a response, it was often vague and simple instructions, which was different from the previous accurate and clear responses. It felt as if there was a layer of mist between her and the goddess, or as if there was another existence responding on behalf of Her Holiness the Goddess. At the very most, it seemed that the earliest signs of this happened to coincide with the arrival of the news of the demon invasion. Regarding this matter, Sophia did not dare to think too deeply. However, no matter how puzzled she was, Sophia firmly believed that Her Holiness the Goddess must be fine and must have her own considerations. And as a chosen of Her Holiness the Goddess and the consul of the Maple Moon Free Territory, the only thing Sophia could do was to unite all the forces that could be united and stop the demon invasion outside the territory. With this in mind, Sophia stood up from her seat and ordered the guards outside, "Prepare a carriage. I'm going to the Life Church." About 20 minutes later, Sophia arrived in front of Zaloran's Life Church in a carriage. After reporting, she finally met the chief priestess of the Maple Moon Free Territory, a beautiful female elf, in the church. "Chief priestess, the demon invasion is getting faster and faster. With our current strength, I'm afraid we can't resist their army. I want to recruit brave warriors from all the elven chosen guilds to defend the Maple Moon Free Territory," Sophia said seriously. The elven priestess' expression turned solemn, and she nodded. "Sir Consul, I understand." With that, she summoned an extraordinarily handsome elven priestess and said to him, "Sir Amor, I have a new mission." "Your Excellency Natsum, Lady Sophia has a new mission to announce to the chosen ones." Seeing the summoned elven priestess, Sophia's heart skipped a beat. She recognized that this was an elven chosen one. It was said that elven chosen ones had a magical telepathy with each other. As long as a message was sent to one chosen one, all the other chosen ones would know. Looking at the iris symbol on his clothes, Sophia also recognized that this chosen one should be a core member of a super-large elven guild called Nature's Heart. Nature's Heart. Thinking of this guild name, a familiar figure inexplicably appeared in Sophia's mind. The cynical smile, the strange hairstyle, and the short but not bad time they worked together. A trace of nostalgia flashed across the girl's eyes as she murmured emotionally, "Your Excellency Demacia, where are you now? What are you doing?" Achoo! On the high platform, Demacia, who was dressed in a priestess robe, sneezed hard. After muttering, "Who's talking about me behind my back again?" he tidied up his clothes. But the next moment, a new system message floated in front of him. Frowny face ding. "Sophia von Well's favorability towards you has increased by 1. Demacia was speechless. He was slightly stunned, then he couldn't help but rub his nose and mumble softly, "Why did her favorability increase again?" A certain sharp-tongued half-elf lady flashed across his mind, and his expression was a little strange. Shaking his head, he cleared his throat and looked below the high platform. Then, with a smile on his face, he continued his passionate speech. "So, devout believers, we can only obtain the final victory in the war against the evil god of the sea by steadfastly believing in the goddess." As soon as he finished, there was a burst of enthusiastic applause from below the high platform. It was the fanatical believers wearing the symbol of a scepter on their chests. There were tens of thousands of them, and they filled the entire square. Among them, there were not only elves and half-elves, but also humans, halflings, and other land races commonly seen in the Mindel continent. Looking at the excited believers, Demacia was quite satisfied. He raised his right hand and shouted solemnly, "For the glory of the goddess! For our beautiful future!" And the believers below also raised their right hands excitedly, "For the glory of the goddess! For our beautiful future!" Feeling the enthusiastic atmosphere below the stage, and hearing the system notification of the mission completion, Demacia's face flashed with joy. Then, he changed the topic again, chuckled, and continued, "That's right. Also, I have another thing to introduce to all believers." As he spoke, his expression became kinder, and his tone became more cordial. "My friends, have you heard of Amway? Holy Mania Empire, Southern Border Territory." The once beautiful plains had been shrouded in darkness, and faint dark clouds began to appear in the sky. It was the spreading power of the abyss that began to erode this world. The trees had all been cut down and made into new siege equipment. High in the sky, there were countless flying monsters wreaking havoc and roaring. There were so many of them that they covered the sky like locusts that filled the sky. And on the ground, the endless army of demons was like a torrent of destruction, roaring and screaming. Under their feet, they stepped on the bones of humans, and their eyes were filled with bloodlust and madness. A tall demon surrounded by flames stood on the city wall of a smoke-filled human city. He looked at the ongoing massacre in the city, and his expression was full of enjoyment. It was not until the last scream disappeared in the laughter of the demons that he slowly withdrew his gaze. Lord Asteros, all the land has been transformed, and all the creatures have been slaughtered. Shall we continue to attack the north? A rough and respectful voice sounded behind the tall demon. It was a demon monarch in a cloak. Around his neck hung a necklace made of the skulls of humans, demons, and other races. Each skull represented a legendary profession that had fallen in his hands. This was a powerful legendary demon lord. However, even he was respectful in front of the tall demon, and his eyes were full of awe. The demon known as Asteros chuckled and withdrew his gaze. He raised his head and looked toward the northwest. In the distant northwest, the sky was still blue. The pure sky teased the heart of the tall demon, making the desire to destroy in his heart stronger and stronger. That was the direction of the Maple Moon Free Territory. He took a deep breath, and hot sparks spurted out from his nostrils. The huge pressure that belonged to a demigod spread out. No. Leave a part of the army to continue attacking the human countries. The rest of the main force will change the direction of attack. Our next main target is the northwest. Attack the Maple Moon Free Territory and destroy the elf forest. The goddess of life has been sealed by His Holiness Leviathan. Now is the time to destroy the Church of Life. As long as we destroy her power of faith, this war will be our victory. Maple Moon Free Territory, Sail Town. As the southwestern border of the Free Territory, this small town had become the main trade town between Maple Moon Free Territory and the Empire as well as the Kingdom of Iris in the south after the territory became independent from Holy Mania. In the entire Maple Moon Free Territory, other than the river trade on the Weimar River, this was the fastest developing trade node on land. According to the current development situation, it was very likely that Sail Town would become a large city in a few years. However, since a few months ago, when the demons invaded the Holy Mania Empire and the Kingdom of Iris, the trade caravans had greatly decreased. Instead, as time went by, more and more refugees fled from the south. Even if they did not personally go to the battlefield, from the refugees, the townspeople knew that the situation in the south was getting worse. The Kingdom of Iris on the south bank of the Weimar River was still fine. It did not seem to be the main direction of the demons' invasion. In addition, there were more mages in the Kingdom of Iris, which benefited the most from the recovery of magic power in the Seeker's world. It was said that they barely relied on the favorable terrain of the mountains to block the demons' army outside the ALS mountain range on the south bank of the Weimar River. However, on the fertile plains on the north bank of the river, the Holy Mania Empire was in a more miserable state. Every day, there was new bad news. As a town on the southeastern border of the empire, the people of Sayer Town were in a state of panic due to the constant stream of bad news. It could not be helped. This place was too close to the battlefield in the south. Although there was the protection of the goddess of life, the people were still afraid of the approaching demons' army. Especially after a month, when winter came, all kinds of rumors gradually spread in Sail Town. Many residents had already planned to pack their luggage and migrate to the north. Fortunately, since a few months ago, the Church of Life had arranged for people to build high walls around the town, which gave the remaining residents some confidence. It was said that the teleportation portal to Zaloran had also been built in the town, but it had not been officially activated. More and more soldiers came to Sail Town to guard it. Several mercenary groups had accepted the call and were stationed in the town, including an elven mercenary group with 500 members. The increase in military power gave the residents a sense of security, especially after the elves built a few watchtowers on the hillside outside the town. At this moment, on the southernmost watchtower of Sai Air, 2 human soldiers were on routine patrol. Speaking of which, it was interesting. In the beginning, the elves intended to keep watch on their own. But not long after, they gave up on standing guard on the watchtower and handed it over to the city guards stationed in the town. Rumor had it that the reason was simply because it was too boring. However, this seemingly strange reason made the human soldiers even more fearful of the elven mercenaries stationed in the city. Many of the soldiers had experienced the war to liberate the Maple Moon territory a year ago. They knew how powerful these beautiful elves were. The boring daily life that the elves spoke of was something that countless soldiers yearned for. However, the interesting things that the elves spoke of were battles that many people were afraid of. The human soldiers watching from the watchtower hoped that this boredom would continue forever. However, this was destined to be an extravagant hope. After 15 minutes of standing guard, the soldier climbed down from the highest platform and returned to the central tower of the watchtower. This kind of observation had to be done every 15 minutes, with 2 guards alternating between each other. However, just as he climbed down from the high platform and was about to hand over to his companions, he vaguely heard some monster-like roars coming from the sky. What's that sound? They looked at each other and saw doubt and vigilance in each other's eyes. Their gazes turned solemn as they stood up at the same time and looked out of the watchtower. They saw that in the southeast sky, dark clouds had appeared out of nowhere. Vaguely, there seemed to be countless black spots that were constantly enlarging. The two looked at each other and hurriedly found the telescopic mirror that was produced in the elven forest. They picked it up and looked in the direction of the dark clouds. When the black spots in their field of vision enlarged, their expressions changed slightly. What's that? In the telescopic mirror, flying monsters appeared one after another. They had bat wings on their backs and looked ferocious. They were actually very similar to the legendary demons. The flying speed of the monsters was very fast. In the blink of an eye, the black spots became visible to the naked eye. As they approached, the beast-like roars became louder and louder. Then, the earth began to tremble. As far as the eye could see, along the banks of the Weimar River, there was a faint black smoke that began to surge. The black smoke filled the air like a black line that covered the entire horizon. Even the Weimar River seemed to have a grayish-black fog that began to spread. Seeing this situation, the expressions of the 2 guards changed. Not good. It's the demon army. Quick! Sound the alarm. Ignite the magic smoke. They scrambled, rolling and crawling. One of them climbed to the tower's alarm, while the other went to the other side of the tower and lit up the candlestick that contained special magic materials. The next moment, accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of the bell, red smoke continuously rose into the air, forming a warning line that reached the sky. However, just as they released the signal, several ferocious winged demons descended from the sky and tore apart the crude watchtower. They laughed sinisterly as they tore the 2 guards into pieces amidst their screams. Blood splattered everywhere. A hint of bloodlust flashed in the winged demon's scarlet eyes. Its 4 limbs clung onto the crumbling watchtower as it roared at the sky. More winged demons flew over from the southwest sky. They flew past the watchtower and towards the nearby town of Sale. On the ground, the torrent-like demon army gradually appeared. Amidst the deafening footsteps, they attacked in the direction of the Maple Moon Free Territory. The attack against the Life Church's affiliated forces had officially begun. What? The Abyss demons have already started to attack the Maple Moon Free Territory? In the Temple of the City of Heaven's Chosen, Alice's expression changed slightly after she learned about the incident in town of Sale from the resurrected player on the World Tree. She turned around and looked at the map of the parish hanging on the wall. Her gaze gradually became solemn. How's town of Sale now? She turned around and asked. Maybe, it's already fallen. When the last of us died in battle and returned, the demons had already breached the town's gate. The player who reported shook his head. As he spoke, he smiled bitterly. We didn't even have time to activate the teleportation array. The number of demons is really too many. Hearing the player's words, Alice fell silent. Although she had been mentally prepared for the invasion of demons since the beginning of the War of Gods and Demons, Alice couldn't help but feel a little nervous when the demon army really began to advance toward the territory of Her Holiness the Goddess. Lady Alice, I think it's time to ask the Goddess for help. I saw that the invading demons are almost overwhelming. That number isn't something we can resist, especially the strongest players and Lord Merrill. They're all in the Nirvana wilderness. The reporting player couldn't help but say. Hearing his words, Alice fell silent. After a moment, she sighed. I understand. After reporting the information, the players took their leave. Only Alice was left. She looked at the map with a solemn expression. Ask Her Holiness the Goddess for help, she also wanted to do so. However, as the saintess of the goddess, others didn't know, but she knew that Her Holiness the goddess had fallen into a deep sleep for more than 3 months. Her Holiness the goddess wasn't in the world of seekers at all. She had gone to other dimensions and was promoting to a great divine power. Before Her Holiness the goddess woke up, they could only rely on their own strength. Exhaling lightly, Alice summoned the chosen one priest who followed her. Your Excellency Viroides, please inform Lady Aurora in the Nirvana wilderness that the demons have begun their attack on the Maple Moon Free territory. After giving the order to the chosen one to pass the message, Alice walked out of the temple. The demons had begun to invade the goddess Faith territory. It was time for the chosen ones to take action. However, thinking of the increasingly lawless chosen ones after Her Holiness the goddess fell into a deep sleep, Alice felt a little uneasy. As the earliest NPC in Elf Nation, Alice knew the chosen ones very well. Although the chosen ones summoned by the goddess were brave and fearless, they were also quite realistic and snobbish at the same time. Before Her Holiness the goddess fell into a deep sleep, she had given the chosen ones 2 missions. One was to head to the Nirvana wilderness in the Abyss world and participate in the war of gods and demons. The other was to protect their home in the world of seekers. Alice was very clear about the details of the missions, including the rewards for completing the missions. And the problem was precisely the rewards. Alice was very clear that for most of the chosen ones, the greatest motivation given by the missions was to improve their strength. And the consecutive battles in the Nirvana wilderness had already pushed most of the chosen ones to the limit of their advancement. If there was anything else that could attract them, it would probably be the advancement slots. However, the 2 large-scale missions given by Her Holiness the goddess did not have any advancement slots as a reward. And according to what Alice learned from chatting with the chosen ones, the artifact repair point scrolls and special prize pool lottery tickets that they were looking forward to had very low drop rates. In this case, the original mission rewards were already greatly reduced. Could it really motivate the chosen ones to participate in the battle? Alice knew that most of the chosen ones liked to fight battles that were advantageous to them. When faced with a disadvantageous situation, they would become very depressed. This was the pattern that she concluded from the chosen one's idol summoning missions. It was still okay in the Nirvana wilderness. Several of Her Holiness the goddess mythical followers were there, so the chosen ones did not feel much pressure. But now, facing the full-scale invasion of the Seekers' world by the demons, they were being crushed by the demons in all aspects. It was very likely that they would lose miserably in a battle where delaying the battle would be a victory. Would the chosen ones still have the motivation and courage? Not to mention, the elites and commanders of the major guilds had all gone to the Nirvana wilderness. A few of them had even gone to the dimension where Her Holiness the goddess was. In this case, as time passed, the gap in strength between the chosen ones was getting smaller and smaller. Could they really unite as a force? At this moment, Alice was worried. But no matter what, the war had to continue. She decided to personally summon the chosen ones and assemble an army to march toward the Maple Moon Free territory. However, when Alice walked out of the temple and arrived at the square of the City of Chosen Ones, she was slightly taken aback. She saw that a large number of chosen ones had already gathered in the square. Everyone had changed into their best equipment and were calling for teammates in 2s and 3s. After listening for a while, Alice was surprised to find that the chosen ones were actually calling for teammates to go to the Maple Moon Free territory to participate in the war. They raised flags of various colors, and the streets were full of people. If one looked carefully, they would find that many chosen ones had already lined up in formation and were rushing toward the teleportation array that led from the City of Chosen Ones to the Black Dragon Castle. City of Chosen Ones, Black Dragon Castle, Maple Leaf City, Zaloran. This was a teleportation route that was quite popular among the chosen ones. Many people even drove carriages pulled by magic beasts, and the carriages were full of supplies. Excitement and fighting spirit were written all over the chosen ones' faces. Seeing this scene, Alice's expression was a little dazed. At the same time, she was also a little surprised. She had just received news of the demon invasion and hadn't had time to gather the chosen ones. Her Holiness the goddess was asleep and hadn't issued a large-scale mission to gather the chosen ones. However, the chosen ones had already begun to organize spontaneously. Curious, Alice couldn't help but stop one of the chosen ones and asked in confusion, "Your Excellency Chosen One, may I ask, who is gathering the army?" have you received the mission? The chosen one was stunned for a moment. He then chuckled as if he was trying to please Alice. There's no overall commander yet, Lady Alice. It's just that our guild is gathering everyone to go to Maple Moon. However, it seems that G Gang of the Calamity Knights said that he intends to be the commander this time. Mission? I haven't received the mission yet, but it doesn't matter. The demons are coming. As a member of the Elf Forest, isn't it normal to participate in the war? This is a war to protect our homeland. Hee, I haven't fought a big battle yet. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Lady Alice, our guild president is urging us. I'll leave first. After chatting with Alice for a while, the chosen one ran toward the teleportation array excitedly. The saintess looked at his back with a complicated expression. Protect our homeland, she murmured. Alice knew that for the chosen one summoned by the goddess, this world was just a game. However, even if it was a game, some things had changed over the years. She could vaguely hear a song coming from the group of chosen ones. Alice fell into a trance. It seemed to be a battle song composed by the chosen one and the returning frost elves. The lyrics were in the elf language. When the horn blows on that day, everyone can hear it from 100 miles away. In the lush emerald forest, there's an invincible army, for the goddess, for faith, for the supreme glory. We walk on the winding road, marching under the guidance of fate. For the goddess, for faith, for the supreme glory. We charge on the battlefield of swords and blades, advancing under the blessing of the goddess. We are united as a fortress, we are united as one. Our footsteps step on the ruins of the old era. Our name spread throughout the world. We are united as a fortress, we are united as one. Our footsteps step on the ruins of the old era. Our name spread throughout the world. The dark clouds formed by the power of the abyss spread across the sky and covered the blue sky. The roars of the monsters were faintly discernible and reflected in the rolling thunder. This was the southern part of the Maple Moon Free Territory, the once fertile and beautiful River Bend. However, the beautiful scenery had become a thing of the past. Instead, everything withered and evil spread. The endless golden wheat fields turned to ashes, and the fertile and soft land was dyed in darkness. On the ground, the ferocious demons surged forward like a tide. There was no end in sight. They cooperated with the abyss monsters flying in the sky and kept pushing forward, spreading the pollution of the abyss to this fertile land. Ye stood on the hillside. He looked at the vast land in the distance, and his mood fluctuated like the waves in the sea. It had been nearly 5 months since the abyss officially invaded the world of seekers. The defense war of the Maple Moon Free Territory had been going on for more than a month. In the past month, the participation rate of players in Elf Nation had reached 86.3%. It could be said that except for the 100,000 players who were still defending the Nirvana Wasteland, more than 860,000 of the remaining 900,000 players participated in the grandest war since the launch of Elf Nation. What kind of scene would it be if nearly 900,000 players participated in the war? Before officially becoming a member of Elven Nation, Ye had countless fantasies. He had also watched the battle videos of the Chosen Ones on the internet over and over again. The battle of tens of thousands of people had made his blood boil. Now, when nearly 1 million players started the war, the scale and the grandeur of the scene were far beyond Ye's imagination. Even after a month, he still clearly remembered the grand occasion when everyone set out for the war. That day, he rode his flying demon beast and looked down at the ground from the sky. On the ground and in the wilderness, the players were like an endless flood, occupying every corner as far as the eye could see. The fluttering flags covered the sky, and the cavalry's iron hooves sounded like thunder. The rolling crowd stirred up clouds of dust, covering the sky and the earth as they pressed forward. At that time, Ye only had one thought in his mind. With such a magnificent army, where couldn't they go? What kind of power could stop their footsteps? However, when Ye saw the demon army, he finally realized how difficult this mission that the system had. Evaluated as difficult was, the number of demons and monsters far exceeded the number of players, and the high demons were far more powerful than players. The black mass of the Abyss army was like a black sea of annihilation, causing everyone who witnessed it to feel fear and trepidation. The ridiculous numbers and the demonic army that was clearly expanding as time passed made every player realize that it was no longer possible to rely on the city's defensive power to attack the demonic forces and continue to hold their ground. This was only the vanguard of the demon army. No one could give an answer as to how much combat power they had left to invade through the planar passage. Then, a million-strong battle broke out near the Maple Moon Free Territory's Sayer town. Ye could no longer use words to describe the tragedy and magnificence of that war. He only remembered that his initial lofty aspirations had vanished the moment the war began. He had once thought that he would be a warrior who would save the world, the chosen one who would turn the tide. However, when the war broke out, he finally realized that he was just an insignificant boat in the storm of war. This feeling of being insignificant reached its peak after the Black Dragon Meryl rushed over from the Nirvana wasteland and participated in the war. Standing in the vast army of players, he watched the mythical Megalosaurus fight the evil god of the abyss in the sky. The loud dragon's roar and the evil god's roar intertwined, and the sound resounded through the sky. The aftermath of the battle set off terrifying waves. The clouds rolled, and the space distorted, leaving behind a celestial phenomenon in the sky as if it was the end of the world. Even on the ground, Ye could feel the power and terror of the mythical creatures. This gap made him realize his own insignificance and the cruelty of war in the transcendent world. Fortunately, the players also had a mythical creature on their side, which gave the players the confidence to compete with the demon army. As far as Ye knew, several cities in the Holy Mania Empire had been razed to the ground by the mythical creatures of the abyss. Everyone below the mythical creatures were ants. After the War of the Abyss invasion broke out, Ye had a deeper feeling. Here, he was just an ordinary warrior. The only thing he could do was to contribute his insignificant strength and work with everyone to form a more turbulent force and pour it on the demons. He followed the roar of the commander, charged, and fought, using his own flesh and blood to stop the demons from advancing until he died. Then, he teleported again through the temporary teleportation circle and continued to press forward. Amidst the hoarse roar of the commander, he tore all the evil beings in front of him into pieces. There were no tricks, no shortcuts. When the scale of the war had risen to a terrifying level, the originally vast battlefield had become overcrowded, and there was no space for tactics to be used. At most, they could only rely on the real-time system communication under the command of the commander to form an instantaneous attack on the demon army, maximizing the advantage of the players' unity. However, this greatest advantage was wiped out by the fact that the average level of the demons was higher than that of the players. Under the battle between the two sides, the beautiful Maple Moon Free Territory turned into a terrifying meat grinder. Ye didn't know how many times he had died in battle and how many times he had resurrected in the past month. He also didn't know how many demons he had killed. He only knew that the first thing he did every time he went online was to join the player's army and fight the monsters of the abyss under the command of the commander who had changed countless times due to his hoarse voice. He only knew that the resurrection tokens he had saved for a long time were all used up in the first week of the war. If it weren't for the war mode, which limited the level drop when he didn't have enough resurrection tokens, he might have dropped from the lower silver rank to the dark iron rank. The good thing was that each killing brought him a huge amount of EXP. Although his combat power fluctuated with each death, it basically remained at its peak. He was just an ordinary player among the nearly 900,000 players. There were 860,000 people like him in the Elven Kingdom. Some of the more hard-working players even lived in the stealth cabin. Apart from eating and resting, they spent the rest of their time immersed in the war to defend the world of Seekers. Everyone had only one goal. That was to defeat the demon army, destroy the plane channel, and drive them back to the abyss. However, there were just too many demons. As time passed, not only did the players fail to repel the demons invading Maple Moon Free Territory, but they were also defeated by their attacks. Villages and towns were turned into ruins by the demons' rampage. Fields and forests were eroded by the abyss and turned into wastelands. The million-strong army was reduced and scattered under the demons' invasion. The battlefield commander changed one after another, and the control of the player army was completely out of control. Looking at the rotten situation, the new battlefield commander, who had stayed up for several days, cried in the channel. Only the heavy war song slowly played in the channel, beating the hearts of every player. A month had passed, and most of the territory in the southern part of Maple Moon Free Territory had been occupied by the invading Abyss army. The Demon's vanguard army was less than 100 kilometers away from the capital, Zoloran. The situation was getting more and more critical. Standing on the hillside, Ye looked at the demon army in the distance that was regrouping and getting closer and closer. He took a deep breath. This was the second time the players had gathered their entire army after the first large-scale battle involving millions of players. However, this time was different from the first large-scale battle. After experiencing a crushing defeat in the first large-scale battle, the players summed up their experience and made a new plan. They also sent messengers to various forces that they were on good terms with, asking for support. Today, the various forces had finally arrived on the battlefield. In addition, after a month, the players finally managed to build a long wall at the checkpoint leading to Zaloran to resist the demons' invasion. And the most experienced battlefield commander in Elven Nation had also returned. Ye shifted his gaze and looked at the person standing at the front of the player army. His thin body stood straight. He had black hair and black eyes, and he wore a holy druid robe. His eyes were full of determination as he looked at the battlefield. Li Mu. A legendary player who had commanded large and small battles in Elven Nation. He was extremely experienced. It was said that after knowing that the battle was getting more and more dangerous, he directly gave up the hidden mission with rich rewards and directly committed suicide from another dimension to return to command. The glory of the goddess once again played in the battlefield channel. The players' eyes were firm and fearless. After experiencing the baptism of the flames of war, everyone looked more steady and mature. The consecutive crushing defeats didn't make them lose their fighting spirit completely. On the contrary, it stimulated each player's fighting spirit. This battle was no longer a game for entertainment. For each of them, this was a battle to protect their home. Behind them was Zaloran. After passing through Zaloran, they would arrive at the beautiful and rich elven forest hundreds of kilometers ahead. That was the players' home. It was the spiritual harbor that the players had spent years to develop bit by bit. There were countless beautiful memories for them there. No matter what price they had to pay, they had to stop the demons here. On the hillside, flags were fluttering in the wind. At this moment, the number of players online had reached the highest level since the open beta. Up to 600,000 players were divided into 6 military formations, ready to go. Thousands of magic crystal cannons led by several major guilds were ready. They were intertwined with more than 800 heavy ballistae and 500 catapults to ensure coverage. On the other side, more than 100,000 players had regrouped. About 1/3 of them had reached the silver level, and they were ready to charge at any time. Beside them, there were more than 30,000 elves and half-elves. They were the purified elves and half-elves from the Orlas. Demiplane, the frost elves that returned from the Nirvana wasteland, and other elven tribes spontaneously formed a support army. Even if the players tried to stop them, they insisted on participating in the battle. In the words of the elven army's commander, Tharinder, this battle wasn't just a battle for the chosen ones. It was also their battle. Protecting their home was their responsibility. On the side of the elven army, there was an army of nearly 10,000 half-orcs. They were half-orc warriors that had converted to the goddess. Beside them was an army of more than 30,000 crypt spiders. Further away, a black army could be seen. They wore black armor, and blue flames burned in their eye sockets. That was the Death God's heroic spirit army. Beside the heroic spirit army, there was an army of nearly 20,000 dark dwarves and various underground intelligent beings. Those were the reinforcements sent by the Gloom City Alliance. On the other side, the Maple Moon Free Territories army, which was made up of human mercenaries and knights, was also ready for battle. There were more than 100,000 soldiers. In the sky, Megalosaurus were circling majestically. Those were the Megalosaurus sent by Dragon Island, which was allied with the Elf Forest. There were more than 300 of them, and each of them was at least at the gold level. Near the Megalosaurus, there were more than 1,000 wyverns of various colors. They were the wyverns with the bloodline of the Megalosaurus. They were summoned by the Megalosaurus. They were the reinforcements sent by Dragon Island. Around the reinforcements of Dragon Island, there were more than 30 large ellipsoidal objects. Their black cannons shone under the sunlight. Those were the Zeppelin airships that the players had spent a long time accumulating. Behind the airships, 100,000 players riding on flying magical beasts and thousands of dwarf griffin knights from the Dwarf Kingdom were ready to move out at any time. At this moment, the teleportation portals that the players had built to connect to various factions finally came into use. These reinforcements from various races and factions were mostly transported through the teleportation portals. They didn't care about the consumption of magic stones. This was a joint army formed by various races. It was a huge army with a total of more than 1 million people. The black dragon Meryl's figure was rolling in the clouds. Together with the returning golden dragon Mars and the 2 demigod-level silver dragons, they were holding the line for the entire army. The wind was howling, and the dark clouds in the distant sky kept spreading. On the horizon, the boundless devil army kept advancing with billowing smoke and dust. In the ears of the players, a solemn war song was played slowly. Their gazes became more and more determined. They held their weapons tighter in their hands. In their hearts, a blazing flame kept burning and burning. Li Mu pulled out the Lionheart longsword that symbolized the commander of the player army and pointed it to the sky. Under the effect of the amplification spell, his voice resounded on the battlefield and in the battlefield channel. Kill! Kill! Roars that could topple mountains and overturn seas sounded in the army. Accompanied by the screams of the Megalosaurus, cannons sounded, and the battle began. The black dragon roared, and the cannons roared. Ye followed the footsteps of his teammates. Under the command of Li Mu, the battlefield commander, he unleashed the warrior's cross-slash skill and cut down another evil demon that charged at him. Then, he took a deep breath and hurriedly retreated. The second wave of players, who had prepared their skills, went forward and unleashed their skills again. Just like that, the players intertwined and cooperated with each other. Wave after wave, they used flesh and blood to form a solid wall on the open plain, resisting the invasion of the evil demons. On the real wall behind them, the magic crystal cannons roared and the catapults shot. The long-range players' arrows were like rain, and the mages' spells were like rainbows. Under the bombardment of cannons, spells, and arrows, the evil demons fell like wheat. However, more evil demons were like an endless tide. They stepped on the corpses and equipment of the evil demons and rushed forward to fight with the players. The dark clouds in the sky became thicker. The black dragon Meryl's figure flashed in the clouds as he fought with the evil demon monarchs. On the ground, the battle between the Alliance army and the evil demon army reached its climax. It had been half a month since the second battle. Up to 100,000 cavalry troops had been wiped out on the 5th day of the battle. Even the reinforcements from various forces had suffered great casualties. Apart from the elven troops that were specially protected by the players and the fearless heroic spirit army, the reinforcements of the Underworld Alliance, the warriors of the Dwarf Kingdom, and the mercenaries and knights of the Maple Moon Free Territory had lost more than half of their forces. The air forces, with the Megalosaurus and Zeppelin airships as the core, also suffered great losses in the battle with the winged demons. Nearly 1/3 of the Megalosaurus remained on the battlefield forever. More than 80% of the players had lost their flying magical beast companions forever. However, this cruel price did not destroy the players' will to fight. On the contrary, it stimulated the courage in the depths of their souls. The mission was difficult? No. They wanted to complete it, even if they did not sleep or rest, even if they had to pay a great price. They had to fight until the moment of victory. Nobody went to the forum to complain about SEMA's lousy game producer anymore. Even after the defeat of the first battle, the posts on the official forum that scolded the game producer had gradually quieted down. Instead, they were replaced by encouraging posts and posts where the players shared their feelings about the battle. All the posts had similar wills. That was to encourage each other and fight on. At this moment, the players were fighting against this war mission. They did not believe that a human wall made up of millions of people could not stop these abyssal monsters. They did not believe that the 5 years of preparation in the game were not enough to unite them and defeat the invading demons. Half a month was equivalent to 3 days in Blue Star. Even though Commander Li Mu had purposely chosen the date of the battle to coincide with the National Day holiday, most of the players felt that it was time to go offline and rest after several days of battle. However, out of the millions of players in the server, more than 80% were still holding on. Many of the upper echelons of the guilds were already advising the players who were fighting the hardest to take a break and balance between work and rest. However, almost no one left. The players all chose to stand guard on the battlefield. If they were too tired, they would quietly retreat to the back of the team and take a nap in the game. After the nap, they would immediately rejoin the battle, fight until death. After resurrecting, they would not hesitate to join the close-range infantry team again and fight against the demons. Their desperate fighting spirit and unwavering belief moved the reinforcements of the various forces who came to support them. After this battle, who knew how many stories of the elven chosen one would spread in the world of seekers, and how many ballads about this tragic battle would be sung by traveling poets? The ground had long been dyed dark red by blood, and the broken armor of the demons was scattered all over the battlefield. But this time, very few people went out of their way to pick up these abyssal equipment. Rewards were no longer important. Equipment was no longer important. Even their own levels were no longer important. At this moment, everyone had only one thought in their minds, and that was to stop these demons in front of them. The common goal and high fighting spirit made the players even more cohesive. The continuous war and the daily killings made the players more and more united. They were like sharp swords that had been hammered by flames. Under the baptism of war, they became sharper and stronger, and after being tempered thousands of times, they finally transformed. As the battle continued, the friendship and bond between them grew deeper and deeper, and continued to sublimate. Former enemies smiled and wiped away their enmity as they fought side by side on the battlefield. Former enemies put their arms around each other's shoulders and encouraged each other, advancing dauntlessly wave after wave. This unprecedented large-scale battle smoothed out the conflicts between different guilds and the enmity between different players. At this moment, they were comrades with the same goal. They were all warriors who protected their homeland. The majestic battle song echoed in their ears, and the chests of the players were burning with fire. If many people wanted to become heroes before the battle started, then they had done it at this moment. United as a fortress, advancing courageously, in the eyes of the people of Maple Moon Territory and in the hearts of the elves who were supporting them from the rear, each of them was a fearless hero, and this hero had a resounding name, Elven. Chosen One, the greatsword in Ye's hand had been dyed dark brown by the blood of the demons and monsters, and the armor on his body was already full of cracks. The coagulated blood on his face made him look ferocious. He roared angrily and waved his greatsword. Fight! Commander-in-Chief Li Mu's voice was already hoarse, and the passionate background music changed one song after another. Even the bright guild flags were tattered and incomplete under the baptism of war. However, they still fluttered tenaciously and danced in the wind. Finally, with a loud dragon roar, the demon monarch in the dark clouds let out a painful groan. The dark clouds above the battlefield rolled, and the horrifying figure slowly retreated. At the back of the endless demon army, a low bugle horn sounded. Then, the tide-like demon army paused for a moment. Then, in a chaotic commotion, they left a ground full of armor and corpses and slowly retreated. The abyss retreated. The golden sunlight penetrated the dark clouds and poured on the battlefield. The players panted heavily and looked at the retreating demons. They looked at each other and saw the excitement and joy in their comrades' eyes. The next moment, cheers sounded on the battlefield, one after another. The players threw down their weapons, hugged each other, and collapsed on the ground. However, no one continued to chase after the retreating demons. Everyone was tired. The cheers gradually subsided, and the players' mood gradually calmed down. They struggled to get up from the ground, and quietly cleaned the battlefield and picked up the equipment. However, compared to the locusts and huskies that swept through the battlefield after a great battle, the players at this moment looked more composed and quieter. On one hand, it was because the high-intensity battle had already exhausted them physically and mentally, and they no longer had the mood to mess around. On the other hand, it was also because the brutality of the war made it difficult for them to completely cheer. After half a month of battle, it was not only players who formed friendships with each other. Many of them also got to know and befriend the dwarves, elves, humans, and even megalosaurus that fought alongside them in battle after battle. After the players died in battle, it was just the beginning. However, these reinforcements that came from all directions, these NPCs that the players had long regarded as friends and comrades, many of them fell into eternal slumber. Ye sat on the ground as well. He took the water skin that Nai handed to him, and raised his head to gulp it down, greedily replenishing his water supply. The golden sunlight that pierced through the clouds shone on the battlefield, coating the blood-stained world with a layer of dreamy radiance. The background music of the war song became soothing and majestic, and even the long cries of the megalosaurus in the sky became distant and ancient. Those were the sounds they used to mourn for their fallen comrades. The once immature youth had grown into an experienced warrior. Ye narrowed his eyes, and looked at the intoxicating sunset in the sky with infatuation. Above the horizon, the rays of the sunset were boundless, dreamy, and illusory. The land that had been polluted by the power of the abyss looked a little more vast and heavy. The elven priests walked on the battlefield, praying in front of the fallen soldiers. The murmured prayers were ethereal, sorrowful, and faded away with the wind. Accustomed to the roars of battle and the explosions of cannons, the battlefield that had quieted down at this moment brought a different kind of tranquility to the people. Meanwhile, the faintly discernible dragon cries and prayers brought about an indescribable sense of vicissitudes and emptiness. It was an epic feeling that could not be described with words. At this moment, the exhausted players looked at the vast world in a daze. However, this relaxing time did not last for long. After resting for a moment, the players stood up from the ground again and began to check the operation of the magic crystal cannons and various long-range weapons. They also repaired the city walls and rebuilt the obstacles that blocked the advance of the demons. They knew that the demon army had not been truly defeated, and they had only retreated temporarily. They knew that this battle was not over, and the bloody battle would still continue. However, after the first victory, there would be a second, a third. Everyone believed that as long as everyone was united and persevered, they would definitely be able to win the war. South of Maple Moon Free Territory, north of the fallen Sire town. Black clouds covered the sky, and ferocious winged demons flew all over the sky. Roars and roars rose and fell one after another. On the ground, demon tents scattered all over the place formed an endless camp, surrounding several abyss mother nests formed by black sarcomas and ferocious blood vessels. This was the frontline camp of the demon army. Like a colony of ants, the demons were active in the camp, transporting felled trees and constantly building siege equipment. In the center of the camp, beside several mother nests that produced abyssal worms, stood a towering castle. It was once a baron's castle in Maple Moon Free Territory. After it was attacked by the demons, it became the residence of the demon monarch of the Abyss Army. At this moment, in the castle, demon monarch Asteros, who had been defeated by the black dragon Meryl, was kneeling on the ground, trembling. Behind him, there were 4 existences with terrifying auras. They were all abyss myths. In front of them, a deep door of light floated in the air. The door was filled with grayish-black fog, and the fog condensed into a ferocious giant face. The giant face looked coldly at Asteros and the other abyss myths. Its voice was majestic and heavy, and no emotions could be detected. So, Asteros, what you want to tell me is that after giving you millions of demons and fighting for half a month, you still haven't broken through the elf's defense line? Asteros' expression changed slightly, and he looked fearful. He lowered his head and explained in fear. Lord Hellier, I didn't expect the believers of the goddess of life to be so difficult. I thought that since the goddess of life was not here, we only needed to hold back the Black Dragon King and a few mythical megalosaurus. With the demon army, we could sweep everything, but... Asteros stuttered, and his body trembled. The giant face condensed by the black fog sneered. But you didn't expect that after half a month, you still haven't broken through? Asteros lowered his head even more. Glancing coldly at the abyss myths present, the giant face shook his head slightly. Forget it, I've never counted on you bunch of trash. With that, he dispersed his incarnation, leaving only a distant and profound voice that echoed in the castle. Leviathan is ready and will soon open the second plane channel for invasion. At that time, if you still can't break through the elf's defense line, wait for my wrath. The door of light disappeared, and the castle returned to silence. The terrifying pressure gradually dissipated. The abyss myths shivered coldly. They looked at each other and saw some lingering fear in each other's eyes. Asteros breathed a sigh of relief. His eyes flickered, and his voice was inexplicable. The second plane channel, west of the Elven Forest, the coastal city of Milovia. Since the beginning of the war, the Chosen Ones and Frost Elves fought bravely, and the city became much quieter. However, as the largest gathering place of Frost Elves, even if it was deserted, it was still relatively better than the City of Heaven's Choice, which had tens of thousands of people. The dock of Milovaya was still bustling with activity, and ships of all sizes were moored. Most of them were merchant ships that changed their course after the war began because the river transportation of the Weimar River was completely blocked. They came from the Kingdom of Airs in the south to trade with the Elven Forest. Gando stood on the dock, helping the Frost Elf. Warriors maintain order. As a gold-ranked professional, he wanted to participate in the war again after the war broke out, but he was rejected by the church. After much persuasion, he finally got permission to become the port's order keeper. The heavens could see that he only wanted to contribute his strength after the war broke out. News from the front line kept coming, and the battle seemed to be getting more intense. However, the beautiful coastal city was still peaceful. Gando knew that this was all in exchange for the efforts of the Chosen Ones. Just yesterday, he received news that the Chosen Ones had won a battle in the Maple Moon Free Territory. After this news spread, Milovaya partied until midnight last night, and Gando drank a few glasses of wine in excitement. Everyone is working hard. I can't fall behind, he sighed slightly. After thinking about it, Gando decided to apply to the church again after inspecting the cargo ship. If it really did not work, he might as well go to the Maple Moon Free Territory to find the Chosen Ones. However, just as he was thinking about going to war, there was a sudden exclamation behind him. Look! What's that? The elves and half-elves on the dock stopped what they were doing and looked in the direction of the sea in surprise. Gando's heart skipped a beat and he slowly turned around. He saw that in the direction of the sea, where the sea was connected to the sky, there was a long white line that swept through everything. That white line gradually grew bigger and bigger, and at the same time, it was also rising. The rumbling sound of the waves was like a faint clap of thunder, accompanied by the sea breeze that rustled the plants on the shore. Facing the sea breeze that was getting stronger and stronger, Gando's eyes widened as he looked at the white line that was getting closer and closer. He had a bad feeling in his heart. At this time, the expression of the sailor who was also looking at the sea suddenly changed. Not good. It's a tsunami. A tsunami, Gando's expression froze. He silently chanted an incantation and used the eagle eye spell to look at the surface of the sea that looked like 10,000 horses galloping. With the help of the eagle eye spell, his eyesight was greatly improved and he could finally see what that long and narrow white line was. It was none other than a wave that stretched as far as the eye could see. The waves surged and howled as they rolled towards the shore. As time passed, they continued to rise at an astonishing speed. Gando's expression greatly changed. Not good. Quickly inform the temple to activate the divine spell barrier. After saying that, he looked at the stunned people of his tribe, gritted his teeth, and ran directly towards the temple. The tsunami was getting closer and closer. The rumbling of the waves became louder and louder. At first, it was faint, then it became like a drum, then it became like continuous thunder. And that wave that was like a white line also continued to rise, until it reached a point where even the people on the shore could feel their hearts palpitating. The elves and half-elves on the shore looked at the terrifying wave that was at least 10 meters tall in shock, their hearts filled with shock. It was chaos on the docks. Gando did not run too far before an ear-piercing alarm came from the direction of the Temple of Life. Then, a resplendent pillar of light slowly rose from the direction of the temple. After rising to the sky, it scattered and turned into an inverted bowl of light that covered the entire elven city. Seeing this, Gando stopped and let out a sigh of relief. That was the divine spell barrier. With the protection of the divine barrier, even a tsunami would not be able to do any damage to the city. However, apart from the city, the other coastal areas of the elven forest would most likely be affected. Thinking of this, Gando looked back at the sea. However, this glance caused him to be completely dumbfounded. In the direction of the sea, the waves continued to rise. Unknowingly, they had already risen by several times. That height was probably over 100 meters. The terrifying giant wolf came closer and closer, covering the sky above the ocean and casting a shadow on the streets of Milovaya. The wind howled and the sky changed color. Looking at the apocalyptic wave, Ganduo's face became deathly pale. The earth was shaking, and the cries of the clansmen were drowned out by the thundering waves. Under Gando's horrified gaze, the raging waves crashed into the city's divine spell defensive barrier, causing the entire barrier to tremble and crumble. The huge wave knocked the entire seaside city to the bottom of the water. Outside the defensive barrier, on the continuous coastline, the terrifying wave crossed the coastline and quickly attacked the forest on the shore. The forest was like a fragile bubble that was turned into nothingness by the 100-meter-tall wave. It was a complete mess. After submerging the forest on the shore, the slightly reduced speed of the wave continued to move forward, destroying everything in front of it. In the blink of an eye, the western shore of the elven forest was submerged in a vast ocean. Standing on the streets of the city, Gandalf raised his head and looked up in shock. It was no longer the sky, but the boundless ocean. The ocean slammed against the defensive barrier, creating a creaking sound that made one's teeth ache. The defensive barrier protecting the city seemed like it would shatter at any time, allowing the apocalyptic ocean to pour in. As for the ground, it was extremely dark due to the vast ocean blocking the sunlight. Finally, the terrifying wave seemed to have worn out its power and began to slowly retreat. Sunlight reappeared above the defensive barrier. The elves also breathed a sigh of relief. After persevering until the huge wave receded, the entire defensive barrier finally exhausted its last bit of power and shattered with a loud bang. It could not be helped. Malovia's defensive barrier had not been constructed for long and had not accumulated enough faith power. It was already not easy to resist this terrifying tsunami. The power of a natural disaster was terrifying. The destructive power of that 100-meter-tall wave on the city was probably not inferior to the attack of a myth. When the wave receded and the ground appeared before their eyes, the elves were speechless when they saw the scene outside the city. The once beautiful coast had become a tragic sight. The continuous forest collapsed and turned into a pool of mud. Apart from Milovia, who was protected by the defensive barrier, the entire western shore of the elven forest seemed to have suffered an apocalyptic blow. It was a tragic sight. However, this was still not the end. More cries of alarm came from all over the city. Look! In the water! There's something coming from the water! Following the cries of his people, Gandalf looked towards the shore. He saw the muddy coastline churning as sinister figures climbed out of the water. They had barbs and scales on their bodies, gills by their ears, and scarlet eyes. Gandalf's expression changed slightly. Demons, they were actually demons coming out of the water, and they were extremely rare in most abyssal planes. They were only widely distributed in the third layer of Baator. One after another, sea demons climbed out of the water and gathered on the shore. They greedily breathed in the air and looked at the elven forest with fervent and bloodthirsty gazes. More and more abyssals came ashore. Soon, they occupied the endless coastline. And in the sea, waves surged as massive bodies emerged from the water, slowly revealing themselves. These were abyssal sea monsters. At this moment, Gandalf finally realized what was happening. Looking at the increasing number of demons, his expression was very ugly. Demon army, the abyssal army that invaded the world of seekers actually emerged from the ocean. The demons climbed onto the shore and shook off the water on their bodies. Then, they roared and charged towards the elven city that had just been hit by the tsunami. The alarm sounded again in the direction of the temple, and the light of the defensive barrier reappeared. But this time, after the tsunami, the divine barrier that rose again had become very dim, and many places could no longer be completely covered. Gandalf's expression turned solemn as he looked at the demons. He gritted his teeth and took out the magic staff that he had been carrying with him recently. He raised it high and ordered his people, who were still in a daze. "My people! Don't panic. Pick up your weapons and block them outside the defensive barrier." As the former high priest of the tribe, Gandalf had high prestige among the Frost Elves. Hearing his voice, the Frost Elves all came to their senses. At this moment, the habit of carrying weapons with them at all times after living in the Nirvana wasteland all year round came into play. Without hesitation, they picked up their weapons and charged towards the areas that the defensive barrier couldn't cover. The two sides fought. Gandalf looked around and searched carefully. Finally, he found a chosen one, a lifestyle player who hadn't participated in the battle, who was stunned by the invasion of demons. He stepped forward and grabbed the chosen one's sleeve. "Quick! Inform Lady Alice and Mr. Limu that the demons are invading the elven forest from the endless ocean. 80 kilometers south of Zaloran, in the defensive line built by the players." Li Mu, who was drinking water in the tent, crushed the cup in his hand. His expression changed slightly, and he looked unprecedentedly solemn. What did you say? The demons are invading the elven forest? Opposite him, another player nodded solemnly. Yes, our guild member who stayed in Milovia saw it with his own eyes. The situation is bad. He sent a video, and I'll share it with you now. Li Mu frowned. He accepted the video and clicked on it in the system. But when he saw the tsunami that seemed like it could destroy the world, his gaze suddenly sank. Just from the video, he could see the horror of the tsunami. He didn't dare to imagine what the west coast of the elven forest would be like after the tsunami, especially after the return of the frost elves. They built villages, strongholds, and farmlands scattered all over the place together with many players. Most of those villages and strongholds were not protected by divine spell barriers. Who knew how many of them were left after the tsunami? After the tsunami, Li Mu saw the demons crawling out of the sea like a tide and attacking Milovia. His expression turned even uglier. He clenched the broken teacup in his hand. He didn't even realize that the teacup had pierced his palm and was bleeding. Damn it! Why are the demons coming out from that direction? Do they have other plain passages in the sea? He threw the broken teacup on the ground with a furious expression. It wasn't easy to win a battle and see some hope, but he didn't expect these abyssal demons to attack his home. But soon, Li Mu took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. I can't be anxious, I can't panic, I'm the commander-in-chief. If I panic, how can I fight the next battle? Calm down. I have to calm down. The elven forest is the home of the elves and the players. The demons won't have an advantage in the battle there. Reinforcements are necessary. The elves who stayed in the elven forest will suffer too much damage. At the same time, Li Mu was getting more and more confused. The world of seekers is so big. Why are the abyssal demons attacking the elven forest? He had been paying attention to the news on the continent, especially after the war began. When the abyssal demons invaded, the demon army appeared in the southern part of the human empire. However, after the demons occupied the southern border of the Holy Mania Empire, their main force went straight to the Maple Moon Free Territory, leaving only a part of their combat power to continue attacking the human world. It was as if they couldn't wait to destroy the elves' forces quickly. The feeling of being targeted made Li Mu very unhappy. But no matter what, the war still had to be fought. They had lost so badly a few days ago. Even if they were attacked now, it would only be a little worse. Li Mu took a few deep breaths and adjusted his mentality. Then, he went outside the tent. Outside the tent, the players were already furious. As the news of the elven forest being invaded spread, the entire camp fell into chaos. Curses were heard in the crowd again. Many players began to waver, wondering if they should return to the elven forest directly. The elven forest was the players' home. Their everything was there. When they heard that their home was attacked, no one could sit still. Li Mu's heart was also heavy. But he knew that he couldn't panic at this time. He logged into the battlefield channel, calmed down the panicked players, and then issued a new order. Notify the Mengmeng Committee, the First Army, the All-Star Guild Alliance, and other guilds to return to the Elven Forest. Brother Mu, who will be in command? What about the defense line here? Someone asked worriedly. Li Mu's expression turned serious. Demacia will be in command of the battle in the Elven Forest. He has many ideas. The terrain there is complicated, so he may be able to use his advantage. As for this side, the defense line has been reinforced these days. The Maple Moon territory has also provided several statues of the goddess. When they are equipped with the divine barrier, the pressure will be much less. Demacia? Isn't he doing missions in other planes? Someone asked with a frown. Li Mu was furious. Bull**T missions. Every day, he pretends to preach and then deceives the natives to develop offline. I will tell him to commit suicide and come back. If he doesn't come back, I will strip him of his position as the vice guild leader. After issuing the order to return and leaving a roaring message in the friend channel to summon someone to commit suicide, Li Mu found Alice again. Lady Alice, when will Her Holiness the Goddess make a move? We can't go on like this. Our strength alone is already stretched thin in this war. he said with a serious expression. After hearing Li Mu's words, Alice fell silent. Looking at the chosen one commander with bloodshot eyes and a tired expression, her expression was a little complicated. Soon, please hold on a little longer. When Her Holiness the Goddess returns, victory will eventually belong to us. She comforted him gently. Li Mu's eyes focused. Return? Her Holiness the Goddess hasn't returned yet? Is she still in the Mindel Plain? Alice hesitated for a moment and nodded gently. Li Mu's expression changed slightly. Is that rumor true? Her Holiness the Goddess can't leave the Mindel Plain? Didn't she already defeat the Tree of Life? Alice didn't hesitate and slowly shook her head. Lady Alice, what do you know? Can you please tell me? This way, we will have confidence in our hearts. Li Mu said with a sincere expression. As he spoke, his expression became more and more solemn. It's too difficult. It's really too difficult to fight this war until now. Now that the elven forest has been attacked, the morale that everyone once gathered has plummeted almost instantly. Everyone needs an exciting piece of news to persevere. Looking at Li Mu's sincere gaze, Alice fell into hesitation. The news that Her Holiness the Goddess was asleep was a secret. In the entire church, only she and a few demigods knew the reason. Alice originally planned to hide this secret in her heart until Her Holiness the Goddess returned. After all, many things could happen in half a year. The more people knew about this, the more likely it would leak out and be known by the enemy. It wasn't that Alice didn't trust the Chosen Ones, but even the Chosen Ones might unintentionally leak this information. Even if it was leaked to other believers of life, it might still be leaked from the mouths of believers of life. But looking at the exhausted Chosen One commander in front of her, the image of the Chosen Ones fighting fearlessly flashed across her mind. A hint of hesitation flashed across her heart. Although the Chosen Ones weren't true believers, they had always been fighting for Her Holiness the Goddess and the Elven Forest. The time for Her Holiness to awaken was approaching. Perhaps, it was time to let them know the truth. At the very least, this Chosen One commander in front of her was trustworthy. With a sigh, Alice said, Her Holiness the Goddess is now in a deep sleep and hasn't awakened. Deep sleep? Li Mu was slightly taken aback. Alice nodded. Her Holiness the Goddess is preparing to advance to a great divine power. As she spoke, her expression became solemn and her gaze was pious. When Her Holiness the Goddess awakens, the war will end. Her Holiness the Goddess is preparing to ascend to a great divine power? Hearing Alice's words, Li Mu was stunned. A look of understanding flashed across his face as he muttered to himself, No wonder. No wonder the demons went crazy and attacked us. They did this to prevent Her Holiness from ascending, right? Li Mu felt that he had found the answer, but Alice continued to shake her head. No, news of Her Holiness the Goddess is also a secret to the demons. They even believe that Her Holiness the Goddess has been sealed in another dimension. Another dimension? The news of the goddess being sealed was spread by Her Holiness the Goddess herself? Li Mu's voice was a little shocked. No, that's just a facade created by Her Holiness to prepare for a safe ascension. Alice explained. But if that's the case, why do the demons keep targeting us? Li Mu finally could not help but ask the question that puzzled him the most. Alice sighed. Because the door to the world of seekers is sealed. Other than the demons who use some unknown method to open the abyss channel, only Her Holiness the Goddess can freely enter and exit the world of seekers by relying on the power of the divine artifact. The seal of the world of seekers is still there. Here, the true gods who can use the divine realm are almost invincible. Her Holiness the Goddess is the key to the war. And although we have developed rapidly in recent years, our foundation is still shallow. Destroy the other forces first. The true gods behind the other forces still have a large number of believers in other dimensions, but if we are destroyed, Her Holiness the Goddess will lose her source of faith. For a newly born true god who has been sealed, you should be able to guess what it means to lose her source of faith, right? Alice looked at Li Mu meaningfully, and after listening to her explanation, Li Mu finally figured everything out. As the first chosen one to descend, Li Mu was undoubtedly one of the players who understood the goddess the best. From the moment Goddess Eve descended, she had been hiding her identity, and the choice to hide her identity was the newly born elven god of faith. If such a god lost her source of faith, it was no different from dying. At least, that was the image of Goddess Eve. In other words, for the demons, eliminating the power of the elven forest first was undoubtedly cutting off the goddess of life's escape route. Even if the goddess of life broke the seal, she would be powerless against the hordes of abyss mythical creatures because she had lost her source of power. Under such circumstances, they would naturally attack the Life Church's sphere of influence first. Furthermore, Alice paused for a moment before letting out a long sigh. Our elven forest has the highest concentration of magic power in the entire world of seekers. Rich magic power is extremely attractive to demons. After hearing Alice's words, Limu nodded. I understand. Seeing that he had figured everything out, Alice exhorted him again. Your Excellency Limu, the news about the goddess is still a secret. Even if there is still one day before the goddess's resurrection, we can't spread it, so, I know. I won't tell anyone, but I will tell everyone that I've received news of Her Holiness from you. As long as we can hold on for a while longer, Her Holiness will take action. What do you think? Limu said. Alice nodded slightly. All right. Then I'll say it like that. I reckon the demon's next attack is about to begin. I have to get everyone motivated again. Limu sighed in relief. Alice, on the other hand, said apologetically. Thank you for your hard work, Your Excellency Limu. After saying that, she took out a bone whistle from her bosom. Your Excellency Limu, there's one more thing. Please pass this to the commander defending the elven forest. What's this? Limu was stunned. This is a divine artifact that can summon the envoy of death. Her Holiness the Goddess and Her Holiness Hela have an agreement. Once it's used, it can summon the divine punishment of death against myths. It can destroy anyone below mid-level divine power. Alice explained. Limu was delighted when he heard that. He hurriedly took it and said happily, Oh. That's great. With this, the chances of defending the elven forest will be even greater. However, it can only be used once, so, please use it at a crucial moment. Alice advised. I understand. Limu nodded seriously. Mindel Plain, New Rivendell. Demacia stood on the street and looked at the new shops built by the elves and half-elves. His expression was full of pride. As expected of me. After the war ends and the plain passage opens, I can do business directly. Admiring the gilded words Amway Merchant Association on the plaque, Demacia was in a good mood. However, at this moment, he was suddenly interrupted by a series of friend notifications. Who is it? Don't you know I'm doing a hidden mission? He muttered. Brother Moo? It's a voice message. Seeing the source of the message, Demacia was slightly stunned. He clicked on the voice message sent by Limu and heard a series of roars. Stop slacking. Quickly kill yourself and come back to command the battle. The demons have already reached the elven forest. Demacia was speechless. F***ck. Why is it so fast? Didn't Brother Moo already go? Why is it even worse now that he's gone? He was slightly stunned. After carefully listening to the rest of the voice message, he came to a realization. So the demons have opened up a second battlefield, however, I don't have to be the commander, right? Demacia muttered. He was still a little hesitant. Although he knew that the world of Seekers was in a state of war and crisis, he always felt that it would not make much difference whether he was there or not. Compared to going to the world of Seekers to join in the fun, he felt that he might be able to play a greater role in the world of Mindel. There was nothing wrong with slacking. However, he did not forget about preaching. After all, with his efforts, more and more believers changed their beliefs and returned to the embrace of the goddess. However, just as Demacia was muttering, Limu's next message rang. Come back quickly. Milovaya is in an emergency. The new shops and farms you opened on the west coast have all been destroyed by the tsunami. Now the demons are destroying the seedlings that you painstakingly transplanted from other places. Demacia was speechless. Goddamn demons. I'll fight it out with you. He cursed angrily, took out a dagger, and slit his neck. Abyss, the first level of hell. Countless faith angels and totem guardians, as well as all kinds of petitioners and other oracles, formed a holy army that filled the sky and fought against the tide of abyssal creatures. Dazzling divine spells were unleashed on the battlefield, and magnificent energy waves rose and fell one after another. More and more vague figures were hidden in the clouds, coldly watching the battle on the ground. The war between gods and demons had been going on for more than half a year. At this moment, the battle on the first level of the abyss had reached its climax. The petitioner army of the gods advanced all the way and finally arrived at the hinterland of the first level of hell. They had never gone so far into the plane of hell. This progress was beyond the expectations of every true god. And the biggest reason for this was that under the attack of the gods, the resistance of the first level of hell was very little. The army of the seventh demon god, Azazel, seemed to have disappeared. There was no effective resistance at all. No one knew which abyssal plane they had fled to. Another reason was that after the gods discovered that the other abyssal planes had made preparations in advance and built various fortifications, making it difficult to attack, they decisively gave up and concentrated their forces on invading the first level of hell. Reality proved that this choice was very wise. With the armies of the gods attacking together, even the plane of hell, which was famous for its abyssal mother hives, could not withstand the attack of the army and fell step by step. However, although the progress was smooth, the 10 or so true gods that descended from the sky did not look relaxed. Eternity Lord Idio, God of War and Death Lord Lot, and Astral Guardian Rigdal were among them. Of course, they had all descended in their avatars. The current war was not enough for them to descend in their true bodies, unless it was time to fight with the demon gods. The invasion of the abyss into the world of seekers has officially begun. Looking at the battle below, Rigdal said gently. Eternity Lord Idio looked at the battle below. His voice was majestic and emotionless. I know. They have already occupied the southern part of the fertile plains, and now they seem to be advancing in the direction of the elven forest. Not only that. Rigdal shook his head. They have already opened a second abyssal channel in the endless ocean and are beginning to invade the elven forest. With that, the other true gods fell silent. Only the roars of the demons and the prayers of the petitioners could be heard from afar. A moment later, God of War and Destruction Lord's voice slowly sounded. How, did they open a channel between planes? I'm not sure. Eternity Lord Idio shook his head. He looked at the abyss with a deep gaze. But, they should have borrowed the power of the abyss. I've always believed that the abyss has its own will. As the beginning of the end, perhaps it felt that the demon gods were progressing too slowly, so it gave them a push. Hearing the Eternity Lord's words, the true gods fell into deep thought. The God of War and Destruction Lord's eyelids twitched. Lord Idio, the world of seekers cannot be lost. There are channels that lead to various planes. I know. Idio nodded. However, the battle here is equally important. We have already entered the hinterland of the first level of hell. As long as we find the hidden core of the plane, we have hope of destroying this plane. As for the world of seekers, it hasn't reached the most critical moment yet. Moreover, isn't there still the goddess of life? Hearing his words, the true gods looked at each other. The god of commerce and trade of the human god system, Hulse, could not help but say, Lord God. I've received news that the goddess of life has been sealed by Leviathan. So what? Idio glanced at him. Then, he chuckled. Do you know why I've always pushed the goddess of life to the forefront and let her, who is in the world of seekers, protect the plane? Why? Hulse asked curiously. Idio narrowed his eyes and said, ultimately, she's still the successor. He is the inheritor of Yggdrasil after all. He will not hesitate to revive the world tree if he has the chance. It's best that such an existence doesn't exist in this world. It just so happens that the war of gods and demons is here. It's also time for her to display her greatest value. Besides, if she wasn't sealed, I think Leviathan's means might have fallen on one of you, right? As he spoke, Idio glanced at the gods and smiled. However, that smile sent a chill down the gods' spines. The god of war and destruction, Lord, frowned. Idio, do you know what I hate about you the most? What I hate the most is your attitude. As the ruler of an era, I think it's better to unite all existences that can be united at critical moments. Or rather, are you really not afraid that the world of seekers will fall into the hands of the demon gods? Don't forget that if the abyss invades the world of seekers en masse, only a true myth can stop them. The god of war and destruction had a mocking expression. However, Idio still had an emotionless smile on his face. How is that possible? Lord, do you really think that the goddess of life is the only one in the world of seekers who can contend against the abyss myths? Hearing his words, Lord's expression froze. You mean, Idio said faintly, the demons don't know about the eastern continent, but don't you know? Lord was slightly stunned. Then, his expression turned solemn. Ancient gods? They didn't all withdraw 1,000 years ago? There are always some who overslept. Idio shook his head. He narrowed his eyes and said meaningfully, the magic power of the world of seekers has increased. Come to think of it, it's time for them to recover. But even if they recover, how much power is left? Lord frowned. It's enough, even if they've just recovered. For those sleeping ancient gods, protecting the world is one of their obligations. At the most critical moment, they have no choice, they will take action. Idio said. However, there was coldness in his eyes. The god of war and destruction, Lord, gave him a deep look. Fighting a myth just after recovering? You're asking them to risk their lives to fight against the abyss. Isn't that better? Idio smiled faintly. We and the ancient gods are not on the same path to begin with. Once they control the power of faith, it'll be too terrifying. Lord, Platinum Dragon King Reinhardt, one is enough. It's just a pity for the elven forest. After this war, it might be completely reduced to ashes. Thick clouds gradually covered the sky as more and more ferocious figures climbed onto the coast. On the coastline of Milovaya, at the gaps where the divine barrier could not protect, frost elves were chanting the goddess's praises and fighting the demons. They were fearless as they pressed forward. At this moment, they had regained their memories of the battle in the abyss. Faced with the invasion of the demon army, the frost elves who had picked up their weapons had become the most tenacious warriors. Even the elves of the other tribes in Milovaya couldn't help but feel their blood boil when they saw the valiant fighting bravely. They also joined the battle. The old elf Gando stood at the front, blocking a gap by himself. He waved his huge staff, and his body shone brightly as he smashed the demons that tried to rush up to the ground. The power of a peak gold rank fully erupted, making him look like a god of war. He was clearly a druid, but the superb melee combat skills he had learned in the Nirvana wasteland made him look even more ferocious. Demons had already fallen one after another at his feet, and his robe was also soaked in dark red blood. It was unknown whether it was the demons or his own. Gando himself became more and more courageous as he fought. His gaze was resolute. My people. Block these evil monsters outside the barrier. For our home, for our loved ones behind us. Kill. He raised his staff and roared. Kill. The other frost elves also roared and cut down the demons that rushed up. That surging aura caused even the charging demons to feel a chill run down their spines. They seized the opportunity and killed them with a flip of their hands. More and more demons were climbing onto the coast, and the previous tsunami had already depleted the city's divine barrier to the point that it was on the verge of collapse. But at this moment, the coastal city of Milovaya had turned into a sturdy city, standing tall under the siege of the demon army. Gando roared and smashed down another demon that tried to rush into the city. He then looked outside the city. The biting cold sea breeze blew, messing up his hair and beard. His gaze towards the demon army became more and more serious. There were too many invading demons. As far as the eye could see, from the beach in front of them to the endless shore, there were figures of demons landing everywhere. Such a number was not inferior to the large-scale black tide in the abyssal plain. However, compared to the black tide formed by imps and abyssal monsters with limited intelligence, the strength of the demon army before them was much more powerful. Casualties began to appear among the clansmen around him. Many of the frost elves that followed Gando to defend the city had already fallen. Gando's eyes turned red as he watched his clansmen collapse under the siege of the demons. However, the fierce battle did not allow him to grieve for his clansmen who had died in battle. All he could do was block the gap where the most demons were invading and stop the demon lords that the other clansmen could not contend against. the power of an upper gold rank was something that was looked up to even among the demons. Gandalf stood on top of the mountain of demon corpses with his back against the broken wall. His majestic and heroic figure even made the demons surrounding him reveal some fear in their eyes. After a moment of hesitation, none of the demons dared to charge at him. Until there was a faint commotion on the side of the demons, the fully armed sea demons moved to the sides and reverently made a path for him. Then, a 4-meter-tall demon appeared in front of Gandalf. Looking at the fine armor of the other party and sensing the extremely oppressive aura, the old elf's face suddenly turned ugly. Legend, his eyes were solemn. Demon Monarch, the one who appeared in front of him was actually a legend demon monarch, the demon monarch that looked like a sea monster sized up Gandalf with interest. There was a hint of mockery on his ugly face. Then, he threw his weapon to his subordinate and put one hand behind his back. He stretched out his other hand and slightly bent his palm towards Gandalf. Gandalf instantly understood the other party's intention. It was a challenge for a one-on-one. The other party did not use a weapon and only used one hand to fight him one-on-one. Gandalf's expression turned serious and then he sneered, "One-on-one? Haha, just as well. I've lived for so long and have never fought with a legend." Then, his expression suddenly became ferocious. "Today, let me see the strength of a legend." After saying that, Gandalf roared and his body flickered with the radiance of magic. He raised his staff and rushed towards the demon monarch. The two instantly engaged in a battle. Although the battle between high-grade professions was not as earth-shattering as that of legends, one was a peak gold rank powerhouse who was only a step away from becoming a legend, and the other was a legend who had already begun to control a domain. Therefore, the fluctuations caused by the battle were quite terrifying. For a moment, Gandalf and the demon monarch became the focus of the battlefield. Gandalf waved his staff. The staff flickered with the radiance of magic as it smashed towards the demon monarch again and again. At the same time, vines drilled out from the ground and constantly entangled the demon monarch. That was Gandalf's instant control magic. For a moment, the demon monarch who was holding a one-hand advantage was actually at a disadvantage under his series of attacks and kept retreating. However, a legend was still a legend. The moment Gandalf's series of attacks ended, a trace of mockery flashed in his eyes and he grabbed the staff in his hand. Gandalf was shocked. He used all his strength but found that he could not move the staff at all. After that, the demon monarch lightly swung his staff, and Gandalf felt an irresistible force coming from the staff. He was flung away along with his staff until he hit the wall behind him, creating a large hole in the wall before he stopped. Gandalf slid to the ground and could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and he vaguely felt that his ribs might be broken. "Lord Gandalf." Behind him, the other frost elves called out worriedly. "I'm fine," Gandalf gritted his teeth and said, then used his staff to support himself on the ground and stood up again. The demon monarch was still standing not far away, his eyes full of mockery. At this time, although Gandalf was unwilling, he had to admit that there was an insurmountable gap between a gold rank and a legend rank. Apart from the Megalosaurus, a gold race with extraordinary talents, no one could fight above their rank. But even if he could not defeat the opponent, Gandalf had to fight. He had to stall for time, he had to hold on as long as possible. Melovia's divine spell defensive barrier was flawed because the city did not expect to be invaded. However, the other cities in the Elven Forest had better divine spell defensive barriers. Right after the start of the war, the Frost Elves had already sent their people to the City of Heaven's Chosen to ask for reinforcements, as well as for a better defensive corps. It was very likely that a new defensive corps had already been transported to the temple. As long as they could hold on until the divine spell defensive barrier was renewed, let alone a legend, even a legend would be stopped for a while. Gandalf's eyes flashed with a trace of decisiveness. He struggled to stand up and silently chanted an incantation. Light green photons converged on his body, and his injuries began to quickly recover, but along with the recovery of his injuries, his hair was getting whiter and whiter, and the wrinkles on his face were getting more and more. Holy healing, this was a divine spell that could heal injuries in an instant. No matter how serious the injury was, it could be healed in an instant. The price was overdrawing one's life potential. At this moment, Gandalf seemed to have aged a few decades. But his eyes were still bright. He roared again and rushed toward the demon monarch. A trace of surprise flashed in the demon monarch's eyes. He gently stretched out his hand, grabbed Gandalf's staff again, and threw the old elf out. With a loud bang, Gandalf once again broke a wall, stirring up a burst of dust, but soon, he stood up again. Again. He shouted and rushed toward the demon monarch. He attacked again, and fell down again and again. Gandalf did not know how long he lasted. Until he could no longer use even a little bit of magic power. The place where the two fought had been completely turned into ruins. Gandalf shakily climbed up from the ground with the help of his cracked staff. His staff was broken, his hair and beard were white, and the wrinkles on his face were as deep as carvings. He was a lamp that had run out of oil. However, his gaze toward the demon monarch did not change. He raised his staff with difficulty and pointed at the demon monarch with trembling fingers. Again, the demon monarch's gaze finally moved. He looked down at the old elf with an inexplicable expression. "Elf, your name?" he suddenly asked with a hoarse and low voice. It was the common language of Seegers that he was not very familiar with. Gandalf raised his head, his gaze firm and fearless. "Gandalf. Gandalf Frost. Gandalf Frost, huh," the demon monarch chuckled. "I'll remember it." After saying that, he gently raised his hand. "My name is Tosker." As soon as he said that, a dark purple light bloomed from his body. Faintly, with the demon monarch as the core, an obscure fluctuation spread out. In the next moment, the area within a radius of several hundred meters was covered by a layer of shadow. Domain. At this moment, the demon monarch used his legendary domain, Cold and Evil. When Gonduo sensed the sudden surge of power from his opponent's body as well as the increasingly strong confinement force around him, Gonduo's heart suddenly calmed down. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind, so, this is the legendary domain. The demon monarch walked toward Gandalf. And Gandalf had already lost control of his body in the legendary domain. Sensing the other party's despair-inducing strength, Gandalf sighed inwardly. It's over, he had done his best. The demon monarch arrived in front of the old elf. He reached out, lifted Gonduo up, and choked him by the neck. Gandalf felt a sense of suffocation wash over him like a tide, and his consciousness gradually blurred. In this blurred state, the past quickly flashed through his mind. There was the scene of him hunting monsters with his father when he was young. After becoming an adult, he was baptized by Lady Aurora and became a devout nature priestess. After becoming a head priestess, he led his tribe to survive in the Nirvana wasteland. There were also scenes of him and Heaven's chosen child, Cyber, migrating together with him and fighting on the Cliff of Sorrows. In the end, he returned to the Surg's world and participated in the Harvest Festival celebration. He stood on the hillside and admired the sunrise and sunset in the sea with Cyber. He chatted and entertained with the other chosen ones in his tavern, bragging and drinking. In the end, all of this turned into a gorgeous light. Indistinctly, Gandalf seemed to see the goddess smiling at him. "Ah, it's all over. Am I going to return to the embrace of the goddess?" He felt a sense of loss. He lowered his hands and gave up his last resistance. However, as his consciousness gradually blurred, a voice in his heart kept repeating, "Are you willing, Gandalf? Are you willing? Are you willing?" Gandalf sighed. How could he be willing? He had yet to see the only granddaughter of his deceased friend, the obedient and adorable elf girl Estelle, become an adult. He had yet to fulfill his promise to teach the chosen one, Nai, who had become his disciple not long ago. He had yet to brew the best elf flower tea in the entire elf forest and offer it as a sacrifice to the goddess. How could he be willing? No, he was not willing. Those familiar faces flashed through his mind. The unwillingness in Gandalf's heart grew stronger. No. He could not fall now, the war was not over. He still had countless tribe members behind him. How could he die here? He had yet to fulfill his promise. He had too many regrets. How could he give up so easily? No, he would never. Gradually, there seemed to be a light in his heart. This light quickly turned into a blazing flame that burned in Gandalf's chest. All of a sudden, Gandalf recalled the oath he made in front of the goddess when he first became the chief priest. "My name is Gandalf. From now on, everything I have will belong to the great mother goddess and the great frost tribe. From now on, I will be fearless. I will lead my tribe members forward in the darkness in search of light. I will fight until the last moment. My life is endless. My footsteps will never stop." A strong desire to fight surged in his heart. Suddenly, Gandalf seemed to hear something shatter in his body. The next moment, an unprecedented power surged into his limbs. He suddenly opened his eyes. A golden light bloomed on Gandalf's body. The surrounding magic power frantically gathered toward him and rushed into his body. It healed his injuries and transformed his body. Moreover, there seemed to be some mysterious intent in it. That was the power of laws. His aura suddenly rose to a height he had never reached before. At this moment, Gandalf felt like he could do anything. Under the shocked gaze of the Devil Monarch, Gandalf suddenly roared and broke free from his control before sending him flying with a punch. Standing on the ground again, the whistling sea breeze blew away Gandalf's white hair. His robe was in tatters, but he stood straight. Raising his magic staff again, Gandalf's body surged with light and a powerful aura kept rising. The wrinkles on his face were still deep, but the sickly pale complexion had disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a rosy complexion. The golden light spread around Gandalf, quickly forming a warm domain. Within that domain, one could feel a heartwarming power, as well as an exuberant vitality and fighting spirit. Gandalf's gaze was firm. He looked at the Devil Monarch with a fighting spirit. Again. Now. I'm also a legend. His power kept surging, and Gandalf felt that he could do anything now. He roared and charged at the Devil Monarch again. Looking at the old elf, the Devil Monarch's expression finally became serious. He stretched out his hand, and a great demon respectfully handed him his demon scimitar. Facing a legend, the other party was worthy enough for him to use his weapon. With the scimitar in hand, the Devil Monarch's scarlet eyes flashed with fighting spirit. He also roared and rushed towards Gonduo. The next moment, the two began to fight. Dazzling light exploded in the two's confrontation, accompanied by waves of energy, stirring up clouds of dust. Under the two's feet, the ground cracked because it could not withstand the power of a legend. The terrifying shockwaves rippled out, and the surrounding demons and elves all changed their expressions. They could only hide far away. The whole battlefield became a stage for the two legends. However, even if Gandalf also broke through to become a legend, he was only a beginner. Facing a Devil Monarch who had been in the legend rank for who knows how many years, when the other party was serious, he quickly fell into a disadvantage. More and more wounds appeared on Gandalf's body, and the legend domain that he had just mastered was also on the verge of collapse under the other party's power. However, even so, Gandalf did not retreat half a step. Behind him was Milovia, the elven forest, the home that they relied on for survival. He had to stop the other party, he had to persevere. Gandalf roared and fought. However, in the face of absolute power, his struggle could only be wishful thinking. The Devil Monarch's eyes flashed red, and he slashed down again, completely cutting off the staff in Gandalf's hand. After that, he raised his leg and sent the old elf flying once more. A stronger force than before came, and Gandalf spat out a mouthful of blood as he crashed into a cliff on the beach. He fell softly to the ground and no longer had the strength to stand up. The Devil Monarch's expression was cold. The armor on his body was already broken in several places, and it was obvious that the battle just now had caused him some damage. However, he still won in the end. He came in front of Gandalf and looked at the old elf condescendingly. His eyes were full of arrogance. Gonduo understood what he meant. That gaze was saying, so what if you became a legend, you still lost in the end. However, Gonduo's expression was very calm. He leaned against the broken rocks and half lay on the ground. A smile appeared on his face. No, I won. In the next second, brilliant holy light blossomed in Milovia. An even more intense pillar of light rose from the sky, turning into a sturdy defensive barrier that enveloped the entire elven city. All the demons that approached the city were purified under the dazzling light, and they let out a series of screams. The divine barrier had been renewed. Gonduo had persevered until now for this moment, looking at the brand new divine spell defensive barrier and sensing the abundant energy in the defensive barrier. The demon lord's expression changed slightly. In the next moment, he suddenly looked at Gonduo with an icy expression. What a cunning fellow, he spat out a sentence in the demon language and looked at the old elf as if he was looking at a corpse. Then, the demon monarch raised his scimitar and slashed at Gandalf. Gonduo laughed. He raised his head and faced the demon monarch's blade. He no longer had the strength to stand up. However, he had already completed his mission. Sorry, Estelle, I can't participate in your coming-of-age ceremony. Sorry, Cyber, I can't continue drinking with you. A trace of regret flashed across the old elf's face. However, just as the demon monarch was about to slash down, a silver arrow came from behind Milovia and shot into the demon monarch's chest. The demon monarch froze on the spot. Frost appeared in front of his chest and began to spread rapidly across his body. Soon, his entire body was covered. In the blink of an eye, he turned into an ice sculpture. In the next moment, the ice sculpture shattered and scattered on the ground. The powerful demon monarch had fallen so easily. Gonduo looked at this scene in shock. He suddenly thought of something and looked behind him. In the distance, the frost demigod Aurora, clad in holy armor, slowly put away the bow of light in her hands. Lady Aurora. Gonduo's eyes were wet, and a trace of excitement appeared on his face. Aurora glanced at him and nodded lightly. Then, she continued to draw her longbow and shot at the demon army. Deafening battle cries came from Milovia's direction. Tall figures brandished their weapons and rushed out of the city, charging towards the army of demons. They were fully armed elven chosen ones. They had a strong murderous aura, and some of their armor still had demon blood that had not been wiped off. Under Gonduo's stunned gaze, these brave chosen ones went past him and rushed into the demon army, starting a massacre with the demons that had landed on the shore. A shadow covered the land, and Gonduo looked up. Above his head, several chosen one Zeppelin airships flew over. Their deep cannons were aimed at the demons on the ground, constantly spitting out tongues of fire. Accompanied by a loud roar, explosions sounded on the shore and exploded among the demons. The elven chosen one's support had arrived. Then, dragon roars sounded from the horizon. Dozens of megalosaurus appeared beside the airships. They looked down at the demons on the ground arrogantly and spat out dragon breath. They were part of the megalosaurus that came with the players from Dragon Island. Faced with the sudden counterattack, the demon army on the shore suddenly fell into chaos. Gonduo looked at this scene in a daze and gradually became excited. Reinforcements, our reinforcements are here. He struggled to get up and join the battle, but his severe injuries made it difficult for him to stand up. At this moment, a white arm suddenly reached out from the side and grabbed his rough hand. I knew it. When Milovia is attacked, you'll definitely rush to the front. A familiar voice sounded with a hint of helplessness. Slightly startled, Gandalf raised his head. Seeing the familiar black hair and black eyes, his gaze softened. Hey, I was once the head priest. If I don't stand up, who will? The old elf smiled. You should take care of your body too. The voice on the other side sounded a little helpless. Hey, I'm an old bag of bones. It doesn't matter what I do. You, on the other hand, have you finished your mission? Huh? You know? I heard it from the other chosen ones. Hey, what mission? My home is about to be destroyed. Of course, I have to hurry back. Can you still stand up? I should be able to. Don't force yourself. Come, I'll help you. Thank you. Cyber. Don't thank me. We're old friends. The person who came to Gonduo's side was none other than the player Cyber. In addition to Cyber, more players walked out of Milovia's teleportation circle one after another. There were players who fought in the Extermination Wasteland and players who fought in the Maple Moon Free Territory. After a deep conversation with Cyber, Gonduo found out that Lady Aurora gave the order to evacuate the Abyss and protect the Elven Forest after learning about the changes in the Elven Forest. It's a pity. I heard from the other chosen ones that we've already gained a foothold in the Extermination Wasteland. Gonduo sighed. But we have to take care of our home. What's the point of fighting the Abyss if our home is gone? Lady Aurora said that this was an order from the goddess. Cyber said. With that, he supported Gonduo and walked toward the city. The devils around Milovia had been chased away by the players who returned. Standing at the entrance of the city, Gonduo turned around and saw more and more chosen ones chasing the devils and driving them back into the sea. Most of these chosen ones who returned from the abyss were the best among the chosen ones. In the extermination wasteland where the flow of time was different, they had battled the devils day after day and had become true devil hunters. The airships and megalosaurus in the sky continued to spit out cannon fire and dragon breath, covering the devil army on the ground. The elven demigod Aurora floated at the forefront. Every time she shot out an arrow of light, a string of ice sculptures would appear on the ground. Under the attacks from many sides, the devils began to collapse. After the devil monarch, who was obviously the leader of the army, was killed, the devils fell into chaos. Even the frost elves in the city cheered and rushed out of the city, joining the teams of the chosen ones to hunt down the demons. The situation was very good. However, just as Gonduo was looking at all this with relief and excitement, the sea in the distance suddenly boiled. Turbulent waves rose and swallowed all the fleeing devils. Along with the waves, a huge figure slowly emerged from the sea. It was a ferocious sea monster with octopus-like tentacles and a demon-like head. Its body was hundreds of meters tall. After its terrifying figure emerged from the sea, it cast a huge shadow on the coast. A low roar came from its throat, and a pressure that was 100 times more terrifying than the devil monarch spread out and swept across the battlefield. The players all stopped and opened their mouths in shock. In the sky, the demigod Aurora's expression suddenly became solemn. Abyss myth, then, more vortexes appeared from all over the sea. Along with the vortexes, huge figures slowly emerged one after another. Their auras were each more terrifying than the other. Looking at the huge figures, Melovia's direction was dead silent. The players and elves were dazed. Goddess, is this really just hard difficulty? Cyber's voice was extremely dry. Eve had a dream. It was a very strange dream. In the dream, she transmigrated to a magical fantasy world and became a world tree. She had great power and became a dying god. Then, she used the connection channel with Blue Star that appeared in her mind after transmigrating to summon fellow elves from her hometown and let them be active in the magical world she transmigrated to as elven players. With the help of the players, she revitalized the elves, recovered her power, defeated her former enemies, and returned to the peak. After that, she woke up from the dream. What was her name again? A trace of doubt flashed through Eve's mind. She seemed to only remember the name Eve. As for her real name, she could not remember it clearly. But soon, she did not care. She felt that it was not important. That dream was very real, but it was also very far away. From the bottom of her heart, Eve did not like that dream very much. Because in the dream, she was left with an endless sense of loneliness. The stronger she was, the stronger the sense of loneliness. Especially when she saw the players she summoned playing in the forest, that sense of loneliness was even more intense. She did not like that feeling. She had no family, no real friends. Even if she had great power, she still had to plan for her own safety at all times. The stronger she was, the higher she stood, the lonelier and more lost she felt. Recalling the dream when she slept last night, Eve finished the last part of the information on the computer in front of her. Then, she looked at the time. 17:00. It was time to get off work. She liked her current job very much. 9 to 5, with less work and more money, colleagues were enthusiastic, and there was no scheming. Standing up and stretching, Eve left the office. At this time, a familiar text message notification sound came from her pocket. Eve paused and looked at her phone. It was a message left by her childhood friend. The content was to ask her to go hiking this weekend. Oh, right. Today was Friday. And this weekend there seemed to be a temple fair on Mount Jing outside the city. It was quite lively. Some memories flashed through Eve's mind. She smiled slightly and replied with a yes. Then, she left the unit. Her home was not far from the unit. Eve reached home in 5 minutes. Nearby was the political and cultural center of the city. The urban environment and living environment were very good. Eve liked it here very much. Pushing open the door, the aroma of food rushed to her face. Her mother's loving smile came into sight. "You're back?" "Yes. Eve nodded gently. After washing up, she sat at the dining table. Today's meal was delicious rice with braised eggplant. It was her favorite taste. When it entered her mouth, there was a kind of warmth. After a delicious meal, helping her mother wash the dishes, and playing with the lazy cat at home with her father for a while, Eve returned to her room and entered her newly bought stealth cabin. She had made an appointment to fight with the netizens. After beating the netizens who challenged her in the virtual game, Eve went offline with satisfaction in the face of the worshipping subtitles of Big Boss 666. Looking at the time, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. She took a shower happily. After washing up, Eve changed into her favorite plaid pajamas and got into the warm bed. This kind of plain and warm daily life was her favorite life. 13 demigod-level ferocious figures appeared on the shore. Feeling the terrifying pressure, the players stopped their pursuit. The howling of the biting cold sea wind became even stronger. They opened their eyes wide with difficulty and looked at the terrifying bodies. They couldn't help but gulp. Anger began to spread among the players. Abyss mythology. Is this an abyss mythology? F***CKU. Is the producer crazy? Elven forest. Why are they all attacking the elven forest? Demacia, who had arrived at Milovia and was holding the bone whistle he got from Limu, opened his mouth wide in shock. My goodness. This? Which big guy do I have to use the Grim Reaper's divine punishment on? Gando looked at the huge figure with a dry throat. As a wanderer who had lived in the Nirvana wasteland for a long time, he could vaguely guess why the demons would focus their main combat power on the Elven Forest. The Elven Forest was the place with the densest magic power in the entire world of Seekers. After being polluted by the power of the Abyss, it would also become the place with the densest abyssal power. And such a place was the most suitable place to place an abyssal hive. Obviously, this time, the Abyss was determined to take down the world of Seekers. In the sky, Demigod Aurora's expression was solemn. Everyone, retreat into the city. Don't come out, she said in a serious voice. The players swallowed their saliva and obediently retreated back to Milovia when they heard the unquestionable command in his gentleness. Aurora glanced at the believers and chosen ones who retreated into the divine barrier and looked away. He took out a golden leaf from his bosom and gently crushed it. Bright golden light bloomed on her body. Her aura continued to rise and soon rose to the level of a true god. That light was the blessing of the gods. As the oracle of a true god, Aurora was naturally one of the god's blessings. And as a demigod, when she used the power of the god's blessing, she could directly connect to the god's faith network and borrow the true god's massive faith power. Golden flames burned on her body. Her strength instantly increased. Aurora began to fight with all her might once again. He let out a soft cry, and silver armor condensed on his body. With a divine sword in his hand, he charged toward the abyssal mythical beings. At the same time, along with 3 resonant dragon roars, gold dragon Mars, silver dragon Mercury, and Venus appeared in the sky. Behind them were 4 death oracles in black robes. The 7 demigods followed Aurora's footsteps and charged towards the abyss mythical creatures. The Battle of Myths had officially begun. A total of 21 mythics broke out in the sky above the ocean, and the entire sky was condensed into a doomsday-like scene. The players stared blankly at the battle in the sky that they could not see clearly. They could only feel their own insignificance and deep powerlessness. Meanwhile, in another battlefield thousands of miles away, in the Maple Moon Free Territory, Meryl, who had become the Black Dragon King, welcomed a new enemy. A total of 19 abyssal mythics had descended on the battlefield, and each of them had at least the strength of a demigod. 2 of them had even reached the level of a true mythic. Meryl looked proudly at the 19 abyssal mythics that appeared in front of him, and a trace of fighting spirit flashed in his huge dragon eyes. You want to fight me with just you guys? With that, he roared and spat out dragon breath. The abyssal mythics officially appeared, and the intensity of the war in the world of Seekers reached a new peak. Unknowingly, the battle on the ground had completely stopped. Including the demons, elves, and players, everyone stopped fighting and looked up at the battle of gods in the sky. However, looking at the battle in the sky, whether it was the elves or the players, their expressions became more and more solemn. There were too many abyssal mythics that had just descended. Whether it was the battle in the Elven Forest or the battle in the Maple Moon Free Territory, the Abyssal Mythics had the upper hand. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before the elves were defeated. Looking at Lady Aurora in the sky, who was getting more and more injured, a trace of anxiety flashed across Gando's face. At the same time, there was a trace of confusion in his heart. The Abyssal Mythics had attacked the Elven Forest. Why hadn't Her Majesty the Goddess appeared yet? Could it be? Some recent rumors from the human world surfaced in Gando's heart. But soon, he shook his head and threw away that ridiculous thought. It was impossible. Her Highness the Goddess would definitely be fine. He took a deep breath, drew the symbol of the scepter of life on his chest, and then began to pray silently. With the appearance of the Mythics, this war was no longer something he could control. All he could do was turn his faith into the power of faith and call upon the great goddess. The old elf closed his eyes and prayed devoutly. Seeing his actions, Melovia's frost elves also drew the symbol of the scepter of life on their chests and joined in the prayer. Faintly, the sound of prayers sounded one after another in the city, and even many players could not help but join in the action. It was a call to the goddess, a blessing to the demigods in the sky. The sound of pious prayers was continuous, and the faint light of faith appeared in the city. The light kept dancing and finally converged into the statue worshipped in the Milovia shrine. The next moment, as if it had caused a chain reaction, the Elven Forest, Maple Moon Free Territory, and all the other places that worshipped the goddess began to emit a faint light. The faintly discernible prayers slowly sounded with a power that could move people's hearts, and the believers who heard the prayers could not help but join in the prayer. As they joined in, more and more prayers rang out in the city and in the villages and towns. The ethereal call echoed on the ground, in the forest, in the mountains, and in the fields, calling the name of the goddess. Eve dreamed again. It was still that magical dream where she had become the world tree. However, the dream this time was different from the previous ones. In the dream, dark clouds covered the ground, and endless demons rushed toward the forest and the city, fighting with the elves. And in the sky, ferocious figures kept approaching, and the elves and Megalosaurus who were fighting with them were covered in wounds. The faint call made Eve's heart tremble. She wanted to hear what it was, but she could not hear it clearly. Then, she woke up from the dream. Eve sat up from the bed and unknowingly broke out in a cold sweat. What came into view was still his familiar bedroom. She breathed a sigh of relief. Warm sunlight shone in from the window, casting a layer of brilliance. She didn't know why, but looking at the bright sunlight, Eve suddenly felt like she was in a dream. She shook her head slightly and looked at the time on the bedside alarm clock. It was just 7 o'clock in the morning. She got up from the bed, yawned, and went to the bathroom to wash up. Today was the weekend. She had also made an appointment with her childhood friend to climb the mountain and visit the temple fair. After eating breakfast and changing into a suitable sweatshirt, Eve left the house. When she met with her childhood friend and the two of them climbed up the mountain in the suburbs, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Standing on the top of the mountain, Eve looked down the mountain. She saw the lush city, like building blocks, and cars like flies. The scenery was spectacular. A winding river passed through the city like a silver ribbon and flowed into the distance, and in the sky, the blue sky was like a mirror, dotted with clouds. Eve took a deep breath and faintly felt that the scenery in front of her gave her a wonderful sense of familiarity. It seemed that looking down on the earth like this was something she often did. However, her memory told her that she rarely climbed mountains. This time, it was also thanks to her childhood friend's coaxing. Why? Did she have an inexplicable sense of familiarity? No, it was not like that. What she saw did not seem to be such a city. Although the city she saw did not have the high-rise buildings in her field of vision, it was more exquisite and beautiful. Behind the city, there wasn't a boundless wheat field, but a lush forest. What was it that he was looking at? Right, it was a dream, last night. What did she dream of? A trace of confusion flashed in Eve's eyes. After the confusion, the prosperous city in front of her was slightly in a trance. Faintly, it seemed to slowly overlap with a fantasy city, the City of Heaven's Chosen. Eve muttered unconsciously. Until her childhood friend patted her on the shoulder. What are you daydreaming about? Don't you want to take a picture of such a spectacular scenery? Eve came back to her senses and retracted her gaze. An inexplicable sense of dissonance flashed in her heart. She shook her head and forced a smile. I won't. I'll take a picture for you. After taking the picture and eating the snacks she brought with her, Eve went to the temple on the mountain while chatting with her childhood friend. The temple was full of incense and worshipped the gods. It was said that it was a mountain god who protected the land and the people at the foot of the mountain. She was pulled into the hall where the statue was worshipped. It was a kind-looking bodhisattva. Come, 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 let's worship. It is said that the mountain god in this temple is very spiritual. As long as you make a wish, your wish will come true. Her childhood friend excitedly pulled Eve to the futon in front of the statue. However, looking at the kind-looking bodhisattva statue, Eve did not move. Don't you want to worship it? Her childhood friend tilted her head. Eve's eyes were in a daze. She blurted out. Why should I worship the statues of other gods? When she said this, even she was stunned. These words. It was as if she believed in a god. No, but if she believed in a god, why didn't she feel the slightest sense of reverence? Even her tone just now seemed to be faintly disdainful. With this thought, Eve couldn't help but look at the mountain god statue again. This is just an ordinary god statue. It has not been blessed by the gods at all. She almost blurted it out again. But when she said this, she was stunned again. What are you talking about? Her childhood friend looked puzzled. And further away, the Taoist priests in the temple cast unfriendly gazes. In a mess, Eve and her childhood friend were kicked out of the mountain god temple. Something's wrong with you today. Panting, leaning against an ancient tree, her childhood friend shook her head. Eve was silent. Something's wrong? She also felt that something was wrong. Ever since she had just reached the peak of the mountain, the sense of dissonance had become stronger and stronger. This even made her gradually become irritated. She vaguely felt that she seemed to have forgotten something. But she couldn't remember it no matter how she thought about it. I think you might be tired. Let's take the cable car back in the afternoon, and then go to your favorite restaurant for a meal. It's my treat. Her childhood friend patted her chest and said. Eve was still silent. At this moment, a faint prayer came from afar, attracting Eve's attention. She looked around but did not find the source of the sound. Did you hear anything? She asked. No. Her childhood friend shook her head. Eve hesitated for a moment and said, It seems that someone is praying. Her childhood friend smiled and said, It's your illusion, right? Other than the sound of the wind and birds, I don't hear anything. However, Eve frowned. No. That was not an illusion. She did hear the prayer. That prayer could not be heard clearly, but she could feel the piety in it. Under the piety, there was a faint hope and anxiety. That emotion even disturbed Eve's state of mind, and even her mood became irritated. No, that's not an illusion. She shook her head. After saying that, she could not help but take a step forward and walk into the distance again. Hey! Where are you going? Her childhood friend's shout came from behind. The peak of the mountain. Eve said without turning her head. Reaching the peak again, Eve looked down at the earth. The prayer seemed to be getting clearer and clearer. Faintly, Eve could feel a different kind of intimacy from it. In a trance, the city under the mountain slowly overlapped with another city. Some familiar memories appeared in Eve's mind. That was the scene in her dreams these days. The scene gradually became clearer, and more scenes and memories appeared in Eve's mind. The chosen ones who built the city, the pious praying elves, the city was getting more and more magnificent, and the elven forest was getting more and more lively. The clear scenes made Eve's eyes gradually clear. At this moment, she finally remembered the things that she had gradually forgotten in her warm daily life. What's wrong? You seem to have something on your mind? Didn't you say that you were satisfied with your current life? Her childhood friend came behind Eve and asked worriedly. Eve paused slightly. She looked at the prosperous and modern city in the distance, and a complicated look flashed in her eyes. Satisfied? Then, she sighed slightly. Yes, this is the life I pursue, plain, warm, no pressure. I have my own job, but I also have my own time and hobbies. This is indeed the life I pursue. It's just that it was in the past. As she spoke, Eve let out a sigh of relief. Thank you for letting me experience this warm daily life again, but unfortunately, I have more important things to do. Important things? Her childhood friend's question came from behind her. A gentle smile flashed across Eve's face. That's right. This dream is indeed very beautiful, but there are still more people waiting for me to return. From the moment I inherited something, I wasn't just living for myself. Compared to these peaceful days, I have more important responsibilities. Is this your choice? A familiar voice came from behind her. Yes, this is my choice. Eve nodded slightly. You have to know that once you take this step, you will never be able to return to the past. The voice behind her continued to sound. Can I go back without taking a step? Eve smiled faintly. At least, you can hear. The voice behind her continued. But, this is just a dream. Eve sighed slightly. After saying that, she slowly turned her head and saw that her childhood friend's appearance had changed, becoming exactly the same as her memory. The other party was looking at her with a complicated gaze. Eve slowly lowered her head again and found that she had unknowingly changed into a holy dress. She stretched out her hand. It was fair and delicate, not like a mortal. Goodbye, I who still yearn for the past. Raising her head and looking at herself opposite her, Eve sighed softly. After saying that, the world in front of her suddenly brightened and then shattered with a loud bang. Mindle Plain, New Rivendell. As the most prosperous city in the world and the holy city in the hearts of the believers, this metropolis where all races gathered was still prosperous and lively. However, in half a year, some things had changed imperceptibly. The tree-shaped symbol on the roof of the temple in the city had disappeared, replaced by a scepter symbol shining with holy light. Believers came and went as they entered the temple, and the church was full of praying figures. However, they were no longer facing the tree-shaped symbol of worship, but a holy and beautiful statue of a goddess. In the city square, the preaching activities that had been going on for several months were still going on. However, the believers who listened to the preaching and the preachers had changed over and over again. The only thing that hadn't changed was the heavy canon of life in the hands of the believers. On the bulletin board in the square, the wanted posters of the blasphemers' organization had long disappeared. Even the bounty on carrots, which had been on display for many years, had been removed. In its place was a chapter praising the devout believer Carrot's perseverance for nearly 800 years, condemning the evil gods for deceiving the church and believers, as well as announcements celebrating the shadow of the night, Eris, and preaching about the correction of faith. Many things could happen in half a year. After the evil gods derived from the fallen artifacts were destroyed by the goddess, the influence that the shadow of the night, Eris, had left in the church was enough to turn everything back on track. Of course, the new direction of faith was no longer the illusory world tree that had yet to recover, but the holy, beautiful, benevolent, and great goddess of life, Eve. In the new legend, Her Holiness Eve was the successor of the world tree, the savior and redeemer of the believers. The sounds of prayers resounded throughout the city, adding a dense religious atmosphere to New Rivendell. The citizens of the city couldn't help but feel tranquil and devout. In front of the window of a building on the street in the square, a sneaky figure poked his head out to look at the preaching in the square, then retracted his head and wrote on a piece of paper on the table, "The demigod Eris has returned, and the Mother Church has completely changed its name to the Church of Life. The mysterious god named Eve has completely taken control of faith. After 3 months of investigation, it has been confirmed that the false god mentioned in the oracle of the sea god defeated the mother god tree and took its position." As soon as he finished writing, the door to his room was pushed open, and he watched in horror as a group of paladins barged in. The player Optimist stood at the very front. He was wearing the standard armor of the church. He was handsome and dashing, and his equipment was much better than his previous equipment. He snatched the letter from the other party's hand, glanced at it, and sneered. "He is indeed a lackey of Leviathan. Capture him. Put him in the court." With a wave of his hand, several knights immediately rushed forward and subdued the terrified figure. The Optimist, on the other hand, clicked on the mission submission option in the game system. He was very satisfied with the reward he received. He glanced at the figure under the escort of the knights and snorted. Her Holiness the Goddess was least afraid of such spies. This kind of sneaky figure was like a light in the darkness under the illumination of the light of faith. Thinking of this, the Optimist could not help but look at the tree of life in the distance. For some reason, the more he looked, the more he felt that the tree of life was similar to the goddess in the city of heaven's chosen. I don't know what the goddess is doing. The elven forest is under attack, and she is not doing anything? Thinking of the post he just saw on the forum, he shook his head slightly. Half of the 10 players who participated in the hidden mission could not help but commit suicide to return. It was not a mission that needed people to continue to complete, and he was short of money. Perhaps he was fighting in the elven forest now. However, he was prepared. If Milovaya was really in danger, he would commit suicide even if the mission reward was great. Although he knew that even with his own strength, it was likely that it would not change anything. Perhaps he really did treat the elven forest as his other home. However, at this moment, the whole ground suddenly shook slightly as if there was a slight earthquake. What happened? The optimist's heart tightened. The ground shook for only a moment, as if it was an illusion. However, looking at the vigilant eyes of the other paladins, the optimist knew that it was not an illusion. The next moment, he suddenly felt a heat in his chest. The optimist lowered his head in confusion, and widened his eyes in surprise. On the chest of the paladin armor he was wearing, the symbol of the scepter of life, blessed by divine spells, was emitting a faint halo. The holy emblem is glowing? The optimist was surprised, and when he looked at the other paladins, he found that they were also looking at their chests in surprise. The holy emblem of the goddess on everyone was glowing. A miracle. This must be a miracle. Her Holiness the Goddess has noticed us. The paladins were excited, and with a plop, they knelt on the ground and kept praying in the direction of the tree of life. The optimist was speechless. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he heard a burst of exclamations coming from the square downstairs. The statue. The statue is glowing. Her Holiness the Goddess heard my prayers. No. She heard my prayers. Praise nature, praise life, praise the great goddess Eve. Waves of fanatical praises came from the square, and the optimist could not help but look over. He looked at the statue of the goddess enshrined in the square in surprise, and a hint of surprise flashed across his face. The statue was glowing, even as a player, he had not seen this many times. And in his memory, apart from the battlefield summoning, such a bright light seemed to only appear at the end of the Dragon of Despair script, Nidhogg script, and the God of Winter and the Hunt script, Allure script. Thinking of the guesses of some big-shot players who had studied the goddess in the forum, the optimist's heart skipped a beat. Could it be? He was slightly excited, and suddenly looked up in the direction of the tree of life. He saw that the giant tree that had calmed down after the goddess defeated the evil god half a year ago was now glowing faintly. Soon, the other believers in the square also noticed the change in the tree of life. Look! The divine tree is glowing. Divine blessing. Could this be the divine blessing of Her Holiness the Goddess? The believers were excited. In the world of seekers, within the range of faith controlled by the various churches of life, the priests praying in the Church of Life raised their heads and looked at the statue of the goddess enshrined. Above the statue, the light was boundless, and exuberant vitality was constantly rippling. Looking at the bright light, the priests' expressions were fanatical as they hurriedly knelt down and prayed devoutly. On the battlefield of Milovaya and Maple Moon Free Territory, the battle between the myths was still going on, and it was getting more and more intense. At the same time, the divine spell defensive barrier on the ground suddenly glowed with a bright light, and its power increased by a level. Aurora and Meryl were slightly taken aback, and then they suddenly understood something. On different battlefields, their expressions became excited at the same time, and they rushed toward the abyss myths in a more courageous manner. The strange phenomenon in the world of Mindle continued. When the light on the tree of life became brighter and brighter, and even the sky above began to show all kinds of strange phenomena, the believers' excited exclamations quickly turned into praise. The next moment, an ancient and sacred aura spread out from the tree of life, and the plants in the entire city began to grow wildly, bowing in the direction of the tree of life. Specks of golden light appeared from all around, constantly rising into the sky, and then quickly flying toward the tree of life and pouring into it. The wind began to howl, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky, and the seal runes around the sun kept trembling, as if trying to suppress something. Katja. The optimist seemed to have heard something shatter in the depths of his heart. Then, he was surprised to see that the tree of life on the hillside actually began to grow rapidly. On the other side, in the world of ruins, the entire world had completely changed. The clouds churned, the earth trembled, and the surging magic power kept surging toward the core of the seal like a wave. In the center of the giant stone array, a towering giant tree rose from the ground, 10 times taller than the tree of life outside the ruins, over 10,000 meters. If the players were present now, they would discover that this towering giant tree was exactly the same as the world tree surrounding the city of Heaven's Chosen. The rainbow-colored light kept dancing, revolving around the world tree, and constantly pouring into it. The rich magic power in the entire world of ruins began to dissipate at an extremely exaggerated speed. No. It wasn't dissipating. It was being absorbed by the world tree. The holy light shrouded the sky, and the giant tree that was over 10,000 meters tall actually continued to grow. At the same time, the roots of the world tree also kept spreading. The thick roots quickly pierced into the core of the origin space of the Mindel plane, quickly entangling with the plane's origin, and absorbing the power of the origin, and at the top of the tree, leaf buds sprouted, and new leaves of the world tree kept growing. Every leaf had a faint trace of a mysterious pattern on it, and bits of space force were constantly rotating on the leaves, quickly fusing with the leaves. Eve's soul, who was sleeping in the world tree's divine kingdom, suddenly opened her eyes. Turbulent energy poured into the divine kingdom from the outside world, and the entire divine kingdom world began to expand further, changing the sky and the earth. The petitioners, oak tree guards, and elemental fairies knelt in the divine kingdom, praying toward the core temple. And Eve's consciousness quickly left the divine kingdom and returned to her main body. Her vision suddenly rose, and soon saw the entire world of ruins. Then, she transcended from the world of ruins and saw the Mindel plane. She saw the tree of life that was constantly growing because of her revival, the plants that were growing crazily under her power, and the believers who were praying devoutly in the city. He saw one village after another, one mountain after another. He saw streams, he saw the pugilistic world, she saw the entire Mindel continent, and the endless ocean around the continent. She saw the end of the world, and the planar barrier that ordinary people could not sense or see at the edge of the plane. She also saw a huge sea monster that passed through the planar barrier on one side and appeared on the other side of the plane. Then, she saw the origin of the Mindel plane, the seal runes that suppressed the entire plane, and the core power of the seal that was gradually being assimilated under her divine power. Eve's vision continued to rise. The next moment, she saw the endless void. She saw a lost land made up of shattered plains and dead plains. This was where the Mindel plane was located. Suddenly, one of the dead plains trembled slightly, and a glimmer of light flashed in the surroundings. A huge amount of void power began to gather here rapidly, and kept pouring in. This dead plane was the external disguise of the Mindel plane. A hint of understanding flashed in Eve's eyes. Her heart stirred, and the light was quickly suppressed by circles of dark golden patterns. Even the absorption of the void power gradually stopped, and in its place, a golden triumphal stone gate suddenly appeared at the edge of the endless void, and a huge amount of void power began to pour in. The huge amount of void power poured into the triumphal stone gate, and then poured out from another place, appearing in the Mindel world of ruins and forming a terrifying void storm. However, the void storm only existed for a moment before it was quickly devoured by the towering tree in the center of the ruins. Eve's divine power began to soar, and in her vision, the omnipresent power of the laws also slowly appeared and surged toward her. 100,000. 110,000. 120,000. Only when Eve's divine power value broke through the 200,000 mark did it slowly stop. At this moment, the towering world tree in the ruins was already more than 20,000 meters tall. Just the surface area of each leaf alone was thousands of square meters. Each leaf had an obscure pattern, and the pattern had a strange power. Any mortal would feel dizzy looking at it. However, Eve knew that it was the manifestation of the power of the laws. At the same time, she could also feel that a chaotic space had appeared in each of her leaves, some big and some small. The small ones were only a few cubic meters, and the big ones were even more than thousands of cubic meters. In those spaces, surging power kept rotating. It was the void power that Eve had devoured. Feeling the powerful vitality in her body, and the power of the laws that were obedient like loyal servants in the surrounding space, Eve's heart flashed with joy. Now, she was finally a great divine power. Now, she felt that she could do anything. Her consciousness returned to her body, and Eve's heart stirred. She inserted her roots into the core power of the seal in the Mindel plane's origin. The next moment, the sealing runes of the entire plane were easily seized and controlled by Eve. At the same time, in the desolate wastelands, at a certain plane passage that led to the world of seekers, the tall third demon god, Leviathan's expression changed slightly. Not good. His expression was gloomy, and he disappeared in a flash. The turbulent divine power was surging in her body, and the operation of the law was more at ease. Although her divine power had only doubled after being promoted to a great divine power, Eve could feel that her efficiency in using her divine power had greatly increased. She had a feeling that as long as she was willing, she could enlighten thousands of oak guards whose strength had reached the silver level at any time. The consumption of divine power for 10 oak guards added up to less than 1 point. As for the consumption of resurrecting players and creating bodies for players, it had become even less, directly reduced to 1/10 of the original consumption. It was even possible to officially open the gold level, and the various divine spells and spells that were cast using divine power were greatly enhanced. If she used the Sword of Damocles again now, Eve felt that she would be at ease and would not have to worry about her divine power being drained. In addition, the power of her soul had been further strengthened. Even without the help of the Faith Network, she could directly listen to the voices of all her believers, even if the number of her believers had already reached a rather exaggerated level. At the same time, after absorbing the original power of the Mindel plane and being called the Master of the Plane Seal, Eve had now completely controlled this lost plane and was called the Master of the Plane. Being in the world of the ruins of the Mindel plane, she could sweep through the entire plane with a thought and know everything that happened in this world. Even if it was a quarrel between a couple in a village, even if it was a butterfly flying in a bush, where there were mineral deposits, where there were extraordinary people who had buried something, or the concentration of magic in various places of the entire plane, the changes in the weather. They were all under her control. Even in the vast ocean, everything was in Eve's eyes. All the believers of Leviathan were exposed to her observation. Only some temples of the sea god that were protected by divine power could not be seen through, but she did not deliberately use her divine power to observe. Eve's heart moved, and her attribute box appeared in front of her again. All the data had become extremely exaggerated. Frowny face: name, Eve Yggdrasil, race, world tree, ancient god, level, 150, mythical, status, great divine power, clergy, nature, life, elf, title, goddess of life, mother of nature, master of elves, divine power, 2231431000000, number of believers, 18, 65 million, 4 saints, 11,000 fanatics, 30, 45 million devout believers, 10, 61 million shallow believers, type of believer, crypt spider queen, 1, megalosaurus, 564, oak tree guardian, 105, elemental. Fairy, 10,000, elf, 43, 76 million, half-elf, 212, 21 million, half-elf, 342, 5 million, human, 1045, 5 million, half-human, 75, 3 million, half-mermaid, 21, 40 million, half-orc, 16,000, dwarf, 2154, dark dwarf, 3242, goblin, 678. Abilities: absorb, communicate, bestow, enlighten, heal, summon, divine descent, divine domain, celestial phenomenon, track, true god weapon, scepter of life, nature crown, withering heart, reversal gate, sword of Damocles Chris, Neptune trident. Number of players, 1, 12 million, black iron players, 324,000, black iron max level 28, 1 million, not max level 4. 3 million, silver players, 796,000, low silver 74, 1 million, middle silver 550,000, player main cities, Grey Harbor, Peak City, Winterfell, Shangjing, Atlantis, Lordaeron, Eden, player registered strongholds, 1541, player guilds, 3335, for superior guilds, 13 superior guilds, 101 second-rate guilds, 3217 third-rate guilds. Even though she was mentally prepared, when Eve saw the various indicators, especially the changes in the believer column, she couldn't help but feel her heart skip a beat. Half a year was enough for many things to change. For example, the gathering of believers in the Mindel Plain, or the assimilation of the believers in the Maple Moon Free Territory. These two locations were enough to provide him with a rather large number of new believers. There were even more varieties of believers, especially after the gathering of believers in the Mindel Plain, where all sorts of strange races appeared. However, the main sources of believers were still elves, half-elves, and elven mixed-blood humans. Among them, the ratio of devout believers and fanatics was the highest, and the quality of their believers was also the highest. There were now 4 saints. Besides Saintess Alice and Dawn Star Aurora, there was also the returning shadow of the Night Heiress and the legendary elf Carrots. As for the players, other than the average strength, there weren't many changes. The tens of thousands of additional people were the settings left behind by Eve before she went into hibernation. They were the newcomers who were successively summoned from the Blue Star in the past 6 months. She had long decided not to launch an open beta or anything. Instead, she would release a portion of the new quota in the Blue Star every month. These changes made Eve very pleased. However, just as she was in a good mood, a large amount of information came from her belief network. Those were the hearts and prayers of the believers. Listening to the devout prayers, Eve's heart flashed with a trace of warmth. Previously, when she fell into a dream, it was the prayers of the believers that woke her up. Now that she thought about it, it was interesting that there were inner demons in the magical fantasy world, just like in Xianxia novels. Of course, now Eve had woken up from her dream. Her goal for the future was already firm. However, at the same time, one image after another flashed through her soul. That was the war that happened in the Maple Moon Free Territory. That was the battle that took place in the Elven Forest. Demons that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, players who fought bravely, and the myths who struggled to hold on under the siege of the evil gods. Eve's joy after her promotion suddenly faded a little. Her expression gradually faded, and her gaze was a little dangerous. Heh. Do you really think that my players and believers don't have parents behind them? Then, her divine power surged, and she summoned the reversal door, ready to return. However, at this moment, her figure paused slightly. Looking at the ocean outside the continent, Eve's gaze gradually turned cold. You dare to come in? It just so happens that Azazel still lacks a companion, and the demon god May still lacks an assistant. I'll try out my new power from you first, outside the Mindel continent, in the depths of the ocean. In an undersea city built by the storm fishmen. Suddenly, the seawater surged, and divine power surged. Under the reverent and fearful gazes of the sea priests, a majestic figure slowly appeared on the altar in the center of the city. As soon as the figure appeared, it disappeared in an instant, leaving behind a group of storm fishmen kneeling on the ground and praying. The next second, the majestic figure appeared on the surface of the sea. It was none other than the third demon god, Leviathan, who was in charge of the 3 priesthoods of Envy, Ocean, and Storm. He raised his head and looked solemnly at the sun in the sky. The golden sun was still surrounded by mysterious runes, but in Leviathan's eyes, the runes had faintly undergone some changes, and in Leviathan's perception, the energy level limit of this world had also changed. It was no longer at the demigod level, but at the mythical level. This phenomenon would only occur under 2 circumstances. First, the plane's energy level would rise, such as becoming a mythical plane or the abyss plane. Second, the plane had a master. A mythical existence had successfully integrated with the plane's origin and become the master of the plane. He had used his authority to forcibly modify the level of divine power that the plane could accommodate. And although the concentration of magic in the Mindel plane had changed, for some reason it had increased a lot compared to before, it was still far from the level of a mythical plane, and it had not been pulled into the abyss. Then, there was only one situation left. It has a master? It actually has a master? No, how is this possible? Could it be that no, how could he do it? Leviathan's expression was full of disbelief. And just as Leviathan was looking at the sun in the sky with shock and anger, suddenly, a cold and ethereal voice resounded behind him. What can't he do? Hearing this voice, Leviathan's expression froze slightly. His expression darkened, and he slowly turned around. He saw Eve standing less than 100 meters behind him. Feeling the turbulent divine power on her, Leviathan's expression turned solemn. He squinted his eyes slightly. I really underestimated you. Not only did you defeat that guy, but you also became the master of the middle plane. Haha, Eve, it seems that if you were given some time, you really might become the new world tree through the tree of life, but it's a pity, your strength is still too weak, a mere mid-level divine power. He did not finish his words. Because in his perception, the divine power in Eve's body was rising rapidly, the original body of the world tree could not be moved, and Eve still came here in her own true God incarnation. However, after becoming a great divine power, her true God incarnation had also undergone a transformation. Although she still could not use the divine territory at will like her original body, she could use the power of a great divine power. Under Leviathan's horrified gaze, Eve's divine power surged and broke through a certain limit in an instant. Great, divine power, Leviathan's eyes widened, and his pupils were full of shock and astonishment. No, this is impossible. His expression was incomparably fascinating. However, no matter how unwilling he was to admit it, that turbulent magic power would not lie. The vast coercion continued to spread, bringing with it the power to destroy heaven and earth. If it were not for the fact that the person who exerted the power was the master of the plane and could control the limits of the plane world, perhaps the entire plane world would have begun to collapse in an instant, but even so, the space around Eve was constantly distorting. If not for the golden runes suppressing it, it would probably shatter in an instant. Leviathan did not hesitate, and his figure immediately dissipated. The next moment, he appeared in front of the altar that he had descended on. Under the reverent gazes of a group of sea priests, he did not hesitate and immediately jumped onto the altar, preparing to withdraw from this world. Looking at His Holiness Sea God, who was in a somewhat sorry state, the reverence in the eyes of the sea priests turned into astonishment. However, at the moment when Leviathan was about to leave, a sword light slashed from the void. Feeling the terrifying power of the law on the sword light, Leviathan's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly dodged. The sword light slashed down, and the entire altar turned into fine powder. A sword mark like an oceanic trench appeared on the bottom of the sea, spreading for an unknown number of kilometers, and the city of Murlocs at the bottom of the sea was instantly engulfed by the eruption of lava at the bottom of the sea. Terrifying energy waves spread, and the sea water kept churning. Leviathan's scalp went numb as he discovered that the passage from the middle plane to the abyss had been completely cut off. The sword of Damocles, he gritted his teeth and said. At the same time, there was deep fear and horror in his eyes. Immediately after, Leviathan did not hesitate and directly detonated the divine power in his body, choosing to self-destruct. However, at this moment, a red light flashed and entered his body. He instantly lost control of his divine power. Leviathan's expression changed greatly. Looking at Leviathan, who was imprisoned by the heart of withering, Eve frowned slightly. An incarnation, she sized up the third demon god from head to toe, looking somewhat disappointed. No wonder he chose to escape without even using his divine territory after seeing her display the power of a great divine power. It turned out that it was only an incarnation. However, since it was an incarnation, there did not seem to be a need to escape, right? A hint of doubt flashed across Eve's mind. But very quickly, looking at Leviathan's fearful eyes, she suddenly had a thought. After sensing for a while, Eve's eyes lit up slightly. He looked at Leviathan meaningfully and suddenly laughed. I see. Then, she raised the divine sword again. Leviathan's expression changed greatly. Please wait a moment. Your Holiness Eve. Noisy. Eve slashed down with her sword. Accompanied by a dazzling radiance, the platinum sword light swept down and slashed Leviathan's body. Looking at the falling golden light, Leviathan's eyes flashed with a hint of anger and fear. No. His voice was quickly drowned out by the sword light. With a strike from the divine sword, Leviathan's body was cut into two. Under the law of absolute severing, his incarnation quickly cracked and shattered. Only two dense balls of light remained in the water. One of the balls of light flickered with a sea blue brilliance, mysterious and magnificent. The other was smaller, with a rotating white cyclone. Eve waved her hand gently and received them. Her gaze turned slightly and swept across the balls of light. New information appeared in Eve's vision. Frowny face, ocean divinity, storm divinity. She smiled slightly and put away the balls of light. At this moment, Eve also understood how Leviathan was able to collect faith with the body of a demon god. The power system of a demon god determined that they themselves could not obtain the power of faith like a true god. For an evil god, what the believers provided was not faith but the power of fear. From the beginning, Leviathan did not completely integrate the ocean divinity with his own body. He separated an incarnation, with the ocean and storm as the core, condensing the divine power into the ocean divinity's incarnation. At most, it was infinitely close, but it could never reach the true great divine power. If Eve had just used an ordinary method to kill the incarnation, the ocean and storm divinities would undoubtedly return to Leviathan's hands again. But unfortunately, he had the sword of Damocles. The ability of absolute severing gave Eve the power to sever everything. The moment she used the tyrannical great divine power to control the divine sword and severed the connection between the incarnation's divinity and Leviathan's body, Leviathan's divinity no longer belonged to her. What a pity, I wanted to find a partner for Azazel. Eve shook her head with slight regret. Go find other evil gods. The next second, her figure slowly disappeared. Abyss, the third layer of hell. In the demon palace, the third demon god, Leviathan, who was sitting high on the throne, had a slight change in expression. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of dark blood. His aura instantly withered and almost fell below the level of great divine power. His expression was frightened and angry. His face was full of hatred. He gritted his teeth and said, Eve. But soon, Leviathan's expression changed again. Not good. Inform all the Abyss armies to retreat. Belial was very excited. He had been waiting for this day to invade the prime material plane for too long. As a six-winged seraph who had fallen and become an Abyss demon, he hated the gods very much. He also hated the origin of the gods in the plane of Seekers. After the Abyss officially started to invade the world of Seekers, he volunteered and became the first batch of mythical creatures to lead the Abyss army to invade. But unfortunately, as the commander of the Abyss army in the third layer of hell, he was assigned to the battlefield of invading the Elven Forest and could not destroy the human countries one by one. However, when he came to the endless ocean of the world of Seekers through the plain channel and followed the demon army to the Elven Forest and saw the elves, this regret quickly disappeared. As a fallen angel with a twisted personality, besides his hatred of the gods, Belial liked to destroy beautiful things the most. The rich and beautiful Elven Forest, as well as the elves with outstanding appearances, provoked the desire for destruction deep in his heart to the maximum. He loved this mission to death. He must personally destroy this forest and these beautiful elves in front of him. However, just as he was about to rush into the forest, a beautiful figure blocked in front of him. Looking at her long icy blue hair, information about her appeared in Belial's mind. Dawnstar Aurora, demon, your opponent, is me. The beautiful elven demigod said with a solemn expression. Looking at her slender legs and gentle appearance, Belial's desire for destruction grew stronger and stronger. He decided that he must destroy this elven demigod in front of him little by little. That was what he thought, and that was what he did. After driving away all the mythical creatures from the abyss who were not as strong as him and let them fight the Megalosaurus and the Death Oracle, he fought with Aurora alone. Aurora was very strong. As a true God's chosen one, after borrowing the power of the gods, her strength was not inferior to an abyss mythical creature who did not completely control the simulated divine realm. She was even slightly stronger. Unfortunately, Belial had already controlled the virtual divine realm, and even his divine power was close to the peak of weak divine power. Of course, the strength he showed was only at the demigod level. He was crazy, but he was also very cautious. He knew that no matter what, he should not completely expose his trump card. His true mythical strength was his biggest trump card. It was also because of his strength that far exceeded what he showed. Although it was a battle, the confrontation between him and Aurora was more like a cat playing with a mouse. Belial grinned as he left one wound after another on Aurora's body, but he didn't kill her. But even a toy, there would be a day when he was tired of playing with it. After fighting with this beautiful demigod for 3 days and 3 nights, Belial finally got tired. Looking at the pitiful elven demigod who had been ravaged, he decided to end him immediately. However, at this moment, the sound of a horn suddenly came from the ocean. Belial frowned when he heard the voice. That was the horn. Retreat? Which bastard is blowing the horn? Can't you see that we have the upper hand? The disgruntled roars of other abyssal mythologies could be heard nearby. Yes, the abyss had the upper hand. The few mythical megalosaurus who had persisted for a few days, even if their strength far exceeded their peers, were on the verge of collapse under the siege of the abyss mythical creatures. The elven demigod Aurora could fall at any time. As long as these mythical creatures loyal to the goddess of life fell, it would be easy to flatten the elven forest. But then, a louder horn sound came. Belial's expression was slightly gloomy. The abyss had its own war system, and in the abyss army, the sound of the horn had its own meaning. The horn just now only had one meaning: demon god Leviathan's oracle. The sound of the bugle horn meant that the order to retreat was personally issued by the third demon god, Leviathan. The abyss mythical creatures looked at it, and a trace of surprise flashed in their eyes. Could it be there was a problem with the abyss battlefield? They all had the same thought at the same time. A few abyss mythical creatures who were close to Leviathan did not hesitate and immediately gave up the battle and flew away. However, the remaining 9 abyss mythical creatures, including Belial, did not move. Retreat? They were about to win. Retreat my ass. The abyss was in danger. So what if the infernal plane was breached? What did it have to do with them? Let's finish this first. Kill all the demigods, flatten the elven forest, and devour enough flesh and blood and the power of fear. This was the voice of the remaining abyss mythical creatures, including Belial. However, he had another plan in mind. Leviathan was so anxious, it must be that he was in big trouble, so it must be very dangerous. Compared to returning now, it was better to let those fools go back to explore first, and it would not be too late for him to return. As for whether the danger came from the Seeker's world, what a joke. The power here was suppressed to the demigod level, and the plane channel was closed. What danger could there be? Even if there was, with his own strength, he could escape. With that thought in mind, Belial grinned and grabbed the pale elf demigod Aurora. He couldn't wait to see the other party's slender neck being broken by him. However, just as Belial was about to grab Aurora, a violent fluctuation of divine power suddenly came from higher up in the sky, and a golden triumphant stone gate appeared in the sky. Seeing the shining triumphant stone gate, and sensing some kind of aura that made the abyss mythical creatures tremble, his expression changed slightly. The next moment, golden light shrouded the sky, and in an ethereal hymn, a beautiful and holy goddess appeared in the sky. Looking at the iconic silver hair and purple eyes, Belial's eyes widened. Life goddess. Then, without hesitation, he immediately retracted his outstretched hand, turned around, and ran. What a joke. This was the life goddess. She alone killed several mythical creatures, and the evil gods of the abyss who died in her hands could form a line of terrifying existence. Although he was a true abyss mythical creature, facing this one, there was only one outcome. That was death. Belial broke out in cold sweat and secretly cursed Leviathan for being unreliable. What happened to the life goddess being sealed? Why did she suddenly run out? At the same time, he understood something in his heart. The retreat horn just now was not because the abyss had encountered something, it was because of what they were about to encounter. Accompanied by the terrifying fluctuation of divine power, a vast pressure came from behind. That powerful energy fluctuation was as if a blazing sun had appeared behind him. Feeling the terrifying aura that was not inferior to Leviathan's, Belial's expression changed greatly, and he ran even faster. Damn it, why did it feel like the life goddess had become stronger? What had the Leviathan done? He was shocked and angry. Run quickly. He ran fast, and as long as he ran past the few idiots who had not yet reacted, he would be safe after leaving the world of seekers. However, just as Belial burned his divine power and leaped out thousands of miles like a meteor, finally surpassing a few abyss mythical creatures who ran earlier, and was the first to reach the space above the plain gate in the ocean that connected to the abyss, a red light suddenly poured into his body. Belial was shocked to find that he had lost control of his power in an instant. Immediately after, ripples appeared in the sky above the planar door, and a pure and holy figure slowly appeared. You're running quite fast. He heard an ethereal and pleasant voice that made the evil god tremble uncontrollably. Then, Belial felt a huge suction force, and he seemed to be thrown into a teleportation channel that was randomly opened. He wanted to struggle and roar, but he was horrified to find that he had completely lost control of his body. In the end, he could only be devoured by the power of space and despair. At the last moment before his vision turned dark, he saw the life goddess who had glanced at the plain gate, and the plain gate had completely collapsed. He also saw the other abyss mythical creatures who had turned around and fled in the direction of the elf forest. The next second, his vision fell into darkness. Was he going to die? Belial was desperate. However, his consciousness was not cut off. After his vision fell into darkness, it became clear again after a while. With a thud, Belial fell to the ground. The next moment, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the shackles on his body had disappeared, and he had regained his ability to move. However, to his disappointment, a seal had been left in his body, imprisoning his divine power. At least, he could move. Belial gritted his teeth and jumped up from the ground. Looking around, he found himself in a magnificent palace. He looked confused, and before he could figure out what had happened, he suddenly saw two familiar figures. Belial's expression suddenly became stunned. Lilia, Elisa? Lilia. Elisa, these were the two missing abyss mythical creatures. However, at this moment, the two abyss mythical creatures looked dispirited and dispirited, just like the demon lords who had been tortured by him for a long time in the abyss. Behind them, Belial even saw the abyss mythical creatures, Hagnet and Air, who were lying on the ground with a look of despair. And the one-horned duke, Andrea, who was staring blankly at the palace with empty eyes. His mouth was still muttering, 1 elf, 2 elves, 3 elves. Seeing Belial, Lilia and Elisa cast their gazes over. They suddenly smiled, revealing a meaningful smile. Your Excellency Belial, are you here too? Here too, looking at the two abyss mythical creatures' smiles that seemed to be mixed with complexity, relief, sympathy, joy, and relief, Belial felt a chill in his heart. The next moment, a thick and strong hand wrapped around his shoulder. A series of gloating laughter came from his side, and Belial heard a more familiar voice. He, ha 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 ha. Another newcomer? Yo, isn't this Belial from the third layer of hell? He, Belial, where's Leviathan? Why didn't that bastard come with you? Belial looked back in shock, and then he was shocked to find that the one who spoke was the rumored seventh demon god, Azazel, who was sealed by the goddess of life. At this moment, the seventh demon god was holding him with one hand and eating a melon with the other, his expression full of joy. Lord Azazel, where is this? Belial gulped. Azazel looked at him meaningfully and chuckled. No rush. You'll know slowly. After saying that, his hand changed, and a picture book appeared. Inside it was a gorgeous palace. Are there many people behind? You're the first. I'm in a good mood, so I'll allow you to choose one you like. Don't choose the ugliest ones. Those are reserved for Leviathan and the others. Azazel said with a smile. A large, black, and thick tail was wagging happily behind him. Belial was speechless. Who could tell him, where was he now, above Milovia? Looking at the sudden change, the abyss mythical creatures fell into shock. Then, without hesitation, they turned around and fled one after another. However, the abyss mythical creatures did not escape too far before they were stopped. The difference in strength determined everything. Eve's figure flashed in the air like a flying butterfly. Every time she leaped, she would come to the side of a fleeing abyss mythical creature. Those who were ugly were killed by her without hesitation and absorbed all their energy. Bright light bloomed in the sky like beautiful fireworks. However, every firework represented the fall of an abyss mythical creature. As for those who were more pleasing to the eye and had potential, Eve used seals or vines to easily imprison them, and then threw them into the teleportation channel that led to the demon god's maze that she had casually opened. On the other side of the channel was the demon god's maze. For a time, the abyss mythical creatures fled in fear in the sky, and the beautiful and holy goddess chased after them leisurely and easily as if she was dancing. Desperate screams sounded in the sky. The abyss mythical creatures, who had been arrogant just a moment ago, were now like chickens caught by an eagle, weak, pitiful, and helpless. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 majestic abyss mythical creatures were all swept away by that beautiful and holy figure. The sky returned to calm. On the ground, looking at the goddess who ruled the world and swept away everything, the players, elves, and even demons were all dumbfounded. Aurora and the other demigods were excited. However, Eve only smiled at them, nodded, and turned into a stream of light again and disappeared. This battlefield was over. On the other side, there was another battlefield waiting for her. After Eve left, Milovia fell into silence. A moment later, looking at the demons outside the city, the players' gazes became dangerous. The goddess has descended. Charge out. Kill these demons. Someone shouted excitedly. Then, all the players shouted excitedly, rushed out of the city, and charged toward the demons. Looking at the aggressive players, the leaderless demons shuddered. Then, without hesitation, they turned and fled into the sea. They were defeated. Demacia stood on the tower of Milovia's temple in a daze, looking at the bone whistle in his hand that had not been blown yet. So, when should I use the Grim Reaper's punishment? South of Maple Moon Free Territory. An angry dragon roar resounded in the sky. The black dragon, bathed in blood, seemed to have gone mad. It kept tumbling in the clouds, entangling with more than 20 abyss mythical creatures. The evil gods stared coldly at the black dragon who had suddenly gone mad. Their eyes were full of fear. In the world of seekers where the seal still existed, a true mythical megalosaurus, even if it only had weak divine power, possessed terrifying power. Especially when the other party was angry. However, the abyss mythical creatures were not in a hurry. Up to this point, even if the megalosaurus bloodline was powerful, the black dragon king in front of them was close to its limit. The more this happened, the more vigilant the abyss mythical creatures were. The mythical megalosaurus that was at the end of its road was the most terrifying. Victory was in sight. The abyss mythical creatures did not want to fail at this last moment. They did not confront the black dragon head-on. Instead, they continued to wander around it. The fallen divine power in their bodies surged, adding new wounds to the black dragon's body again and again. Despicable cowards. Evil ugly monsters. Do you dare to fight me head-on? Meryl's breath was chaotic. He looked furious. His eyes were full of fiery battle intent. He did not flinch because of his injuries. However, the abyss mythical creatures just smiled coldly and continued to besiege it. Until a majestic aura descended, and a cold voice sounded behind them. A bunch of trash. 21 mythical creatures, fighting for 3 days and 3 nights. You still can't kill a megalosaurus that has just advanced to mythical creature? Hearing the cold voice that suppressed anger, the abyss mythical creatures could not help but shiver. An evil and terrifying pressure swept across the entire battlefield. The sky that was originally covered by dark clouds suddenly fell into darkness. A huge shadow covered the sky. On the ground, the players looked at the sky in the southeast direction in shock. They saw a new evil figure appear in the sky. It had a ferocious snake head with barbed spikes, a rugged and muscular humanoid body, and 3 pairs of black bat wings with a wingspan of nearly 1,000 meters, covering the sky and the sun. That was the Lord of the 6th Hell, the second demon god of the abyss, the great divine power that controlled rage, bewitchment, and depravity, Samuel. The invasion of Seekers lasted for several months before the first demon god of the abyss finally descended. His gaze swept across the elves' fortifications on the ground, which were getting better and better. There was a flash of disdain in his eyes, and when he shifted his gaze to the abyssal mythical creatures that were fighting the megalosaurus, his gaze quickly became cold and angry. Trash. He snorted angrily and gently raised his hand. Terrifying energy gathered in his palm and turned into a purple-black ball of light. Then, with a flick of his finger, he aimed directly at the one of the 21 abyssal mythologies who appeared to be the least injured. The purplish-black energy ball shot out and hit him in the back. Under the horrified gazes of the other abyss mythics, this abyss mythic with the strength of a pinnacle demigod exploded into a rain of blood. Those who slack off must be punished, Samuel said coldly. The remaining abyssal mythologies were aghast. Their dark and ferocious faces actually looked a little pale. Then, they no longer held back. They braced themselves and used all their strength to attack the black dragon. At that moment, Meryl, who was on the verge of exhaustion, was suddenly in danger. That's more like it. Looking at the evil gods of the abyss who were full of energy again, the anger in Samuel's eyes dissipated a little. After snorting coldly, he looked at the elven defense line on the ground again. Looking at the ant-like elves and humans, a strong desire to destroy flashed in Samuel's eyes. He sneered and raised his hands again. The terrifying purplish-black ball of light gathered in his hands, and his gaze was locked onto the millions of elven allied armies on the ground. Destroy. He sneered and smashed the purplish-black ball of light onto the ground. Seeing his actions and feeling the increasingly terrifying energy in the purplish-black ball of light, the expressions of the players on the ground changed drastically. At that moment, the entire camp fell into panic and chaos. However, just as Samuel smashed the purplish-black ball of energy onto the ground, a translucent hexagonal light shield suddenly appeared on the ground and blocked the terrifying ball of energy. With a loud boom, the ball of energy exploded on the light shield. A hurricane-like heatwave spread out, and even the 2-meter-thick trees on the ground were directly blown away. Terrifying cracks continued to spread on the ground of the battlefield, forming hideous ravines one after another. However, the allied armies were unharmed. Immediately after, a gentle sigh sounded from the horizon. "Your Excellency Samuel, isn't it too much to use a mythical body against mortals?" Hearing this voice, Samuel's eyes narrowed. He narrowed his eyes and looked over. In the sky above the elven allied armies, in front of the black dragon Merrill, a handsome young man in a silver robe slowly appeared. Silver hair, silver eyes, and a vast aura. Looking at Samuel's iconic silver dragon eyes, Samuel sneered. "Reinhardt, aren't you too naive to use your methods on us, the Abyss mythical bodies? Or do you think you can stop my army with just a true god-level avatar?" Facing Samuel's mocking gaze, Platinum Dragon King Reinhardt's expression was calm. However, his eyes were full of seriousness. "Fa. Father." Seeing Reinhardt, the black dragon Merrill's eyes flashed with surprise and joy. Platinum Dragon King Reinhardt turned his head slightly and smiled. "Merrill, you've grown up." "Father." Merrill's expression was very emotional. "Go and rest. You're in a bad state," Reinhardt said. Merrill hesitated for a moment and glanced at the mythical bodies of the demons. He wanted to say something but stopped himself. In the end, he nodded slightly and returned to the ground. Throughout the entire process, none of the 21 Abyss mythical bodies dared to stop him. Platinum Dragon King Reinhardt's name was even more famous than Life Goddess Eve. This dragon god had become famous tens of thousands of years ago. Countless Abyss mythical bodies had died in his hands. Their expressions were full of fear. Then, they slowly retreated to Samuel's side. Samuel narrowed his eyes and suddenly sneered. His figure disappeared instantly. Reinhardt's expression changed slightly. His figure flashed as he hurriedly dodged. However, before he could dodge, Samuel appeared above his head and punched him. With a loud boom, a terrifying energy wave spread out. Platinum Dragon King was directly smashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Even the nearby city walls that the players had built collapsed due to the terrifying shockwaves. It was complete chaos. When the dust settled, a huge pit with a radius of hundreds of meters had appeared on the ground. Reinhardt stood up shakily. He was seriously injured. He spat out a mouthful of silver dragon blood. His gaze on Samuel became more serious. The true body of a demon god. Then, he gritted his teeth and transformed into an elegant silver dragon. He roared and charged at the demon god. Looking at the silver dragon charging at him, Samuel's eyes were full of mockery. As a demon god with great divine power, even if Reinhardt's true body came, he would not be afraid, let alone an avatar. He laughed sinisterly and punched again. A terrifying loud sound was heard. Samuel hit the silver dragon's body, and the silver dragon was sent flying like a broken sack. It only stopped after crashing into a few mountains. When Reinhardt rose into the air again, it was already extremely difficult. "Hey, Reinhardt, if your true body came, you might be able to exchange a few blows with me. But with just an avatar? Hey!" Samuel laughed mockingly. After saying that, his pupils turned scarlet, and his gaze towards the ground was filled with bloodthirsty desire. "I remember that you hate mortals the most. Since that's the case, I'll let you watch this plane be destroyed." Samuel grinned sinisterly and pointed at the sky. Dark clouds immediately rolled, and the thick power of the abyss kept condensing. Bolts of lightning moved like snakes in the sky above Maple Moon Free Territory. At this moment, even space was completely torn apart. An unprecedented amount of terrifying energy kept gathering, even exceeding the limit that the plane could bear. It formed destructive dark purple balls of light and smashed toward the ground. Great divine powers had the power to flip a table. For a high-level plane without a master like the world of seekers, even if the seal limited the energy level, as long as their true bodies could descend, they could exert power beyond the seal in theory. However, the consequences were also very serious. That was the damage or even destruction of the plane, not good. Sensing the terrifying energy that was enough to destroy the entire Maple Moon free territory and even directly shatter the continent, Reinhardt's expression changed drastically. At the same time, a few ancient auras rose from the distant east and quickly rushed in this direction. Samuel's gaze vaguely glanced toward the east, and a trace of surprise flashed across his expression. But the surprise quickly turned into a sneer. He looked at the rich mountains and plains on the ground, and a trace of pleasure flashed in his eyes. Try not to damage the plane as much as possible and pull it into the abyss intact. Hey, he wasn't Helier's subordinate, so why should he listen to him? This was the territory of the life goddess. He had to completely destroy everything here to vent his anger of having his incarnation destroyed and his divine artifact taken away. As for occupying the seekers, as a great divine power, he was already very satisfied. As for the rest, he didn't care at all. As long as he could vent this anger, no one could stop him. Samuel roared angrily and smashed all the purple-black balls of light down. For a moment, the entire sky appeared like the end of the world. Looking at the constantly enlarging and spinning purple-black balls of light and sensing the terrifying energy within, the Alliance army on the ground fell into a state of shock, and the players' eyes were all dull. Limu looked at the energy balls that were getting bigger and bigger in shock. The biting cold wind blew so hard that he couldn't open his eyes. There was only one thought in his mind. Was this going to destroy the world and restart the server? Goddess, where are you? Come quickly. A sense of anxiety flashed across Limu's mind, and as if hearing his prayer, suddenly, a dazzling golden light shone on the ground. Above the players' heads, a golden triumphant stone gate slowly appeared, flashing with a holy light. A huge suction came from it, and the terrifying energy balls were sucked into the triumphant stone gate one after another. Looking at the stone gate that suddenly appeared, Samuel was stunned. The reversal gate? However, before he could say anything, an identical triumphant stone gate appeared under him, and purple-black balls of light flew out one after another. The abyss myths were all shocked and hurriedly dodged. However, as the core of the target, Samuel was firmly locked onto. Under his shocked and furious gaze, a series of destructive magic balls that he had just released smashed directly onto his body one after another. Rumble, a series of terrifying loud noises. Deep light shot out in all directions, and the entire sky was burning. An explosion more terrifying than a nuclear explosion exploded where Samuel was standing, accompanied by unprecedented energy waves. At that moment, the tsunami-like magic waves turned into terrifying ripples, tearing through space and causing a storm. The vast power spread out, bringing with it the power to destroy everything. A few unlucky demigod-level abyss myths were affected and were torn into pieces after a scream. Even their souls were swallowed by the turbulent energy, and they died on the spot. The earth trembled, and the world wailed. Spiderweb-like cracks spread across the sky, and the entire sky seemed to shatter. The players looked at this scene in shock, and they were all speechless. This grand and terrifying scene was beyond the imagination of mortals. It was more terrifying than all the games, all the movies, and all the virtual scenes. Oh my God! Is this a myth? They muttered in disbelief. The cracks in the sky continued to spread, a terrifying void storm poured in. The apocalyptic energy storm began to spread. However, in the next second, an ethereal and holy voice sounded in everyone's hearts. Restore. Accompanied by the ethereal hymn, a golden light slowly rose. Under the excited gazes of the players, the void rippled in the sky. Golden photons gathered, and a figure that they could not be more familiar with slowly appeared. Holy, beautiful, noble, and powerful. It was Eve. Goddess. It's the goddess. The goddess has finally descended. Praise the goddess. Cheers came from the ground. Eve stood in the air. The natural crown on her head flickered with dense light, and a golden light enveloped the sky. In the next moment, countless bright green photons danced. The green photons brushed past the shattered sky, and the spiderweb-like crack slowly closed, and soon it returned to its original state. In the blink of an eye, the doomsday-like sky completely returned to calm under Eve's casual murmur. At this time, the explosion gradually subsided, and Samuel's figure reappeared. However, compared to before the explosion, most of the armor on his body had been shattered, and the hair on his head was charred black. His breath was unstable, and he looked extremely miserable. Looking at his appearance as if he had been struck by lightning, Eve smiled slightly. "How was it? Did your energy ball taste good?" Samuel's eyes were still a little dull, as if he had not recovered from the explosion just now. When he turned his eyes and looked at the culprit, his scarlet eyes were quickly filled with anger and resentment. "Goddess of life. Eve." He gritted his teeth and roared angrily. Samuel's roar resounded in the sky and traveled far and wide. Looking at the smile on Eve's face, the anger in his heart grew stronger and stronger, and his gaze became more and more gloomy and dangerous. "You can still come back?" Eve smiled faintly. "Why can't I come back?" Light flowed on her body. "Leviathan. Trash." Samuel vaguely understood something and suddenly cursed angrily. But soon, looking at the beautiful and holy life goddess in front of him, the anger on his face suddenly disappeared and turned into a sinister smile. "Huh, that's good, that's good. It's a good time to settle all the old and new grudges between us." With that, he roared, and a dark red light bloomed on his body. The light quickly turned into a shadow and covered the entire sky. An evil, depraved, and tyrannical energy spread and soon engulfed Eve, who was standing where she was. That was the power of a simulated divine territory. Oh no! On the ground, looking at the engulfed Eve, the silver megalosaurus was anxious. Samuel was a great divine power. Even if he left the abyss world and came to the Seekers where the seal still existed, he was still a great divine power. And that was definitely not something that a mid-level true god could contend against. He struggled to stand up but was quickly stopped by Meryl. "Father, don't be rash. Her Holiness won't fail." Then, he said meaningfully, "Her Holiness is no longer the Her Holiness of the past." Hearing the Black Dragon's words, Reinhardt was slightly startled. His heart skipped a beat as he vaguely thought of something. A trace of surprise flashed in his dragon eyes. Then, as if to verify Meryl's words, a dazzling golden light bloomed from the dark red fog. The ground cracked, and countless vines and branches drilled out of the ground. In the blink of an eye, the entire battlefield turned into a lush forest. However, this was not the end. The vines continued to entangle and converge, finally forming a huge platform that rose from the ground and broke through the fog. Eve, on the other hand, was standing on the high platform. She was unscathed. Golden and green light blossomed behind him, forming a resplendent space. Countless dreamlike photons danced in the air. That was the power of a divine territory. At this moment, she also unfolded her own divine territory, the divine territory of life and nature. Divine territory? She's not. Reinhardt's eyes widened. He almost blurted out the name of a true god's incarnation. Looking at Eve, who was surrounded by holy light and had a vast aura, a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. He knew that the Eve in front of him was a true god's incarnation. Incarnations should not be able to use divine territory. Yet now, the other party had unleashed his own deity domain, Euklaxer. How did she do it? But soon, Reinhardt looked down at the platform under Eve's feet. Sensing the aura-isolating power contained in it, Reinhardt had a flash of understanding in his mind. Eve stood on the platform. Beside him, the gate of reversal had disappeared. Underground where the platform was connected, a triumphant stone gate was shining. In the stone gate, a slender root was spreading in, hiding in the platform made of vines, reaching to the sky. That was the root of the world tree in the Mindel dimension. The root bloomed, and the platform was shrouded in holy light. With Eve as the center, the vast power of the laws turned into a golden-green energy vortex, contending with Samuel's dark red divine territory. The power of the laws intertwined and resisted. All kinds of strange scenes kept changing in the sky. There were ferocious and angry illusory faces that kept roaring. There were flowers blooming and withering, all things growing, all things in the world, under the influence of the power of the laws, magic power boiled, and divine power was vast. The entire battlefield turned into an ocean of light and darkness. It was spectacular and shocking. The vast energy kept erupting like tsunamis and volcanoes, but it was confined within the domain by the power of the golden-green divine territory. It did not spread out at all. Only the terrifying energy fluctuations and the pressure that could destroy the heavens and the earth continued to ripple and sweep through everything. The power of the laws and the energy waves and auras produced by the battle of great divine powers were like lights in the dark. At this moment, one powerful aura after another was attracted by the shocking confrontation between the divine realms in the Surg's world. Heaven, abyss, star sea. Gazes were cast over one after another, their gazes full of surprise. Even in the east of the world of seekers, a few ancient auras were slightly stagnant and cast over shocking divine senses. Great divine powers were fighting in the world of seekers, all the myths had this realization in their hearts. Gazes were cast over, solemnly watching the battle of gods in the Maple Moon Free Territory. When many myths saw the golden green light, their solemn gazes quickly turned into shock. In the underworld, Hela sat high on the white bone throne, lazy as usual. However, when she saw the vast aura of the golden-green divine territory, her laziness was instantly swept away. A hint of complexity flashed in her ruby-like eyes, and she sighed slightly. "I've already made a move? Looks like I need to work hard too." On the other side of the underworld, in the kingdom of darkness hidden in the endless shadows, the stooped god of darkness and shadows, Holdel, staggered, his expression horrified. Great divine power? How is this possible? In the world of Abyss, on the battlefield of gods and demons on the first level of Hell, the battle was getting more and more intense. God of Warlord widened his eyes, full of shock. Goddess of Life? Beside him, Eternity Lord Idio narrowed his eyes slightly, and his gaze suddenly deepened. Goddess of Life, his expression was as calm as an ancient well. However, his gradually clenched hands proved that his heart was not as calm as it seemed, in the distant astral world. The gaze of the guardian of the stars, Rigdal, was still pure, and peaceful. Those starry eyes seemed to see history and the future. Life and nature, his eyes flashed slightly, and he sighed. Then, he gently shook his head, took out an ancient book, wrote something, and gently closed it. Dusk is coming again. One after another, powerful and ancient gazes were cast toward the world of seekers. Other than the evil gods and demon gods who could not take their eyes off the abyss, almost all the mythical beings in the entire universe of seekers had shifted their attention to the battlefield in the Maple Moon Free Territory. At this moment, in the center of the battle of gods, demon god Samuel's heart was filled with shock. Great divine power? Impossible. How can you reach great divine power? Bright brilliance danced around Eve, and Eve's waist-length silver hair fluttered in the wind. She stood in the center of the divine territory, beautiful and powerful, like a ruler who ruled the world. She smiled slightly, and with a flash of light in her hand, a platinum divine sword decorated with black patterns appeared. "Nothing is impossible," she said. With that, she waved the divine sword and slashed toward Samuel. A dazzling sword light bloomed on the divine sword, gathering the power of the divine territory's laws. Samuel's expression turned grave when he sensed the shocking power of laws and energy fluctuations. He gritted his teeth and roared. "Don't think that you have invincible power just because you've just been promoted." With that, Samuel roared, summoned his dark and sharp magic spear, and stabbed toward Eve. The two great divine powers instantly began fighting. For a time, the divine territory's colors that enveloped the entire battlefield constantly changed, like an oil painting that was constantly being painted. Gold, green, and red lights intertwined and burst out continuously. Shadows kept appearing one after another, constantly being born and destroyed as the two gods fought. Outside the divine territory, the battle scene inside the divine territory could not be seen clearly. One could only vaguely see a black figure and a slender figure standing on a high platform, constantly fighting each other. In the divine territory, the second demon god Samuel became more and more shocked as he fought. As he fought with Eve, he was shocked to discover that the strength of this goddess of life was far beyond his imagination. She was clearly just a new powerful true god of faith, but she was on par with him, a senior demon god who had been a great divine power for who knew how many years. Although this was her home ground and he had left the abyss, a senior true god was still a senior true god. He was definitely not someone a new true god of faith could compare to. But now, this goddess of life was not at a disadvantage. Instead, she seemed to be at ease. How was this possible? Was she an ancient god who had been promoted to a great divine power? Samuel's heart was filled with a sense of absurdity. However, opposite him, Eve, who was fighting with him, was having more and more fun. Promotion to a great divine power not only brought about the strengthening of divine power and the deepening of the laws. Similarly, there was also a leap in the level of life. And as a world tree, one of the most significant changes for Eve was that she had broken away from the primary state of the world tree and become an intermediate state. Her various abilities had been greatly strengthened, and her tolerance for the power of the abyss was also much higher than before. Even though she had just become a great divine power, the moment Eve saw Samuel, she had a feeling that she could defeat him. Her divine power surged, and Eve released her newly obtained power to her heart's content. Sensing the increasing gazes of the gods, Samuel, who realized that he could not defeat the goddess of life, finally woke up from his anger and had the thought of retreating. His eyes flashed as he looked at the world outside the divine realm that was constantly protected by Eve. A hint of brutality flashed in his eyes. Then, Samuel roared and forcefully resisted Eve's sword. His aura instantly withered. At that moment, he felt a turbulent power of loss surge into his body, constantly destroying his body. Even with his powerful self-healing ability, he could not recover. That was the power of absolute severance. Samuel gritted his teeth and endured the pain. With a roar, he stabbed out with the demon spear in his hand. However, it was not aimed at Eve but at the divine realm. The sharp demon spear pierced through the divine realm and gave birth to a terrifying fallen divine power that rushed toward the ground. If it hit, the astonishing power would probably directly destroy the entire Maple Moon Free territory. Eve's expression changed slightly. She hurriedly divided a portion of her power to block the fallen divine power. Samuel's eyes flashed. Without hesitation, he turned and jumped out of the divine realm battlefield. Eve. I'll remember this. Don't let me get the chance. Sooner or later, I'll completely destroy everything you have. He roared with resentment and then flew toward the southeast. Want to run? Eve snorted coldly. Light flashed in her hand, and a red light shot out and entered Samuel's back. When escaping, it was often when flaws appeared. If Samuel persevered, it was still uncertain who would win this battle. It could even be said that if a new demon god came, the balance of victory might be reversed. However, at this moment, Samuel made the most wrong decision. Eve, who had the true god weapon Withering Heart, was never afraid of her enemies escaping. The red light entered his body, and Samuel's figure paused slightly. Then, his aura withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seal? Samuel's expression changed drastically. Then, he gritted his teeth and roared angrily. He reached out and pierced his chest, pulling out his heart. In the ferociously beating demon god heart, a red light was constantly flashing. Dark red blood splattered, and Samuel's aura withered further. But soon, it rose again. He pulled with his other hand, tore open space, and threw the still beating demon god heart in. Then, his entire body burned with dark red flames, and he fled toward the southeast at an even faster speed, ruthless. A hint of surprise flashed across Eve's expression. She sensed slightly and found that the Withering Heart had been exiled into the void along with the heart. Frowning, Eve hesitated for a moment between finding the Withering Heart and chasing after the other party. In the end, she sighed. She broke open the void first and pulled the Withering Heart back. There were too many legends watching this battle. If she did not find this true god weapon in time, she might never find it again. The time difference was only a few seconds. However, it was enough for Samuel to escape very far away. After losing his heart, the second demon god, whose aura was getting weaker and weaker, finally saw the dimension door in the south of the Holy Mania Empire. A hint of joy flashed across his eyes, then, he jumped up and jumped into the door. Endless abyss, Nirvana wasteland. Light flashed in front of a planar gate protected by a boundless demon army, and Samuel's pathetic figure fell out. The abyssal mythics around the planar door were shocked. Looking at the miserable state of the Lord Demon God, their expressions were interesting. Lord Samuel. What happened to you? However, Samuel did not pay attention to them at all. He continued to use all his strength and flew toward a dimension door that was spinning continuously in the distance. That was the dimension door that led to the Hell dimension. The goddess of life had the divine artifact reversal door. Only when he returned to Hell would he be truly safe. The Abyss legends were dumbfounded. However, before they could think too much about it, another powerful aura flew in from the plane door. It was Eve. True God? The Abyss legends almost exploded. They had just picked up their weapons and were about to swarm forward. However, after sensing the terrifying aura from the other party, all the Abyss legends' expressions changed drastically. Great divine power. They were instantly terrified. Without hesitation, they hurriedly scattered in all directions. Eve took a deep look at them and remembered their aura. Then, she continued to chase after Samuel. At this moment, Samuel was about to touch the edge of the dimension door. It's safe. He was shocked. However, before he could rejoice, a thick vine suddenly wrapped around his body. He staggered, and the strange red light flew over again. This time, it drilled into his head. Samuel was shocked. The aura on his body, which was already somewhat weak, suddenly fell. The next moment, the golden stone gate of triumph suddenly appeared. Eve's figure blocked in front of him. You shouldn't have escaped so easily. From the moment you planned to escape, you had already lost. He said with a smile. The next second, under Samuel's terrified gaze, Eve transformed into the lock of God, wrapped him up, and prepared to throw him into the reversal door. At this moment, the planar door leading to Hell suddenly lit up, and two illusory and powerful figures emerged from it. It was the third demon god, Mammon, and the fourth demon god, Burial. As soon as they appeared, they met Eve's gaze, who was stuffing Samuel into the reversal door. Eve's heart skipped a beat, and she raised her eyebrows slightly. Mammon. Burial. Save me. Seeing the two new abyss demon gods, Samuel was delighted. He hurriedly shouted, like a drowning person who had grabbed a reed. The two demon gods were slightly stunned. They glanced at the second demon god, who was tied up like a dumpling, and then looked at Eve, who had a deep gaze. Their expressions changed. Then, the two demon gods did not hesitate. They dispersed at the same time and obediently returned to Hell. At the same time, they also closed the gate of Hell completely. Samuel was speechless. You two bastards. Amidst Samuel's indignant voice, he was pushed into the reversal door by Eve. Samuel's voice disappeared in the Nirvana wasteland, and the entire Nirvana wasteland was silent for a moment. Seeing the demon god of wrath being captured by Eve like a dead dog, the expressions of the fleeing abyssal mythical creatures who were watching the battle changed slightly. They were frightened, and their scalps went numb. They ran even faster. Eve threw Samuel, whose power was restrained by the withering heart, into the demon god's maze. She glanced at the fleeing figures. 1, 2, 3, a total of 7? There were 7 abyssal mythical creatures stationed around the dimension door. Among them, there were 4 demigods, 2 with weak divine power, and 1 with weak divine power. Eve's gaze swept across the direction they were fleeing in. Then, she destroyed the dimension door that led to the world of seekers behind her to prevent the abyssal mythical creatures from escaping. She then activated the reversal door and chased after them. For a moment, the Nirvana wasteland flashed continuously. Every time it flashed, a triumphant stone door would appear behind one of the abyssal mythical creatures. Eve's figure flashed out instantly, and she slashed down with her sword as the mythical creature watched in horror. This time, Eve did not consider capturing them alive. In order to suppress Samuel's great divine power, the withering heart could not be used for the time being. Without the withering heart and in the abyssal plane, Eve could not instantly seal the abyssal mythical creatures whose power had been strengthened. Especially among the fleeing mythical creatures, there were a few who had weak or even weak divine power. They had completely controlled the simulated divine territory. She could only try her best to destroy them all and seize their divine power. Eve started from the slowest one and caught up with them one by one. Bright light exploded in the Nirvana wasteland. Under the dazzling sword light, the mythical creatures screamed one after another before they were completely annihilated. Seeing the life goddess unleashing her power, the other mythical creatures nearby who wanted to help were frightened. They quickly hid their auras and hid far away. Their eyes were filled with horror and fear. Just like that, Eve slew 4 abyssal myths with a single slash. She chased the remaining 3 until she reached the edge of the Nirvana wastelands. Another Hell's Gate appeared in front of him. There's more? Eve raised her eyebrows slightly. He used the reversal gate once again, preparing to descend to the side of the gates of hell and completely block off the retreat route of the abyss mythical creatures. However, at this moment, a majestic aura suddenly spread out from the Hell's Gate. Black mist spread around the Hell's Gate, and an illusory figure slowly appeared. It was a figure shrouded in a sinister dark armor. It was tall and majestic, and 2 scarlet flames burned in its eye sockets. Eve's heart trembled when she sensed the astonishing divine power from the other party's body. She stopped moving. The ruler of the 7th hell, the most mysterious demon god, ranked first among the 7 lords of hell, the demon god Hellier. The most powerful evil mythical being in the abyss had finally arrived. Eve's expression turned solemn. In her perception, the other party was like an invisible black hole, swallowing everything around him. He is very strong, Eve had such a thought in her mind. After weighing the pros and cons in her mind, Eve quickly came to a conclusion. Even if she was promoted to a great divine power now, she was still no match for this demon god of the abyss. Especially this series of battles, it was not without consumption. Although Eve had swallowed a lot of fallen divine power along the way, she had not had time to transform the fallen divine power. She was now faintly exhausted. Defeating a demon god of great divine power and destroying more than 10 abyss mythical creatures was not as easy as it seemed. Not to mention, she was now just an incarnation of a true god. Seeing that Eve had stopped, the few abyss mythical creatures who were running away were delighted. They did not hesitate and hurriedly took advantage of the gap between the 2 great divine powers to escape into the Hell's Gate. Eve frowned slightly. But looking at Hellier who was blocking in front of them, she did not move in the end. The next moment, one after another, abyss mythical creatures emerged from various places and rushed toward the Hell's Gate. It was as if they were afraid that Hellier would leave and they would be left to face Eve alone. In the blink of an eye, all the evil gods who stayed in the Nirvana wilderness had fled, leaving only Eve and the demon god Hellier, who were facing each other in front of the Hell's Gate. Looking at the abyss mythical creatures who fled one after another, Eve felt a little disappointed and regretful. The first demon god Hellier looked at her deeply and suddenly laughed softly. Goddess of life. Oh, I'll remember you. After that, under Eve's vigilant gaze, the figure of this abyss demon god slowly dissipated. And with it, the Hell's Gate behind him also dissipated. In the entire Nirvana wilderness, only the abyss mythical creatures who were completely abandoned by the abyss mythical creatures and could not retreat in time were left. They looked at Eve in the sky and panicked. Eve sighed regretfully. She glanced at the abandoned abyss mythical creatures, then turned around and summoned the reversal gate again to connect to the world of seekers. She did not directly destroy the abandoned abyss mythical creatures. These abyss mythical creatures were too scattered, and it would be a waste of time to deal with them. In Eve's opinion, it was better to let the players practice and occupy the entire Nirvana wilderness to purify the pollution. After sentencing these abyss mythical creatures to death in her heart, Eve's figure flashed and disappeared into the reversal gate. The next moment, her figure appeared in the world of seekers again. The war in the Maple Moon Free Territory had broken out again. But this time, just like Milovia, it was the Alliance army who chased after the abyss mythical creatures with high morale. Even though the abyss mythical creatures' army was far more than the Alliance army, they had completely lost their fighting spirit at this moment. Except for some abyss mythical creatures who were still fighting tenaciously, most of them chose to flee. Speaking of which, most of the abyss mythical creatures' army were originally unlucky ones that they had captured. Except for the die-hard personal guards who were loyal to the evil god, most of the abyss mythical creatures' soldiers were just going with the flow. So, after the abyss mythical creatures were defeated, they were almost crippled. On the ground, the pursuit that spanned hundreds of miles had just begun. Limu excitedly commanded the million-strong Alliance army and issued one order after another in the battlefield channel. The Black Army was like a torrent, rushing toward the defeated abyss mythical creatures. Victory was only a matter of time. In the sky, the Platinum Dragon King Reinhardt and the Black Dragon Meryl were also chasing after the fleeing abyss mythical creatures. Eve even saw the figures of the 3 mythical megalosaurus, including Aurora and Mars. Obviously, after the abyss mythical creatures on Malovia's side were killed by Eve, they hurried over. Eve sensed a little. There should be 15 abyss mythical creatures left in the world of seekers that she had locked up. Except for the few abyss mythical creatures who were being chased by Reinhardt and the other mythical creatures, there were a few who had escaped during the chaos. But this was not a problem for Eve. After being promoted to a great divine power, the power of her soul had been greatly strengthened. She gently closed her eyes, and the power of her soul turned into divine sense that spread out in all directions. Soon, it covered the entire Maple Moon Free territory. Then, the power continued to spread throughout the fertile plains, then spread to the elf forest, the southern mountain range, the desert of death, the Arctic ice field. In the blink of an eye, divine sense covered the entire continent. Found you. The corners of Eve's mouth curled up slightly. The next second, the reversal gate appeared again. Eve's figure flashed and disappeared, the Arctic ice field. On the endless mountainous tundra, a figure shrouded in black fog was flying in the air. His aura was powerful and terrifying, causing the orc tribes on the ground to look at him in horror. They were shocked. Abyss evil god, some of the old orcs showed expressions of fear. But the next second, they saw a scene that they would never forget. Behind the running black shadow, a golden light suddenly flashed, and a gorgeous stone gate slowly descended. Then, a slender arm stretched out from it and grabbed the black shadow's head like a chicken. No! In the desperate cry, the black shadow was dragged into the stone gate by the arm. It was easy. The orcs opened their mouths wide and looked at this scene in shock. For a moment, they were completely speechless. They knelt down and didn't even dare to raise their heads for fear of angering that powerful existence. But the culprit, Eve, was still oblivious. After throwing the captured demigod-level abyss mythical creature into the demon god's maze, she disappeared in place with satisfaction. There was no way to capture evil gods alive in the abyss plane. But in the world of seekers, it was still possible. And after capturing the first abyss mythical creature, she did the same thing and teleported to the next place through the reversal gate. Then, in the north of the Holy Mania Empire, in the sky above the capital of the Kingdom of Dragon Descendants, near the harbor of the Kingdom of Iris, her figure appeared one after another. The mortals watched in astonishment as the beautiful and holy figure suddenly appeared and easily captured the terrifying evil god, or perhaps even destroyed it. For a moment, they cast awe-inspiring gazes. God. Is that a god? The goddess of life. That must be the goddess of life of the elven forest. She is fighting against the abyss demons invading the seekers. A bard recognized Eve's identity and said excitedly. After saying that, he hurriedly picked up his sketchbook, and while drawing the life goddess's appearance just now, he shook his head and started singing an ancient song. People looked at the sky and looked in the direction where the god disappeared. They bowed slightly to show their respect. With this series of actions, Eve was going to have a few more legendary stories. And after catching up with the demigod-level evil gods that were easy to capture one by one, throwing those that were pleasing to the eye into the demon god's maze, and directly purifying those that were not pleasing to the eye, Eve finally set her sights on the last 2 abyss mythical creatures. They were 2 evil gods with weak divine power. They were running together toward the southeast of the continent. It's rare that they still know to stay together. Eve chuckled softly. The next moment, she summoned the reversal gate again and appeared beside the 2 abyss mythical creatures. The 2 evil gods looked horrified. They looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and stopped running. Instead, they roared angrily and unleashed a simulated divine domain, rushing toward Eve. Looking at the simulated divine domain that quickly covered the sky, Eve's eyes moved slightly. The next second, the reversal gate opened again, and the divine domain of life and nature was suddenly released. To deal with these 2 evil gods with weak divine power, Eve did not even need to extend the roots of her own body. The divine domains collided, and the evil gods' virtual divine domains suddenly shattered. Their expressions changed, and they could not help but spit out a mouthful of dark blood. The virtual divine domain was not as good as the real divine domain. Now that Eve had advanced to a great divine power, the divine domain was stronger, and the two evil gods had left the abyss. The virtual divine domain became weaker. With this addition and subtraction, the divine domain that they controlled became a complete joke in front of Eve. And Eve raised the sword of Damocles, and the divine power in her body surged as she slashed it down. In the desperate eyes of the two abyss mythical creatures, the platinum light of the sword flashed, and their bodies were suddenly shattered. Only two balls of fallen divinity that were constantly spinning were left. Eve glanced at them, and without hesitation, raised the divine sword again and destroyed them. After advancing to a great divine power, her use of the sword of Damocles had also reached a new level. Previously, she could not completely destroy the divinity that was contaminated by the power of the abyss, but now she could use the power of the divine sword to do so. Then, she unleashed the talent ability absorb, and absorbed all the fallen divine power that had dissipated after the two evil gods' deaths. She did not choose to leave these two abyss mythical creatures behind as coolies in the demonic labyrinth. On one hand, it was because she had captured enough abyss mythical creatures in today's battle. On the other hand, Eve was also close to her limit after fighting until now. While maintaining the seal of the demonic labyrinth, she did not have much energy to capture new evil gods. In particular, these were two evil gods with weak divine power, which was even more troublesome. The two abyss mythical creatures had fallen. Eve raised her head slightly again and looked toward the east. She sensed that there were a few ancient auras in that direction. Those auras were rushing in her direction. But soon, Eve sensed that those auras were slightly stagnant. Then, the other party hesitated for a moment and slowly retreated. Eve raised her eyebrows slightly. The power of her soul that she had probed out had just made contact with the other party. Although it was only for a moment, she sensed a feeling of surprise and awe. At the same time, Eve also sensed the pure divine power in the other party's body. That was the power of a true god. Although it was very weak, it did exist, and the divine power was restrained. It was definitely not the incarnation of an ordinary god. A true god? There are other walking true gods in the world of seekers? Or is it a true god-level incarnation like this incarnation of mine? Eve's heart stirred slightly. The other party seemed to be frightened by her battle results and retreated at once. But there did not seem to be any hostility, only vigilance. She took a deep look in that direction and remembered the location. Then, she used the reversal gate again and returned to the battlefield in the Maple Moon Free Territory. Azazel was very happy. He had not been so happy for a long time since the beginning of the War of Gods and Demons. In the magnificent demon god palace, the great seventh demon god held a melon in his left hand and an atlas of the labyrinth in his right hand. He smiled as he watched the evil gods being thrown in one by one. Since the abyss myth Belial was thrown in, it was as if a switch had been turned on. More and more unlucky ones were sealed. In the palace, Azazel's gloating voice rumbled. Yo! Isn't this Leviathan's follower, Varric? You're here too? Why are you crying? Where's your army? Hey, why is your face getting uglier and uglier when I mention the army? Were they destroyed by the elves? TSK, TSK, TSK. Look who this is? Isn't this the most beautiful evil god in the abyss, Lord Andre Anfu? What beautiful tail feathers. Eh? That's not right. Why are half of your tail feathers burnt? Hey, it's all bald and burnt. Ahahaha. Isn't this Storis? You're here too. How many years has it been and you still haven't mastered the virtual divine territory? Isn't that too useless? Why hasn't Leviathan kicked you out of the demon god guards? Hee, I'm happy. Long time no see. I'm so happy to see everyone. They're all familiar faces. Hey. What's with that expression? Shouldn't you be happy to see the great Lord Azazel? How dare you be unhappy? Andrea, slap their mouths. Slap them hard. Humph. Where's Leviathan? Why hasn't Leviathan come in yet? I even left a few melons for him. Good fellow. Good fellow. Did that Yggdrasil guy bring out the third level of Leviathan's hell? One after another, how did all of his lackeys get caught? I just want to say. Well done, He. Other than Samuel and Beelzebub, those two bastards, I hate the gloomy face of Leviathan the most. The abyss myths were thrown into the labyrinth one after another, each more embarrassed than the last. Azazel's mood grew more and more exhilarated as he watched the enemies being thrown in one after another. His rough and excited voice resounded throughout the maze. Not long after, the entire palace was filled with a series of miserable abyss mythological creatures. All of them had their powers sealed and were paralyzed on the ground. His expression was one of fear and confusion. Looking at the increasing number of unlucky people, Azazel laughed out loud. Lulia, Elisa, give them numbers and let them choose their own palaces. I'm in a good mood today. You two have a week off. Let the new friends take your shifts. Hearing this, Lulia, Elisa, and Dulia, and the other abyssal mythics trembled slightly, and their eyes lit up. Facing their malicious gazes, the new abyssal mythology shuddered. Lord Azazel, where is this? One of the abyssal mythics asked in trepidation. Azazel glanced at him and said meaningfully, that's right. Can't you tell? Of course it's your new home. Don't worry, be good, baby, the kind that covers food and accommodation, will definitely make you forget all your troubles. Ha. After saying that, he looked at the demon god's palace that was getting more and more crowded. His eyes were full of ridicule. Not bad. 7 newcomers came in one go. The maze will be fun again in the future. Azazel was very satisfied. With so many unlucky fellows accompanying him, the injustice in his chest was getting better and better. Although no other demon gods had been captured, so many abyssal mythics had even exceeded the number of mythical subordinates him had when him was still dominating everything in the first level of hell. Speaking of which, fate really knew how to joke around. Even when him was at the peak, he had never been in charge of so many evil gods. However, unlike Azazel's gloating, Lulia and Elisa looked at each other and saw a bit of fear in each other's eyes as they looked at the increasing number of abyssal mythics. To be able to capture so many abyssal mythics in one go, the mother of all gods, seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. For a moment, despair spread in their hearts. With such a powerful existence suppressing the maze, did them still have a chance to escape? Thinking of the experience that was worse than death some time ago, the two mythics couldn't help but shiver. If them were to choose a race they hated the most now, they would probably choose elves without hesitation. If they were given another chance, they would never provoke the mother of all gods after they woke up. They would definitely run to wherever they were, run as far away as they could. However, it was too late now. Fortunately, with so many new people in one go, they could finally take a breather. And just after the new abyssal mythics were settled in their respective palaces, suddenly, the triumphant stone gate that was blooming with golden light appeared again after a quarter of an hour. Azazel was shocked and instantly sat up straight. He widened his eyes and prepared to see who the new unlucky fellow was. Even the other abyssal mythics cast their gazes over. The next moment, a huge figure with charred hair, broken armor, and a dispirited aura fell in. The ferocious snake head was still filled with anger. He looked at the gradually disappearing triumphant stone gate, stretched out his trembling hand, and roared in grief and indignation. Eve! And within the demon god palace, the other abyssal mythics fell into silence. The new evil god who fell into the palace was none other than the second demon god who dominated the 6th level of hell, the furious demon god Samuel. Seeing Samuel's miserable appearance, Azazel widened his eyes and instantly stood up from his seat. Then, he looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha. Ha. Hearing his wanton laughter, Samuel shifted his gaze. When he saw Azazel, his gaze paused slightly. Azazel? Azazel narrowed his eyes. Yes, it's me. After saying that, he looked at his demon god colleague from head to toe and clicked his tongue in wonder. TSK, Yggdrasil really gave me a big surprise. I thought Leviathan would be caught by him, but I didn't expect him to catch you first. He. It seems that I was right to prepare a few more palaces. Samuel, where's your favorite magic spear? Where did it go? Could it be that Yggdrasil picked it up as a trophy? Am I right? Why do you look so upset? Don't be angry. I'm in such a good mood. Even a guy like you who only knows how to be angry has such a day. Ha 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 ha. Azazel looked up to the sky and laughed. After laughing for a moment, his expression gradually turned cold again. The future CEO of the demon god's maze looked at Samuel, who had an upset expression, walked down from the throne, and came in front of him. Then, he kicked Samuel's body and sneered. If King told you to betray me. When I first attacked the world of seekers, you were caught too, right? Serves you right. He cursed. Before Azazel was caught by Eve, he had been sealed in the world of seekers for a long, long time. And before he attacked the world of seekers alone and was sealed, Samuel should have agreed to send troops with him. However, in the end, Samuel ran away and stood him up. It was also because of this guy that Azazel was sealed. Thinking of the past, the seventh demon god was furious. He narrowed him and looked at the angry Samuel. Don't worry. I'll let you live a happier life than Lolia and Elisa. You'll definitely become the most outstanding model worker in this maze. Hee hee. Hee hee hee. Hearing this, the two abyss myths hiding in the corner shivered coldly. They looked at Samuel with sympathy. Samuel raised his head and looked at Azazel, who was laughing loudly, with fire shooting out of his eyes. Suddenly, he smiled coldly. What are you laughing at? You're a piece of trash who's about to lose your home. Azazel's smile froze slightly. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Samuel. His aura suddenly became dangerous. What did you just say? Samuel had a mocking expression. Looks like you still don't know. The army of the gods has already attacked the hinterland of the first level. Maybe one day, they'll find the core of hell. Azazel's expression changed slightly. His face immediately darkened. After the war of gods and demons began, the situation of the first level of hell was what he was most worried about. However, in the depths of the seal, he could do nothing about everything that happened in the hell plane. He tried not to think about this matter and comforted himself that the hell plane had never been breached by the gods before. This time it would definitely not be breached, but Samuel's words immediately pierced through his self-comfort. Azazel's expression was ugly as he cursed angrily. Nonsense. My hell plane will not be breached. You traitor. Humph. Don't think I don't know. It's you bastards who lured the armies of the gods to my plane. All of you must die. With that, he roared at the other evil gods who had been trained to be decent. Take this bastard to the ugliest palace. I want him to work from day to night without stopping. I want the elves to trample on him until he has a mental breakdown. The evil gods looked at each other and did not move. Azazel's expression turned cold. What? Do you also want to work from day to night without stopping? The evil gods' faces turned pale. They shuddered and jumped up. Under Samuel's fiery gaze, they carried him out. Azazel was the only one left in the huge demon god palace. After that, he collapsed on his throne, his smile slowly disappeared, and his eyes gradually became confused. This seventh demon god, who had been insufferably arrogant just a moment ago, seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. He clenched his fists slightly and murmured in a dry voice, Have we already reached the hinterland? What should I do? After stepping through the reversal door, Eve returned to the battlefield of Maple Moon Free Territory once again. The battle on the ground was still going on. It had completely turned into a pursuit, and smoke was billowing. Faintly, she could still hear the shouts of the players and the various races. At a glance, she could also see the guild flags of the players fluttering all the way as they moved forward along the long line, chasing after the fleeing Abyss army. Dust billowed. That was the cavalry troops that had regrouped. It seemed that the players had gotten warhorses from Maple Moon Free Territory. They were real elven cavalry. From a bird's-eye view, tens of thousands of troops were chasing all the way. The scene was no less shocking than a battle of gods. However, the most eye-catching thing was the traces left behind by the battle between Eve and Samuel. The abyss-like gullies and the vine platform erected by Eve when she was shielding the roots of the world tree. The platform made up of vines and tree trunks that were nearly 1,000 meters tall was bound to become a sight in Maple Moon Free Territory. It might even attract the worship of believers of life in the future. The battle on the ground was still going on, but the battle of gods in the sky had already ended. A few of the evil gods who were fighting against Reinhardt and the others had already fallen. The remaining few chose to surrender under the siege of several mythics and were tied up by Platinum Dragon King with God's shackles. Although this dragon god's avatar was no match for Samuel, it was more than enough to deal with these myths of the abyss who were not even at the weak level of divine power. Even if they were seriously injured. When Eve returned, Meryl, who had already become a god, had his eyes lit up. He let out a long roar and flew in front of her. The Black Dragon King's figure changed, turning into a handsome black-haired youth. He bowed respectfully to him. "Your Holiness, the battle is over. The remaining 3 evil gods have been captured by us and are awaiting your punishment." Eve nodded slightly. "Well done. Send them all to the demon god's maze." After saying that, she chuckled again. "Also, it's time for you to change your words." Meryl was slightly taken aback, but he quickly understood. He bowed again and said excitedly, "Your Holiness, Your Holiness." "Yes, Your Holiness." He had already become a true god. And his relationship with Eve was more than just a pet-like existence. In a sense, he was already Eve's subordinate god. Eve nodded slightly. Then, she looked at Reinhardt on the other side. The handsome Platinum Dragon King nodded in greeting. He put his hand in front of his chest and bowed respectfully to her. His words were full of sincerity. "Your Holiness Eve, congratulations on returning to the peak and stepping into the realm of great divine power." After saying that, he took out an invitation letter from his chest and handed it over with both hands. "Your Holiness Eve, this is an invitation from Mother Goddess after you become a great divine power. She invites you to visit Dragon Island when you are free." After hearing Reinhardt's words, a petite figure flashed across Eve's mind. The only one who could be called Mother Goddess by the dragon god was the dragon ancestor Eulinos. At this time, Eve remembered her agreement with Eulinos. His thoughts moved slightly as he nodded gently and took the invitation. "I understand." After chatting with Eve for a while, Reinhardt left. Leaving with him were the Megalosaurus who had come to support the elf forest. The most difficult battle had ended. For the invasion of the abyss in the world of Seekers, the only thing left was to tie up the loose ends. As for the rest, the Megalosaurus would not participate. At the same time that the Megalosaurus left, the 4 Death Oracles, the leaders of the Einherjar army, also found Eve. "Your Holiness Eve, since the battle of the gods in the world of Seekers has ended, we should return to the underworld," they said with the same respect. Eve nodded slightly to express her gratitude. She looked at the Einherjar army behind them and hesitated for a moment. In the end, she did not tell her some of the information that she had read from their souls when she destroyed some of the myths in the abyss. She decided that after returning to her god's kingdom, she would directly inform Hela of what she had discovered through the Casket of Death. The god of darkness and shadows, recalling some of the scenes that she had seen when she read the evil god's memory, Eve's gaze gradually deepened. The armies of the various forces that had come to support bid farewell one after another, and the work of tying up the loose ends of the war fell on the heads of the players and the army of Maple Moon Free Territory. Of course, even though it was called tying up the loose ends, it was still not something that could be completed in a short period of time. Although the mythical combat power of the Abyss army had been wiped out, and the Dimension Door had been destroyed by Eve, in more than half a year, too many demon armies had poured in, polluting a large area of land. Just the southern part of Maple Moon Free Territory had completely turned into hell on earth. Not to mention, the demons stationed at the southern border of the Holy Mania Empire had even built strongholds and produced abyssal hives that could continuously breed demons. It would take more time to completely eliminate the remaining Abyss army and purify the land that had been polluted by the Abyss. It was foreseeable that although there would not be a large-scale battle like the previous one that lasted for several months, the high-intensity battle would still continue for a period of time. Of course, Eve did not intend to intervene in these matters. Even if she did it alone, the efficiency would be higher. True gods weren't nannies. After solving the problems that mortals couldn't solve, the remaining enemies should be left to the mortals themselves to deal with and grow. Aurora and the other demigods would be around to handle the specific matters of the continuation of the war. As for Eve herself, she returned to the ruins of the Mindel Plain, where her main body was. After returning to the god's kingdom and sitting on his throne, he finally had the time to check on the state of his main body after he put away his true god incarnation that was on the verge of its limits and nurtured it. He had seen the changes in divine power, believers, and players. Now, he wanted to see his evolved body. After being promoted to a great divine power, Eve's status finally rose from the primary status to the intermediate status. As for the intermediate stage, it had another name in the world tree's inheritance, growth stage. At the same time, Eve gained a new ability. Fusion, as the name suggested, was to fuse different existences into one. And in Eve's perception, the existence targeted by this ability was somewhat special. What he wanted to fuse with was none other than the plane. Eve had gained the ability to fuse planes, and as the world tree, he had a feeling, if he wanted to go further, he had to take root in a plane with perfect and balanced laws, use it as a cornerstone, take root in the origin, and fuse with it. The higher the level of the plane that was fused, the better. Once this kind of fusion began, it was irreversible unless he died. In other words, after Eve chose the plane to take root in, she would completely lose the ability to transfer her main body. Until her divine power reached the peak of a great divine power and met the conditions for the next step of promotion. And once she succeeded in fusing a plane, Eve would gain the power of the entire plane. As for the conditions needed for the next step of promotion, Eve was still not clear. She only had a vague feeling. This feeling would become clearer as her strength increased. It seemed to be some instinct rooted in the blood of the world tree, and it was not until this time that Eve was finally completely sure that although they were both true gods, the true level of life of the world tree was definitely higher than other true gods, even ancient gods. The world tree that came from the outer realm was only at the intermediate level when it reached great divine power. It could even be said that it was not completely mature. If it was mature, what level would it reach? At the same time, Eve also understood why her predecessor's roots would be intertwined with the core of the origin of the world of seekers, and why her predecessor did not consider running away after fighting with the gods. Because he could not run away. It was obvious that the plane chosen by her predecessor was none other than the world of seekers. From this point of view, what Hela said was also right. The gods' worry about her predecessor was indeed reasonable because her predecessor was indeed trying to achieve a true fusion with the origin of the world of seekers. That was a kind of fusion that transcended becoming the master of the plane, almost devouring. But it was fundamentally different from devouring. In Eve's perception, this process of fusion not only would not cause harm to the plane, but it might even produce some benefits, and as for what the final effect would be, Eve was not clear for the time being. But she had some vague guesses. Feeling the chaotic spaces that appeared in the depths of the leaves and roots on her main body, Eve was deep in thought. The world tree? Fusion of worlds? Becoming a myriad of worlds? If the future was really as Eve guessed, then her power would be really incredible. And if she was the gods in the heavens, under such circumstances, she would probably stand on the opposite side. Interests determined her position. And now, it was time for Eve to make a choice. As the world tree, her direction was already set. Exhaling softly, Eve looked at the Mindel plane. There were many choices for the fusion of planes. The simplest one was that as the master of the Mindel plane, she could choose to take root in this world now and begin to use it as a foundation to attempt the fusion. But after carefully investigating the Mindel plane, Eve was a little hesitant. Although the magic concentration in the ruins of the Mindel plane was extremely high, in Eve's observation, the energy level of the entire plane was not as good as that of the world of seekers. Even the degree of completeness of the laws was slightly behind. This ocean plane was only using the power of the seal to concentrate all the magic of the entire plane into the ruins of the world. The price was that the magic in other areas of the plane was thin, under the circumstances that Eve, the master of the plane, did not deliberately change it. The true energy level of this plane was demigod level. In addition, the water element in this world was obviously stronger than the other elements. Although the various elements still maintained a general balance, in theory, it was not particularly suitable as a foundation for the fusion. Eve was a person who would do things perfectly once she made a choice. It was somewhat difficult for her to accept using such a plane as the foundation for the fusion. Not to mention, Eve also had a feeling in the unseen world. The better the plane as the foundation, the easier it would be for her to advance to a greater divine power in the future. On the contrary, it would be more difficult. If she wanted to do it, she had to do it to the best of her ability. And if she considered it from this perspective, then there was only one choice left for Eve. Moving her gaze, Eve looked in the direction of the seekers. After going one round, have we returned to the starting point? She sighed slightly. In the entire universe of seekers, in terms of the perfection of the laws and the high energy level, there was no other plane that could compare with the seekers' plane. For Eve, the best thing was to fuse with the world of seekers. And if she really needed to fuse with the origin of the world of seekers to take the next step, then even without mentioning the sensitivity of her identity, Eve was destined to go up against the gods in the heavenly realm. Just like her predecessor. Not to mention the gods in the heavenly realm, even Dragon Island and some ancient gods might have conflicts. However, the dragon ancestor still showed kindness after knowing her true identity. This meant that there might not be any conflict of interest between her and the other party on this point. From this point of view, Eve should indeed make a trip to Dragon Island and find out the other party's true attitude. At the same time, Eve also understood why the Lord of Eternity would suppress the Pantheon on the origin of the world of seekers. So, the Pantheon suppresses the origin of the world of seekers not only for protection but also as a warning, to prevent a fusion similar to the world tree. I've been so active in the world of seekers, but the Lord of Eternity hasn't sent out any oracles to investigate the world tree in the Elven Forest. I'm afraid that apart from the Pantheon's Pantheon, the origin of the world of seekers being suppressed by the Pantheon might also be one of the reasons why he's not worried at all. At this moment, Eve figured out a lot of things. In a sense, for some true gods, her ability was equivalent to a big boss. If that's the case, then let's take the risk. After all, we're destined to go up against each other. Eve's gaze gradually became firm. At that moment, another thought flashed through her mind. If that's the case, then why did he cut off her origin from the world of seekers back then? But this thought was quickly erased by him. If she didn't cut off the origin, she wouldn't be able to safely ascend to a great divine power. After figuring out her future path, Eve decided to completely give up on rooting herself in the Minder plane. She decided to return to the Elven Forest, and use the time when the world of seekers was still sealed to find a way to break the plane fusion. This wasn't something that could be done overnight, and it was destined to be a difficult journey. Let's take a look at the gains from this divine war. With that thought, Eve sighed and waved her hand again, displaying all the gains from the divine war in the temple. This divine war didn't last long, but Eve's gains were quite bountiful. Other than the evil gods of the abyss that had been captured, he had also obtained the two great priesthoods of ocean and storm. He had also obtained the famous divine weapon, the trident of the sea god, as well as a bunch of fallen divine weapons and demonic weapons that he had obtained from the abyss mythical creatures, including Samel. Eve first looked at the worst gains. She flipped through the seized fallen divine weapons and magic weapons and found that other than Samuel's magic spear, the rest were ordinary. Eve wasn't lacking in divine weapons now. The few true god weapons she had were mostly in the top positions, even among the divine weapons. Eve's taste and appetite had been raised long ago. As for these seized weapons, she pondered for a moment and decided to simply absorb all the fallen divine power in them and purify it as a reward for the player's mission. After becoming a great divine power, Eve's purification ability of the abyss became stronger. For example, purifying the abyss power in these fallen divine weapons was a piece of cake for her now. As for Samuel's magic spear with sure hit and curse attributes, it was of little value to Eve, who had the sword of Damocles. Eve thought for a while and decided to purify it and give it to Aurora. This frost demigod's divine weapon was said to have been destroyed thousands of years ago in the battle with the abyss serpent Apophis. She really needed a handy divine weapon. Ever since she followed Sui Xiong, she had been suppressed by various abyss myths all the way, and it was quite miserable. Hopefully, she would like it. Other than the fallen divine weapon, there were the two great priesthoods and the true god weapon Poseidon's trident. Without a doubt, Poseidon's trident would be most effective when it was bound to the sea priesthoods. Before falling asleep, Eve had decided to swallow the sea priesthoods after dealing with Leviathan and take back the authority of the sea to the nature priesthoods. However, now that she had become a great divine power and had a clear future path, she changed her mind. In theory, the nature priesthoods could indeed swallow the sea priesthoods and give Eve the authority of the sea. However, that was nothing more than another heavenly god authority. Eve already had enough priesthoods. Life and nature were the highest level priesthoods and naturally suppressed the subordinate priesthoods. One more authority would not increase her strength much. At most, it would make her more powerful in the sea. Although Poseidon's trident was powerful, it was not necessary for Eve, who had the sword of Damocles. Not to mention, if Eve could really go further, then priesthoods would probably lose their meaning to her. Xianxia changed his way of thinking. If he did not swallow these priesthoods and supported the god-follower instead, it might be more helpful to Eve. Xianxia's predecessor had fallen because of his kindness, but being alone was also one of the important reasons. Eve's battle just now had caused a huge commotion. Now, the whole universe probably knew that she had become a great divine power. Such a fast speed, even if it was explained as a true god contaminated by the power of faith, it would be difficult to explain. Xianxia's identity was probably starting to be suspected by her former enemies. In addition, Leviathan, who had escaped, was very clear about the situation in the Minder plane. So, without a doubt, it was only a matter of time before Eve's identity was exposed. After hiding it for so long, it would be difficult for her to continue hiding it. Fortunately, she had become a great divine power now. Even if she could not defeat the enemy, with the help of the allies she had made over the years, she had a little more confidence in protecting herself. However, it was only a little more. The battle between myths was not a one-on-one battle. In addition to continuing to improve her own strength, supporting the god-follower was also an option. Thinking of this, one face after another appeared in Eve's mind. There weren't many candidates to be a god-follower. Firstly, they had to be devout enough in their faith in Eve. Secondly, they had to have strong potential. Considering the above two conditions, Eve considered only the Queen of Fairies Fennel, Dawn Star Aurora, and Shadow of the Night Eris, the legendary elf Carrots from the Mindel Plain, the Saintess of Life Alice from the Elven Forest, and the primordial elf Farandir. Alice's grade was still relatively low, and her potential was the weakest of all the candidates. Considering the fact that the time needed to ascend to godhood was as short as possible, she could be eliminated for now. However, he could consider giving her more God's favor and raising her power to legendary. Farandir had enough potential, but he felt that with his character, he wasn't very suitable to be a god follower. Moreover, his strength was relatively low, and his promotion would be slower. If that was the case, she could put it aside for later and give him God's favor to legend. As for the legendary elf Carrots, this elf had high potential. Eve could sense that he was only one step away from becoming a demigod. However, under Eve's observation, the path of laws he walked was in conflict with the ocean and the storm, and he had already thought of his future path. Instead of relying on external forces, it was better to let him become a demigod himself, or even a true god. In that case, he might be able to go even further. Apart from these few, there was only one elemental fairy demigod and 2 elf demigods left. Speaking of which, directly promoting from a demigod to a legend was also the easiest path. After pondering for a moment, Eve made her choice. Fennel was her god kingdom assistant. Although she was loyal enough, she didn't need to fight. To her, the strength of a demigod was enough. As for the 2 elf demigods, under Eve's observation, they belonged to the category of demigods who were better at fighting. Aurora's attribute was related to the water element, and she was more compatible with the ocean. It might be a good choice to give the ocean priesthood to her. But in that case, she didn't need to give the magic spear to her, because she had the sea god's trident to go with it. As for Eris, there was no need to worry about his loyalty. Eve's half a year of hibernation was also half a year of testing. Although Eve had yet to formally communicate with Eris, after awakening, Eve learned from the experiences of Xianxia and the other players that Eris was a rather fanatical demigod. In the past half a year, it was precisely because of his diligence that he had completely gathered the faith of the entire Mindel Plain. That was tens of millions of believers. This number was not something that a mere 10 players could handle, even if Xianxia and Bayan had powerful brainwashing abilities. The biggest contributor was still the Shadow of the Night, Eris. In other words, after Eve's resurrection, apart from the transformation of her strength, the addition of 10 million believers in the Mindel Plain was her greatest surprise. From this perspective, he could consider giving Eris the storm godhood. However, it would be best to wait until the official meeting before making a decision based on one's impression. After making up her mind, Eve contacted Aurora first. Elven Forest, Milovia. After entrusting the War of the Maple Moon Free Territory to Meryl, Aurora returned here. A tsunami and a war had caused the west coast of the Elven Forest to be devastated. All kinds of things needed to be rebuilt. Fortunately, there was the protection of the Divine Barrier, and this elven city did not suffer too much damage. The most difficult time had passed. In addition to the combat players who were passionate about war, many life players also returned to the Elven Forest and came to the surroundings of Milovia to help with the reconstruction. Just as Aurora personally went to command her people and chosen ones while using divine power to rebuild the villages and towns, Eve's voice sounded in her heart. Aurora, come to the kingdom of God. Aurora's spirit was lifted, and she suddenly raised her head. She drew a symbol of the scepter of life on her chest and entrusted the matters in her hands to Cyber. Then, she changed into a holy outfit and returned to Eve's kingdom of God. She came to the temple and knelt on one knee. Your Holiness. Eve nodded slightly and waved her hand gently. The aqua-blue divine spark of the sea flew in front of Aurora, and together with the divine spark of the sea god was the trident of the sea god. Looking at the light and artifact in front of her, Aurora was slightly taken aback. Your Holiness, this is? This is the divine spark of the sea and the trident of the sea god. Eve smiled. As she spoke, her expression gradually became solemn. Aurora, do you want to go one step further and become a true god? Aurora was taken aback. The next moment, her expression became complicated. A true god, of course she wanted to become a true god, she was too weak. If she had the power of a true god back then, Her Holiness Mother would not have fought against the gods alone. If she had the power of a true god, then the Frost tribe would not have suffered 1,000 years of hardship in the abyss. Looking at the light in front of her, Aurora had a vague premonition. Her expression gradually became firm. She bowed respectfully and said, Your Holiness Mother. Your Holiness Goddess, Aurora wants to take a step further. Aurora wants to become your power. I will always be by your side. Facing her devout gaze, Eve was very satisfied. She pointed at the divine spark of the sea. Then keep it. I will give you a year's time. Absorb it, digest it, and become a new god of the elf tribe. Hearing Eve's words, Aurora trembled slightly. She stretched out her hands and took the aqua-blue divine spark of the sea into her hands. The divine spark of the sea was warm, mysterious, and had a vast and majestic power. Once again, he respectfully knelt down and kowtowed. Aurora. I will not let you down. Eve nodded gently and pondered for a moment. Light flashed in her hand again. And a drop of golden blood appeared. That was the mysterious god's blood that she had not used up. She gently touched it, and the god's blood entered Aurora's body. Use it well. It can speed up your fusion with the divine spark. A year's time is very short. I hope you succeed. Eve exhorted. Aurora nodded seriously and put away the divine spark of the sea and the trident. After that, Eve chatted with her for a while about the recent happenings in the elf forest. Then, she let her leave. Looking at the somewhat fleeting footsteps of the elf demigod as she left, Eve smiled gently. Then, she ordered Fennel to summon Eris to the god's kingdom. She wanted to see for herself if this elf demigod was suitable. Not long after Fennel left, this demigod of the Dark Shadow tribe arrived. Seeing Eve appear on the god's throne, Eris knelt on one knee, his expression full of excitement. Shadow of the Dark Knight Eris, welcomes the return of Mother Goddess. Eve smiled and gently stretched out her hands. No need to be so formal. Please rise. A gentle divine power fell on the elf demigod, and his body was lifted up. Thank you, Mother Goddess, Eris said. Eris' appearance was slightly smaller than Aurora's. In Eve's previous observation, he should be a relatively cold demigod, a bit like her disguise as God's favored, 0. Especially after Eve retrieved the system's observation data that had accumulated for half a year and saw Eris' interactions with the players. When communicating with the players and believers, Eris could be said to be cold and aloof. However, standing in the temple now, this elf demigod didn't look cold at all. The gaze he looked at Eve was full of blazing fire. Eve could read that emotion. It was worship. She was slightly unaccustomed to such an emotion. Even Aurora, who was extremely respectful to her, didn't have such a burning gaze. Bracing herself to familiarize herself with that fiery gaze, Eve said, "You've worked hard for the past half a year. Everything is for the great Mother Goddess," Eris said emotionally. Then, he unconsciously knelt on one knee and placed his right hand in front of his chest. His movements were standard and serious. Eve gently lifted her body. She changed her sitting position, crossed one leg over the other, and asked, "Eris, what are your plans and thoughts in the future?" "Everything is at your command, Mother Goddess," Eris answered respectfully and fervently without hesitation. Eve was speechless. She was really not used to this kind of fanatical demigod. After pondering for a moment, she said, "In that case, you can continue to guard the Mindel Plane. I have become the master of the Mindel Plane and need someone to guard this plane." "Everything is at your command, Mother Goddess," Eris continued to answer respectfully and fervently without hesitation. Eve was speechless. There was no need to test him. He would do it. His words were full of loyalty and worship. The rich power of faith in his body was about to overflow. Having made a decision, Eve asked the same question again. "Eris, do you want to go one step further and become a true god?" "Everything is at your command, Mother Goddess." Eris' expression was solemn as he answered respectfully and devoutly. Eve was speechless. After giving the storm godhood to Eris, Eve ordered him to leave. At the same time, he also gave the other party a 1-year deadline. There were less than 3 years before the world of Seekers would be unsealed. If the magic power of the entire world changed due to the repeated divine wars, it might be even shorter. Eve had to do her best to increase the power of her side. Am I going to establish a life god system? No, or should I say a nature god system? Sitting high on her divine throne, Eve ridiculed herself. It's a pity that Eris doesn't know where the remaining elven demigods have gone. Otherwise, I might be able to have 1 or 2 more loyal demigods in the last few years. Thinking of the few words she had chatted with Eris before he left, she shook her head regretfully. She had thought that she could learn the whereabouts of the other elven demigods from Eris. Unfortunately, Eris only knew that the Thunder Tribe's demigod Sword of Judgment, Donal, had also left the world of Seekers with his tribe. Eris didn't know anything else. After solving the problem of the demigods, Eve finally focused her attention on the players. During this hibernation, the elven forest was able to resist the invasion of the abyss. In addition to the efforts of several mythical gods, the strength of the players was also indispensable. Although their individual strength was weak, when they were united, they could explode with great power. Especially after living for several years, they had long acknowledged the cultivation of the elven forest and had developed a strong sense of pride in the camp. And this was also what Eve had always hoped for. This war against the abyss was also like a test for the players. And the answers they handed in made Eve very satisfied. However, now Eve had been promoted to a great divine power. His control over the precepts and divine power was stronger than before. The biggest disadvantage of the players could also be considered to be optimized. It's time to completely open up the silver rank, Eve murmured. The world of Seekers was bursting with magic, and she was destined to fight against the gods. And the future opponents of the players were likely to be the army of the petitioners. Not to mention the future war with the gods, the war between gods and devils was not over yet. Taking advantage of this opportunity when she dealt a heavy blow to the mythical gods of the abyss, she could also take the opportunity to let the players beat her when she was down and occupy a few more abyssal planes. After all, if Eve's guess was correct, she might have a need for a large number of planes in the future. And as for the players' promotion method, the promotion of the silver rank will still use the promotion quota method, but remove the hidden quota limit and change it to the drop rate. Apart from the silver rank, I can also consider opening up the gold rank. This still needs to be controlled. Let's start with 1,000 people, and then release the quota one after another. There's also the number of players. The number of new players added every month is too small. With my current strength, I can totally summon a new batch of players on a large scale. But it's still the same old way. While summoning players, I also need to ensure that the new players can be assimilated by the old players, and not let the old players be led astray by the new players, then let's recruit another 1,000,000 people. It's half and half, and there's suppression of strength. It's enough to digest and absorb. Eve happily made the decision. And after considering the next step of the game plan, she took out the casket of the dead that communicated with Hela and projected some images she saw from the mythical gods of the abyss into it. At the same time, she also added a reminder: Her Holiness Hela, please be careful of Holder, the god of darkness and shadows. However, at this moment, Eve suddenly frowned and looked in the direction of the world of seekers. Something seemed to have happened in the demon god's maze. The maze of the demon god, Azazel's palace. The seventh demon god sat on his throne in a daze. The big and small demons carefully massaged his shoulders and back. There were even demon lords who gave him his favorite melons that he had snatched from the elves. However, the once crispy and sweet melons tasted like wax in his mouth at this moment. Thinking of the words of Samuel, who had been thrown into the palace to enjoy the ravages of the elves, he became more and more irritated. The entire palace was filled with a low pressure, making every demon keep quiet out of fear and not dare to make a sound. However, this atmosphere made Azazel even more irritable. Especially after Samuel said those words, the other demons looked at him with different gazes, although they tried their best to hide it: confusion, flickering, excitement, complexity, pleasure, gloating. Those gazes made Azazel wish he could dig out their eyeballs. He had not fallen yet. This group of damned traitors was already ready to make a move. Was it because he saw that Samuel was also captured that he started to have other thoughts? So what if he was a demon god with great divine power? Wasn't he still sealed by Yggdrasil? Did these bastards forget that he, Azazel, was the master of the maze chosen by Yggdrasil? Don't think that he did not know what these bastards were thinking. It was nothing more than hearing Samuel mention that the core of his hell was about to be found. They felt that they were going to be finished and wanted to find an opportunity to betray him. Azazel glanced at the demon lord who was holding a melon with both hands. He met the other party's gaze. The other party immediately lowered his head guiltily. Azazel was speechless. Anger rose in his heart. He threw the melon to the ground and roared, "Get lost. All of you, get lost. Get lost." When the demon god was angry, even if most of his strength was sealed, the pressure he displayed was not something that these demons whose strength was also restricted could compare to. They looked terrified and hurriedly escaped from the demon god's palace. However, Azazel, who was already as sensitive as a rabbit, clearly sensed the relief of the demons when they fled. Azazel felt as if there was a breath stuck in his chest, and then it instantly turned into endless anger. Get lost. He kicked the melon on the ground away, but because the melon was too brittle, it was directly crushed by his kick. The flesh of the melon stuck to his foot, causing him to almost slip in his sealed state. The last demon at the door staggered and shuddered. Then, without hesitation, it lay on the ground and rolled out. However, when it rolled out of the door, the demon's movements seemed to become very light, as if it was about to float. Azazel was speechless. Bastard! Traitor! What an ingrate! He cursed angrily. Lord Demon God's angry roar resounded in the palace. As he cursed, Azazel's anger gradually turned into an inexplicable sorrow. An indescribable sense of loneliness rose in his heart. In an instant, he seemed to have lost all his strength and slumped onto the throne. He slowly stretched out his hands and covered his face. What should I do? Azazel's voice was filled with confusion and fear. And in his heart, there was a great sense of crisis and uneasiness. The gloating mood of watching the unlucky abyss mythical creatures being captured one after another had long faded. The joy and excitement of watching one of his sworn enemies, Samuel, become a prisoner of Yggdrasil and being thrown in front of him with his face covered in dirt had dissipated. Samuel's words calmed him down, and he felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. The core of hell, that was the capital that allowed every demon god of hell to be resurrected infinitely and be immortal. It was equivalent to the life of every demon god. His core of hell could be found at any time. This made Azazel, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, feel that death was so close for the first time, and he had an inexplicable fear. Similarly, after Samuel was captured into the maze, after he calmed down from his initial excitement and joy, and after he saw the flickering gazes of the surrounding demons, he realized another serious problem. That was, How did he become the master of the maze back then? Azazel was actually very clear about this point. That was because Yggdrasil had taken a fancy to his ability to obtain power infinitely from the abyss. And that ability, to put it bluntly, also came from the core of hell. Before Samuel was captured, it could be said that Azazel was the true center of the demon god's maze and was an irreplaceable candidate in Yggdrasil's heart. But now, there was an even more powerful god-fiend that had been locked inside. If the war between gods and demons hadn't started, if the first level of hell hadn't been besieged, then to Azazel, there would only be one more threat. But now, the army of petitioners of the gods had reached his doorstep, and he could be destroyed at any time. At this time, what would Yggdrasil do? To be honest, Azazel had been in the demon god's maze for several years, but he still felt that Yggdrasil seemed to be shrouded in a layer of fog. He didn't know what Yggdrasil was thinking, and he didn't know what Yggdrasil's attitude toward the demon god was. But historically, all the true gods wanted to purify the abyss. And as the famous mother of all the true gods, Yggdrasil's attitude was definitely not better than the other gods. If there was a chance to purify himself, then Yggdrasil would probably not hesitate, right? Not to mention that Yggdrasil had Samuel now. Even if Yggdrasil died, Yggdrasil could still change to another maze master. And based on his understanding of Samuel, that bad-tempered and energetic guy might even be more satisfying than Yggdrasil. After all, strength meant toughness, bad-tempered meant a desire to fight, and energetic meant endurance. Was there anything more suitable to be a maze boss than this? From this point of view, not to mention that his core of hell had been discovered, even if it wasn't discovered this time and he survived the crisis, so what, if it was really as he had guessed? Would Samuel be destined to take away part of his labyrinth authority, or even ride on his head with greater power, even if he survived? The crisis this time, was it still possible to return to the days when he was constantly treated as a toy by the elves every day? The more Azazel thought about it, the more frightened he became. The more he thought about it, the more he felt the crisis and the more terrified he felt. At the same time, he inexplicably felt wronged. He was the one who came to the demon god maze first. Everything here, the various palaces here, except for the first few, were all built by Yggdrasil personally by the demons. He was also the favorite boss of the demon palace selected by those bastard elves. Even if he didn't make any contributions, he still worked hard. Why did Yggdrasil seal another demon god here? Why didn't he just seal Samuel somewhere else? Did he already know that the first level of hell was going to be besieged? Did he already know that he was going to experience this crisis? Was he already planning to give up on him? The more Azazel thought about it, the more terrified he became. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. He gritted his teeth and slapped the armrest of the throne. No. I can't wait like this. Save myself. I have to save myself. I don't want to die. I don't want to be ridden on by that bastard Samuel. As he spoke, a trace of struggle flashed in his eyes, and he sat up slightly. After a moment of stiffness, he was suddenly discouraged. Looks like that's the only choice. After making a decision in his heart, Azazel seemed to collapse and collapsed on the throne again. But soon, he adjusted his state of mind and pulled himself together. However, at this moment, something in the depths of his eyes seemed to be different. I should talk to Yggdrasil, now, the only one who can let me live is him. Azazel looked at the door of the palace and muttered to himself. At this moment, he realized another problem. Usually, it was Yggdrasil who came to flip his sign. How could he contact him now? But suddenly, his heart skipped a beat and he looked in the direction outside the palace. To be more precise, it was in the direction of the palace where Samuel was. Azazel's eyes narrowed slightly. If I remember correctly, those elves seem to have said that the first impression is the most important thing. To be honest, it makes sense. With a cold smile, Azazel regained his spirits. He touched his chest and took out the crystal ball that controlled the demon god palace. My strength has been completely sealed. Other than my divine power, the power I can exert is at most at the upper gold level. In the ugliest palace in the entire demon god maze, the second demon god Samuel's expression was very ugly. At this time, if he still did not know that this was the place where the goddess of life sealed the abyss myths, then he would be a demon god for nothing. No, I have to find a way to escape. Samuel's eyes flickered as he stood up from the ground. His gaze swept across the ugly walls and closed door of the palace. He roared and crashed into it. His strength was suppressed. But his body was still the body of a demon god. He wanted to smash a big hole in this palace. However, after Samuel crashed into the wall, he was disappointed to find that the sturdiness of this palace was far beyond his imagination. It's a seal, damn it, this entire maze is probably a huge seal. They are one. Samuel's expression became even uglier. Just as Samuel was feeling angry and aggrieved, the door of the palace suddenly opened. In the depths of the demon god maze, in the dark corridor, more than 10 fully armed players were carefully exploring. Walking at the front of the group was a warrior player who was a mid-silver level defender. He was also the leader of the group. It was obvious that this was a dungeon team. The large-scale war mission was coming to an end, and the most difficult battle was over. The various guilds had also lifted the emergency call, and now the demon god maze was popular again. Especially since the war mission had caused many players to suffer heavy losses, and the demon equipment that they had obtained was so cheap that it could not be sold for much money. So now, many people were thinking of ways to earn contribution points. And the boss team of the demon god maze dungeon was a very good choice. In the past few months, there were new players joining the elf forest every month, and the silver profession change slots were very popular as usual. Every time they formed a team, they would bring 5 black iron level bosses. As long as the profession change reward was dropped, everyone would be able to get a considerable amount of contribution points. As the leader walked, he introduced the place to the new players behind him who were obviously new to the demon god maze. This is the deepest part of the demon god maze. When you come here and kill some elite monsters, there is a certain chance that the key to the demon god palace will drop. Hey, you guys are in luck. Now, most people are still chasing demons on the battlefield in Maple Moon Free Territory. There shouldn't be too many people in the maze for the next few days, so no one will snatch the key from us. The new players nodded excitedly, then asked curiously, what about this dungeon? That. Guild leader, what is the approximate level of the demon gods here? I remember watching the goddess's cutscene yesterday. That level isn't something that we can defeat, right? Haha, don't panic. If it were the demon gods in the sky yesterday, of course we wouldn't be able to fight them. They are all mythical, and only the goddess can deal with them. But the demon gods here are different. The leader laughed. As he spoke, he explained to the new players enthusiastically. The strength of the demon gods here is sealed. It is all calculated by the game system. The strength of the demon gods will be adjusted according to the strength of our team. Generally speaking, they will only be around the lower silver to gold level. Based on the combat strength of our team, including the few of you who are at the dark iron level, I estimate that we will only be at the peak of the upper silver level. However, don't underestimate the peak of the upper silver level. The demon gods are still very strong. Even if they are of the same level, they are far more powerful than the monsters in the elf forest and the demons on the battlefield. So, when the time comes, you guys should focus on staying alive. Don't rush forward. Just lie down and wait for us to carry you. When the new players heard this, they heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, one of them looked diagonally ahead and was slightly stunned. Huh? Leader, the palace you mentioned, is it like that? Hearing the other party's words, the leader turned his head and let out a cry of surprise. Huh? The demon god's palace? Who opened it? Diagonally ahead of the team, a magnificent palace appeared. It was as solemn, evil, and terrifying as always. But, the decorative statues outside seemed a little ugly and asymmetrical. They were far less handsome than the demon god's palaces in the player's impression. A palace I've never seen before? Could it be that we have encountered a hidden plot? The leader looked a little excited. What an ugly palace. Did the art designer slack off? The old players looked up and down at the appearance of the palace and frowned slightly. Hey, who cares if it's ugly or not? We must have triggered some plot. The leader said excitedly. After saying that, he gave his teammates a look. Let's go. Good buffs. Let's go and take a look. The group of people prepared themselves and came to the front of the palace. However, before they could figure out how to open the door, the palace door opened by itself. The next moment, accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, a huge figure rushed out, before the leader of the player team, who was at the middle silver level, could react. He was trampled into meat paste by the other party. F***ck. Looking at the horrifying figure that suddenly emerged from the palace, the players' expressions changed, and they all blurted out. It was a terrifying demon with the head of a snake and the body of a human. It had bat wings on its back. It looked ferocious, and the moment its huge body rushed out of the palace, it almost filled up the maze's passageway. The frightening pressure and powerful aura rushed towards them, making the silver players who had just prepared for battle and were ready to go all out shudder in fear. A few dark iron newbies kept trembling in the face of that horrifying power, almost losing control of their bodies. It was an instinctive reaction of their bodies. When the thick smell of blood spread, the newbies saw the mosaic under the demon's feet. Their stomachs churned, and they almost vomited. Fortunately, the mosaic quickly disappeared in a flash of light. But that was just the beginning. The horrifying demon rushed out of the palace, its eyes filled with rage and bloodthirst, gold level. Oh no! Run! The veteran players in the team had a drastic change in expression, and they quickly turned and ran. Now that everyone was still in combat, they could not use the mechanism that allowed them to leave the maze with a thought. If they wanted to leave, they could only go through the expanded maze's official entrance and exit. So, the dozen of them did not hesitate to cast all sorts of acceleration spells on themselves and ran in the direction they came from. Elves? A hint of surprise flashed across Samuel's bucket-sized eyes. But very quickly, this trace of astonishment turned into viciousness. Elves were the race under the protection of the goddess of life. When he saw the elves, it was as if he saw the face of the goddess of life, Eve, that made him want to cut it into pieces. He was like a barrel of gunpowder that had been ignited, exploding in an instant. Roar! Samuel roared angrily and stomped on the ground, turning a few slower players into mosaics. F***ck. The remaining players' faces turned green. Especially when they saw the equipment of their unlucky teammates that had been trampled to pieces. F***ck. Can the deputy team leader's broken divine artifacts be repaired? It was unknown who sighed. Silence. The next second, as if they had thought of something, the players' faces turned pale. Then, as if their butts were on fire, they ran even faster. At the same time, curses could be heard from the crowd. What the hell? Where did this big guy come from? Is this lousy producer crazy? To hell with the hidden plot. I quit. Aha. I just changed into a divine equipment. The players ran for their lives. As they ran, the slower players scrambled to take off all their equipment and threw them into a corner. They fled in the maze with the radiant holy light. Samuel laughed coldly. He grabbed a few unlucky fellows who were slower and tore them to pieces amidst their screams. Then, he roared and chased after him. Seeing the terrifying figure chasing after them, the players' legs turned to jelly. They cried out in alarm, shouting for help as they ran for their lives with all their might. However, Samuel didn't continue to slaughter these weak elves. Although he was enraged, he still had some rationality left. Samuel could tell that the elves were familiar with this strange place. If he followed them, he might be able to find the exit. Thinking of this, Samuel's eyes flashed. He roared angrily and continued to intimidate the elves. As he intimidated them, he followed closely behind them. After being frightened by Samuel, the fleeing players panicked even more. But while they panicked, some of them vaguely figured out what was going on. It seemed that as long as they ran toward the exit and ran as fast as possible, they wouldn't be killed by the other party. This made the eyes of some players who reacted faster light up. Other than that, there were also quite a number of players who, after seeing each other's pathetic state, simply decided to throw caution to the wind and burst into laughter. And just like that, a terrifying and funny chase began in the demon god maze. The war of gods and demons had yet to end. There weren't as many players in the demon god maze as there were at the beginning of the war. But even if there weren't many players, considering the demand for the profession change and advancement slots, there were still many people wandering in the maze. Hearing the roars, laughter, and screams coming from the depths of the maze, many players looked toward the source of the sound in surprise, but soon, many people saw an unforgettable scene. At the corner deep in the maze, the screams were getting closer and closer. Accompanied by a blinding light, a group of players who were not wearing any equipment and were covered in holy light appeared in their field of vision. Their running postures were awkward and funny. Some of them looked terrified, while others looked excited. There were even people who were laughing as they ran. Coupled with their funny running postures and the faintly discernible holy light, they were like a group of crazy people. Were they crazy? Many players were dumbfounded when they saw the scene. The next second, accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, the earth trembled, and clouds of dust surged out from behind the running players. A ferocious and terrifying figure appeared in everyone's field of vision. F***ck. Seeing Samuel's huge body and feeling his shocking power and undisguised hostility, the stunned players were frightened. They shuddered, threw down the unhandled demon corpses, and joined the fleeing army. The fleeing players scattered as they ran, leaving only a few of them behind. Every time they encountered a new player, they would drag him into the fleeing ranks while he was still in a daze. Some people had already started running, but they still did not understand what was going on. Just like this, more and more players were fleeing, until they ran into a dungeon team from the Azeroth Guild Alliance, one of the 7 major guilds. The player leading the team was called Black Friday. He was the leader of the core team of the Azeroth Guild Alliance, the Knights Templar. He was a veteran who was almost in the top 100 in terms of combat power. Behind him, there were more than 10 players from the Knights Templar. All of them were clad in shiny armor, and they looked very aggressive. The leader of the team, Black Friday, who was already at the peak of the silver level, looked at the fleeing players and frowned slightly. "Why are you running? What happened? Why are you panicking? A demon god has escaped. He's chasing after us." A player with holy light explained kindly. "Demon god?" Black Friday raised his eyebrows. Then, he sneered and looked at his teammates. "Looks like we've encountered a hidden plot." After saying that, he raised the divine longsword in his hand that he had just prepared and pointed it at the depths of the labyrinth. "A demon god that escaped? Just nice, my divine longsword has not seen the blood of a demon god. Hey, let us Knights Templar experience it." He was in high spirits. Behind him, more than 10 silver players from the Knights Templar also drew their weapons. They were full of fighting spirit, the neat movements, the shiny armor, and the powerful strength. This attracted the attention of the fleeing players. Very soon, someone recognized them. "It's the boss of the Azeroth Guild Alliance, Black Friday. Damn. He's in the top 200 in terms of combat power. If that's the case, they're the Knights Templar? It must be them. They're the bosses who can ignore the strategy and double-kill Lulia and Elisa. Damn. So powerful? Then if it's them, maybe they can." The players discussed animatedly. For a while, the fleeing team gradually stopped. Everyone looked at the Knights Templar team with expectant eyes. Black Friday was quite pleased with the way these people looked at the bosses. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly, and he stood up straight. Then, he secretly activated the wind element magic on his armor, and the red cloak behind him blew up, his long hair fluttered, and he was handsome. Yes. All that was missing was the background music. If possible, he would like to play For the Glory of the Goddess now. At this moment, Samuel's huge figure appeared in Black Friday's vision. Looking at his exaggerated size, Black Friday's heart skipped a beat. But soon, he sneered. He pointed his sword at the demon god and shouted, "Demon god! Your opponent is..." Smack, a huge claw slapped down. Before Black Friday could finish his words, he was slapped into a cartoon by Samuel, just like the other unlucky players. Even his divine longsword, which he had yet to experience, was auctioned off as a magical material. There was dead silence. The players widened their eyes in shock. Then, they turned around and continued to flee for their lives. The remaining players of the Knights Templar team shuddered. They gulped, threw down their weapons without hesitation, and turned to join the fleeing army. Then, a rather exciting scene appeared in the demon god's maze. A group of elves kept fleeing in the maze, and behind them, a huge figure chased closely. That huge figure was like a heavy tank, rampaging in the relatively narrow maze passageways, and the entire maze was on the verge of collapse. Everywhere it went, it was a mess. As the elves ran, they screamed for help and screamed miserably. But gradually, the more they fled, the more miserable their screams changed. They all turned into laughter. Emotions were contagious. Especially in the game. Fear, of course. After all, the demon god chasing them looked scary enough. But at the same time of fear, when they saw the other players fleeing with them, and saw how embarrassed they were, this fear was gradually replaced by amusement. This was especially true for the players. In order to prevent their equipment from being destroyed, they threw away all of their belongings. Some new players even had subtle emotions in their hearts. There was once a famous big shot in Elven Nation who said, "In this game, if you haven't laughed with your companions and fled with your life, then your game career isn't complete." Now that they were being carried away by the crowd, they vaguely felt that they seemed to understand the meaning of this sentence. Although they were indeed scared when they were running at the beginning, this fear had gradually dissipated. They looked at each other and saw the embarrassed look of their companions. They saw the wild laughter at the corners of their mouths. Their hearts seemed to be connected in an instant. Perhaps, this was the feeling of brothers and sisters going through thick and thin together. The holy light was flashing, and the elves were fleeing. The entire demon god's maze was in a mess. Until the players' laughter completely enraged Samuel who was chasing them. He roared and slapped the few guys who were laughing the happiest from 3-dimensional to 2-dimensional, F***ck. The players' smiles froze on their faces. The laughter suddenly decreased, but their movements of fleeing became faster. Just like that, they ran all the way. More and more unlucky players who were farming monsters along the path were forced to join the ranks of escaping. Finally, it evolved into a majestic group of escaping teams. It was a spectacular sight in the demon god's maze. And Samuel finally saw the light of the exit. He was about to get out. He was energized. At this moment, his gaze swept across the elves who were fleeing in front of him. A trace of fierceness flashed in his eyes. He had found the exit. These disgusting guys were useless. Without hesitation, he roared again and slapped at the players. However, just as he was about to slap down, accompanied by ethereal hymns, a holy and beautiful figure appeared in the air of the maze. Samuel only felt that his strength was suddenly confined, and he could no longer move. Looking at the figure that descended into the maze, the players' eyes lit up and they were excited. Wow! Goddess! It's the great goddess! Goddess! She's alive! Praise nature! Praise life! Great goddess! I love you! Eve was speechless. And Samuel's eyes were spitting fire as he roared with resentment. Eve! Why are you roaring so loudly? Eve frowned and glanced at Samuel. She was a little unhappy. And when she saw the messy maze behind him, her frown deepened. She snapped her fingers lightly, and golden chains appeared around Samuel's body. Under his angry and fearful gaze, the chain of God tied him up like a dumpling again. Eve! Samuel roared angrily again and kept struggling. However, his struggle was destined to be futile. Not only did he not break free from the shimmering golden chains, but it also became tighter and tighter. Then, as Samuel cried out in pain, his body gradually shrank. From a huge body that was in a dilemma in the maze, he became a small lump. With a thud, his shrunken body fell from the air to the ground. Then, under the excited gazes of the players and secretly taking screenshots, Eve walked forward with graceful steps. She dragged the screaming Samuel as if she was dragging a dead dog and disappeared into the depths of the maze. It was not until her figure was completely out of sight that the players came back to their senses. Many people exhaled softly and looked in the direction where Eve disappeared with excitement. Great goddess is still the best, that's right. Beautiful and powerful. She's indeed my wife. Damn it. How dare he say she's his wife? Beat him up. No. There was another commotion. He tossed Samuel into the palace and locked the door. Then, Eve used her divine power to restore all the damage that the other party had caused in the maze. After doing all this, Eve turned her head and looked in a certain direction in the depths of the maze. Samuel was the main culprit of this chaos, but it was impossible to say that there was no one behind it. Eve snorted softly, and her figure flashed, disappearing on the spot. The next second, there was a flash of light, and she appeared in Azazel's palace. A golden light shone, and a divine throne made of vines appeared behind Eve. She sat down gently, crossed her legs, and looked down at a certain demon god who had a complicated look in his eyes from midair. Azazel. I need an explanation for this chaos. Azazel was also sitting on the throne. He seemed to have waited for a long time. He sighed softly, and his voice was slightly bitter. Mother of gods, if I don't use this method, how can I see you? You? Eve raised her eyebrows slightly. The next moment, Azazel looked up. Her Holiness the Mother of Gods, you want to know where the core of the first level of hell is? The core of the origin of the first level of hell? Eve bowed slightly and looked at Azazel with a hint of scrutiny. Facing her deep purple eyes, Azazel felt as if he had been seen through. It was rare for him to be a little reserved. His expression changed. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, Your Holiness the Mother of Gods, I want to make a deal with you. A deal? Eve glanced at Azazel and suddenly smiled. Azazel, you're now sealed in the demon god's maze by me. Do you think you have the capital to negotiate with me? Hearing Eve's words, Azazel's expression was a little ugly. Looking at his expression that was like a frosted eggplant, Eve shook her head and sighed softly. Tell me, what do you want to trade? As she spoke, she propped up her chin. Without waiting for the other party to answer, she pondered. Let me guess. I heard that the petitioners of the gods in heaven are all attacking the first level of hell. Could it be that your divine spark is about to be found? Azazel opened his mouth and fell silent. Eve continued, That's right. The core of hell is the divine spark of a demon god and also the life of a demon god. So, are you seeking protection from me? With that said, she looked at Azazel with a smile. Azazel's expression was a little complicated. He sighed deeply and said, It seems that you already know. After saying that, Azazel seemed to have lost all his strength. He raised his head reluctantly and squeezed out a somewhat ugly smile. Then, are you willing to accept? Facing the demon god's complicated and faintly expectant gaze, Eve sighed softly. I thought demon gods weren't afraid of death. Azazel sighed, and his voice had a hint of self-deprecation. I used to think so too, but why should I agree to it? Eve suddenly changed the topic. Azazel paused for a moment. He widened his eyes and looked at Eve in astonishment. Eve said, Don't worry. With Samuel, he can completely replace your role. The first level of hell is so chaotic. Why should I get involved? Azazel's expression turned ugly. He gritted his teeth and decided to go all out. But I'm more suitable to be the master of the demonic god's maze than he is. Samuel has a bad temper. Perhaps to you, he is very suitable to be a demon god boss, but he is definitely not suitable to help you manage the entire maze. Not to mention that he is very vengeful. You will never gain his loyalty. But I'm different. I've been sealed for tens of thousands of years, and I've long gotten used to it. Moreover, the days in the maze are not unbearable for me. I'm willing to pledge my loyalty to you. As he spoke, Azazel raised his head and looked at Eve with a burning gaze. Eve looked at him and sighed. Do you think I'll believe the words of a demon? Azazel fell into silence and did not refute. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, That's why. I wanted to tell you the location of Hell's core. That's just because you were forced to seek protection. Eve shook her head. After hearing her words, Azazel's expression became uglier and uglier. He even faintly felt a little dejected. Until Eve changed the topic again. Not to mention, do you trust me that much? After telling me where Hell's core is, aren't you afraid that I'll destroy it after finding it? Or rather, take it for myself? Realizing that Eve did not directly refuse, Azazel perked up. He took a deep breath and said, No, you won't. Why? Eve asked with interest. Azazel explained respectfully. Because even if you destroy it, a new Hell's dimension will appear in the abyss. And other than abyssal creatures, no existence can obtain the recognition of the abyss and become the master of Hell's core. Perhaps you can seal it, but you won't be able to bring it out of the abyss. But, what benefits does sealing a Hell's dimension bring to you? Mother of gods, I know that you want to rely on the power of the abyss to constantly increase your strength. If you seal Hell's core, how will you obtain strength? After hearing Azazel's words, Eve fell into deep thought. The nervous seventh demon god held his breath and waited for her answer. It wasn't until a moment later that Eve's voice sounded again. It's still not enough. How can you be so sure that Samuel won't become a better candidate than you? His strength is much stronger than yours. She shook her head slightly. I'll work harder, Azazel hurriedly said. With that said, he patted his chest and said sincerely, even with a hint of pleading. I'll be a good manager of the demon god maze. If you order me to go east, I'll definitely not go west. I'll tidy up those sealed mythical creatures until they're obedient. Not to mention, the door to the first level of Hell's dimension will be completely open to you, to your chosen one. And these are things that Samuel will definitely not be able to do. Anyway, you already know the location of Hell's core. You can destroy it at any time. Even if you don't trust my loyalty, you definitely don't have to worry about my betrayal. Please, give me a chance. With that said, he looked at Eve with an expectant gaze. But Eve didn't answer. Time passed by minute. Azazel's gaze gradually turned from anticipation to apprehension, and from apprehension to despair. Just as he felt hopeless, Eve finally answered. Azazel, remember what you said. Eve smiled. With that, she changed her sitting posture and said, Tell me, where is the core of Hell hidden? Azazel was overjoyed. He hurriedly summoned a ball of fallen divine power and sent it into Eve's hands, as if he was afraid that she would regret it. Her Majesty the Mother of all gods. No. Mother of gods. These are the coordinates of my core of Hell's origin. Eve gently put it away and checked it with her divine sense. She raised her eyebrows slightly and nodded slowly. Then, she stood up from the divine throne, and the divine throne under her body dissipated in a flash of light. Manage the demonic god maze well. Don't let anything like today happen again. She said. I will. I'll definitely manage it well. I won't let you down, Azazel said excitedly. Eve nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. But before she left, her heart skipped a beat and she stopped. Seeing her hesitation, Azazel's heart skipped a beat, and he instantly became nervous. Until a light flashed in Eve's hand, and a leaf of the world appeared. She threw it to Azazel and said, If you want to find me in the future, use this to contact me. Azazel's eyes lit up, and he quickly caught it. Eve, on the other hand, chuckled and left the maze. Farewell, Mother of Gods. Azazel bowed slightly in the direction of Eve's departure and said respectfully. It was only when he could no longer sense Eve's aura that he slumped down on the throne and heaved a long sigh of relief. With the stone in his heart lifted, Azazel was reinvigorated. But while he was reinvigorated, there was also some joy. His eyes flashed, and he stood up from the throne. Using the authority of the maze, he moved to the palace where Samuel was. Looking at the second demon god tied to the throne like a dead dog, Azazel's mood became even better. He sneered, then kicked the other party fiercely and said with some satisfaction, Humph, Samuel, you idiot. You'll never be able to climb over my head. Then, under Samuel's confused and angry expression, Azazel, who had beaten up his old rival, left the ugliest palace in the labyrinth in satisfaction. As long as he saw that his rival was in a worse state than him, his mood was balanced. It wasn't until he returned to his palace and picked up the melon again that Azazel suddenly reacted. Wait, initially, didn't I just want to make a deal with Xianxia? Why did I give a series of promises in the end and completely become a bootlicker? After leaving the demon god maze, Eve returned to her god's kingdom. Obtaining the coordinates of Azazel's origin of Hell was a pleasant surprise. The first level of Hell? The war there is getting more and more intense. The incarnations of the gods should be there too. I've just been promoted to a great divine power, and my identity is becoming more and more suspicious. I'm in the eye of the storm and can't go there openly. Perhaps I should let the players make another trip, and I'll use the character of Wynn to hide among the players, secretly find Azazel's core of Hell, and keep it safe. Just as well. As a member of the righteous gods, it's time to go to war. It's reasonable to openly send out the army of the chosen ones. In addition, it'll allow the players to familiarize themselves with the petitioners and angels in advance. Eve thought. She was not worried about Azazel's loyalty. As long as she controlled the core of hell, it didn't matter if Azazel was faking it. And seriously speaking, Eve was also quite satisfied with Azazel. This guy learned things very quickly. She didn't know if all the Abyss myths were like this or if he was the only one. He had only been in the demon god maze for a few years, and he had already completely immersed himself in his role. Of course, even if she was satisfied, Eve would not show it. Even now that Samuel was here, Eve did not mind using this new demon god to beat Azazel. Although he was the assistant of the maze, in a sense, he was also a competitor. No matter what Samuel thought, as long as Azazel thought this way, it was enough. There was only motivation with pressure. Presumably, with Samuel around, Azazel would work even harder. Eve felt that she was getting more and more skilled at managing demon gods. As for the commotion in the maze earlier, it was easy to explain. She could just openly tell the truth that the newly captured demon god had escaped. Eve believed that the players would not suspect anything. After a few years of subtle influence, the players had long believed that Elven Nation was created to create a real alternate world. Now, even if she took the initiative to tell the players, "Oh, everyone, I actually exist, and you are all laborers that I summoned from Blue Star. This world is just a game that I pretend to be," the players would most likely laugh and not care. They would think that this was the game setting of Elven Nation. All of this was designed to make the game more realistic. It was very reasonable. I should also transfer my main body back as soon as possible. There are more and more evil gods in the demon god maze. It's still risky to rely on the maze to suppress them alone. Not to mention, I can't always rely on the reversal gate and the faith network to send resurrected players across worlds. Since I've decided to continue developing in Seekers, it's too inconvenient for my main body to stay in the Mindle plane. But I can open the plane channel from Mindle to the Seekers world. To the players, it's an exciting world. Not to mention, we still have to conquer the sea creatures in the Mindle plane, collect them, and prepare for Aurora to cultivate believers. All of these require manpower. Leyland said. Manpower? Eve pondered. The Mindle plane also had a plane channel to the Seekers world. When she became the ruler of the plane, she sensed it. However, like most of the plane channels, it was still sealed. Now that the seal of the Seekers world was loosening, opening the original channel was difficult but not impossible, especially since the attributes of the two planes were similar. The cost of opening the channel was lower. Eve sensed that the channel was quite close to the Elven Forest. It was located at the border between the Elven Forest and the Northern Wastelands. There were two other lost Elven cities that the gamers had yet to explore, Crystal City and Frozen Valley. There was a reason why the gamers had yet to explore the two Elven cities. Eve sensed that a large canyon separated the forest north of the Elven Forest. The former Godly Kingdom fragment and the gamers' Winterfell were southeast of the large canyon. They were across the river from the northern wastelands of the Orc Alliance. The two Elven cities and the passage to the Mindle Plain were located northwest of the canyon. The large canyon was too deep. It was even more exaggerated than the dark canyon that Rivendell was in. If Eve's judgment was correct, it should have been left behind during the Millennium War. In addition, the location was remote and there were many gold-advanced magical beasts. It was normal that no one dared to go there. After deciding to open the plane channel, Eve retracted her gaze. Then, she shifted her attention to a certain spot in the void. Eve's gaze gradually deepened. To her, after advancing to a great divine power, it wasn't just her power that had changed. At the same time, Eve also felt some sort of faint calling. That calling was exactly the same as the calling she had felt from the reversal gate. That was the calling from the land of origin. The land of origin. After advancing to a great divine power, I have the right to explore it. Eve muttered. She had once made an agreement with Yulinos. The other party had promised to bring her to explore the land of origin after she advanced to a great divine power. However, Eve had already seen Yulinos' invitation. There were still a few months before the date of the invitation, and this dragon ancestor seemed to still be asleep. If she really had to wait for her to wake up, it would be another few months. However, Eve was really curious. Although she was curious, she still patiently suppressed this curiosity. The land of origin, her main body couldn't go there. Only her avatar could go there. And the power of a true god's avatar was ultimately not as strong as the main body. To be safe, it was better to wait for Yelinos to wake up and visit Dragon Island before exploring that place together. Eve was still a little afraid of a place that made countless true gods go crazy. Thinking of this, Eve's heart skipped a beat. She made a plan for the near future. The first was to summon new players and upgrade the demon god maze. The second was to open up the plane channel to the Mindel Plain and pick up the last 2 elf cities. The third was to intervene in the war of gods and demons in the first level of hell and find the core of Azazel's hell. The fourth was to continue sending troops to suppress the demons wandering in the Seeker's world. She would take the opportunity to use the demons' rampage and the eternal church's inaction to shake the faith of the humans, and officially march towards the Nirvana wasteland, a plane that could very likely be pulled out of the abyss again. Of course, there was also the last one. That was to visit Yelinos in a few months and explore the land of origin. Oh, right, there was also the East. In the east of the continent, a new god seemed to have awakened. Moreover, it was very likely an ancient god. Vaguely, Eve had a premonition. He shouldn't be too relaxed in the next few months. The warm sunlight poured down on the earth, making it extremely comfortable. The trees and bushes were verdant and adorned with competing flowers, causing beautiful butterflies and dreamlike elemental fairies to dance freely while giggling. The sky was pure blue, and occasionally, the figure of the megalosaurus could be seen gliding past, finally disappearing into the mountains in the distance. The faint roar of a dragon could be heard, giving off the feeling of a magnificent fantasy world. Spring, the season when all things recover, was also the season when the elven forest was full of vitality. Walking on the streets of the city of Heaven's Chosen, all seasons Sunny Rain curiously and excitedly looked at the bustling streets and the exquisite and beautiful gardens everywhere. It was too much for the eye to take in, and he enjoyed it. The melodious and pleasant elven-style tune slowly played in the background, making people want to hum along with the charming tune. His steps were light, and he had a strong desire to explore and look forward to this real and magical world in front of him. As expected of the strongest virtual MMORPG in history, Elven Nation is really amazing. Looking at the well-equipped players coming and going, all season Sunny Rain's face was full of excitement as he said excitedly. There were many people on the streets, and many old players were holding brochures and shouting something. From time to time, new players could be seen being surrounded by them, enthusiastically chatting and introducing something. All season Sunny Rain looked over curiously and noticed his gaze. Soon, 2 players with expensive equipment walked over with bright eyes and smiles. One was a warrior, and the other was a mage. Yo! Friend! New player? Want to join a guild? Food and accommodation are provided, and I guarantee you all the way to full iron level. The warrior player enthusiastically handed the brochure in his hand to All Season Sunny Rain. Hello, All Season Sunny Rain was flattered and took the brochure. Is today your first day logging in? How do you feel? The mage player smiled and asked after looking at All Season Sunny Rain's iconic wooden sword and hemp armor. All Season Sunny Rain nodded and praised, "Great. It's beyond my imagination, and the real scenery is even more beautiful than the videos on the video network." Hearing his words, the 2 old players became even more enthusiastic. Right. Hee, it'll be even more fun in the future. But Elven Nation is complicated. To avoid detours, joining a guild is the best choice. That's right. How about joining our guild? Our guild is currently recruiting new members. There was no level restriction. As long as you were willing to fight for the guild and listen to the guild's orders, you could join. There are a lot of benefits. That's right. After the Blacksteel tier, our guild will also organize a team to hunt demons in the Fertile Plains and lead a team to open a dungeon in the Demon God's Labyrinth. Very soon, you will be promoted to Silver. At that time, you might even have the chance to go to the Extermination Wasteland and participate in the Fiend God War. The 2 players talked back and forth, as if they were afraid that All Season Sunny Rain would run away. All Season's Clear Rain touched his nose and curiously looked at the brochure that the 2 men handed to him. Night Watcher? He read out the name of the guild. That's right. Night Watchers. Our guild is about to be promoted to a first-rate guild. We have also joined forces with 9 other second-rate guilds and are preparing to apply for a city construction application. We are currently lacking in manpower, so hurry up and join us. When the time comes, there will be a chance to get a house in the new city. The warrior player introduced enthusiastically. This is a good opportunity. You have to know that the cheapest house prices among the 7 main cities, Atlantis, have already broken 10,000 contribution points per square meter. We will be building a new main city next to the canyon in the northwestern region of the Elven Forest. Guild members will have a chance to get a house for free. The mage player quickly added. Yes, don't underestimate the location of our building. Although the northwestern region is more remote, according to the news from the church, Big Sister is going to open a bridge over the canyon there, directly connecting to the other side of the canyon. It is said that there is an unopened plain passage over there. It will definitely be one of the most popular main cities in the future. What are you waiting for to get a house for free in such a main city? The warrior player said again. A house for free. All season Sunny Rain clicked his tongue in wonder. It was said that the house prices in Elven Kingdom were outrageous. It was the dream of many newcomers to have a house in the main city. Looking at the situation today, it was probably true. After reading the brochure, All Season Sunny Rain returned it to the warrior player and said apologetically, "Sorry, I have a friend. I actually have a friend in the game. When the time comes, I will join a friend's guild." A friend's guild? The 2 players were stunned. Then they laughed and said, "Brother, the gap between guilds is quite big. Even in the whole server, our guild can be ranked in the top 50. The benefits are first class." Yes, yes. As they spoke, they looked at All Season Sunny Rain curiously. "Brother, what is your friend's guild called?" All Season Sunny Rain thought for a moment and replied, I think it's called Mang Mang Committee." The warrior player, the mage player, the smiles of the 2 players froze on their faces. What's wrong? All Season Sunny Rain asked curiously. The 2 old players looked at each other and laughed dryly. "So it's a relative of the Mang Mang Committee, cough cough, sorry to disturb you." After speaking, the 2 players put away the brochure and left dejectedly. Only All Season Sunny Rain was left dumbfounded. Is there a problem with the Mang Mang Committee? Scratching his head in confusion, he followed the coordinates on the minimap and walked in a certain direction in the city. Along the way, from time to time, old players pulled him and warmly invited him to join their guilds. "Friend, are you a newcomer? Do you want to join us, Pandora's Box? Build a new city and we'll give you a new house. Brother, our goddess Glory is one of the top 100 guilds in the entire server. The benefits are very high. Are you interested?" He almost couldn't walk anymore. However, when All Season Sunny Rain said that he had relatives and friends in the Mang Mang Committee, these enthusiastic old players sighed and gave up. Is the Mang Mang Committee's brand so strong? All Season Sunny Rain clicked his tongue in wonder. As he walked, he admired the beautiful scenery of the city of Heaven's Chosen. It was said that this city was built by the players brick by brick. To be honest, looking at the clean and beautiful streets, the lush greenery, and the exquisite and beautiful buildings, he really found it hard to imagine that this was done by a group of players. The scenery on both sides constantly changed. Gradually, All Season Sunny Rain came to a huge circular building. A tsunami-like cheer came from the building, and it seemed to be accompanied by a passionate explanation of the expansion of magic. All Season Sunny Rain looked at the minimap and took a deep breath. The circular arena should be here. Walking to the entrance, a beautiful frost elf was collecting fees. When she saw him, she bowed slightly and said, "Mr. Celestial, the price of 10 tickets is 10 tickets. Mr. Chosen One, the tickets to the arena are 10 gold pounds each. You can also choose to pay with contribution points. It's 2,000 contribution points per ticket. So expensive." All Season Sunny Rain clicked his tongue. He looked at his initial 3,000 contribution points, gritted his teeth, and asked, "How do I trade for contribution points?" "Just trade it to me." Behind the beautiful female elf, a player sitting in the corner said with a smile. As he spoke, he sized up All Season Sunny Rain and clicked his tongue in wonder. "Newcomer? Coming to the arena as soon as you come online? I'm looking for a friend. As all-season Sunny Rain spoke, he traded the contribution points. Then you might as well wait at the entrance. There's a high-level competition today. There's a lot of people in the arena. The player shook his head. All-season Sunny Rain smiled. Actually, I want to go in and take a look. My friend has a competition. A competition? What's your friend's name? The seated player instantly perked up. All-season Sunny Rain looked at the ID on his friend's list and fell silent for a moment. He scratched his head and said, his name. That. Should I write it down? The seated player was slightly taken aback. He glanced at all-season Sunny Rain and saw that the other party was hesitating. He just thought that the other party was bragging. Forget it, you go in. He shook his head and lost interest. All-season Sunny Rain was speechless for a moment. He didn't say anything else and walked straight into the arena. After entering, he vaguely heard chatter behind him. He must be bragging. This is the Silver Summit competition. All the players are silver upper-level players. Including the new players who joined today, there's a total of 2 million players in the entire server. Those big shots with less than 1,000 people aren't people you can just casually meet. Hey, Miss Dells, you don't know. Many new chosen ones are like this. However, you can bet contribution points in the arena. Many newcomers want to squeeze in. The initial 3,000 contribution points bet on 1,000. If you're lucky, you can get several times more. By the way, Miss Dells, are you free tonight? When the competition is over, how about going to Amway Tavern for a drink? It's my treat. Hearing the conversation behind him, all-season Sunny Rain was stunned. He couldn't help but laugh and continued to walk inside. The arena was very lively. There were at least 3,000 to 4,000 people sitting in it. The cheers and cheers were deafening. All-season Sunny Rain had the illusion that he had come to the ancient Roman Colosseum. In the arena, 4 players with gorgeous equipment were fighting in teams of 2. On one side, there was a male warrior and a female mage. On the other side, there was a male hunter and a male archer. Handsome and gorgeous sword skills and gorgeous and cool magic kept flashing in the arena. It was very exciting. All-season Sunny Rain only took one look and couldn't take his eyes off it. He found an empty seat and sat down. He excitedly looked at the 4 superhuman players who were constantly moving around and fighting in the arena. He had to admit that the skills in Elven Nation were indeed cool. At the same time, the impact was also very strong. Just looking at it made him feel like he was in the game. As for the magic, it was unknown how much more advanced it was than other games. It was gorgeous and exciting, and he could feel an inexplicable palpitation and fluctuation in his heart. All-season Sunny Rain knew that it was the fluctuation of magic power. It was one of the characteristics of Elven Nation that set it apart from other online games. It could let you clearly feel this feeling that didn't exist in reality. The 2 teams of players on the arena kept fighting. The team of a man and a woman had the absolute upper hand. The commentator's hoarse voice spread through the entire arena under the effect of the magic loudspeaker. Combo. It was another set of consecutive victories. The Coconut Milk team from the Meng Meng Committee has made another exciting combo. Nature's Heart's Black and White Double Fiend team is about to fall. As expected of the strongest combat mage in the entire server. It's said that the Coconut Milk team player, Nai, is the disciple of the legendary elf, Gando. Her melee combat skills are superb. Her partner, Ye, is also very strong. Last week, he officially entered the top 200 of the combat power ranking. It's said that he once received guidance from a famous silver boss, Wind, who is called a mentor by many veteran players. He's very powerful. I think some players might not know about Wind. He's a rather low-key second beta tester in Elven Nation. He has great foresight. It's said that even Boxed Lunch, the #1 player on the combat power ranking, once commented that if there's a player in the entire server that he's not confident of defeating, other than Salty Meow, who has a full set of godly equipment, it's definitely Wind. To be recognized by such a big boss, it shows how terrifying the potential of our contestants, Ye and Nai, is. On the ranking board, the two of them are the new players who leveled up the fastest in the entire server. They've set the record for Elven Nation. Oh no, today is the day when the open beta testers are given out. They're no longer considered new players. They're going again. The black and white Double Fiend team is about to fall. Combo. The coconut milk combination unleashed another set of combo moves. This power. I'm afraid it's close to the peak of silver. They won. They've won. In the arena, the team of a man and a woman finally defeated the other team of players. Waves of cheers came from the arena. All season Sunny Rain watched the exciting battle with great interest. Her eyes were full of excitement and anticipation. That's amazing. Hey, of course they're amazing. They're members of the Mang Mang Committee's City Enforcement Team. The voices of other players came from beside All Season Sunny Rain. City Enforcement Team? All Season Sunny Rain's situation was subtle. The player who spoke explained with a smile. It's the high-end team of the Mang Mang Committee. They're all senior silver big bosses. They're at least mid-level silver. As he spoke, he looked at All Season Sunny Rain up and down and raised his eyebrows. New player? Are you here to bet on contribution points? You can't bet now. You can only wait for the next round. But the next round won't be the summit tournament. All Season Sunny Rain smiled and shook her head. No, I'm here to look for a friend. Friend? The player who spoke was slightly stunned. The next moment, he saw the two victorious players leave the arena and walk toward their seats. Wow! Big Boss Ye and Big Boss Nai Nai are here. The surrounding players were excited. Then, under the surprised gaze of the player who spoke, the two big bosses who had just won the championship came in front of All Season Sunny Rain. Ye smiled brightly and high-fived All Season Sunny Rain. Cousin, you've finally gotten a spot. All Season Sunny Rain smiled bitterly. I didn't get it. I bought it. It cost me a lot of money. As he spoke, he glanced at the lively arena and smiled. But I think it's worth it now. I haven't written a player in a long time. I'll write a player as a transition. I'm begging for monthly votes. How is it? How's the scenery in the City of Heaven's Chosen? It's great, even better than I imagined. I just feel like the map is a little too big. It took me half a day to find this place. Ha ha ha, isn't that so? This is the largest city in the Elf Forest. The total population is over 200,000. That's not all, right? It feels like there are heads all over the streets. Heh, that's because today's the day of the open beta. There are a million more people, so of course it's crowded. Heh, but cousin, you're in luck. I heard that the location of the new players is random. The furthest they can go is Failing Sue. It's fine if they're randomly sent to the city, but it'll be awesome if they're sent to the wilderness. Wilderness? Don't tell me it's really like the video where we have to walk tens of kilometers in the forest to return to the city? Heh, that depends on luck. But, this is the core area of the Elf Forest. The strongholds of the various small guilds are quite scattered in the forest. If you find the path, you can usually find your way to the stronghold. You can also take a carriage from the stronghold's relay station to the main city. Sounds interesting. It's like we're really in another world. Of course. After all, Elf Kingdom is known as the game with the most exaggerated map area in history. Let's not talk about anything else. This City of Heaven's Chosen is just a coordinate on the current map of the main world. Other than the main world, there are also other maps such as the Shattered Kingdom of God, the Oris Demiplane, and the Nirvana Wasteland. What a grand worldview, it's not just grand. It's an epic. For Season Sunny Rain, Yi Yi and Nai Nai sat on the steps, chatting while waiting for the trophy to be given out. The two of them had finished their group matches. However, there was still the finals of the individual competition. The prizes would only be given out after all the matches were over. As they chatted, For Season Sunny Rain gradually understood why there were so many old players trying to recruit new players into their guilds today. Recruiting? Heh. Luckily you didn't go. They're recruiting people, but they're actually recruiting laborers. Didn't the announcement say that the officials were planning to build a new main city? Many small and medium-sized guilds are getting restless. Many guilds dream of owning an official main city. The reason why the 7 great guilds have always dominated the gods' domain rankings is because they all have their own main cities. However, building a main city isn't easy. It requires a lot of manpower, so many small and medium-sized guilds have set their sights on the newcomers. Hearing Xianxia's words, All Season's Sunny Rain was stunned. Isn't this cheating the newbies? It can't be considered a scam. The benefits they offer are pretty good. If the city really passes the examination, it will eventually become a main city. As for the houses in the main city area. Cousin, it's definitely worth it to get on board early. Let alone those small and medium guilds, I'm even planning to buy a house in the central area in advance after the new city is completed. Ye said with a smile. Buy a house? I saw the screenshot on your phone. Don't you already have a 3-story villa? All Season's Clear Rain was a little surprised. Investment. After all, it's a main city. It said that the passage to the Mindel Plain that's mentioned in the hidden quest is also there. If it's really developed, there's a lot of potential for development. Just selling it off would net me millions of contribution points. Even if I don't sell it, it's not a bad idea to use it as a place to stay. Nai added. All Season's Clear Rain was speechless. Why did it feel like the two of them were starting to speculate on real estate in the game? Tisk, Elven Nation, indeed seemed to be fundamentally different from other games. It was just that as he listened, All Season's Clear Rain's feelings were a little complicated. God had pity on him. He was a pitiful person who had just graduated and was reduced to a social animal. Even in the game, he could not avoid the problem of housing. This world was too cruel. Thinking of this, All Season's Clear Rain sighed. He looked strangely at Yi and Nai, who were excitedly talking about their plans. He suspected that if someone in the game destroyed their house, these two would probably fight to the death on the spot. The few of them chatted casually. As Yi and Nai introduced the game, All Season's Clear Rain became more and more familiar with the game. Speaking of which, he became interested in this game because every time he met his cousin in real life, his cousin kept recommending it. He had heard of Elven Nation a long time ago. What era-transcending masterpiece? What virtual masterpiece with 100% realism? His ears were about to grow calluses from hearing about it. However, when something became popular, it would often give birth to a group of cloud fans. For games, they were also called cloud players. Under normal circumstances, it was fine. However, there were all kinds of birds in the forest. There were always some people who wanted to make their presence known on various occasions, regardless of whether it was appropriate or not. In the end, it would be annoying. Coincidentally, as a person who was more rebellious deep in his personality, All Season's Clear Rain hated this kind of person the most. As a result, his impression of Elven Nation naturally became worse. Even if it was an open-world role-playing game, it was his favorite. However, other people were other people, and his cousin was his cousin. Although he did not like this topic, his cousin had recommended it so much that even if he was not interested, he had a deep impression of it. And one time, while surfing the internet, All Season's Clear Rain saw a cinematic video of Elven Nation. Then, his interest was piqued. His initial interest was naturally the goddess that he caught a glimpse of. He still could not forget that breathtaking glance. In addition to suddenly understanding the source of those popular emojis, he was more amazed. The original form of this character in the game was much better than the one in the emojis. Curiosity was the beginning of the fall. He searched and finally found out that the famous goddess on the internet was the faction leader in Elven Nation. He also knew why a large group of people would spam praise the goddess whenever someone mentioned Elven Nation in the video. Good lord, such a good-looking character. If he had known earlier, he would have spammed it too. Then, All Season's Clear Rain's mobile phone standby screen and computer desktop were all changed. It could only be said that the principle of fragrance was everywhere. After further understanding, All Season's Clear Rain became curious about Elven Nation. Therefore, he took advantage of this opportunity to buy a slot at a discount. After entering the game, Elven Nation brought him more surprises than he had imagined. Personally, he was very fond of role-playing games with open worlds. After entering the game, he was very excited just by walking around the dazzling city of Heaven's Chosen. In his heart, he couldn't wait to level up and explore a wider world. Adventuring in the ruins, hunting in the forest, being mercenaries on the battlefield with their partners, or returning to the town with their trophies under the setting sun, chatting and laughing, and finally listening to the bard's music in the tavern while drinking and chatting, just thinking about it made him excited. Oh, right. There was also the 4 times accelerated thinking. He had always thought that it was bragging, but after going online to verify it, it really made him completely excited. Level up? Hey! Cousin, don't worry, there are shortcuts in Elven Nation. Bringing people to kill monsters is the fastest way. It just so happens that the church recently released a mission to clean up the monsters in the Northwest Canyon. After the award, we will go there. Maybe we can even see Big Sister. Big Sister? Who is Big Sister? I seem to have heard a lot about her. She is a very popular NPC in Elven Nation. She is the goddess's chosen one. She is very strong, cool, and powerful. She is also very protective, especially when she is doing missions with players. That's why everyone gave her this nickname. I see. As the 3 chatted, the battle in the arena finally ended. All Season Sunny Rain took a look. The winner was a female player with the ID Jasmine Under the Moon. The audience was cheering even louder than when Ye Nai won. Who is this? She seems to be very popular? He asked curiously. Goddess Jasmine. She is a big boss in the Nature's Heart Guild. She is in the top 10 on the combat strength ranking. Her nickname is the Goddess of War. Nai explained, her eyes full of longing. Okay, let's not talk about it. We have to go and receive the award. Ye stood up from his seat. Then, he patted the dust off his butt and walked to the center of the arena with Nai. All Season Sunny Rain stretched out his finger and could not help but poke at the ground. Then, he looked at the dust on his finger and clicked his tongue in wonder. TSK, this is so realistic. He hesitated for a while and tried to put it in his mouth. The winner's prize was 2 magical equipment. A mithril longsword that was enchanted with ice mana and a magic staff that was blessed by the goddess. Ye and Nai were very excited. All Season Sunny Rain took the longsword and examined it curiously. He felt that it was heavy and had a strong metallic feel. The beautiful magical inscriptions on the sword made it even more magnificent and mysterious. Under Ye's guidance, he tried to channel the mana in his body and infuse it into the longsword. As the mana surged, under the excited and curious gaze of All Season Sunny Rain, strands of ice crystals extended along the blade of the sword and emitted a cold mist, realistic, novel, and interesting. This made 4 Seasons Fine Rain inexplicably come up with such a thought. If there really was magic in the real world, then it should be like this, right? After playing with the longsword for a while, he returned it to Ye. Let's go, it's noon. Let's have lunch and teleport to Winterfell in the afternoon. Then, we'll go to the canyon, Ye said. All Season Sunny Rain nodded slightly. Though Ye was his cousin, he was the newbie in the game. At this time, it was better to curry favor with his cousin. After the competition ended, the 3 of them followed the crowd and walked out of the arena. At the entrance of the arena, the ticketing gamer was still chatting enthusiastically with the Frost Elf. Miss Dells, what do you like to do? Music? I like that too. How about we go to a concert in Maple Leaf City next time? Miss Dells, did anyone say that you look like Lady Aurora? But I think you're prettier. Miss Dells, do you have someone you like? All Season Sunny Rain was speechless. Hearing the ingratiating voice of the ticketing gamer, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at him, and their eyes met. The ticketing gamer was slightly taken aback. All Season Sunny Rain didn't expect to meet Ye's eyes. He touched his nose and smiled in a friendly manner before retracting his gaze. He quickened his pace and walked away with Ye, chatting and laughing. The ticketing gamer was left in a daze. Good boy, so he really knows the big shots participating in the competition, in Elven Nation. Can NPCs be defeated too? After leaving the arena, All Season's Sunny Rain couldn't help but ask as he thought about the conversation he had just heard. Of course, but, in the game, we usually don't use the word conquer. Instead, we use the word pursue. Ye said as he walked. Pursue? All Season's Sunny Rain's expression was a little strange. It sounds like you're pursuing a real person. He touched his nose. Real person? Cousin, if you stay in the game long enough, you'll realize that the NPCs in the elf forest are much cuter than real people. Ye smiled. Nai cast an unfriendly gaze. Nai, you're very cute too. Ye coughed dryly. Humph. Nai crossed her arms and retracted her gaze. Under the teasing and meaningful gaze of All Season's Sunny Rain, Ye's face turned red. He coughed dryly and changed the topic. To me, the NPCs in Elf Nation aren't just NPCs. As he spoke, his gaze became warm. As a member of the elf forest, I prefer to call them clansmen or friends. You really like it here. All Season's Sunny Rain couldn't help but say. Cousin, you will sooner or later too. Ye smiled. As he spoke, he looked into the distance. On the streets, the crowd was bustling, and the players were talking and laughing. There were also NPCs mixed in, walking with the players with smiles on their faces. If one didn't specifically check their IDs, it would be impossible to distinguish between the players and the NPCs. The noon sun wasn't scorching. Instead, it was warmer, and it felt warm on the body. The winding thin clouds stuck close to the blue sky, sweeping past the birds, and the birds finally flew into the clouds. A cool breeze brushed past the trees with leaves on both sides of the road. The leaves rustled, and one after another, cute elemental fairies danced gracefully. It was beautiful and dreamy. The noise of the crowd approached from afar, faintly discernible, mixed with laughter. Accompanied by the background music that was so soft that it seemed to come from the entrance of another world, it continued to extend. It was noon, and the melodious sound of a bell slowly came from the direction of the Temple of Life. It rang again and again, startling a flock of white pigeons in the central square. Ye's smile became gentler. Such a world, who wouldn't like it? All Season's Rain's lunch was at an elven restaurant called Child of the Forest. According to Ye, this was a rare restaurant opened by an elven NPC in the city of Heaven's Chosen. It specialized in traditional elven cuisine. Obviously, the restaurant was influenced by the gamers. There were familiar cooked food and pastries on the menu, such as steamed buns, dumplings, and other desserts. All Season's Sunny Rain deliberately tasted a kind of elven food called pashala. It was a bit like the vegetable and fruit salad on the blue planet, but he could not name many of the ingredients, including the layer of thick golden juice on top that exuded an aroma like salad juice. The dish was sour, sweet, and a little salty. It had a refreshing aftertaste. To be honest, it wasn't bad. However, what he liked the most was Ye's specialty, the fairy flower tea, which was a very delicious drink. It was said to be very popular in the game. The high-quality elven floral tea could be offered as a sacrifice to the goddess to earn contribution points. Many gamers learned how to make elven floral tea and studied how to make it more delicious so that they could earn more rewards from the goddess. It took nearly an hour for them to eat their fill, but in reality, only 20 minutes had passed. The open beta of Elven Nation was usually distributed on weekends. Today was the same, so All Season's Rain was prepared to work for 2 days in the game. If his thinking speed was accelerated, it would be about a week. Thinking about the time difference, All Season's Rain was excited. Not to mention anything else, just being able to play 3 times longer than other games was already good enough. The 3 of them formed a team and used the teleport mana formation in the city of Heaven's Chosen to teleport to Winterfell, which was north of the Elven Forest. Compared to the city of Heaven's Chosen, Winterfell was simpler. The architecture of the city was made of wood and stone, and the plants were animated. It was a wonderful fantasy world. All Season's Rain noticed that many places in the city had a double-headed eagle flag. He asked curiously, and Ye explained that it was the guild flag of the First Legion. As for the First Legion, it was a large guild that was on par with the Adorable Committee. It was one of the 7 large guild organizations, and the city belonged to them. Winterfell was smaller than the city of Heaven's Chosen, and it was more deserted. But even if it was deserted, that was only in relative terms. At least, to All Seasons Clear Rain, it was still quite lively. In any case, it was much livelier than the main cities of many virtual online games. In fact, it was understandable. Although most virtual online games had many players, there were also many servers. Although the Elven Kingdom had more than 2 million players, everyone was in the same server. Fortunately, the game map was huge. Otherwise, the main city would be completely crowded during a festival. After 4 Seasons Clear Rain told him about this, Ye and Nai laughed heartily. They told him that when the Harvest Festival came, the situation he described would definitely happen in the City of Heaven's Chosen. Harvest Festival? All Seasons Clear Rain was curious. That's the elf tribe's traditional festival. It's the grandest celebration every year. By the way, there will be many beautiful elf sisters dancing the priestess dance during the festival. Ouch. Ye, who was in the midst of introducing his cousin, was kicked by Nai. Looking at the 2 underage children flirting in front of him, All Seasons Clear Rain felt like a dog with flashing lights. They didn't stay in Winterfell for long. Instead, they went to the forest outside the city. Unlike the City of Heaven's Chosen, the vegetation here was mainly coniferous. There were pine trees, cypress trees, and birch trees. The soil was black, and there was a thick layer of dead and humus. But it wasn't dry, and it was soft to step on. Most of the trees were very old, and the wrinkled bark was covered with moss. Occasionally, the chirping of birds could be heard from afar. It was a scene of a primitive forest. Perhaps it was because it was in the north, but the temperature here was much lower than the City of Heaven's Chosen. Even though he was wearing the jacket provided by his cousin, All Seasons Clear Rain still felt cold. He was surprised that the 2 youngsters didn't intend to change their attire. Aren't the 2 of you cold? All Seasons Clear Rain looked at Ye and Nai. The 2 of them smiled. We're silver professionals. We're not afraid of the cold. All Seasons Clear Rain was speechless. Are they showing off? They must be showing off, right? Following the 2 seniors, All Seasons Clear Rain walked to the northwest of the forest. There was a winding dirt path in the forest that looked like it was created by humans. This path leads to the edge of the Grand Canyon. Since the announcement of the new game and the plot, there have been more and more gamers going to the Grand Canyon, especially after the church organized the construction of the stronghold. It's said that the stronghold will be the prototype of the new city. Ye explained. As he said that, he glanced at his cousin and said with a smile, "Cousin, after we've killed the monsters, let's go there to take a look. Perhaps we can see Big Sister. Let's sleep at the stronghold tonight. Tomorrow morning, we can watch the legendary mana skills." Legendary mana skills? Yes, Big Sister. Our guild received news that she'll cast the mana skills tomorrow and build a bridge to connect the 2 sides of the Grand Canyon. The 3 of them chatted as they walked deeper into the forest. Gradually, the trees on both sides became denser and quieter. Only the rustling of insects could be heard, as well as the indistinct low growls of unknown creatures. It's a magic beast. We've entered the heart of the North Forest. Cousin, be careful. Don't stray too far from us. We might encounter a silver magic beast at any time. Also, increase your EXP gain ratio to 100%. Ye said in a low voice. He and Nai gripped their weapons at the same time, ready to fight at any time. All Seasons Clear Rain heard this and felt a chill in his heart. He leaned closer to the 2 of them, gripped the starter wooden sword in his hand tightly, and adjusted his EXP gain ratio. After walking for less than 10 minutes, they indeed encountered a magic beast. It was a brown bear that was almost 4 meters tall. Its fur was shiny, and its muscular body looked like a small mountain. Seeing this huge creature, All Seasons Clear Rain felt a sense of fear. He felt as if his body was fixed in place by something invisible, making it difficult for him to move. It was only when Ye patted him that he broke out of that strange state. What happened just now? Why can't I move? All Seasons Clear Rain typed in the chat channel with lingering fear. It's pressure. This is a silver-level giant mountain bear. Cousin, you can't withstand its pressure. Ye replied. Then, he and Nai looked at each other and nodded. Cousin, we're going. You stay here and don't move. Wait for us to beat it until it loses the ability to move, then you can finish it off and get some EXP, they whispered to all. Seasons Clear Rain. All Seasons Clear Rain nodded and obediently crouched in the bushes. Bringing newbies to kill monsters, he understood. After he hid, the two players immediately jumped out and attacked the giant bear without hesitation. The battle began instantly. All Seasons Clear Rain widened his eyes, grabbed the bushes in front of him, and looked over excitedly. The two were like dancing butterflies, surrounding the giant bear and attacking it. The brilliance of skills and colorful magic bloomed on the two of them. They circled the giant bear and left wounds on its body. The giant bear roared and pounced on them. The following battle was not as difficult as All Seasons Clear Rain had imagined. In his eyes, Ye and Nai were playing with this majestic magical beast with ease. Their movements were graceful, and their skills were cool. All Seasons Clear Rain was having fun watching them. Not long after, the giant brown bear that was more than 4 meters in size swayed slightly and fell. Cousin, come and finish it off. Ye shouted. All Seasons Clear Rain was shocked. He quickly jumped out of the bushes and flew over. He took out his simple wooden sword and used the only attack skill that the goddess had given him, Whirlwind Slash. A cool light flashed. The sword slashed down and hit the giant bear's neck. Unfortunately, it did not cause even a little damage. All Seasons Clear Rain was speechless. Sorry, I forgot to break the skin. Cousin, you can't break through the silver level defense. Ye scratched his head and took out his long sword to cut open the thick fur on the giant bear's neck. Looking at the red flesh after the fur was cut open, and smelling the strong smell of blood, All Seasons Clear Rain hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and slashed down. He had not even killed a chicken before, and now he was going to kill a bear in a game. Puff, blood splattered everywhere. The giant bear let out a painful cry, struggled for a while, and then stopped moving. Immediately after, under the surprised gaze of All Seasons Clear Rain, the giant bear's huge body emitted a faint light, then suddenly shattered into countless light particles and slowly disappeared. At the same time, he felt a warm power flowing into his limbs, and his experience began to soar. Soon, it exceeded the level threshold shown on the screen. All Seasons Clear Rain was slightly happy and quickly chose to level up. A bright light covered his body, and he felt that his 5 senses had been strengthened. At this moment, he had risen to level 2. However, this was not the end. All Seasons Clear Rain found that his experience was still full. He was excited and chose to level up. A series of lights bloomed on his body until he reached level 15, then it slowly stopped. How is it? You leveled up very quickly, right? This is a mid-silver level magical beast. Kill a few more and you'll soon reach the maximum level of iron level. After that, go to the Demon God's Maze to get a job change quota, and you'll be able to level up to silver level. Ye smiled. All Seasons Clear Rain nodded, his face full of anticipation. It felt so good to have someone to rely on. Time always passed quickly in the game. Unknowingly, dusk had arrived. The setting sun was like blood, and the forest under the setting sun had a bit more vicissitude. There were faint beastly roars coming from the depths of the forest, mysterious and depressing. The sky became darker, and the twinkling stars could be faintly seen. Dots of light rose in the forest, dancing and spinning continuously. Those were glowing fireflies. Night was coming. All Seasons Clear Rain walked beside Ye and Nai. His aura was much stronger than before. This afternoon, he had killed a total of 5 silver level magical beasts, and now he had officially stepped into the upper level of iron level, becoming a level 33 player. Let's call it a day, it's getting late. At night, there will be gold level magical beasts wandering in the forest. If we bump into them, we'll be in trouble. Let's go to the stronghold next to the canyon to rest for the night, and continue to kill monsters tomorrow to help cousin reach the maximum level of iron level. Ye said. All Seasons Clear Rain nodded gratefully. Thank you. Hey, no need to be so polite, we're all family. Ye laughed. The group continued to move towards the northwest, and when the last ray of the setting sun disappeared into the depths of the forest, they finally arrived at the outskirts of the forest. What entered his eyes was a magnificent canyon. It was like a huge scar that divided the earth into two. On the other side of the canyon was still a lush forest, faintly discernible under the moonlight. On the other side of the canyon, there was a huge construction site. The construction site was brightly lit, and there were tents set up one after another. Many of the tents had flags floating on them, and the pictures on them were different. Other than that, they could also see players coming and going, and it was very lively. This is one of the construction sites of the new city. Now, the task of building the foundation is a mission issued by the church, so all the guilds are participating. But after that, the ownership of the main city will depend on the competition between the guilds. It's a pity that the big guilds who already have their own main cities can't participate in the competition, or else our guild leader will definitely take the ownership of the main city here. If there are no accidents, the Night Watchers will win the ownership of the main city in the end. Of course, when it comes to real estate development, our guild's construction team will definitely be indispensable. The tents over there are temporary strongholds. A few of the ones flying the Black Dragon flag are from our guild. I've already informed them, and we'll stay there for the night. Let our in-game bodies sleep, and we'll also go offline to rest. It's time for lunch, and we'll come back online in 2 hours. By then, it'll be daybreak, and we'll go watch Big Sister's legendary spell together. Ye said with a smile. After saying that, he brought All Season's Sunny Rain straight to the tent that belonged to the Meng Meng committee. The tent was not big, but although it was small, it had all the essentials. After greeting the players in the guild, Ye brought his cousin to stay in the tent. As for Nai Nai, she slept in the tent of the other female players. The construction site outside the tent was still bustling with noise and excitement, as if a bonfire party was being held. The night wind blew gently, and the tent rustled. The laughter of the bonfire party was faintly discernible in the wind. All Season's Sunny Rain lay in her sleeping bag, and through the gaps in the tent, she could see the bright stars in the sky. Those stars were blinking, just like the eyes of the vault of heaven. The galaxy in the sky was very bright and very mysterious. Looking at the beautiful starry sky and listening to the laughter that was fading away, gradually, All Season's Sunny Rain fell into a deep sleep. Daily routine ended. Begging for monthly votes. Dawn slowly drew its curtains, and it was another colorful morning. When All Season's Sunny Rain opened his eyes again, it was already 2 hours later on the Blue Star. The crisp chirping of birds came from outside the tent. It felt like a lifetime ago, and he could vaguely hear the players talking. All Season's Sunny Rain sat up in his sleeping bag and stretched. He turned to look beside him. Yi Ye's sleeping bag was empty. He was most likely online. He looked at the mini-map and saw that Yi Yi was still nearby with Nai Nai. They're already so lovey-dovey early in the morning. All Season's Sunny Rain chuckled. He put on the iron-level equipment that his cousin gave him and looked at himself in front of the crystal mirror in the tent. Handsome and dashing. All Season's Sunny Rain hummed a cheerful forest tune in the background and opened the tent. The morning sun was very gentle. The fog in the forest had not dispersed, and even the construction site was covered in a light mist. On the other side of the canyon, it was like an ocean of fog. The bottom of the canyon could not be seen, and only the surging fog could be seen. It was a magnificent sight. There were many people at the construction site, even more than before All Season's Sunny Rain went offline yesterday. Not only that, but he also saw new players rushing over from the forest. On the empty ground of the stronghold, many people had even set up stalls and were hawking something. All Season's Sunny Rain looked at all of this curiously, wondering if the players were all here to see the big sister that Yi Yi mentioned. At this moment, accompanied by a few loud dragon roars, a black shadow appeared in the sky. The dragon roars attracted his attention, and he subconsciously looked toward the source of the sound. In the sky, he saw a few players riding on majestic megalosaurus, whizzing past. The megalosaurus each had a wingspan of almost 10 meters, and they were all different colors. The players on their backs were each more gorgeous than the last, and their auras were each more powerful than the last. It's Brother Moo. And Meow Big. The players at the construction site were discussing. Brother Moo, Li Moo, All Season's Sunny Rain's heart skipped a beat. He had heard of Li Moo, the streamer cum uploader, and he was very famous on the video network. But unfortunately, it was said that after he was addicted to Elven Nation, his updates were lagging. The Megalosaurus players circled above the construction site before finding an empty spot to land. After that, the players immediately surrounded him. It was very lively. All Season's Clear Rain was also very curious. However, he hesitated for a moment when he saw that the players were all equipped with excellent equipment. In the end, he did not step forward. Then, Ye and Nai came to his side and patted him. "Cousin, why are you in a daze? The president is here. Let me introduce you to him." "Guild leader?" All Season's Clear Rain was stunned. Looking at Ye, who was walking towards the descending Megalosaurus, his heart skipped a beat. Could it be Brother Mu? He guessed. However, just when 4 Seasons Blue Rain thought that his cousin would stop in front of the player with the ideally Mu, his cousin stopped in front of a female player. It was a female player who landed on a golden dragon. She was wearing a gorgeous mage outfit, and the golden dragon she was riding was the most beautiful and good-looking among all the Megalosaurus. However, she was not alone. There was a warrior with her. His level was very high, but his equipment was a little shabby. "Meow Giant. Brother Optimist." Ye greeted. The female player he called Meow Giant smiled and nodded in greeting. "Ye, you're here too?" Then, she looked at All Season's Clear Rain with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. This is my cousin. He just entered the game. I'm bringing him to level up," Ye said. After that, he introduced the two of them to All Season's Clear Rain. "Cousin, this is Meow Giant, the president of our Meng committee. His ID is Salty Meow. This is Optimist. This golden dragon is Big Brother Optimist's. Big Brother Optimist just came back from a hidden mission in another dimension. Recently, he's in the Demon God's Labyrinth team. When you're Iron Body max level, you can get on his car." As Ye introduced, the mage player named Salty Meow and the warrior player named Optimist nodded in greeting to All Season's Clear Rain. "Hello. Since you're Ye's cousin, then you're one of us. When you're Iron Body max level, you're welcome to join our guild." Little Salty Meow smiled and reached out to shake his hand enthusiastically. Elven Nation is still very complicated. It's not very friendly to newcomers. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me, especially in terms of skills. Optimist also shook his hand and said in a deep voice. "Thank you." All Season's Clear Rain replied gratefully. He could feel the kindness of the two. And their enthusiasm and friendliness also made All Season's Clear Rain's heart feel warm. He had played many virtual online games, but there weren't many that had a good game atmosphere. Most of the virtual online games were based on realism. Many of the game content had elements of screenshots, and the game environment was generally more impetuous. But Elven Nation gave him a completely different feeling. How should he put it? He felt that the players here seemed to be more united, and the bonds between people seemed to be closer. At the same time, All Season's Clear Rain also realized that the status of these two people in the game was definitely not low. This was because he could almost feel the envious gazes of the players around him. Faintly, he could also hear their whispers. "Who is this? He's connected with Meowth the first time he's online? And there's also Optimist, how lucky. He seems to be Ye's friend, no wonder, no wonder." All Season's Clear Rain was speechless. He suddenly felt that he might have underestimated his cousin's popularity in Elven Nation. After introducing themselves, Salty Meow and Ye started chatting. The other players of the Meng committee also joined in the chat. All Season's Clear Rain didn't know anything and wasn't familiar with most of the people, so he didn't join in and just listened quietly. "Meowth, why didn't Meryl bring you here today? How cool is that?" "Meryl? That guy said he wanted to bring Big Sister." "Big Sister? He's not close to Big Sister, right?" "Who knows, anyway, I feel that he's quite respectful to Big Sister. Hasn't he already become a god?" But Big Sister is the spokesperson of the goddess. The players chatted casually, and All Season's Clear Rain was getting more and more curious. "Meryl? Become a god?" Noticing his confusion, Ye explained in a low voice. "Meryl is a black dragon, a real mythical megalosaurus, so cool." right, he loves honey barbecued meat. I remember that you're quite good at cooking, cousin. Maybe you can try. Maybe you can get a few dragon scales from him. You can sell them for a lot of money. All Seasons Clear Rain nodded and remembered Meryl's name. At this time, Salty Meow and Yay started talking again. Yay, are you going to participate in the evening's exploration? Me? I'm not going. I'm going to bring cousin to the maximum level of black iron today. You can do that during the exploration. Forget it, I heard that there are more and more high-level magical beasts in the canyon. It'll be bad if we fail. Exploration, All Seasons Clear Rain was curious again. He didn't know what was going on until Nai explained it to him. There were many magical beasts in the northwest area of the elf forest, and it was an area that players rarely set foot in. As the game progressed, the levels of the magical beasts became higher and higher. Moreover, the path was difficult to traverse and there were no special rewards, so fewer people were willing to explore this area. However, it was different now. The church's chosen one, Zero, was going to build a bridge that would collapse the canyon. The location of the new city was also set here, so the exploration mission was put on the agenda. Not to mention, there were rumors that the ruins of 2 other elf cities, as well as a hidden mission, were also located on the other side of the canyon. With all these added together, a large number of players decided to explore this place after Big Sister finished building the bridge. After hearing Nai's explanation, All Seasons Clear Rain was a little embarrassed. Sorry, you guys could have explored it. Well, why don't you guys explore it first, and I'll level up on my own. When you guys are free, you can bring me along. He said. However, Yay and Nai waved their hands. It's okay, it's okay. Exploring an elf kingdom isn't that easy. It's normal to explore a new map for 10 days to half a month. It's just a day, it's okay. All Seasons Clear Rain was about to say something when a dragon's roar came from the sky. This dragon's roar was louder than the previous one, and it had a power that could penetrate people's hearts. In the next second, the whole world suddenly darkened. The surrounding players cheered, "It's Meryl and Big Sister. Meryl and Big Sister are here." After hearing the surrounding players' words, All Seasons Clear Rain looked up in the direction of the sound, and his mouth fell open. His expression was full of shock. In the sky, a terrifying black dragon with a wingspan of a few hundred meters was circling in the sky, covering the sky. The black dragon's scales shone under the sun, and its body was strong and majestic. Looking at the huge body, All Seasons Clear Rain felt a vast and heavy aura wash over him, and his whole body couldn't help but tremble. When the terrifying black dragon roared again, its body shrunk, and it retracted its aura. Only then did he return to normal. At this time, All Seasons Clear Rain realized that he was covered in cold sweat, so strong, All Seasons Clear Rain was shocked. If the monsters he killed before were like mountains, then this black dragon was like an unfathomable ocean. Was this the legend in the game? Could he reach such a level one day? All Seasons Clear Rain's heart was filled with excitement. Under the excited gazes of the players, the black dragon slowly landed on the ground. All Seasons Clear Rain saw a female elf in a black skirt lightly jump down from the dragon's back. She was an elf NPC with fair skin and a beautiful appearance. Her black hair was tied into a single ponytail, and she looked valiant and formidable. Her eyes were purplish red, magnificent and charming. And the feeling she gave All Seasons Clear Rain was like a towering iceberg, but under the iceberg, there seemed to be a raging fire. Her body was much smaller than the huge black dragon, but All Seasons Clear Rain keenly noticed that the powerful Megalosaurus seemed to be a little reserved in front of her. After seeing the female elf, the cheers of the players became even louder. Big Sister is here. Good morning, Big Sister. Big Sister, I'm your fan. Quick, look at me. Big Sister. So this was the Big Sister that the players were talking about, the Oracle, Zero. All Seasons Clear Rain's heart trembled. At this moment, he saw Zero frown slightly. She calmly glanced at the group of players who were cheering the loudest. In the next second, the players quieted down and covered their mouths, becoming well-behaved. Zero's brows relaxed as she retracted her gaze and walked toward the edge of the cliff. All Seasons Clear Rain looked at this scene in a daze, and another thought surfaced in his mind. The players seemed to be very afraid of Big Sister. It's about to begin. Ye leaned close to him and whispered. All Season's Clear Rain collected his thoughts and looked at the valiant figure. He widened his eyes as he inexplicably looked forward to the legendary spells in Elf Nation. At this moment, the construction site by the cliff was quiet. Even the black dragon Meryl, who had transformed into an elf and chatted with Salty Meow, stopped talking. Everyone's eyes were focused on the tall figure at the edge of the canyon. Zero stood at the edge of the cliff. The wind from the canyon blew her hair up, making her look even more elegant. She gently stretched out her hands as a golden light gathered on her body. Rise. All Season's Clear Rain heard her say. Her voice was ethereal. In the next moment, a surge of magic power burst forth from her body like a torrential flood. A huge amount of mana poured into the ground, and then, the entire ground suddenly trembled. Under the shocked gaze of All Season's Clear Rain, the ground cracked as saplings drilled out from the cracks. The saplings grew bigger and thicker, and in the blink of an eye, they grew into towering trees. Every single tree was at least 4 to 5 meters thick. Furthermore, they were still growing and changing. Even the number of trees was continuously increasing. Other than the trees, there were also vines that were continuously growing and twisting around the trees. However, this wasn't the end. The trunks of the giant trees continued to grow and entangled like ropes. Finally, they turned into a flat bridge that extended to the other side of the canyon that was thousands of meters away. Emerald green leaves spread out on the branches, and the branches separated and gathered on both sides of the trunk, forming a long green railing that looked like handrails. Under the shocked gazes of the players, a wooden bridge that spanned across the canyon appeared in front of them in the blink of an eye. The wooden bridge was more than 300 meters wide, and it looked like a huge arch bridge that flew across the sky. However, this arch bridge was lush and full of vitality. From the time the opponent cast the spell to the completion of the huge bridge, it only took 1 minute. So powerful. Looking at the huge wooden bridge that looked like a miracle, All Season's Clear Rain had this thought in his mind. P.S. Why does it feel like this chapter is written like a daily life? The ethereal hymn slowly sounded, and bits of golden photons fell from the sky. All Season's Sunny Rain looked up and saw that the whole world seemed to be shrouded in a golden ocean. The excited voices of the other players came from all around. Blessing! It's the goddess Blessing! Hurry up and get the buff! The goddess Blessing? Buff! All Season's Sunny Rain's heart skipped a beat. He tried to reach out and touch the golden photons. When the photons entered his body, he felt a warm power flowing through his body, and his experience points instantly increased by a lot. Then, with a soft sound from the system, a system message flashed in his vision. Ding, you've received the goddess Blessing. Effect: in the next 3 days, your stats will double, your body's recovery speed will increase by 100%, and your experience and contribution points will increase by 50%. What a powerful buff! All Season's Sunny Rain was overjoyed. The cheers of the other players came from all around. Ha ha ha! The goddess buff is here. We've been strengthened. It's time to start exploring. Charge! Under 4 Seasons Clear Rain's astonished gaze, the players cheered and crowded around each other as they dashed toward the newly formed bridge. At the same time, there was a loud dragon roar. Megalosaurus spread their wings and flew toward the other side of the canyon with their contracted companions. All of a sudden, all the players began to charge toward the other side of the canyon. All Season's Sunny Rain looked at the scene of thousands or even tens of thousands of people charging together in shock. The bridge was more than 300 meters wide, but in front of the huge number of players, it seemed a little crowded. No, wait a minute, someone fell down the canyon. Seeing some unlucky players who rushed too fast and were accidentally pushed down the cliff, and finally disappeared in the screams, All Season's Sunny Rain was dumbfounded. He didn't know why these players were so excited. Of course it's to explore the ruins. It's rumored that there are 2 remaining ruins of the main elven cities on the other side of the canyon, and they all want to find it as soon as possible. Divine weapons, ancient books, magic scrolls, and so on, they can all be found in the ruins. However, the premise is that we have to find the ruins first. In my opinion, finding ruins is purely a matter of luck. If we're lucky, we might find it in a day. If we're unlucky, we might not find it even after a few days. Ye explained to 4 Seasons Clear Rain. After saying that, he patted his cousin's shoulder and smiled. Alright, let's talk about the exploration later. Cousin, let's continue farming. 4 Seasons Clear Rain nodded. He turned around and looked at the players who were excitedly charging towards the other side of the canyon. His gaze paused on the megalosaurus that was getting further and further away as if he wanted to remember this scene. Looking at the players who were laughing, running, and jumping, his eyes were filled with envy and yearning. One day, I'll be one of them, won't I? All Seasons Clear Rain thought. With a smile, he turned around and followed Ye into the forest. Let's level up first. He couldn't wait to start his adventure. All Seasons Clear Rain once again began his leveling journey. There were many new players like him in the elf forest. He was considered lucky to be able to have someone to guide him from the beginning and walk on the fast track of leveling up. Other than some RMB players who were not short of money, more new players were still doing missions to level up. They were also helping the elf NPCs clean toilets, running errands for the priests, and other trivial things to earn experience and contribution points. Of course, even so, everyone was still enjoying themselves. Perhaps having someone to guide them could level up faster, but doing missions could increase their personal reputation. Although the leveling speed was a little slower, dealing with NPCs was also interesting. The entire elf forest was filled with a vigorous vitality. On the other side, Eve, who had used her avatar to cast a legendary spell to communicate with the canyon, also returned to her kingdom of God. Sitting on her divine throne, Eve picked up the elven flower tea that the elemental fairy respectfully handed to her and took a sip. Then, she pulled up the player's vision in the direction of the canyon. On the screen, a large number of players had already poured into the forest north of the canyon. They formed teams and officially began their exploration. Eve nodded with satisfaction. With the buff, it should be more convenient for them to explore, she said with a smile. The news of the ruins of the 2 elven cities had been released, and the rest was up to the players. Anyway, if there were any gains, Eve, who was always paying attention, would naturally be the first to know. On the other side, the preparation for the opening of the plain channel in the Mindel Plain was almost done. However, Eve did not plan to do it directly for the official opening of the plain channel. Instead, she planned to let the players do it. With the clone of the Tree of Life, Mindel had already prepared the energy to open the channel. All that was left was for the world of Seekers to carve the magic circle and activate the closed plain channel. The players could do this on their own. Eve did not need to do it personally. When the time came, she only needed to issue a mission, and the players would naturally rush to do it. At the same time, it could also increase the players' cohesion and sense of participation. The 1 million slots were distributed, and the silver rank was completely opened. Eve's divine power was suddenly greatly consumed. Fortunately, she was already a great divine power and could completely support it. However, it had only been half a month since the end of the War of Gods. Even if Eve had opened the level limit in advance, there was still not a single player who had stepped into the gold rank. Not to mention the gold rank, there was still no one at the peak of the silver upper level. The fastest advancement, Boxed Lunch, was only at level 67. This was because he had participated in the battle in the Nirvana Wasteland, where the flow of time was even more exaggerated. Fortunately, Eve was not in a hurry. It had only been half a month. Promotion was something that became more and more difficult as one's level increased. Even with the war sacrifice, even if the player's physical potential was the strongest, it was still the same. Their advancement speed was already quite terrifying for the natives. In comparison, the Black Iron level was much faster than before. Among the 1 million new players, there would probably be the first batch of Black Iron players who had reached the Black Iron level, and one after another, there would definitely be more and more of them who had reached the Black Iron level. Coupled with the advancement slots for the silver upper level, perhaps, the bosses in the Demon God's Maze would be busy again. In half a month, most of the demons in the Maple Moon Free Territory had been cleared. There were still some wandering demons that were no longer a big problem, and there were wandering players who would find and deal with them. On the other hand, the remaining demons of the Holy Mania Empire used the southern border as a stronghold and relied on a few abyssal mother lairs to survive. They were even trying to reopen the plain door to the abyss. Of course, Eve would not let them succeed. Although she did not directly intervene, she was secretly watching. If there was a crisis that the players could not deal with, she would not hesitate to intervene. The war in the fertile plains was destined to continue for a while. Many guilds had sent out teams to fight the demons, but there were no more battles like the previous million players. In the Nirvana wasteland, the war had begun again. Eve sent out the gold dragon Mars, the silver dragon Mercury, and Venus. She also recruited more than 30,000 players and began the counterattack. Although it was only 30,000 players, it seemed very little. However, the previous War of the Gods had caused the abyssal mythical creatures to either escape or die. Now, there was no high-end combat power in the Nirvana wasteland. Although there were many demons and monsters left, they were leaderless. When faced with the three mythical creatures led by the Megalosaurus, they had no chance of winning. In addition, those who participated in the war in the Nirvana wasteland were all elites of the players, which undoubtedly increased the chances of winning. Eve still remembered the scene when the war in the Nirvana wasteland restarted, and the scene of the players rushing to sign up. Thinking about it, after the new level was released, everyone had a need for experience points. At this time, the fastest way to level up was to kill monsters. In the Nirvana wasteland, not only were there many demons, but the flow of time was also faster, which naturally allowed the players to level up more efficiently. So, naturally, it was popular. The war in the Nirvana wasteland was relatively smooth, but the plan to intervene in the War of the Gods and Demons in the first level of Hell ran into some trouble. It was a little awkward. After Eve decided to send troops, she realized that the world of Seekers did not have a plain passage directly to the first level of Hell. Even the plain passage to the subsidiary plane was destroyed. Although Azazel could summon demons from the first level of Hell, he could not send people over. This made Eve's idea of sending the players directly to the first level of Hell go down the drain. This method would not work. After thinking about it, Eve decided to use the method of the God's army to parachute the players into the abyss. In other words, it was to open a temporary passage above the abyss to transport the players, and then send demigods to envelop the players with divine power to enter the abyss. This was also the method of the God's army of petitioners. The advantage was that it was simple and crude, but the disadvantage was that it took a long time to prepare, and it was very powerful. Moreover, it could only descend to the border of Hell. Eve prepared for half a month, and it was only today that the preparations were complete. Fortunately, although the first level of Hell was in chaos, perhaps because of the setback in the world of Seekers, the Abyss demon gods poured resources into the first level of Hell. The army of the demon gods and the army of the gods' army of petitioners gradually reached a stalemate. These things were what Eve heard from Azazel's newly summoned demons. Thinking of this, Eve stretched out her hand and tapped the air. Divine power transformed into a complicated map. That was the map of the first level of Hell, which Azazel had given to her. The first level of Hell was about the same size as the world of Seekers. However, the water area of the world of Seekers accounted for nearly half of the world of Seekers, and the first level of Hell had no water area. Therefore, on the whole, the explorable area of the first level of Hell was larger than that of the world of Seekers. And the hidden location of the core of the area that Azazel had marked was located in the center of the entire plane, inside an inconspicuous volcano. Judging from the battle situation, it was temporarily safe. The God's army had not attacked yet. However, Azazel expressed that he was worried that the other demon gods would take the opportunity to stab him in the back, find the core of his hell, and then devour it. The edge of the world, Eve looked at the map and did some calculations in her soul. If they went to the nearest place, after the players arrived, they would not be able to reach their destination without a month or two with their walking strength. That was not to mention whether they could resist the pollution. After all, the closer the plane of Hell was to the center, the stronger the power of the abyss. Of course, Eve did not intend to rely only on the players. She planned to hide among the players and travel together. When the time came, she would still be the one to find the core of Hell. The players were just a cover. It was not that Eve had not considered going alone. It was just that, the plane of Hell was special. In that place full of the power of the abyss, one could only walk with the illumination of divine power. In other words, walking in the abyss, a true god was like a big light bulb in the night, incomparably eye-catching. Even if it was Eve. That was also why Eve wanted to hide among the players. With the players, she could openly use her divine power to illuminate the world. She could glorify it by saying that she was blessing the players and opening the way. While she hid among them, she would not be so conspicuous. At that time, under the banner of supporting the gods, the players would march all the way to their destination. Then, Eve would secretly take action and find the core of hell. It was simple and crude, but very effective. However, the problem of the plan being exposed was also very obvious. If we do this, it will take at least 1 or 2 months. Not to mention that this time is too long. Moreover, going to the destination as soon as we arrive is too eye-catching in the dark world of hell. The risk is relatively high. Eve shook her head. This was the stupidest way. She was not very satisfied. And just as Eve was thinking about how to send the players, she suddenly had a thought and looked outside the kingdom of God. Eve frowned slightly. Someone came to visit again? Another chain reaction after being promoted to a great divine power was that these days, true gods sent messengers to visit Eve one after another. Most of them were demigods or legends. Among them were the human god system and the god of war god system. However, Eve did not meet most of the messengers. Instead, she sent the fairy queen, Fennel, to send them away directly. She also announced that she had exhausted herself in the battle of the gods and was recuperating. Among all the messengers, Eve only met the messenger of the dwarf and god of forging, Dolph. She communicated with him once and passed Samuel's magic spear to Dolph, asking him to purify and modify it. It was worth mentioning that Dolph did not ask for Eve's reward. Instead, he said that he would treat it as a gift for Eve to celebrate her promotion. Eve could understand what he meant. This was a gesture of goodwill, so she accepted it graciously. But this time, which legend's messenger came again, Eve frowned slightly. However, just as she was about to send Fennel out again and send the messenger away with the same reason, she suddenly had a thought. This aura, is it the mysterious legend that I sensed on the day of the battle of the gods? Eve pondered for a moment and stood up from the throne. Her body flashed and disappeared from the temple. Maple Moon Free Territory, Zerolon. The city's docks were as lively as ever. Ships of all sizes were moored at the port, and people were coming and going. Perhaps it was because the Abyss army was repelled, which made people see the strength of the Church of Life. Or perhaps it was because there were rumors all over the world that the Goddess of Life had shown her power to hunt down evil gods, which made the mortals who had suffered from the war between gods and devils see hope. Recently, more and more people had abandoned their original beliefs and converted to the Church of Life, migrating to Maple Moon Free Territory. The Church of Life in the city was full every day, and the streets were full of elves preaching to people. Feeling the enthusiasm of the elves, the refugees who had just entered the city were flattered. Under a series of messages, they gratefully accepted the heavy scripture of life and kept worshipping in the direction of the Church of Life, vowing to dedicate their lives to the great goddess of life, Eve. On the streets of Zerolon, a handsome bard, wearing a felt hat and holding a harp behind his back, was curiously looking at everything in the city. He strolled in the crowd, his eyes deep in vicissitudes of life, as if he was a wise man who had experienced a long time. Interesting, looking at the vigorous and jumping elves who occasionally skimmed over the houses, his expression showed a trace of interest. He withdrew his gaze from the coming and going crowd and walked toward the Church of Life. There were many people on the streets, but every time someone approached him, they would unconsciously make way for him, and the newcomer who made way didn't notice. The bard was standing there, but no one was aware of his presence. Only some elves noticed his existence. They turned their heads in the crowd, frowned slightly at him, and whispered something to their companions. Faintly, he also heard words such as not a faction NPC and unregistered. Not affected by the mental suggestion? A trace of surprise flashed in the bard's eyes. After a while, the number of elves in the crowd increased significantly, and even the equipment on them became more and more sophisticated. Under the bard's somewhat surprised gaze, the elves suddenly jumped out, took out their weapons, and surrounded him. Stop. Who the hell are you? The elf said vigilantly and seriously. The bard's expression was even more surprised. At this moment, he heard the elf say again. He must be a spy from the Eternal Church. I've been seeing him in the city recently. Capture him first and throw him to Demacia for interrogation. Then, he'll tell us everything. After that, they looked at each other and nodded. They took out ropes and swarmed forward, ready to tie up the bard. The bard narrowed his eyes and suddenly disappeared, causing the elves to miss their target. Eh? Where is he? Their expressions were bewildered. At this moment, someone looked around and his eyes suddenly lit up. Look! Over there! Damn, teleportation? Why did you run so far? It's not an ordinary person. I'm afraid it's an NPC with a higher level. Quick, go to the shrine and invite a high-tier NPC. There was a commotion among the elves, and they split into two groups. Some returned to the temple, while others continued to chase after the bards. At the same time, more and more elves began to rush over from all directions. The bard even saw some elves jumping on the buildings on both sides of the road. Suddenly, as if they had received some kind of order, they pulled out their weapons and turned around to attack him. Soon, the elves blocked him in the alley again. Stop. You've been surrounded. Put your hands up. Ah no. Put your hands on your head and squat down. The elf said fiercely. Looking at these elves with different appearances and serious expressions, the bard's expression was even more surprised. He smiled and seemed to find it quite amusing. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared again. Disappeared. Disappeared? Could it be a bug? What the hell? Pouncing on nothing again, the elves widened their eyes and were dumbfounded. In the next second, the bard's figure appeared in another street in the city. Thinking of the puzzled expressions of the elves just now, he could not help but laugh. But at this moment, an ethereal and pleasant voice suddenly came from behind him. You seem to be having a lot of fun? The bard was startled and almost jumped up from the ground. He turned his head vigilantly and saw a tall female elf appear behind him. She was wearing an ordinary elven robe, and even her appearance was ordinary. However, when she stood there, she gave off a noble and mysterious feeling. Especially that pair of sapphire-like eyes. They were very clear, but they also had a different kind of depth, as if they could see through everything in the world. At this moment, the bard saw the elves chasing him behind her. However, under his somewhat surprised gaze, these elves acted as if they did not see the two of them and walked straight past them, muttering as they walked. Strange? Where did they go? After a while, only he and the female elf were left. The bard's heart moved, and he had already guessed the identity of the other party. His expression became serious, and he put his right hand in front of him and made an ancient salute. Guardian Surtel greets Her Majesty Eve, the goddess of life. I've been asleep for a long time and have just woken up. I don't know much about the current world of Seekers, so I've offended you for a moment, please forgive me. As he guessed, the female elf was none other than Eve. However, it was an incarnation that Eve had casually created. Guardian, Eve's heart moved slightly. In the world of Seekers, there was only one kind of existence that called themselves guardians. That was the ancient gods who refused to accept the belief system and took it as their duty to protect the world. And in Eve's perception, the other party's aura also matched one of the ancient auras she sensed that day. Obviously, this existence named Surtel was the incarnation of one of the ancient gods that had awakened in the world of Seekers. Unfortunately, the inheritance of the world tree lacked ancient memories, and Eve did not find any information about the name Surtel. Eve's heart was filled with thoughts. Surtel continued with a smile. Of course, you can also call us ancient gods. As expected, Eve nodded secretly. She also returned the salute and said, Hello, Her Majesty. Greetings, Your Majesty Surtel. Welcome to the Maple Moon Free Territory. After that, she looked at a certain place on the street and said, There's a tavern in Rosella. There is a tavern opened by Elsa Zaloran. The elven flower tea there tastes pretty good. Would you like to have a cup? Elven flower tea? Surtel raised an eyebrow. He touched his chin and smiled. Sounds good. I've always been quite interested in mortal food. The two mythics sat down in a private room in the tavern. The half-elf waiter served the elven flower tea. Surtel picked up the cup and sipped it gently. He looked at the bustling street outside through the window of the private room and sighed. After so many years, I didn't expect the civilization on the continent to have undergone earth-shaking changes. I vaguely remember that before I fell asleep, the elves were still the rulers of the continent. I didn't expect that after I woke up, even the Pantheon Temple had changed owners. Now, there are fewer and fewer familiar existences. Then, he looked at Eve and said respectfully, "I'm sorry. Your Highness Eve, thank you for standing up when the abyss invaded. After we woke up, we heard about your deeds from all over the continent. This is a gift we prepared to thank you for fighting against the abyss." After that, he took out a ball of light that was constantly flickering with dense light. The ball of light was bright red and constantly pulsated as if it had a life of its own. Fire elemental heart. Eve's heart skipped a beat. The elemental heart, as the name implied, was some kind of core composed of elemental power. It contained rich laws and was quite precious. Every elemental heart could evolve into a demigod-level elemental creature in the future. For a true god, the elemental heart could not only be used to hatch demigod oracles that were more powerful than ordinary demigods, but it could also be used as a precious material to forge divine artifacts. Unfortunately, the birth of the elemental heart was extremely difficult. It was not easy to find even for a true god. It was worth mentioning that one of the 3 true god artifacts of the former world tree, the origin of elements, contained the 6 elemental hearts. Feeling the goodwill released by the other party, Eve smiled slightly. "Thank you, but, as a righteous god, fighting against evil is my duty. I don't need to prepare a thank you gift for this. Then you can treat it as a congratulatory gift to celebrate your advancement. It's an exciting thing to have a righteous great divine power appear." Sertal smiled. Facing the other party's sincere gaze, Eve hesitated for a moment. In the end, she kept the fire elemental heart. Then, she pondered for a moment. With a flash of light in her hand, a golden crystal appeared, shining brightly. "This is," Sertal's gaze revealed a hint of surprise. Eve said gently, "This is a divine power crystal that I condensed with the divine power of life. It contains rich laws of life. I can feel that your aura seems to be unstable. Perhaps it can help you recover your state as soon as possible." Hearing her words, Sertal's eyes widened. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes. Unlike all true gods of faith that were rooted in faith, ancient gods were first and foremost a type of extraordinary life form. They had the body of an ancient god that the true gods did not have. For the ancient gods who had recovered, the laws of life could indeed help them quickly recover their vitality. Sertal hesitated for a moment. In the end, he could not resist the temptation of recovering his state. He took it with some embarrassment and sighed. "To be honest, this is indeed very helpful to us. I'll be thick-skinned and accept it. We will remember your kindness." Eve smiled and said, "It's nothing." Sertal seemed to be quite happy to receive the divine power of life crystal from Eve. The 2 mythical legends sat in the tavern and gradually chatted. Sertal kept asking Eve about the current situation of the Surg's world, and Eve also heard a lot of ancient secrets from the other party. Each of them had their own gains. Sertal seemed to be quite interested in the players and the elves. He asked Eve a lot of questions, and Eve chose to answer some of them. "So they are your kin. I was wondering why they were immune to mental cues. It seems that you're secretly protecting them." Sertal was suddenly enlightened. The 2 myths kept chatting and seemed to have a lot of chemistry. However, no one knew whether Sertal did it intentionally or not. They did not talk about the world tree, nor did they talk about the divine war 1,000 years ago. It was not until the sun gradually set in the west that the ancient god who called himself the Guardian stopped talking. At this moment, he looked at Eve with a friendlier gaze. Night fell. Thousands of lights were lit up in Zaloran. Sertal stood up from his seat and said enthusiastically, "Your Holiness Eve, it's a pleasure to meet you. I came here because I wanted to see the famous goddess of life on the continent. Now that I've met you and given you a gift from the ancient gods, it's time for me to leave. You're too kind. I also sensed your aura during the divine war. Even if you didn't come, perhaps I would have visited you in the future." Eve also smiled. "Ha ha ha ha," Sertal laughed. The 2 myths chatted for a while more before Sertal bid farewell and left. Eve slowly withdrew her gaze until his aura completely disappeared from the range of her faith. She raised her eyebrows slightly. "So, This ancient god's avatar came to visit just to give her a gift and get to know her, nothing else, east of the continent of Seekers, northwest of the Sea of Sunrise. This was a small continent the size of the fertile plains. It was separated from the continent of Seekers by the stormy strait. On the continent, there were lofty mountains and lush vegetation. It was full of vitality. Between the hills and plains, there were some scattered villages. Some intelligent creatures of different forms were working in the fields. Many of them were legendary creatures that had gone extinct in the continent of Seekers. There were even some giants over 30 meters tall. They were actually the titans that had disappeared from the world of Seekers. In the center of the small continent, there was a continuous mountain range. There were many ancient shrines standing tall. Suddenly, there was a flash of light. A giant burning with flames appeared in front of the largest shrine. Seeing the fire giant, the rock golems guarding both sides of the temple bowed respectfully. Your Holiness Sertal. This fire giant turned out to be the ancient god Sertal who had returned from the Maple Moon Free Territory. Sertal nodded slightly and walked into the shrine. There was an altar in the center of the shrine. On the altar, there was an ancient oil lamp. Your Holiness Guy, I'm back. Sertal bowed respectfully to the oil lamp. The next moment, the oil lamp bloomed with a radiant light. A pale blue light rose from the oil lamp and transformed into a majestic blurry giant face. Sertal. A deep and weathered voice sounded in the shrine. How was it? Did you see the goddess of life? Sertal nodded. Your Holiness Guy, I saw her. Is she Uchtr? The mysterious existence named Guy asked again. Is he Uchtr? The giant illusory face in the temple asked slowly. Sertal was silent for a while and shook his head. I don't know. Facing the inquisitive gaze of the giant illusory face, the fire giant Sertal thought for a moment and continued. I saw his statue, which is exactly the same as Uchtr. He's very strong. Although I only saw his incarnation, I could feel an obvious pressure from him. It's the pressure of the law that can only be achieved when one's control of the power of the law has reached a certain level. I did some research. He first appeared 5 years ago. At that time, the seal of the world of Seekers began to loosen. He became a great divine power in 5 years. Even if the speed of promotion of a true god is faster than that of an ancient god, it's still too exaggerated. From this point of view, it's very likely that he's the revived Uchtr. But on the other hand, I sneaked into the pseudo-pantheon, and the throne of Uchtr was not lit. In addition, the followers who are loyal to him have undergone tremendous changes. I even took a look at his scripture of life. Except for some core doctrines, it's completely different from the doctrines of Uchtr in my memory. The goddess of life has many followers. It's obvious that his main power comes from the source of belief. However, the most taboo of a revived god is to change the doctrines. From this point of view, he's not like Uchtr anymore. Instead, he's like an inheritor who has inherited the divinity and priesthood. It's a pity that I didn't go to the elven forest to explore. Hearing Sertal's words, the illusory giant said, the pantheon of the pantheon is omnipotent. The pantheon's divine throne isn't omnipotent. The gods may not know this, but as an ancient god, I do. Speaking of which, it's just a tool used by His Majesty Neo to consolidate his rule. There's no need to go to the elven forest to explore. If he's really Uchtr, he must have been fully prepared to hide his identity. The world tree. That's an existence that can create a different dimension and hide. It's not difficult for Uchtr to hide his body and create a fake tree in the original place. Sertal's heart skipped a beat. So you mean that he's Uchtr? The ancient god named Guy sighed. At the very least, it's very likely that. As he spoke, he chuckled again. I'm afraid that those who betrayed him have also thought of this. Otherwise, the birth of a great divine power, and the protection of the most important plane of origin, why? Didn't they send down their true god incarnations to visit him personally? I've been paying attention to the world's crystal wall these days. Apart from the war god sending down a demigod, the eternal dominator didn't even send down an oracle. Sertal frowned. Do you mean that the gods of faith are going to target him again? The ancient god Guai sneered. They're just a bunch of hypocrites. They're fighting the abyss right now, and they haven't even pierced through the last layer of paper window. Now that they're busy, they might turn a blind eye. As he spoke, he sighed softly. But after the war, I'm afraid the world of seekers won't be peaceful again. Even if he is not necessarily Xianxia? Story asked. The giant face glanced at him and said, even if there's a slight possibility, for some beings, they'll definitely be determined to nip the danger in the bud. Story opened his mouth and fell into silence. He asked, Your Holiness Guy, if it's really him, and he's really going to war with the gods of faith again, what should we do? We couldn't participate last time, then, what about this time? This time, it was the giant illusory face's turn to be silent. It wasn't until a long time later that he sighed deeply. We're just pitiful creatures abandoned by the world. If it's really him in the past, if he comes back with his former thoughts, it's just another reincarnation, and it might even accelerate our destruction. It's meaningless. Although Idio is hypocritical, shameless, and narrow-minded, he ultimately represents another path, even if that path has little hope. Understanding the meaning of the giant illusory face, Story opened his mouth and was speechless for a moment. After a while, he said, Your Holiness Guy, although I've only chatted with him for a while, I quite like him. He's not at all as pedantic as the Xianxia I know. If it's really him, then he's definitely different from before. I think, maybe he'll bring about change, who knows? This is just my attitude. I don't have the energy to gamble anymore. But, you and I are not subordinates. If that day really comes, I won't interfere with your choice and everyone else's choice. The giant illusory face sighed and seemed to have aged a lot. Story lowered his head and was speechless for a moment. It wasn't until after a while that he raised his head again and took out the golden divine crystal of life. By the way, Your Holiness Guy, this is a gift from the goddess of life to us. It's rich in the law of life and should be very helpful for your injury. As he spoke, he presented the golden crystal to him. The giant illusory face glanced at the crystal with a complicated gaze. He sighed and said, Put it away quickly. Hurry up and put it away. You guys need it more than I do. Your Holiness Guy, Story had a worried look on his face. The giant illusory face smiled and said, I know my own condition. I know my own condition. It's just a crystallization of the divine power of life, it won't have much effect on me. This is a punishment left behind by His Holiness Neo, and only a greater divine power can lift it. Not to mention, I don't have the right to use it. He mocked himself. Then, he glanced at Story again. However, it might be able to help him stabilize his condition. He has worked too hard during our slumber. With that, the giant illusory face looked at the hillside outside the temple. There, a cyclops was sitting on a large rock, his head lowered as he cut something. There was a faint warmth on his honest face. It was a titan. In addition, it's time to tell him about the goddess of life. I'm the master of the utopia after all. I can't let the utopia suffer the baptism of war. So, about him the giant illusory face looked at Story with a deep gaze. Sir Tel forced a smile. I understand. With that, he scratched his head again. However, I'm afraid I won't be able to convince him. Do your best. I'm tired and need to rest. The giant illusory face said tiredly. With that, the light blue light slowly dissipated and retracted back into the oil lamp. Story scratched his head, sighed, and walked out of the temple. When he reached the bottom of the hillside, he shouted, Imhurtle. Hearing his voice, the titan on the hillside put away the thing in his hand and looked down. After seeing Story, he revealed a hint of joy in his single eye and smiled. Honestly. Your Holiness Story. Your Holiness. As Your Holiness shouted, the titan patted his butt, stood up, and came in front of Story. Looking at the titan who was taller than he, Story frowned. You're too tall. Imhurtle scratched his head in embarrassment. Light flashed on his body, and he quickly shrank to the same size as Story. You. Why are you looking for me? He asked respectfully. Story took out the crystallization of the divine power of life and handed half of it to you. Have this. This is a gift from the goddess of life. It can help you stabilize your state and prevent your fall from mythical level. It's been hard on you for the past 1,000 years. With that said, he glanced at the hand behind Story and raised his eyebrows. What were you doing just now? No, nothing, the Titan, Imhurtle, hurriedly put his hand behind Story with a shy expression. However, Story had sharp eyes and cheated by using the power of his soul. Soon, he saw that Imhurtle was hiding a human-shaped sculpture. It was a lifelike sculpture of a female, with pointed ears and a beautiful appearance, wearing a divine dress. If the players saw it, they would be surprised to find that it was the statue of the goddess. Story raised his eyebrows and did not expose Imhurtle. Instead, he sighed and patted Story on the shoulder. Imhurtle, the goddess of life has been promoted to a great divine power, and the crisis of the elves has been resolved. It's time to tell Diana this news. You don't have to go to the continent every year to look for elves anymore. Hearing Story's words, the Titan's expression changed slightly. He hesitated for a moment, lowered his head, and fell into silence. Looking at his dejected expression and thinking about what the huge illusory face had just said, Story's expression was complicated. He let out a long sigh and said, "Forget it. Forget it. I won't say that I want you to do anything, but Diana has the right to know what happened in the Cirque's world. You can't help others make choices. Not to mention, the elf's hometown is ultimately the elven forest." With that said, Story glanced at him and said, "It's the same for Diana. It's the same for Diana, not to mention that she's just your guest, not a canary in a cage." After patting the Titan's shoulder, Story turned and left. Imhurtle's expression changed for a moment. Finally, he clenched his fists and lowered his head. Looking at the crystallization of the divine power of life in his hand, he hesitated for a moment before putting it away. Then, he walked toward the back of the temples. There was a cave behind the temples. Imhurtle came to the end of the cave and stood in front of a quaint boulder. The boulder was engraved with complicated magic patterns and ancient words. It was extremely mysterious. Imhurtle stood in front of the boulder and muttered something. Following his incantation, the patterns and words on the boulder gradually lit up, emitting a dazzling radiance. Faint spatial fluctuations could be felt, and the boulder hummed. Then, a constantly rotating spatial door slowly appeared in the cave. Looking at the spatial door that was shimmering with dense light, a hint of a smile flashed across the Titan's eyes. He tidied up his appearance, and with a leap, he jumped in. His vision changed, and the Titan Imhurtle appeared in a forest. This was an extremely lush forest, comparable to the elven forest. It was just that the size of the forest was not large. The Titan quickly passed through the forest and came to a field. On the field, there were all kinds of strange plants. A small town built with white boulders was hidden among them, faintly in the style of the elves. From time to time, one could see petite figures playing in the flowers or outside the town, giggling innocently and blissfully. They were actually young elves. Further away, elves with different hair colors were working in the fields and villages. Every one of them had a blissful smile on their faces. Moving music came from the direction of the town. It was the elves playing musical instruments, soothing and pleasant to the ears. Imhurtle's vision stopped at the town in the distance, and he smiled warmly. His body shrunk once again, and he walked towards the town. Seeing him, the elves stopped what they were doing and stood up to salute him. They were very respectful and grateful. "Your Holiness Imhurtle." Imhurtle smiled and nodded. Innocently, indicating for everyone to continue with their work while he walked in a certain direction. Finally, he stopped in front of a temple. The temple was very majestic and magnificent, decorated with a tree-shaped symbol. Imhurtle walked in and came to the main hall. In the main hall, a holy and elegant statue of a goddess was enshrined. In front of the statue, there was a beautiful elf praying softly. She was wearing a holy elven priestess dress. Her silver hair shone brightly, and her appearance was exquisite and beautiful. If Eve was here, she would realize that this was the missing demigod of the elves, Moonlight Queen Diana. However, her eyes were covered with a white cloth, and her figure was somewhat illusory. Hearing the commotion behind her, the elf stopped praying and slowly turned around. "Your Holiness Imhurtle?" Her voice was gentle and pleasant to the ears. Imhurtle smiled innocently, his eyes full of admiration. He took out a carved statue from his bosom and handed it to the elf. She stammered. He stammered, "D. Diana, present, happy birthday. The elf was startled and took the statue. She stroked it for a while and nodded gently. Her voice was gentle. Thank you, Your Holiness Imhurdle. Imhurdle's smile became even brighter. He took out the half-piece of golden crystal from his bosom and handed it to the elf. Diana, your body, can be saved. Touching the golden crystal, Diana's smile instantly froze on her face. She suddenly grabbed Imhurdle's hands excitedly. Under Imhurdle's nervous and helpless gaze, her whole body trembled as she asked excitedly, Your Holiness Imhurdle. This thing, where did you get it? With Diana grabbing his hands, Imhurdle's face flushed red. He stammered, not knowing how to answer for a moment. Diana quickly calmed down. She let go of her hands and sighed softly. Sorry. I was too agitated. As she spoke, Diana stroked the golden crystal. Her voice gradually became sorrowful. Divine power of life, this is a divine power crystal that can only be condensed by a god who has mastered the law of life. Diana raised her head and looked in Imhurdle's direction. She asked in a trembling voice, Your Holiness Imhurdle, has Her Holiness the Mother Goddess awakened? Or, has a new god of life appeared on the continent? Imhurdle fell silent upon hearing Diana's words. Looking at her sorrowful yet hopeful expression, Imhurdle's gaze was filled with complex emotions. His expression also gradually became dejected along with the elf. No, Imhurdle shook his head. No. I don't know. This is what His Holiness Sertal gave to me. Diana was slightly startled and slowly lowered her head. I see, it was unknown whether his voice was filled with disappointment or relief. He held the golden crystal tightly and muttered to himself, His Holiness is the God of life. His Holiness Sertal is the ancient god of fire. Perhaps, this is what he once asked Her Holiness the Mother Goddess for. As he spoke, he pushed the golden crystal to the Titan. Your Holiness Imhurdle, thank you for everything you have done for the elves. However, you need it more than I do. I still have half, this, you can keep this. Imhurdle stammered. As he spoke, he stuffed the golden crystal into Diana's arms. Then, he hurriedly stood up and left as if he was fleeing. Diana held the half of the divine power of life crystal in a daze. She was silent for a moment and sighed deeply. After putting away the crystal, Diana turned around and carefully placed the new statue that Imhurdle had given her on a shelf at the side of the temple. There were already countless statues of goddesses of various sizes placed there. Then, she knelt in front of the statue of the goddess in the temple again and prayed in a low voice. However, his voice was no longer as calm as before. Imhurdle stood far away outside the temple. He clenched his fists slightly as he listened to Diana's sorrowful prayers from time to time. A moment later, he turned and left. After leaving this world, Imhurdle once again returned to the cave. Beside the planar gate, the fire giant Sertal leaned against a large rock and waited with his arms crossed. Lord Sertal. Imtel stammered a salute. Sertal turned around and looked at him with a complicated gaze. Why not tell him everything? He questioned in a deep voice. Imtel was silent. For a moment, then said, That's right. The goddess of life. She might not necessarily be the world tree. His Holiness Guai said that the goddess of life is very likely to be the mother of all gods, not to mention that even if she isn't, she is still the protector of the elves. Story said. Hearing his words, Imhurdle was a little disappointed. The Titan was silent for a long time. He said in a low voice, If he knows. He will leave this place. There is no place in the world that is safer than here. Sertal was slightly startled. He let out a long sigh and shook his head. You are wrong. No one can make decisions for others. She is not an ordinary elf, and she did not take the oath of a guardian. She is the Moonlight Queen, a demigod of the elves. Hearing his words, Imhurdle suddenly raised his head and straightened his neck. Then you and His Holiness Guai are right? The Titan's face flushed red. He seemed a little agitated. Is it right to run away from everything? Is it right to cast everything aside? Is it right, to ignore everything? At the end of his sentence, Imhurdle was almost roaring in anger. Sertel frowned. As if he had been poked in a sore spot, his gaze instantly became a little gloomy. Surging divine power bloomed from his body. In an instant, the entire cave seemed to have sunk into a sea of fire. However, the Titan still straightened his back and looked at him with red eyes. You. Are you really doing this for him? There was a tremor in his voice. Sertel's breath stagnated slightly. Looking at the Titan's red eyes, the fire giant suddenly deflated. He withdrew his power and let out a long sigh. Sertel, from the moment you became a guardian, you should understand that you are no longer the demigod who can do anything you want. As he spoke, he looked out of the cave, at the lush plains far away from the mountains, and at the villages scattered all over the place. His gaze became deep in an instant. In His Holiness Neo's prophecy, there are 6 seekers in total, and each era is shorter than the last. Now, more than 1,000 years have passed since the 6th eternal era. No one knows when the era of seekers will restart. We must preserve the last spark, what we guard as the future, and also hope. We are the key to unlocking this nightmarish cycle of reincarnation. For this, we must completely cut off the dispute on seekers. Hearing the fire giant's words, Imhurdle lowered his head. He loosened his fist slightly and stopped talking. Instead, he walked out of the cave with his head lowered. Where are you going? Sertel asked as he looked at the figure's back. Imhurdle paused for a moment and said in a muffled voice, Seekers, continent. Sertel was stunned. He looked at the Titan with a complicated gaze. I said, you don't need to look for elves anymore. The Titan did not answer. Sertel sighed and stuffed the other half of the divine power crystal to him. Take this, no need. Imhurdle shook his head and walked out of the cave. Sertel was stunned. His hand froze in midair. The Titan's figure gradually disappeared. He looked at the divine power crystal in his hand and sighed softly. Turning around, Sertel looked at the constantly rotating dimension door. He hesitated for a moment and reached out his hand. However, just as he was about to touch the door of the plane, the door of light shot out bolts of purple lightning. With the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, it directly knocked his hand back. The next second, the entire dimension door slowly closed. It still doesn't work, Sertel was a little disappointed. He clenched his fists and muttered unwillingly, His Holiness Guy, is the goddess of life, really unable to bring about change? Angry roars flashed in the palace, causing waves of exclamations. The players' bodies flickered with various magic buffs. They kept moving around, surrounding the demon god who was more than 10 meters tall and launching sneak attacks. Attacks fell on the snake-headed demon god like raindrops. Every move was insidious. Especially the demon god's back, where his buttocks were. They were the focus of attention. The leader of the assault team stood in the distance. While watching the battlefield, he shouted excitedly. Quick! He can't hold on any longer. Poke his ass. The official strategy guide said so. His ass is injured. Poke him. Hearing the leader's words, the players shouted in unison and shouted at the back of the demon god. A warrior player roared angrily. Holding a 3-meter-long, thick, black spear, he aimed at the back of the demon god and viciously pierced it. Roar, the demon god let out a painful cry. His eyes were filled with shock and anger. His veins bulged. He wanted to slap the ant who offended him to death. But in the next moment, his body became heavier and heavier. Amidst his sullen and angry roars, his body gradually became illusory. Finally, he turned into smoke and returned to the demon god statue in the palace. Ha ha ha. We won. Looking at the reward that appeared on the ground, the players cheered. Ha ha ha. We lost again. Looking at the scene in the crystal ball, Azazel laughed out loud. The surrounding demons who served him shuddered when they saw the scene in the crystal ball. They felt a chill under their bodies and quickly clamped their tails. After taking a bite of the melon, Azazel wiped the crystal ball again. The players were teleported out of the palace. The demon god statue came to life again and restored the appearance of the demon god. It was the second Samel. Looking at his grief and anger, Azazel's face was filled with satisfaction and pleasure. Hee hee. Samuel, how about the official strategy that I prepared for you? His voice resounded in Samuel's palace. Roar. Hearing his voice, Samuel shouted angrily. Stop howling. I won't give you a chance to say your lines. Ha ha ha. Azazel laughed out loud. After laughing, he closed the scene and swallowed the melon in one mouthful. Awesome. Awesome. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand to the demons serving him. Another piece. As soon as he finished speaking, a fair and slender arm stretched out from the side and placed a piece of melon in Azazel's hand. Azazel nodded in satisfaction. He was about to put it into his mouth when he quickly realized what was wrong. He hurriedly looked to his side. Beside him, Eve was looking at him with a smile and a playful expression. Azazel's smile froze on his face. He jumped up from his throne as if someone had stepped on his tail. Trembling, he looked at Eve and stammered, "My lord, my lord, my lord, my lord." You. Ah no. One. Ah no. Lord. Lord God. Why are you here? As he spoke, he hurriedly gave up the throne and kicked the demon beside him. What are you waiting for? Quickly serve the Lord God a melon. Looking at Azazel, who had changed his attitude after telling her about the core of hell, Eve's expression was a little strange. He shook his head gently and sat on the throne. He crossed one leg over the other. No need. Let them go. Get lost. Azazel kicked the demon again. The demons felt as if they had been pardoned. They quickly lay on the ground and rolled out. Eve was amused by this funny scene. Seeing his smile, Azazel heaved a sigh of relief. Eve, on the other hand, stopped smiling and said to her, "There have been more chosen ones coming to the demonic maze recently. Thank you for your hard work." Hearing Eve's words, Azazel was slightly taken aback. Lord God, for a moment, his mood was a little complicated. He was inexplicably touched deep in his heart. But soon, the Lord Demon God who was in charge of the demonic maze reacted, "Wait, why did he suddenly have such a thought just now? It was Yggdrasil who brought him into work, he had even tricked him into revealing all his secrets, he was clearly more like a demon than him." Azazel shook his head hard and shook off some feelings that made the demon god afraid. His expression changed several times. But soon, he seemed to have thought of something. He hesitated, looked at Eve, and asked carefully and expectantly, "That, Lord God, about my core of hell, how far have you progressed?" Eve glanced at him and said, "I came to you to talk about this." As she said that, she changed her sitting position. Azazel, do you really not know any other way to directly reach the core of the first level of hell? You have to think carefully. If I send an army from the edge of hell, there won't be any results for at least 2 to 3 months. And 2 to 3 months is enough for a lot of things to happen. After saying that, Eve looked at Azazel calmly. She had thought about this for a long time. She originally planned to go to the dimension of hell according to the stupidest plan, but after chatting with Sir Tal, she heard some interesting news from this ancient god. In more distant history, when the abyss first appeared, the demon gods had sent a demon army to attack the world of seekers more than once. And every time, they came directly from the abyss. Even when they left in the end, they left in a swagger. Hearing Eve's words, Azazel was slightly taken aback. Then, he seemed to have thought of something, and his expression became a little conflicted. But in the end, the seventh demon god just sighed and smiled bitterly. Your Holiness the Chief God, you have to believe me. Right now, I definitely want you to find the core of the first level of hell more than anyone else. I do have a way, but that way, I definitely can't tell you. No, it's not that I can't, but that I can't. If I tell you, then, there's no need for me to exist. Azazel sighed deeply. Hearing his words, Eve raised her eyebrows slightly, deep in thought. She had a flash of inspiration and remembered the conversation she had with the dwarf god of forging a few days ago. I really didn't expect the demon gods to be able to open the abyss channel when the world of seekers is sealed. It seems like the rumors are true. There's probably an even stronger will behind them that controls everything in the abyss, the will of the abyss. Eve was deep in thought. End of chapter 792. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.